Yeah, sure.
Sitch, do you want know what you want to talk about, or
I'm going.
okay?
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite harmonica and lighting enthusiast, Adam Friended.
What's up? How you doing?
Hello.
We have a very special guest today. Did you notice?
I did notice we have a very special guest. Who's our very special guest?
TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist.
How you doing, TJ?
Pretty good. I'm looking at your guys' post here on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm reading the comments. Antonio C. I'm not a fan of TJ, so I'm skipping a day. Well, they can't all be shows for me. Have fun. Oh shit, TJ. This is from Christian Baller. Oh shit, this is gonna be good. TJ's been posting insane shit recently. The only word I object to is recently.
What is the insane shit you've been posting recently?
It's true.
I don't know. Prepare for bad faith from TJ. He's on a roll of it recently. If I'm bad faith, then everyone else is evil faith. Because,
that might be a good place to start.
I'm the last bastion of honesty on this godforsaken site. So fuck you.
Whoa! The second
currently on the same grift as actual fandom and organized chaos.
What? I don't
know.
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
I vaguely know who actual fandom is. I think I might have actually been on that. Maybe. No,
I don't think you have. They're
organized chaos. I don't know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Always makes for good content for you and Sitch though. Good for the lols. Oh no, LMAO. Who? These guys bringing the pain lately. How's old BJ Cuck doing? Hey, just because a conga line of black men fuck my wife in front of me every night while I cry.
Oh my god, TJ, okay? No.
But I do. BJ is fine because I do suck them all off afterwards. So
no,
fair enough.
Gotta keep it clean and tidy.
Fair. That part's fair. Oh, sorry. Are you guys trying to get monetized with this shit? My bad.
Well, I guess. Well, we were monetized a minute ago, but that's
these videos never get monetized.
No, you're fucked now. You ain't getting monetized, bitch.
Well, I guess you could say that TJ is not worried about you hurting his feelings. So, I mean, how can you hurt a guy who's just watched his wife get banged by like?
I'm fucking hurt deep down inside. What are you talking about? Every single one of those is like a dagger into my fucking heart, man.
So so it's into the pain, huh? Oh my god, no. TJ.
Sad. No, yes, TJ.
Okay, bad faith. We're talking about bad faith.
All right, yeah, bad faith. Let's do it.
Yeah, because bad faith, I feel like so
what does
already.
That mean?
I know. Look, you insinuated though that bad faith meant dishonest, which is one of the things that
here's my understanding. If I can,
go ahead.
Put it out there, just like we can have. Like, you tell me if you agree with this definition or not.
Okay.
So when it comes to good faith or bad faith, good faith to me is like I'm gonna enter this conversation, willing to hear the other person out, willing to listen to their perspective, willing to change my mind. That to me is good faith.
That's
bad
totally
faith
good
is
faith.
like
yeah.
Bad faith is like I'm not gonna listen to what they say. Any words that come at me, I'm gonna distort them however I can. You know, so that to me is bad faith.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, I don't know, is that right? Is that wrong?
Well, I would say that good faith to me, it doesn't mean that necessarily that you're going to go in there with the ability that you think your mind's going to change. I mean, I think you should always have that, but it's more.
Well, I like his definition though. At least we have the opportunity.
I would just, there you go. I would just add to it. I think I look at it more like you're going to be honest in the conversation. You're going to try to actually understand what they're saying and not just like try to twist it around in the most bad faith dunkable clip moment possible.
So what you're saying is you want to exterminate all the non-Jews?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Okay,
listen, the goy have been too long, too uppity in our society. They need to be put in their place.
Sitch is Jewish, by the way. So
I know that's why I said all the That's why I said all the non-Jews.
Yeah.
If he wasn't Jewish, I would have said all the Jews.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the goyim though, didn't you, Sitch?
Goyim is non-Jew.
Right, you're going after us now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What do you mean now?
Look, I think we just had a Scott Adams moment on the show here. Sitch just went full mask off.
Yeah.
Listen, Scott Adams didn't go far enough. Okay.
Look, Jews are a hate group, and we all just need to stay away from them. That's all I'm saying.
So, wow. Okay. Now listen. Okay. Canceled. Now I'm allowed to say it as the oppressed minority. You're not allowed.
Hey, wait. Bullshit. I did my ancestry.com. I have like 0.6% Ashkenazi Jew.
No, doesn't count.
That's Jewish enough. Jewish enough.
No, not according to Jewish bylaws.
Oh shit! How Jewish do I have to be?
Yeah. Your mom has to be full Jew.
Oh, shit.
Are you even circumcised, TJ?
No, I'm not.
Well, then get out. You're super not Jewish.
I gotta go. All right.
So we want to talk about politics and science. Obviously, you came up in YouTube as like probably the most prominent anti-theist on the platform, and I'm. It's difficult for me because I myself am an atheist, but I'm not an anti-theist. So the distinction is important to me. Like I think anti-theists believe the world would be a better place without religion. That's like the core ideology that motivates them. I don't think the world would be a better place without religion as it is. I think the world is getting more and more irreligious as people get richer and richer because somehow, wealth has this way of making us not worry about things in the way that religion often satisfies people in. So, as someone who's watched your content, from way back in the day, I've kind of always wanted to have a conversation with you about religion and politics, because a lot of times, and we talk about this on the show all the time, we see the current state of politics as being kind of a secular religion. Like people are using ideologies that are very much kind of religious, but they don't have a belief in God or the supernatural or any of that stuff. So, but psychologically, I don't necessarily see a difference. So you, and obviously you were reading some of the things, like you post stuff online, and we go back and forth on Twitter from time to time, but it's difficult for me. I look at some of the things you post and I think, well, that's a religious statement. And this is the amazing atheist. So it seems kind of like a contradiction to me. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about a little bit. But
sure. I guess to zero in on something, when you're talking about religious belief versus religious dogma, and then, of course, there can be secular dogma.
Right.
There can be ideas that are very dogmatic, or not necessarily ideas themselves that are dogmatic, but there can be systems of ideas that are like broadly dogmatic, and you see that when someone steps out of line with those ideas, they're treated in the same way like a heretic might be from a religion or something.
Sure, totally. Right. But so dogma, and I mean, I like I said, I'm an atheist. I used to watch the atheist community all the time. I remember Atheism Plus and all that stuff that you were a part of, and I was never part of Atheism Plus, but right. But you responded to Atheism Plus. I mean, you did. I did a video. I mean, I think it was called like the complete destruction of Steve Shive. I think Steve Shive tried to start the Atheism Plus stuff, and you kind of went like, "That get away from me with that." It was PZ Myers and Skepchick, and I think Steve Shives might have been part of it too. There was a number of people that were doing the more Atheism Plus thing. Which was, to my point of view, just like, let's give atheism dogma. And I don't think atheism should have a dogma. I think it should be pretty simply just the rejection of the existence of a deity, or at least the disbelief in a deity. But as far as other ideologies go, I mean, I think anti-theism by necessity has to have a dogma. Like any sort of system that's much more complex than being a single statement kind of inherently falls into some level of dogmatism, right? Because if you're going to have a belief structure, there have to be multiple beliefs within that structure. And if you're going to unite with others, let's fight for these beliefs that we hold together, then there kind of has to be like, well, how much can someone deviate from what we believe before they're no longer really part of our group? If we're advocates for this idea, right? No, I think dogmatism is kind of a necessary social adhesive for groups to function coherently with one another. If you want to reject that, I think you have to almost become a complete individualist and just join with particular causes on a case by case basis, but don't actually have a sort of like tribal unit or group or whatever you want to call it. Well, no, I love that you're actually saying this, because it's. Dogma is not necessarily just categorically bad. Like you need certain dogmas, like tell the truth is a dogma, right? Be honest is a dogma in our society. Free speech is kind of a dogma in our society. Anti-racism, being against people who are openly racist, that's kind of a dogma in our society. Now, I don't. See, my thinking though is that you have to kind of get the dogma right. Like right now, just with and I think we sparred on Twitter over the trans stuff. Like there's this saying that people are constantly saying, trans women are women. And I see it's like it's an attempt to make that a kind of dogma in our society. And there's a lot of people that are pushing back and saying, no, that's not our societal dogma, and we don't think it should be. And I'm curious if you have a take on how we come up with this dogma, because that's kind of the realm of politics.
The way I would view it on that issue is, there are these sort of behavioral and expectation laden packages that are foisted upon you when you're born with a certain set of genitalia. Where it's like, okay, you have a penis, you're a boy, you got to act this way, you got to do these things, you have to meet up to these social expectations. Okay, you have a vagina, you're a girl, same thing, but in an opposite direction. And I think that a lot of people, they kind of look at, hey, look at this other set of social expectations that are foisted upon this group. That seems more like where I'd want to be. And some people can just go to the level of like, well, I'm not going to like change my gender or anything, but I'm just going to live more like that. Whereas other people, maybe they are also envious of like the body or whatever the hell. But as far as I'm concerned, I view gender as a complete and utter construct. So I just feel like people should just be allowed to do it. I don't think anything should be gender coded. I don't think blue should be for boys and pink should be for girls. I don't think there's a particular clothing item or fashion accessory that should be connoted to one or the other. I just feel like people should be free to make whatever choices best suit them and make whatever sort of adjustments to their physical form they can possibly do with the technology available to us, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, like ultimately at the end of the day, to me, I'll agree with the term trans women or women, because I don't believe women is a thing beyond the subjective. I believe there is a female sex and a male sex, obviously. But as far as like the presentation of gender, like I wear a dress and I wear lipstick and all that shit, I feel like that's all just made up.
Right.
I feel like that's completely subjective.
Well, I think I have two questions from what you said. The first is, so when you're talking about like, I mean, I agree obviously that, there are gendered expectations that society foists upon people.
Sure.
But
hard to deny that.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, yeah, some people would try to deny it, but do you not really think that any aspect of like what we'd call gendered behavior, you don't think any aspect of that is biological?
Oh, sure. Of course it is.
Oh, okay. I sound like you were saying you didn't think that.
No, I mean, well, but the problem is that, there's so many exceptions to every rule. Even if you could say like, hey, male sex people are more predisposed to this kind of behavior.
Right.
And female sex people are more predisposed to this kind of behavior. That doesn't mean that like that behavior is inherently of that sex, because you can definitely find people that are female sex that are doing the male sex behaviors and vice versa. This is like tomboys and, sissy guys and whatever the fuck. Right. So like that exists. So, there's no really beyond just like genitalia and some chromosomal shit and like a few differences in like brain. Like there's a few physical things that separate the sexes, right? There's no denying that. But like behaviorally, both sides can run a gigantic spectrum of behaviors. Both sides can run a gigantic spectrum of preferences. There's really like infinite overlap. So like to make a social distinction of this is male, this is female doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, I sort of agree with what you're saying, but I think it's important because like, it's not a coincidence. It's not just social conditioning when you say like, oh, the majority of people that commit violent crimes are all men, Sure. I mean, we look at, testosterone obviously has a big effect on aggression. And yeah, like, yes, men and women, I believe on average, of course, can be predisposed to having certain gender behaviors. Obviously, this doesn't include everyone, nor should it mean that as a society, we should make determinations where we say, oh, you have to, if you're a man, you have to, be like all this, gendered preference behavior that the average man has, or the same thing for women. So I agree that that shouldn't be like a prescription. But I think it's important as a description, because I think we get into this area where like people will look at certain fields, especially like the job field, the career field, and they'll say, oh, women aren't making as much as men, so therefore it must be, they jump to the conclusion, it must be there's some form of sexism that's, preventing women from doing this. And if you actually kind of like break it down and look into it, it's like, well, it just seems like on average, men and women are making different choices. I'd argue those choices are mostly biological, and that can be the explanation.
I mean, it's
at least
kind
a lot
hard.
of the explanation for some of this behavior difference.
When you're living in a society,
mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to make the distinction of like, what's the genesis of this behavior versus this behavior. Like, we know that male brains and female brains are different.
Right.
But when you actually get down into the nitty gritty of trying to figure out exactly how they're different, very hard. Like, we can see like they're shaped different, they respond to certain things differently, but like trying to figure out like what is the actual difference between these two things on like a very fundamental level, kind of difficult to fucking do.
Well, it depends what you're looking for. Like,
sure.
the toy studies,
when you take like the social expectation kind of thing, it's like, let's look at how like women, like you use the gender pay gap as an example. Right. Like, yeah, a lot of that's behavioral. Sure. Could some of that be sexism? Maybe. Could some of that be behavioral? I mean, it seems more than likely it is.
Mm-hmm.
Are those behaviors conditioned? Are those behaviors genetic? Are those behaviors a combination of the two things? Like, it's very hard because we don't really understand the human brain all that well, even to this day, to suss all of that out. Like, if you read neuroscience books, one of the things that the most prominent neuroscientists in the world will constantly convey to you is like, we still don't understand a lot of this shit. We know more about like the oceans and the stars than we do about our own brains to some extent.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand that. And if we lived in a society where people acknowledged that, and there was kind of this open-ended question, as opposed to this kind of like strict political, this is because of, bigotry, then I guess I'd be more open to that, to just accepting that. But when we look at something, let me just say, like, when we look at something like, a good example is, with programmers, there's this, attack that, oh, the programming industry must be sexist because it's still mostly men. And I'm like, well, you look at, the fields of like being a doctor, being a lawyer, there's more women graduating from med school. There's more women graduating from law school than there are men. Once these fields, stopped being, openly bigoted. And yet there's still less women in the fields of programming. And then you say, well, that's interesting. And you combine that with all the toy studies that all overwhelmingly show that, men on average, even, male chimpanzees and male non-human primates, all on average are more interested in things instead of people, and women are more interested in people and social situations and things. To me, it's just very clearly like why these behavioral preferences are being made in certain fields. And we have to acknowledge that.
That shouldn't be ignored for sure. I mean, like, if we can look, if there is some sort of predilection that does kind of go down to that, because I'm not one of these blank slate people. I don't think human beings are just like a complete blank slate.
Well, you have a brain, so that's why you don't believe that.
And it comes with a lot of like there's been a lot of fucking very intelligent people who have still believed in this blank slate hypothesis for some goddamn reason. I think maybe they want to for ideological reasons or something.
Exactly.
But we're not a blank slate. But we're also not all running on some fucking identical operating system. Like, there might not be as many women in programming, but there are women in programming.
Sure.
And there might not be as many men who are, interested in social situations over like cool gizmos and gadgets, but there's plenty that are.
Sure.
So I mean, like, we have to recognize that, yeah, sure, we can't ignore that these distinctions might exist, but we can't make the distinctions so monolithic and immutable that like, no, you're deviating if you if you go outside of the parameters of this. Like, why? I don't think there's any reason to pigeonhole someone into some sort of like behavior just because there's a predilection among some ultimately at the end of the day superficial traits that they possess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree completely. That's why I would like for society to be structured along the ideas of equal opportunity, where we say, listen, we're not going to judge you based on your gender or your race or whatever. You can, if you want to be an effeminate male or a tomboy, woman or whatever, if you want to go into job markets that are, dominated by the other sex for whatever reason, no one's going to be bigoted or biased against you.
Well, the problem is that
whatsoever.
People tend.
Well, let me just finish. And so, so I'm in favor of structuring society that way. My problem, though, is it seems like now with the idea of equity, being forced on, like, there has to be equal demographic outcomes in every field. And that, I think, is kind of why, I like to bring up the biology in these conversations to say, well, you're not going to get that perfect equity.
Yeah, but I don't really think there's any problem with striving for it.
Yeah, but I don't think it should be strived for. I think we should be striving for removing the bigotry so people can make their own choices.
How do you remove the bigotry, though?
You just say let people behave how they want to behave. You promote an idea of tolerance and individualism.
What if some of those individuals want to behave in a bigoted fashion? What if they band together and form the bigot club and prevent other people from? I mean, this is not a hypothetical. This is what's actually happened.
But I think that's why society. Adam said this earlier. I think society, that's why has done a good job. Society has done a good job.
You got to say it very jokery and
that's true.
Society
has done a good job really cracking down on making overt racism not acceptable.
Well, and to bring it back to the dogma thing.
I feel like that's been pushed back against a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Look, this is a byproduct of a dogma, though. The dogma is that if there is any sort of racial disparity in any job, racial or gender disparity, then that's evidence of sexism or racism. That's the dogma. But I don't think that dogma is true. I think that dogma is incorrect, scientifically inaccurate.
But here's the thing. Here's where I would kind of push back a little bit against that. So let's say you see there's massive racial or gender bias in a particular industry, or not even necessarily bias, but you just see there's a discrepancy. I would rather we attribute too much of that to hey, is there something going on that's unfair here? Rather than just be well, it's probably just part of nature. Because I mean, isn't it, aren't you better off assuming hey, we should look into this and see if there is some sort of discrimination going on here to make sure that's not the explanation for this.
I feel this is Pascal's wager just about gender and ideology.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you feel that.
It is. How's it any different?
Because if you were a black person that was applying for a job and a white person got that job over you because their name is Michael and yours is Tyrone, then I think you feel differently about that.
Well, hold on
a second. Well, it's probably just your genetic proclivity for inferiority or whatever.
Look, I don't think you understand the critique that I'm making. Pascal's wager famously says, since you don't really have enough evidence, you should just side on believing in God just to be safe, right? And you're basically saying, well, since we don't have enough evidence that the thing I want to exist exists, let's just side on the idea that it does, and just assume that this sexism, racism exists.
Let's remember though,
can't we figure out scientifically? Can't we look and see if it actually exists?
Let's talk about Pascal's wager for a second.
Okay.
Because one of the problems with Pascal's wager might actually be a little bit more persuasive if it was here is the one path that we claim gets you to heaven, and here is your non-belief that's going to send you directly to hell, right? Now, if you're wrong, blah, 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 the whole Pascal's wager thing. But the problem with Pascal's wager is there's fucking practically infinite faiths. So, even if you do, you're still more likely, if there is a hell, to go to hell when you pick any random religion out there.
Sure.
So there's tons of different fucking options out there. But also, the result of me being wrong about, hey, there's a sex, let's say there's 90% males in this industry. Why is there only 10% women in this industry? Could that be because of sexism?
Well,
let's look into that.
My comparing it to Pascal's wager, though, is that we can look at, why can't we look at science?
We can, but the end result is not hell. We're not going to burn in hell if we get this one fucking wrong. The end result is either hey, we put too much emphasis on stopping sexism in this industry when actually there was another explanation. Oops.
Well, first of all,
that's not certain to me, TJ. I'm going to pull a Jordan Peterson.
First of all, when you do get it wrong, you do
yours, woke moralists.
When you do get it wrong, you do commit a sexism. You just commit a sexism against the men that you discriminate against in hiring, so that you can get the gender balance that you're seeking in employment.
Well,
I'm
not necessarily saying like just force the balance to happen, whether it's going to naturally happen or not. But like you should definitely make sure.
What are you saying then? That's exactly
what I'm saying is stringently take the idea that maybe the discrepancy has its basis in sexism seriously, and do everything you can to remove any fucking barrier possible. And then if the discrepancy remains, it's like, okay, well, we did our best. It seems like it seems like we've removed all the barriers. The discrepancy still exists. Obviously, it exists for some other reason.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I feel like we're at that
seems
point.
That seems like the rational thing to do.
Yeah, no, well, two things. If we live in a society that was that, mature, then I would agree with you completely. Unfortunately, we don't live in that. We don't live in that world. Okay.
No.
People are they're going to push for, especially because you have a lot of activist groups who, they make money by pushing for activism. So they're never going to admit, well, I guess we were wrong. I guess we've reached peak equality in this field. So that's the first issue. The second issue is if we still lived in a world where, or at least in a country where the liberal framework of ideas was all that was being talked about, I would be far more open to what you're suggesting. I guess I'm a little hesitant because since I'm looking at the left as basically being subverted by, literal Marxism and Marxist ideas, that I think when they promote this idea of like, oh, everything is sexist, everything is racist.
Marxism is the left. I mean, let's be real. Like, liberalism is not leftism. It's not.
According to who?
According to me.
But why?
Because that's not like traditionally what the left has been.
What do you mean? Wait. That was literally the tradition of the tradition of left. The origin of left was liberalism versus monarchy. What do you mean?
Maybe in this country.
No. When the left-right divide started in France, it was liberalism versus the liberal democracy versus monarchy.
I guess if you want to qualify that as being leftism, but to me, it kind of started when Karl Marx put pen to paper. Like that's when leftism was born.
That's a little bit of revisionist history, but
the political philosophy. It's really just about semantics at that point. It's just like what are you going to call left? I don't particularly think liberalism is leftist. I think it's like, I don't know, moderate right.
Okay. Well, okay. But let me add. So we're gonna have another question. How do you define left and right? Okay? But before we get into that, there was one other trans question I want to ask.
Sure.
So from what you were saying with the trans stuff, like my view of the trans question is that there's this thing called gender dysphoria. We don't know exactly what causes it, but it is real. It does exist. I do believe it's something that's primarily biological, or people are predisposed to it, and maybe it can be activated by some sort of environmental conditioning. And that I think only people that have gender dysphoria should transition or should be allowed to transition, that it's a medical procedure. It's not so much people like finding their identity. Yeah. And it seemed like from what you were saying, it seemed like you were sort of insinuating that, anyone for any reason should be able to transition.
Right. Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Okay. So I vehemently disagree with.
Why?
Because if we lived in a world where like you could walk into your character customization video game booth and you could just change your appearance and there was no downside, I would agree with you, but we don't. And, so transitioning is very expensive. It's very painful. It's a medical procedure that often doesn't always have the best outcomes.
I don't think people should necessarily take it lightly, but I think if you look into that and you decide like, this is what I want, I don't really think the reason why should matter all that much. We don't ask that for any other cosmetic surgery. It's like, I want a big butt. All right, well, here's the risks. You still want to do it? Yep. Boom. Here's your big ass. Like, there's so many things a person can do, from, injecting collagen, fucking phalloplasty, rhinoplasty, fucking butt surgery. There's 1,000,001 like augmentation. I got LASIK eye surgery. A dude fucking shot a laser into my eye. There's tons of fucking studies out there that say that might not be great, but I did it because I decided that's what I wanted to do. Well, so there's a lot of fucking surgeries that are not necessarily necessary, that are completely elective, that are maybe superficial on some level, but someone psychologically desires them for whatever reason, and we don't put up barriers that stop people from doing that. I don't see why this should be treated any differently.
We do put up some barriers, obviously. Like if you walked in and said, I want to get an arm amputated, the doctor's going to say, I'm not going to do that. So,
you could probably find somebody.
Yeah, but it's certainly not acceptable in the widespread community of doctors, right?
Hey, you know, there's doctors, and then there's doctors, right?
Well, but obviously
the things that
you're talking about, though.
I mean, I don't think there's too many people that are trying to get an arm amputated, but if someone did want that, you know, who fucking cares? No fucking arm off my body.
They'd have a buddy do it for them. Let's
get the fucking bandsaw.
Well, no,
what we're talking about here, obviously, you're talking about for consenting adults, right? The problem that is often brought into the trans situation is a lot of the justifications that we give for adults, they tend to stretch to adolescents who don't necessarily have the best decision-making faculties.
Sure. And I mean, I don't think they should be getting like advanced surgeries and shit at a fucking super young age. But like, you know, if there's, I mean, I think that the system that exists now, by and large, I mean, I know that there's a few people here and there that slip through the cracks that, you know, are, you know, oh, it turns out I don't want to transition. Oh shit, we made a mistake. But like the vast majority seem okay with it in the long run. And no one's being like, there's no fucking gender reassignment surgeries being done on fucking like 3-year-olds or something. So I don't really see the issue. Like you have to go, like every step of this is like overseen by mental health professionals and shit, right? So
are you against puberty blockers for children underage?
No.
Okay.
Well, wait. There's two things. The first, I want to go circle back for a second before we talk about puberty blockers, which was, I mean, I think you can bring up cosmetic surgery as a counterbalance. I wouldn't consider LASIK, obviously, because it has a strict medical.
It has a function, but
it
has a function, but my glasses serve the same function with inherently less health risks attached to them. So.
Sure, but there's a difference between saying like, oh, you can do this thing that will improve your health outcomes.
Not really.
It has a risk versus like, oh, this is a purely cosmetic procedure. Those are two different things. Those are conceptualized very differently by the medical community and by society as a whole.
Maybe by society as a whole, not really by the medical community, because once again, gender transition is seen as the medical solution to gender dysphoria.
Well, wait, well, first of all, we're just talking about the difference between cosmetic and medical procedure. I wasn't talking about transition.
Well, no, but when we were talking about cosmetic, you were talking about me saying that even people who don't have gender dysphoria should be able to transition. So that was a different subject. Now we're talking about people who have gender dysphoria.
Right, but that's different. Right, but that's my point, is that like if you have gender dysphoria and you transition, it's a medical procedure. It's not a cosmetic procedure.
Exactly. But if you just decide you'd rather, you know, present that way, then I mean, I still think you should be able to do it. I don't fucking see why not.
Well, this goes back to the.
Isn't that just like an individual liberty kind of thing?
This goes back to the children thing, which we don't generally conceptualize children as having individual liberty.
Well,
like
we're not talking about children. We're talking about adults.
I don't think kids should be able to just like volunteer. I just feel trans, you know, if they're not diagnosed gender dysphoria, then no, they got to wait till they're fucking older.
So that's why Sitch is making the separation. He's making the separation between people who just want to transition and are, you know, adults, and people who have gender dysphoria and are doing it for a medical reason.
Sure. And then I'll accept that distinction. Like, yeah, for the fucking latter class of people who are just wanting to do it for some other reason, yeah, they should be adults. But for kids who have gender dysphoria that are being seen by mental health care professionals, that are going through the like recommended things of their doctors, that's fine. I don't see a problem with that.
Right. Well, maybe we just have a very different idea on. I mean, I'm generally pretty pro liberty, but I'm not like an extremist on this. I don't think people should be able to do whatever drugs they want.
I do.
People should. Yeah, well, so maybe we just have
a
principal disagreement on that level. I do think society does have has some level of protection that should be given to its citizens in terms of, you know.
I don't want society protecting me from myself. Fuck that. I'd rather make mistakes if I'm gonna make them and like live with those rather than have Big Daddy government come and tell me what's what. Okay. Fuck that.
Well, you understand though, in the context of children, it's difficult because the whole purpose of parenting is protecting.
We're not talking about kids.
Okay.
We're only talking about
it's still important. Yeah.
Get together on this. Figure out where you want to be.
Well, and so with the other thing that you're talking about was you brought up puberty blockers was I mean, my concern with puberty blockers is that, you know, pre-puberty blockers, pre-affirmative care model, desistance rates were basically measured, which is the, you know, when someone says they're trans and then isn't, the rates of that before puberty blockers were introduced in like, you know, the early 2000s and the 90s and the 80s, it was something like in the realms of 60 to 90% of kids would desist once they go through puberty. And then once you start putting kids on puberty blockers, it drops to like 20 to 30%.
That's true. And there is a giant fucking issue with this. And it's kind of a catch-22 if you're a medical professional in this situation, because you're faced with a situation where it's going to be much easier if this person does need to transition. Then it's going to be much easier if they transition before going through puberty. It's going to be much easier if they don't go. If it's much easier to transition to female if you don't go through male puberty, it's much easier to transition to vice versa.
Right.
But it's also true, like you said, that you're in a situation where a lot of times if someone's having gender dysphoria and then they go through the male puberty or the female puberty, that fucking knocks it out.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when puberty blockers are used, this is my understanding, it's to try to like psychologically assess like which of the two categories that person's actually in. So it's like it's a way to try to buy more time to figure out what's going on.
If that's the way it works, that would be good. Unfortunately, at least in America, under the affirmative model, which is basically to not question someone's trans identity, that's not really. It's really like this. Just the puberty blockers are there to block until they're old enough to essentially transition with hormones or surgery.
I don't know that that's necessarily how it's approached. But I've never been through this personally firsthand. You'd have to talk to a trans person about that and kind of like gauge their experiences, because I can only go off of like the understanding I have from talking to people.
Well, if it was that way, I assume would that change your mind?
I would say that it would change my mind slightly in that, I think they should be used a little bit differently. Because, if you are at a point where, you assess like, hey, it seems to me like going through male puberty has a pretty fucking strong chance of erasing this person's gender dysphoria, then I don't necessarily see a problem in allowing that to happen. But this thing that sucks is if you're wrong, then that person is going to be in a worse situation. So it's like, I get the dilemma. I really do.
Yeah, no, I get it too. I get it completely too. I mean, that's why it annoys me, because I feel like the trans community should really be pushing for funding for research to determine brain scans, biological tests.
Well, I mean, it's kind of, to be fair, it's kind of hard to be focusing on that level of nuance when it seems like there's a lot of like existential threat level things being said about you, politically. It kind of pushes people towards extremist positions when there's like people talking about eradication on like the national stage.
Sure. I assume you're referring to the Michael Knowles clip, which maybe we'll talk about. But I agree and kind of disagree, because I think if the rhetoric from the trans community, or the trans activists, I should say, more, because most trans people just want transition and move on with their lives. But from the trans activist side of things, if the rhetoric was, we acknowledge that there are, people that think they're trans but aren't, and we basically want to develop medical tests to just, figure that out, I think that a lot of the anti-trans side would lose a lot of its steam.
Yeah, I've known a lot of people who are trans, who are, I guess, activists, because they're advocates, who I don't think would particularly object to what you just said. So I don't know.
Sure. That's just not where the focus is at all.
I mean, I feel like that's because everything kind of becomes these. Look, I mean, if we want to talk about the bigger picture a little bit here, like there's like a distinctive class of people that use social issues like this to divide the populace, so that they can keep lining their pockets. So, I mean, this is like this is just a rerun of gay shit in the 90s for me. Like 90s and early 2000s, the gays were all of the things that trans people now are. You saw the same fucking nuclear level rhetoric going on about the gays. Sure. And then it was like, when that was no longer, it doesn't seem like they're being too divided by that one anymore. Move on to the next thing.
Do you understand the intuitions that those politicians are catering to, though, that there are a lot of parents that are worried that their children are going to be misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria and embark on a path that's going to destroy their entire.
There's a lot of parents that are just worried that their child is going to be brainwashed into being gay.
Well, I mean, you would be in.
It's like, come on, no bullshit, fuck that. I don't fucking I have no sympathy for that horse shit.
So look, this is why I want to talk about this, because like there's an ideology being taught in schools that I'm not certain is scientifically accurate. But when there was the ideology being taught in schools called intelligent design, you were against that. You were completely against that because you thought it's not right for people to come in and, make their ideology, dress it up as if it's somehow scientific, and spoon feed it to school children. You were against it then. But now,
I still am.
But now the same thing seems to be happening with this gender ideology stuff. They're dressing it up in a scientific bow and ribbon and spoon feeding it to children. And you're like all for it. You're totally gun ho in favor of it.
Because I don't know, that's just like a ludicrous comparison to me. Like, how demonstrate to me that there is a level of like pseudoscience fallaciousness going on in medical transitioning versus creationism.
Well, people say this all the time. They're like they say trans people exist as if that's proof of anything. Christians exist. Does that prove that Christ died for our sins? Does it prove that God exists? But Christians do exist. Christians have an ideology that they look at.
Christians exist, though, that does demonstrate the existence of Christians. Saying that trans people exist demonstrates the existence of trans people.
It demonstrates the existence of trans ideology. That's what it demonstrates.
Saying Christianity exists demonstrates the existence of Christian ideology.
It does. Yes. No. Exactly. Whatever. That's the same thing. But one ideology you accept.
I mean. So wait,
one ideology you accept as truth.
So the similarity is there's ideologies involved.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, well, there's always everything I believe is part of an ideology. So
yes,
who
but
fucking gives a
look,
shit?
as a scientific person, as a materialist, I like to focus on ideologies that fit the actual real world. that's one of the reasons why I think we have disagreement on this, is because you said gender
dysphoria exists, right?
Well, I think yes, gender dysphoria is something called gender dysphoria exists. I don't necessarily know the details of it. Like I'm not willing to let children just randomly transition after one.
No one's randomly transitioning. There's a long drawn out process. I know trans people. I've not yet met one trans person who was like, "Hey, I went to a psychiatrist. They were like, you're trans.
So what?
Turn up Tuesday to meet Dr. fucking Penis Chopper MD." Like,
tell me.
Like, this is fiction, sir. This is a fantasy.
Hold on, TJ. You've heard many of the Christians explain to you their transformation story, right? They tell you things like, "Oh, I feel God is real. Like, God has spoken to me. God has acted in my life in certain ways that make me, undeniably believe that God exists and he's there for me." You've heard that again and again and again, and you've scoffed at it every single time. What do we look at that's something objective when somebody says, "I am a woman trapped in a man's body," or "I am a man trapped in a woman's body"? They say, "I feel this, deep down in my soul. I understand this. My gender assigned at birth was incorrect."
Do you believe in ADHD? Do you believe in bipolar disorder?
Well,
those because you can't see any of those things. You can't see inside the human brain.
Yes, you can too. You can measure. Look, you can measure those things. There are different tests that you can measure anxiety. You can measure blood pressure. You can measure skin changes.
You can look at the brains of trans women and trans men and see that they are different. So you can look at that too. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you can't. Sometimes there needs to be a lot more research on that. But I want last I checked, there's differences in brain chemistry and fucking brain formation. So right, but there's been there's differences in brain, the way the brain is in straight and gay people, and so there's a question of how the overlap would be if someone is trans.
Well, yeah, but once again, when dealing with the brain, you're dealing with uncharted territory. You're dealing with a final frontier here. Like if you read a neuroscience book from the foremost neuroscience experts, every single one of them will convey to you just how much we do not fucking know. We don't even understand.
There are sex differences, though, that are way more measurable than the brain. Retinal thickness of males is significantly larger than retinal thickness of females. They could measure other things.
No one's denying physiological differences between the sexes. So,
well, I think what Adam was referring to when he talked about, the gender ideology being taught in school is that when you look at the gender unicorn and, some of the classes that I've seen where they talk about a lot of
gender unicorn.
Yeah, the gender unicorn.
I don't know what the gender unicorn is.
It was like this chart that made the rounds, a couple of years ago that was being pushed in a bunch of schools.
Okay.
But anyway, that whenever I see curriculum and teachers talking about sort of the gender quote unquote ideology in schools, they're not coming from it from the same place that you are. They're basically saying that people are blank slates. There are no gendered behavioral differences. And that's kind of my contention that the way this is being taught in schools.
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to show me a particular curriculum or teacher or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I could maybe criticize them. But, I don't know. I feel like there's so much ideology at this point that's been thrown into the mix and so much tribalism, so much trying
on both sides, though, right?
Prove or disprove this shit. I mean, that's like the nature of tribalism is that both sides, or usually it's more than two sides these days, but the nature of tribalism is that each tribe is going to, form a circle and point their spears outwards, right? So so I don't really know. I don't really trust necessarily like this source of information or that source of information. For me, most of what I know about trans people comes from talking to trans people. Most of what I know about transitioning comes from them telling me about transition.
This is why I wanted to talk to you, TJ, because what you're saying, that's to me the same as somebody saying most of what I know about Christians is from talking to Christians.
Sure.
Like you would not accept the lived experience of Christians to prove anything about the natural world.
Of course not.
Okay, so why do you accept the lived experience of trans people to prove something about the natural world?
Because they're not talking about some external thing. They're talking about what's within.
Yes, their internal experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
When the Christian tells me about Christianity, I accept the experience they had inwardly. God touched my life. I understand that person feels that God touched their life.
Right. But my question is why
I don't believe in that external God because nothing about what that person is saying to me expects me to change my views of reality on the basis of nothing. The only thing it changes is like, hey, here's who I am. Okay, I believe you.
The trans ideology asks you to take for granted that people can be born in the wrong body, that brains can be born in the wrong body.
I mean, you already agreed that gender dysphoria exists. So, I mean, that's basically that, right?
Well, we don't know what it is. I think it's a self-image processing problem. I don't think it's that a brain's born in the wrong body, but that's
sure.
Quibbling over
there are different treatments that you can do for this thing called gender dysphoria too. Why are we selecting the treatment that all of a sudden we're going to have you switch your biological sex?
The only other thing I've ever seen was just prescribe people lithium, which is basically just like turn them into a fucking lithium zombie. So I've never heard of any other treatments beyond that.
I don't know if they've tried that many other alternatives, but
I would like the level of skepticism people have in the atheist community for Christianity and other religions. They understand that yes, Christians exist, but their ideology, their belief system, isn't giving a true, accurate picture of the world. Yet people will look at
throughout this entire sort of discussion. There's this tact of like, I want to liken trans ideology quote to religion, and I just don't think the comparison is all that there.
Okay, what's off about it?
Because religion is like literally like here is a layout of everything that's going on about the natural world.
Correct. Yeah, trans ideology has that as well.
No, how? Because trans ideology, which I don't even really agree with the terminology trans ideology in the first place.
Mostly it's called like gender ideology, but the idea that gender is a social construct. And they're trying to change it so that biological sex is a social construct.
I mean, gender is a social construct.
Well, no, but you acknowledge it's not purely a social construct.
You said that.
No, I never said it wasn't purely a social construct. It is purely
right, but that's what Adam meant. He meant that's what gender ideology says.
Hold on, let's just be clear here.
Let's be clear.
Gender is the social construct part of it. What you did admit to is that biology plays a role in constructing that social construct.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. So yes, I understand, and I think it's useful to actually separate gender as, the social expression
because gender is different in every
sex.
society. So,
well, I mean,
there's lots of overlap, but it is different. Yeah,
sure. But like the social roles that are inhabited by men and women in various societies have been radically different from time to time.
Well, I don't know if I'd say radically different.
I mean,
they're not radically different.
I mean, there's been times when women were at the head of society.
Very rarely, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as common, but it does exist.
Right, but that says something,
manifested.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, but well, going to kind of the gender ideology, like, I mean, I assume you're familiar with Philosophy Tube, right?
Let me see. Philosophy Tube. Is that the Contra clone?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yes,
vaguely, yeah.
Yeah,
you're gonna get in big trouble for that.
Yeah, there you go. She's a really.
Dude, I get in big trouble everywhere I go for everything I fucking say. So who gives a shit?
She's a really big trans YouTuber, has a massive platform.
Yeah,
we watched a video. We've commented a lot of her videos.
if it takes any heat away from me, I actually like her videos better than Contra's. So
okay, well it doesn't actually, but
no,
I think it's worse because in one of the videos that we watched of hers, she was complaining about the UK medical system essentially, and at the end of it, she says that herself and every trans person she knows are all just looking up, when they go to talk to a psychologist or psychiatrist who's supposed to make the determination whether they have gender dysphoria or not. And the only way that they can do this currently is through self-questionnaires. And she says that herself and every trans person she knows are just lying and cheating. They'll just look up the answers to what the doctors wants to hear, and they'll just feed them whatever they want to know to get the treatments. Sure. And then on top of it, she doesn't think that gender dysphoria is even like a real thing, that there isn't any biological notion to any of this, and anyone for any reason should be able to transition.
I feel like
and this idea, I think this idea
you should take up with her, because I
the reason I'm bringing it up to you is because I feel like you have I understand that you have a different position. I'm not saying this is your position. I understand you have a different position. What I'm saying is, I think that position is far more common in this field of gender ideology and trans activism and trans activism than you're aware of.
I don't know what level of commonness that would have. I also don't know the reasoning behind that. I don't know the full context of when those remarks were made. So I mean, me trying to defend that or to try to just gut instinct assess how common or uncommon that is kind of like, I don't.
Yeah, no, I listen, I understand that. I'm just saying that's why our perception of this is very different than yours, is that we view this as the more insidious nature of this is kind of more commonplace, and then you're viewing this as like a rare idea.
All right, well, here's what I feel. Here's my gut. If you want to know my gut instinct.
Sure.
My gut instinct is that when you see a trans woman that doesn't pass, it makes you feel kind of icky, like, ugh, I don't like that. That's really uncomfortable and weird looking to me. And instead of interrogating that feeling and being like, why do I feel that way? Instead of that, you're like, I must find some way to justify this feeling. And, you just go on the hunt and you find something. Oh, yep, there you go. Gender ideology. Oh, it's basically a religion. Oh, the kids are being brainwashed into a cult.
That's so unfair.
I don't buy it.
Unfair.
No,
wait. Even if that.
Fuck you for a second.
That's so unfair.
Hold on. No, shut up for a second. Because you asked for my gut instinct on this shit. So I gave you my gut instinct. I'm not saying that's what's happening.
Well, hold on. Look, let's for the sake of argument. Hold on. Let me respond. Sitch, just
here you go.
For the sake of argument. Even if that is completely true, and I think that is true of some people, obviously not Sitch and I. We're above that. Okay, we don't get those.
I'm sorry, I was just putting it out there as an idea.
We don't post hoc rationalize our way to some sort of truth. Even if that is true, and it is true in a lot of people's situation, it doesn't change the reality of the objective world, and that's what we're talking about. So go ahead, Sitch.
I don't.
Well, let me just say, I think what you're talking about, I think that is like the overwhelming majority of people who have feeling, not who are listening to our channels, because our audience is all enlightened.
Yeah, our audience.
Individuals.
Very
but other
smart,
people, all the normies out there in the world. I do think, they're just mostly reacting to things from a gut intuitive level. And I agree with you. A lot of people that are, anti-trans just do have these gut intuitions, completely, and they look to justify it. Right. But that's, from where I'm coming from. Because I remember, when I was taking psych classes, a million years ago in high school, before this was, even a thing anyone talked about, I had a psych teacher talking about all these issues. And I started to have, we were having these conversations about all these things too. And it was just looked at as like a very medical procedure, back then. And then when all of a sudden this becomes big and I see it becoming like this identity thing as opposed to just a medical procedure, that's when I'm like, this is where I start to see problems with it.
Right.
So I don't think I'm operating under this, like, I'm just controlled by my disgust intuition.
Sure. Yeah, we don't do that.
There you go.
So let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
This is a very important question. If you guys were to, do some introspection and you realize like we're actually trans, would you guys change your name to Madam and Bitch? That's what I want.
I mean,
that'd be a pretty good thing to do.
I think our channel would probably hit 1 million subscribers in like a month if we actually did that.
That's true.
If we both dual transition.
Well, it's in there. I mean, hey, look, you want to prove that this is all bullshit. Go ahead.
Why do you think I haven't done a face reveal yet? Obviously, I'm going to come out in more than one way.
The thing, it could, like, I don't necessarily know that the science is settled on all this stuff.
All right,
that's all I'm saying. So
I do have a serious question. Here's my serious question. Okay. To
sure. You said this was serious last time, so
this time it's actually
this time is really okay. Good.
So you're making the comparison between religion and trans stuff over and over again, right? So you say like this trans stuff is expecting me. Sorry, you said trans ideology.
Right.
Trans ideology is expecting you to believe something that's like scientifically unproven or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
So what specifically is that? Like, what is the thing that's like, I cannot just believe this? Like, what is the thing that you're expected to believe that you look at and you're like, no?
It's a blank. We talk about it's a blank slate gender idea.
That people are born in the wrong body. I don't know that that's been proven. I mean, I think people can aspire to change their sex. Like I have your position, basically a libertarian point of view. If adult decides, hey, I want to start living as the opposite gender, I say knock yourself out. Like the thing that bothers me is when people start stepping in and saying, oh, well, there's a scientific reason for this, and this person has some sort of mental condition that society needs to step in and say that's okay. Like, we didn't come up with mental conditions for goth people. We didn't come up with mental conditions for punk rockers. They decided punk rockers were like, I want to live my life as a punk rocker. And they just did it. They didn't say society has to come in and validate me all day and basically, suck me off because this is my identity. That bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah, but you don't really need like drugs and stuff to be a punk rock. I mean, I guess you can.
Well, it's better with drugs. Let's face it. Come on,
like the straight edge people and stuff.
You take that back.
No, I mean, but like you don't. There's not really a medical component to being a punk rocker or anything. Where there's definitely a medical component.
Well,
to being
I mean, you would
argue
argue that.
Wait a minute.
You would argue.
Wait.
Okay,
I agree, but as you asked, what is part of the thing that we're talking about that we're supposed to accept? That's
what I'm trying to get down.
Right,
to.
but I agree. It should be medical. Part of the thing that's unscientific is that the trying to demedicalize, being having gender dysphoria and trying to say, well, it's not a mental illness, not a medical condition.
I don't know that I accept that premise, though. I don't know that I accept. I don't know that I accept the premise that they are trying to demedicalize it because I don't know.
Okay. I just feel like from everyone that we look at from these conversations.
I mean, you're usually who the people are talking about when they say they. By the way. So.
Well, wait. So why is there this big push to try to say gender dysphoria is not a mental illness? What is that?
I mean, I don't know. What is that? Where?
Everywhere. What do you mean? walk into a trans forum somewhere on the internet and be like, "Is being trans a mental illness?" And everyone's gonna say, "No, fuck you."
I don't think being trans is a mental illness, but I mean, like, gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
And right. Okay. But okay. So, well, I guess that gets into the question.
I mean, if you're gonna,
I'm coming from the position people shouldn't even be identifying as trans without gender dysphoria in the first place.
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a.
I don't know. Are we just saying, is that just impasse?
Do you think that people that don't do any transitioning whatsoever, like medically, with surgeries or hormones, should they still be able to identify as trans?
Yeah, but they got to also acknowledge that shit can be pretty fucking confusing. If you look 100% like a dude and you're just like, I'm Sarah.
But why let them do that? Well, why acknowledge that?
Why not? What's it hurt? What's it hurting? What's going to happen?
Because it creates this weird situation where
it creates confusion.
I mean, a lot of things create a weird situation. If I walk into a fucking, Walmart and I can fucking see the 600-pound woman's ass hanging off over the fucking sides of the little motorized scooter she's on. And, that's an awkward situation. But
so when I say causes a weird situation, what I was saying is it creates a situation where essentially people who are pushing to demedicalize gender dysphoria do so under the guise of saying, well, trans isn't a mental illness. And they use this term confusion because most people, not the educated people talking or the educated people listening, but most people out there in the world, they don't know what gender dysphoria is. They think trans and gender dysphoria is the same thing. And that's how most people interpret it.
Well, I mean, look, if you're coming in it from my perspective, I don't want gender to exist. So I'm fine with whatever destroys it. If there's a period of confusion along the way, I'm fine with it.
What do you mean by that? So
price of doing business.
So men and women can.
He wants there to be no social pressure to adhere to gender behavior.
Right. I think that people should be assessed individually and not necessarily so much lumped into groups and tribes and these things.
Sure.
I think that everyone should be an island. I think that we need to kind of try to move away from groupthink to some extent.
You're so liberal. You're so right-wing liberal. I can't believe you.
All right.
Well, there's two positions I can see here, though. There's position I want, people to be able to dress and act and pursue whatever jobs they want, regardless. I don't want to attach a social stigma or a social gendered stigma to any job or activity whatsoever,
or racial stigma or any other.
Right, and then we're just going to have one bathroom for public bathrooms, and everyone's going to use it, male or female. So
I'm in favor of that. Yeah, that's fine with me.
So that's a much different position than just getting rid of gender stereotypes.
Sure. No, I don't think it is. I think you have to do. I think one kind of necessarily follows the other.
Do you think
that's one baby that does have to be thrown out with the bathwater, in my opinion?
I'm sorry. You said you want to throw out gender bathrooms. Is that include sports too, or just bathrooms and locker rooms?
All bathrooms, all locker rooms. I want to live in the Starship Troopers universe on that front.
I mean, that'd be nice. I don't think that's possible.
It is.
I don't think. Well, no, I don't see. I don't think it is because.
No, it is. Trust me.
Okay, I don't think it's possible widespread because I think there is psychological value to people covering up their sex organs, and I think there's an evolutionary reason why people.
I've been going in the men's bathroom my entire life. I've never once seen a dick.
You said locker rooms, though. I thought we were talking about.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, well, then have private changing areas like you do in a fucking dresser room. Then.
Okay, I don't see what the point of doing that is. But
why not?
Because people feel generally more comfortable not undressing in front of other sexes.
I mean, I don't feel uncomfortable undressing in front of any fucking buddy, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's you, right? But that's you.
So yeah, give me the privacy booth. The people who are squeamish, you get the privacy booth. The people who don't give a fuck can just do it out in the open.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. I got sidetracked from whatever we were.
Yeah. Did you want to go back to anything?
You were distracted because we were talking about naked people.
We were talking about naked people. Oh no. Oh, so wait. Does that apply to sports too, or is it just locker rooms? And
I don't care. Everything. All across the board. I think that sports we should just start fucking. Instead of trying to do the gender thing, I think we should just do it by skill level. It's like, hey, can you reach?
I mean, it already is that way.
Can you reach this level of proficiency in the sport? All right, then you can play.
Well,
and there's going to be teams where it's going to be like mostly women. There's going to be teams where it's going to be mostly men. But that's
but the women are going to be shunted to like much lower skill level leagues, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think most women would appreciate that, but
well, they're going to have to get used to it.
What is the benefit to doing that? Like, what is the purpose of doing that?
The benefit to doing that is that we don't have to live in a society where everything is decided and determined by gender, and you can do whatever you want.
No, but the
benefit of that is more freedom for individuals.
I fully believe we could have a society where people are not discriminated on the basis of their gender, like on an individual level. Like you meet a man or woman, you don't make a bunch of prescriptions about them. I think we could live in that society and still have sex segregated sports.
No,
you don't think that's possible?
No.
Okay. I don't know.
Just no. I don't agree with you.
Fair enough. You said the thing I want to go back to is we were talking about the. I guess this comes up. We were talking about the left.
I mean,
and right.
you basically just did a separate but equal, in my opinion, right? Like, yeah.
Well, we've literally accepted that for sex as being fair and just.
But is it?
I think it is. I think most people alive think it is. Women aren't the ones complaining about this. It's.
There's tons of women complaining about how their sports are not treated the same, actually. But okay.
Well, no, they're complaining that they don't get enough press, but they're not complaining that they're not playing against males.
Yeah,
right?
Sure, fair. But they do have complaints. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, but it's about but it's just they want society to basically view female sport physical competition as being as valued as male competition.
And honestly, the best ally they've got right now is trans women, because all of a sudden a bunch of people are pretending to care about female sports that never did before. So it's all part of the fucking plan to get female sports taken seriously.
Yeah. There you go. But going back to the unless you want to say something else about the trans topic, I want to ask you about how you're defining left and right. How are you defining left and right?
I'm basically just boiling it down to like, are you pro or anti-capitalist?
Really? Single factor.
What is
that's the I've tried. I mean, look, when it comes to these political affiliations and shit, there's a million and one people that'll tell you a million and one different. I mean, if you look at what is broadly called the online left, the ideological similarity from one person to the other is almost fucking nil. Like it's just like insane how little fucking commonality there is. So I've literally just had to boil it down to the most basic of questions, which to me is like, are you pro-capitalism or are you anti-capitalism?
Doesn't that create like weird situations where, like technically the Nazis would be left-wing at that point?
I mean, the Nazis did come out of like a left-wing fucking social movement. So
I know they did, but the left doesn't usually like to acknowledge that.
I don't think that the Nazis, I ultimately don't think they were left-wing, but I think that they used left-wing animus to propel themselves forth.
But by your metric, they are left-wing, though.
Yeah,
that's
the
problem of the single factor.
They're not
capitalists. I mean,
no, but Nazis were super capitalists.
No, they're anti-capitalists.
No,
they're socialists.
No, they're not socialist. If you look, I mean, they
National Socialists.
Yeah, they had socialist in their name. The People's Democratic Republic of the Congo has democratic in its name. Like, who fucking cares?
Well, no,
they had use any word you want. But no, they had privately controlled businesses.
Controlled by the state. They say
right. Oh, I should mention that do you think like the CCP is anti-capitalist? Because I don't.
Well, they have some. They use some kind of incentives, but all businesses
I don't consider.
The buck stops at the state with all businesses.
Yeah, I consider that state-controlled capitalism. I think markets
state capitalism.
Should be. Yeah, I don't think that should exist.
Okay, so wait. When you say anti-capitalist, you mean basically model, right?
I mean markets. I mean markets in general. I mean money. I mean like a society that uses the dollar as the motivating factor to get people to do things.
Okay, but wait. I'm trying to simplify. So, because you said that China, you don't consider China as left wing, right?
No.
Okay, so like because under socialism and communism, you can have under I believe under Marx, you can have situations where there is state ownership of businesses, and that would still be considered socialist or Marxist.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay. I just feel like you have a very strange definition.
Yeah,
a very unique definition.
That's usually me because I don't. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes it can take a while to figure it out.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so yeah, because the Nazis had corporatism, and they weren't. There were some private businesses, and they were mostly using their economic. They didn't really care about. My argument is that the Nazis didn't really care about capitalism. They were just trying to enact their cultural policies by whatever means possible.
But like they definitely had people getting rich. They had private business owners. Like, yeah, I mean, like it was all being orchestrated to some extent by the state, but there were still like factory owners getting rich. And like what I'm talking about,
those factory owners that were getting rich had to support the Nazi party. Otherwise, their factory was taken away from them, and it was given to someone.
So it's not, but it wasn't like this factory now belongs to its workers, which to me that would be socialism. Or communism,
Well, what if
that'd be an anti-capitalist fucking sentiment.
Are you saying, okay, just to drill down a little bit. So if you have a factory, say we have a society where all the businesses are co-op models, there's no private businesses. People are still going to be motivated by making money. Just they'll be making for themselves.
I mean, I would like to get
anti-capitalist, or is it only anti-capitalist once it becomes a moneyless society?
It would be a step towards anti-capitalism, in my opinion. I think there's still too. I think there's still too many market forces and things involved at that level. But I would find that preferable and far. I think it would be a great stride towards a more socialist economy.
But so under your definition, you really just mean, the classical communist, no money society utopian idea. Okay.
And I by the way, don't ask me how to create a society without money.
Fair enough.
I don't fucking know.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm curious, what is the point of conceptualizing left and right this way? It feels like your definition is very different than everyone else's. It's kind of like putting you in this weird sphere where if you say left and right, no one can know what you're talking about.
I think most people still generally do. Because honestly, I think of the people I know of who consider themselves to be on the left, I feel like most are, by my definition, anti-capitalist to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it is almost like the one thing that truly unites people that I consider to be on the left.
Yeah.
Once again, right. I mean, I hate these kind of semantics things. I really hate labels in general. I understand they're necessary for communication, but this is exactly why I hate them and why they always break down for me, because I'm never able to conceptualize something by a stringent definition that is instantly communicatable to others around me without some sort of protracted discussion like this.
Right. But that's just the fallacy of verbal communication.
Well,
There's no way around
the purpose of having this discussion is so we can drill down to that stuff, though. Obviously. Yeah.
But you mentioned that my definition seems a little strange to you, but I'm a little strange. So I don't know what to tell you about that.
Fair enough.
Strange is cool. I can dig strange.
Mm-hmm.
So just Sitch, I don't want to cut you off if you.
No, there was nowhere else to go from there. But
okay, I want to ask you about your ideology, TJ. We talked a little bit about at the beginning, and it's for me. I would assume that it's something close to like anti-theism. Like you think the world would be a better place without religion because you want people to believe things that are scientifically accurate, that are correct.
Sure.
Is that it? Or?
I mean, look, it's not just that, but yeah, I mean, I think that people should try to strive to be rational and base their conclusions on the available evidence. I don't think that conjecture is useless. I don't think that a lot of things I think ultimately boil down to subjectivity. Mm-hmm. So I think there's still plenty of room for people to play around with different ideas, even in a society that does kind of limit you in terms of what you can believe to the evidence. But when I look at society, I think there's people who look at it and they see things they want to prune out, and there's people who look at it and see there's things they want to add on, and usually there's a combination of the two. But if I'm looking at the way things are now, I'm definitely more of an abolisher. There's a lot of things that I think should just go away, more than I think there's just things that I think should be added on.
So, these are like cultural things, like behaviors or.
Well, culture itself.
What are you talking about abolishing? Okay, culture itself. But you admitted at the beginning, you said it's like we were talking about dogma, and you said at some level society has to cohere, so people have to be on the same page and believing certain things about the world. Otherwise, you get just a mess.
100% true.
Okay. So, but this is, what are we talking about? Like, we can't abolish everything, obviously.
No. Yeah. I mean, some things have to exist. Unless the planet blows up, then we can abolish everything, I guess.
Right. But I think the world would be better if those dogma things were based in factual reality, were based in truth. I do think that, I mean, I'm willing to admit, and there's been some scientific research on this, that people can believe untrue things, and believing those untrue things can make their lives more meaningful and even successful. So they're practicing an ideology that's based on, whatever.
When it comes to,
but it's not truth.
When it comes to something like that, when it comes to something like religion, my stance would be, I do feel like I'm an anti-theist on the level that I don't want there to be organized religion. I would say that if someone has a personal sort of belief that is uniquely theirs, that makes them feel like it's easier to get through the day, or motivates them, or makes them feel like some sort of cosmic force is on their side, then more power to them. Don't give a shit. But don't place that ahead of reason, and don't dogmatize that on a broader scale.
Okay. Don't force it on other people, it sounds like you're saying.
Right. Or don't even talk to other people about it. Make that something that's private, you know, or maybe something you only talk to about your closest friends or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I just don't want there to be organized religion. I feel like, you know, look, when I'm, in Las Vegas or something, and I'm like, oh man, I got a feeling number 7's coming up on the roulette wheel or whatever, you know, like that's an irrational feeling, but I don't think that's a harmful feeling. I don't think me thinking like, oh man, 7 is hurting anybody. It might hurt me if I'm like everything on 7 and then, 17, sir. It's like, fuck. But by and large, I don't think you can even really reasonably expect to stamp out all traces of irrationality and subjectivity. And I don't think people would really want you to. I feel like that's part of the flavor of life.
Well, I'm not in favor of getting rid of subjectivity. I'm just talking about the broader idea of how to make society cohere. Like there are these different ideologies that are competing for space in people's daily existence. And I mean, I'm willing to admit, it sounds like you're admitting kind of the same thing here, that someone can adopt the ideology of some religion, like Christianity or Islam or whatever religion it is, Judaism, and they can know that that belief system contains things that are factually incorrect, but that, you know, subscribing to this belief system actually improves their quality of life, and that's why they do it. I think, by the way, I mean, do you accept that?
You say there's science on that, and
yeah,
I'm sure that there's probably something there. I do think that the amount to which religion improves people's lives has been kind of exaggerated. But you said you've actually seen some work on it, so I'd have to look at that.
Joseph Henrich is a guy. David M. Buss is a guy who has studied this kind of stuff. The Secret of Our Success is a great book if you're interested in it. And he even goes through, like, basically different tribal religions and how they have different kinds of belief systems that actually, present these cooking habits that actually improve their quality of life.
The unfortunate thing about it is that you have something like, all right, so here's this belief system, and maybe that improves your existence in one way or another, or in multiple ways even. But the problem is that if you have that belief system, it makes you infinitely more manipulable as well, especially by leaders in that religion. So I think that, if there's a way to preserve sort of the positive aspects of irrational belief and get rid of the drawbacks, I'd be willing to look into that. But by and large, I think that the elimination is probably a good thing, even if it does have some positive effects.
So you think adopting any ideology makes you manipulable? I mean, that's the point.
Oh, well, I mean, of course.
The point of an ideology is to manipulate you into certain behaviors.
Well, not necessarily always.
I'm just saying, look, you introduce a group of people, you introduce an ideology. That ideology is the set of behaviors that they have to interact with the world. Them interacting the world in a very evolutionary sense is going to either improve their lot or lessen their lot, depending upon the ideology, right?
Like group psychology being like, I think it's kind of something that doesn't even necessarily always come up out of like malice or pre-planning. I think a lot of times it's sort of like a naturally occurring thing where it's like, I
agree.
if there's a group of people and that group of people is like, here's what we believe. And, oh yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And then, some people say like, well, I believe about 90% of that, but there's a few things I don't agree with.
Right.
And then there's always going to be little things where like they come up against like some kind of issue or something that like makes them kind of have to take a side one way or another on one of their issues. And it's like, I think we should go this way. No, I think we should go this way. And there's always gonna be these splits, and there's always gonna be like parts of the group are gonna put pressure on other parts of the group to conform to the ideology and stuff. And that's gonna happen in any sort of ideological group.
So, but how do you tell which one is the successful? Let's say group A and group B split off.
Yeah.
How do you tell which has the better ideology?
unfortunately, usually that's going to boil down to subjectivity. It's just going to be like, huh.
Well, can't we hold on? Can't we objectively measure which group thrives and which group ends up a disaster?
But I mean, like that presupposes that what's going to make a group thrive fundamentally is the truth, quote unquote.
Well, no.
Right?
Listen, I said this ideology could be completely fictitious. Like they could adopt things that aren't.
I mean, but like, I don't know. There's not only is there an objective, there's no objective measure by which to be like, which group is more successful and like if there's a group that's like.
There is an objective measure. It's which group thrives and which group is a disaster.
What if the group that fails, what if we decide like, hey, that group did fail, but they had a hell of a time on their way to failure, like
we have to,
the friends we made along the way kind of thing. Like, I don't know.
Assuming you agree on a subjective goal, right?
Or what if that group only failed because of external factors, So there's so many fucking variables. It's kind of hard to objectively kind of measure that no matter what you try to do. And even like well-being is not an objective measure. Like if I fucking spend my every day fucking snorting a rail of coke and drinking a fucking bottle of whiskey and then driving around running over trash cans and pedestrians and shit, but I'm having a time of my life, I'm certainly not contributing to well-being, but maybe I'm having a fucking blast.
Right.
So I don't know.
Well, I think in terms of a group of people adopting the ideology, my central premise is that they can adopt an ideology that is not based in objective reality and can live a more thriving lifestyle. It's actually the same. It's the argument that I see closest to fitting the facts of the trans ideology, because I don't think the facts of their ideology fit the objective world. I think they're completely wrong about the objective world. But we allow them to transition and to engage in this behavior because they will live a more meaningful life. We seem to accept that with them, even though they may not believe something that's scientifically accurate. Does that seem correct to you?
I mean, I asked what the exact nature of the scientific inaccuracy is, and it seems kind of vague.
That people cannot be born in the wrong body.
But I mean, like, even if you don't necessarily have to accept people can be born in the wrong body, like a fucking Freaky Friday scenario. The point is that they have gender dysphoria. It's been determined that the best way to treat that is for them to socially transition. Like, I don't know. It doesn't, like, I don't really. It just like, where's the grand, like. Look, you don't have to start accepting magic or something. Like, it's like, oh shit, when God was fucking throwing souls into corpses.
It can be determined.
Threw a male fucking soul into a female fucking shell. Damn it.
It's being determined. It's being determined that they will have a better quality of life. It hasn't been determined that they are going to change their biological sex. That's what it hasn't determined.
But that's how you treat a mental illness. If gender dysphoria is a mental illness, which, I mean, maybe some people will get mad at me for saying that, but like, I don't see how else you could.
Some people will get mad at you for saying that, but
I don't see how else you could possibly qualify it. But if the treatment for that is gender transitioning, then like that should be the treatment. But I don't necessarily think that should be I don't think that's the only valid reason to transition either. So
right, but I'm only bringing it up because I want to separate the ideology and how the ideology impacts the natural world and the natural world. And just because, I'm a scientifically minded person, I like to believe true things. I like to think of myself on team truth. I want to know what's factually going on here. And I feel like I'm getting a lot of, just gaslighting from the trans community on this stuff, as if we've reached some sort of scientific consensus, in the same way that you'd get gaslighting from the intelligent design people about how they've found the ultimate proof that God exists.
Yeah, I don't think that there's been any sort of like gaslighting, at least en masse. I don't know. I've not seen evidence of that.
Okay. Sitch,
how much more time do you have, TJ?
Hold on.
We've been talking for about an hour.
4:43. Yeah.
Minutes,
I can talk for a little longer.
Nice. Let me see if there's any super chats directed to you. Anonymous Cower for $20. Thank you. Says, ask TJ if he watched Stephen Michael Davis's video on Nina Turning's tweeting about the CEOs producing less value than McDonald's line cooks.
No, I haven't seen that. Sorry.
Are you familiar with that tweet?
Nina Turner?
Said, yeah, she said something like, McDonald's fry cooks provide more productivity for McDonald's than the CEO does.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of those things that's true in one sense and not in another. I think there's a point to be made there, but I don't necessarily think that it's like necessarily something you could take true on a super literal sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think at the end of the day, what's being said is like, if there's no CEO, it's conceivable there could still be a McDonald's. If there's no fry cooks, it's really not conceivable. And unless, you just go fully to automation, which we probably will within the next 15, 20 years. So,
I mean, I don't know.
I think it's actually, I think at this point with Chat GPT, it might actually be quick. It might actually be the CEO that becomes
it's gonna have a Chat GPT that does it.
I think that the CEO might actually be a more automatable away job at this point than line cook.
I mean, I would say, the way sort of these capital businesses are structured, by definition, they can't function with a CEO. So I guess I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, I think that it's not impossible to conceive of a configuration whereby you would not need that CEO role.
Well, you'd still but you still like the board would make the CEO decisions or something?
Something like that.
Right. But that's not really what she is talking about.
Right. I don't think so either.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, I think it's a discussion point.
Why do you dislike capitalism so much, TJ?
I think there are certain instances where it can be pretty useful in terms of motivating people. I think there are a number of areas where profit motive is not necessarily the healthiest motive.
Yeah.
I think like the existence of like the insurance industry and stuff like that kind of show that to me. The idea that more and more often the government is subsidizing these private businesses. More and more often we see that what were once publicly run services are now being handed off to private industry, and then our tax dollars are being funneled into the hands of companies that we had no consumer say in whatsoever.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're just talking about corruption.
Everything is turning into but it's just inherent. Like there's no way
corruption is inherent in capitalism.
The nature of the system I think it's just an emergent property of the fucking profit motive we set up.
I think we should automate away all the jobs that people wouldn't do unless they were getting paid to do it. Like all the jobs that people would do even if they weren't getting paid, we should not automate those away, obviously. Because
I
people want to do
you.
those.
I think that the main thing for me is automate away as many jobs as you possibly can. But I mean, this is another reason why I feel this way, because you're touching on the futurism stuff.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I'm a futurist.
Yeah, me too. And I think that one of the things is, one of the things that scares me about this technology, everyone's so scared of like AI and automation and stuff. But the thing that scares me about it is just like the power dynamic that exists in society right now. Because, there's a group of people that are on the top, and then there's like a bunch of people who are laborers. And as the laborers become more and more unnecessary, it's like, hey, what do the billionaire elites really need us for at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of gets to this thing where it's like they're trying to build vessels to carry them to space. We know for a fact that these guys have like doomsday bunkers all over the world. That's not conspiracy theory. That's just like fact. We know that there's a lot of like looming, financial and ecological disasters on the horizon. We see that this automation tech is getting better and better. We see this AI tech is getting better and better. And like these technologies are not at all democratized. Like we don't have much power over these. All this technology is in private hands, and that kind of scares me.
Well, competing private hands, so that's
sure. I mean, competing to an extent, but ultimately, I think most of them are competing. They're competing a little bit against each other, but I think they're more competing against us.
Yeah, I am nervous about artificial intelligence because I think artificial intelligence will reshape the world in the same way that nuclear weapons did. So I think it's important that America,
I think it actually
gets to artificial intelligence before one of these autocracies does.
I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, America is just an autocracy with window dressing. So I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, I think we probably disagree on that pretty wholeheartedly. But someone in the chat, I don't know if I know your Kyle Rittenhouse position. Do you like hate Kyle Rittenhouse or indifferent to Kyle Rittenhouse?
I have a kind of a mixed bag of a position on that.
Okay.
I think that legally speaking, from what I know about the law and shit, I feel like him not being charged with a crime was correct. But I still think everything he did makes him a total piece of shit. And I think he should fucking die. So.
Wow.
But hold on a second here. For being a piece of shit, he should die?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty low bar, just being a piece of shit.
Well, I don't mean he should literally die.
Okay.
I just,
good. You're being hyperbolic.
Figuratively?
I'm just saying fuck him. That's all.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could look at it that
I don't think he broke the law. I don't think he broke the law.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from what I could see, he did not break the law.
So look, I
just think with the moment you fucking take a gun and drive to a fucking protest and start looking to fucking start shit,
that didn't happen. That's not what happened.
Standing in front of a storefront, being like, anyone who tries to rob this store, gonna have to go through me. It's like, fuck that. You're not.
He was hired. He was hired to protect the business. So when he gave his Kevlar to his friend who was on the roof, was that him being a piece of shit?
I have no idea. I don't follow it that much.
If we're both going to protect a used car lot together, TJ,
and
there's going to be hoodlums there with guns, and I have one Kevlar vest, and I say, TJ, this Kevlar vest belongs to me, but I am going to give it to you, TJ. I want you to be safe tonight. Am I a piece of shit, or am I like the best friend you've ever had?
You're a piece of shit. The minute you agreed,
the
minute you agreed as a 17-year-old to go fucking privately defend a bit, you're not a security expert. You know what the fuck you're doing.
Well, he was acting as a security guard though, so.
At 17 years old, fuck that.
Well, if there say there was a 25-year-old, veteran security expert. I mean, I think the only difference would have been that he would have immediately shot the guy instead of running away from him. I don't think it would have been that different of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, well, it wouldn't have probably.
Well, okay, but I assume you still would just think that's an immoral action to even go there in the first place. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you really want to get into it, I don't really like the idea of standing out there with a gun defending some fucking business in the first place. So
why not?
Right.
I don't really believe in it.
It's not like it's an anti-capitalist.
So the Indian people that own the car lot just have to absorb, the hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages and.
Sitch, don't play the race card, okay? They're just normal Americans.
The normal American Indian immigrants just have to absorb hundreds of thousands of damages and just shrug.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that's. I mean, that's horribly immoral.
You got to take a stand somewhere.
Yeah, but why there? That seems so immoral.
Because I don't think it is. I think if you're looking at it as broadly as I am, it's like what's worth more, that human life or that property? And I'm always going to say that human life should be protected. Well,
it depends upon the person, obviously.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, doesn't it?
No.
No,
I don't believe in that.
Do you think so? You think let's use a crazy example. Say I'm assuming the car lot's worth more than the life of Hitler, right? No.
What? No.
TJ, you can't support defending the life of Hitler. Come on.
I would know. No,
for a bunch of used cars. Look.
I mean, he should spend.
Hitler's life is not worth a tricycle.
If Hitler was alive and real, I think he should spend his life in jail. But I don't believe in killing him.
Really?
No. I don't believe. Okay. I don't believe in depriving any human being of life.
Well, I assume you do if they're going to kill you, right?
What?
If they're going to kill you, I assume.
If someone's going to, I mean, if it's down to a life for a life, then obviously the aggressive life has to go.
Right, but if it's any sort of destruction of property, or if they're a mass murderer, but you can get them peacefully, or not peacefully, but without killing them, you know, that should be the tact, essentially.
Yes.
And so, no death penalty.
No.
Gotcha. Okay, I mean, I completely disagree with you, but
it's fine.
Fair enough.
It's fine. I mean, that's one of those issues that's just completely subjective. So,
yeah, I guess to an extent.
I mean, to 100%. There's no extent to which it's objective. There might be objective facts about it, but your opinion is always up to you.
Yeah, fair enough.
TJ, is there another super chat? I want to ask TJ about the election because.
All right, hold that thought because I'm going to grab some more water.
Okay, take your time. You read a couple super chats, Sitch.
Anonymous Car for $20 says something to think about. If you're in a debate and it devolves into Sitch's law, you can fall into a deconstructionist trap when the topic is an archetypical or abstract. Example, define masculinity, CRT. What is a woman?
Yeah.
I don't know what that you can fall into a deconstructionist trap when the topic is.
Well, you loop around just basically trying to figure out the subjective term. I mean, I try to avoid that. We here at the Sitch and Adams show always try to, dive down to the actual substance of the argument.
Right. So, I mean, that's generally when we're arguing about definitions, my goal is to not do that. So say, well, let me accept your definition, but try to argue like the actual point that's being discussed here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Anyway.
Any other cool? Look, Christian Baller's weighing in. He got it. Christian, you got your tweet read at the beginning of the stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Christian Baller upgraded to outside the simulation. Thank you so much.
Did he really? My goodness. Wow. Yeah.
Big spender.
That's like a $50 tier, man.
Yeah. Hey, for $10, Christian Baller, thanks so much. Says, I got a promotion at work with a huge pay raise. Well, that's fantastic.
We won't tell TJ about that.
There you go. Only makes sense to have a raise in free will. Glad to be back outside the simulation, boys. Here's to 1,000 more streams and Adam deepfakes. XOXO. There it is.
Well, I might have to be nicer to Christian Baller with his deepfakes now that he's in the $50 a month tier. That's very unfortunate.
There you go.
What's up, TJ?
Welcome.
Hey.
So this election is going to be.
Well, wait, before you say, I just want to say someone had something that's interesting at that. A White for 11 months says, TJ, you should talk to Jesse Single about who's pushing gender ideology. Are you familiar with?
Yeah, that's true.
He's a journalist.
Hold on 1 second. I don't know why I can't hear my own microphone here.
Oh, I always turn off I can't stand hearing my own microphone in my head.
Really?
I can't.
Oh.
I can't take not hearing it, and I
can't. Yeah, that's my favorite part of the show. Listen to my voice. What are you talking
about?
Because
I'll be yelling, and then it's like I'm like deafening myself because I'm yelling into the microphone.
Just turn it down.
Shit. All right, I found the problem.
I just turn it off.
Okay. Sorry. What was the
Jesse Single? He's a journalist. You should if you reach out to him if you want to talk to him, he'd be interesting. He's super well versed in like following a lot of the trans issue stuff, and I think he's a pretty. He's not like one of these, he's not like Michael Knowles or something. He's pretty fair, I think, on a lot of these topics.
Okay. Well, I'll look into it.
Yeah.
What do you want to ask?
So I just want to talk about the election a bit. How insane is it going to be for you if Trump is reelected?
Mildly, I guess.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, whether Trump gets elected or not, it's going to be, it's hard for me to get particularly worked up about something that's just like so inevitably dismal for me.
Right.
Like, because if Trump wins, Trump wins. If Biden wins, Biden wins. If DeSantis wins, DeSantis wins. I don't know. I don't give. I'm like, eh.
It sounds like you have a kind of
like what kind of horrible biting, gnawing, stinging insect will be dropped on us in the future. Who fucking cares almost? But
right.
Yeah.
Well, you do this thing, TJ. You start off saying something that sounds completely reasonable, and then I figure out that nested inside that thing that you've said that sounds fine, perfectly fine on the face of it, there's buried this idea that it's so caustic that it's just would be invisible to anyone hearing it unless you elaborated on it. So that's interesting. You're basically saying it's not going to be any big deal. It's just going to be, World War III and total catastrophe.
Well, how big of a deal do you think that is? I don't know.
Well,
on a geological time scale, Adam, it's not a big deal. Okay.
Yeah, are we taking the cosmic perspective? Are we taking the 5 minutes perspective? Like, what are we doing?
I didn't freak out the first time Trump was elected, but I know a lot of people did kind of freak out, and that
I didn't either. I was definitely in the camp of like, give him a chance. Who knows? Let's see.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, and then I thought to myself, for most of his presidency, standard issue fucking Republican.
But
and
the
then
response,
the January 6th stuff happens, and it's like. oh man, this guy's kind of like got fascist ambitions, huh? Like, okay, well, shit. I guess that's bad. You know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I never really liked him. But I was give him a chancer to start with, and he didn't really, because he kind of spoke out of both sides of his mouth that first time. You know, he would say so many things that seemed contradictory, and you were just like, let's see. We're not going to really know where he really stands until he actually starts governing. And then it was very standard issue in a lot of ways.
It seemed like
tax cuts and tough on crime or whatever, but not much else.
He ran as like a right-wing populist, which has overlap with the left, and it was kind of interesting. People were questioning what direction he was going to go. And I think at first he did try. I remember very early in his presidency, there was, I forget what it was about. There was some legislation that was being argued over, and he actually sounded like he was going to make a deal with the Democrats and Nancy Pelosi, and he was kind of making fun of the Republicans. And then Mitch McConnell kind of sat him down and gave him the talk about how he couldn't do that. And then he kind of went back, on all that stuff. So
yeah, very strange. I don't know. I felt like there was at least some potential there because he seemed like a bit of a loose cannon. I thought maybe he would kind of knock some shit loose, but I was actually kind of disappointed to see that the way he governed was pretty generic Republican politician, not all that different from how like a Bush or someone would govern. Of course, Bush did get us into Iraq, so I think he's still considerably worse.
In ways, there was a difference. I mean, I don't think, obviously Bush wouldn't have been so isolationist, right? So kind of dismissive of NATO and stuff.
That's just kind of like the evolving Republican ethos, though.
The populist isolationist.
We're going to have 2 Trump versus Biden elections in a row. That's a little, that's a little insane.
I'm not counting out. A lot of people are starting to count out DeSantis because he didn't look as good in some of the most recent polls, and it seems like there's like this resurgence of like interest in Trump as like people are like, wait, maybe we can put him in again. But I don't know. I think that there's a pretty good chance that if DeSantis can stand up to Trump in the primaries, then there might be there's still a pretty good chance of him grabbing the reins.
Yeah. I agree.
But I don't know. It really depends on how ferocious is Trump going to get on that stage and how, what's DeSantis going to throw back at him. And they both kind of have to be careful because, Trump is the standard bearer of the party and DeSantis is the upstart of the party that has a lot of potential. And I think that if Trump takes on DeSantis too hard, it kind of makes him look like he's not, like he's just for himself and he's not for the party. But if DeSantis goes after Trump so hard, it's like you're attacking a figure that's beloved to them. So, I mean, like, both of them are kind of incentivized to use kid gloves on each other, but they're both in a situation where they really can't afford to.
Yeah, so I don't think Trump will do that, even though I agree with what you're saying. He should do that, but
I think Trump is more strategic than he might initially appear, I think. And
I think he's scorched earth, man. He's gonna he's gonna
he's definitely
the
he's
life
gonna decide
out of DeSantis.
He's gonna go that way.
Yeah.
He's going to he's just going to burn DeSantis down because his thinking is not going to be what I just said. His thinking is going to be like, once I burn this fucker down, where are they going to fucking go?
Well, it depends upon whether or not you believe in reality he will do a third party run if he loses the primary. I feel like he might. I feel like that's how scorched earth he is.
He's the kind of guy that might do that. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So if that's his plan, then why not destroy DeSantis? And if DeSantis wins as the Republican nominee, you've already done half your work.
I think basically this doesn't end without one of them being destroyed. Either DeSantis is going to have to tear down Trump or Trump is going to have to tear down DeSantis. So it's just going to get ugly as fuck.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Like whatever happens, I think you're going to see whoever proceeds on is just going to be like kind of like battered.
Well, they're going to lose to Joe Biden again.
I mean, like it might not even be Joe Biden. They might fucking put up someone else.
No. Joe Biden could be in a coma and they would wheel him out with an IV drip.
Dude, I feel like I've heard various rumblings of like, oh, we better figure something else out. But
yeah, by people who don't want to vote for Joe Biden again, not by Joe Biden. Joe Biden, every interview I've heard with him or his wife, they say, oh yeah, he's running.
But he has to say that.
Sitch always says this.
But he can't say he's not. He literally cannot say he's not running.
If Joe Biden decided to fucking jump out of this, like what's going to happen is like a year and a half or so before the election, he's going to fucking make an announcement that while his health is still excellent now, he's concerned that it might not be good enough in the future to run again.
This is hopium. Hopium all the way.
We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, it's really not, because honestly, I feel like anybody they could replace him with would be fucking worse to me. So it's not.
See, Joe Biden is well liked by the Democrats. They're actually into the job he's doing.
Honestly, like watching, I don't know if you guys have seen these like little fucking president AI things that are fucking everywhere all of a sudden.
Yes.
But like that to me has made both Joe Biden and Trump dangerously more likable to me. Like I have to kind of remind myself, like, that's not how they actually are.
They're not actually playing Minecraft with each other. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not like, that's pretend, you know?
Yes. No, that's interesting. That's a good point.
It kind of does on that emotional level. You kind of like, as you like the character in the video more, it kind of makes you feel a little differently about the person too.
That's very perceptive. You've got to be really going to change people's thoughts on the president.
You got to be fucking cautious about that shit, because
that's interesting.
I don't know how long this trend is going to last of turning these presidents into like these popular characters in these little cute Minecraft things and shit. But like
forever.
If that's a forever trend, then we got to be really cautious to separate the actual politician from the fucking pretend one on the fucking YouTube screen.
We'll learn. People will learn eventually, but
maybe.
Well, I'll say regarding the kids gloves things. I mean, Trump has already accused DeSantis of being a groomer and a pedophile. Sure. So I think the kid gloves has passed beyond that point.
They're all gonna fucking do that now. I mean, that's just like that's standard issue talking point these days.
Right.
Like that doesn't even mean anything anymore. That's like being called a faggot in the 90s now.
There you go. Ronoro Zoro is here for $5. Says, ask TJ if he thinks the Ukrainians' land is worth more than the Russians' lives.
Ukrainian land, Russian lives. I mean, like when you're talking about the invasion of a country, you are talking about like displacement of people, and you're necessarily talking about killing people, because there's never been an invasion that didn't result in death. So I think at that point it translates to you're the aggressor that's encroaching. But once again, I can talk to you in an immediate sense, but I also have to talk to you in the broader sense of I don't think countries should exist. So I don't know. But like I have like a short term sort of like, okay, get into the geopolitics of now and talk in a way that people are going to actually relate to, or say what you actually think, which is that countries as a concept are fucking stupid, and like we shouldn't have arbitrary lines all over the ground telling people where they can go and what rules they have and all this shit.
Well, before I ask you about countries not existing, so like theoretically, I mean, there could have been, like, if Ukraine didn't fight back, right? Like if it was just like Georgia or Crimea, like the Russians would have walked in, they would have, maybe killed Zelensky or whatever, replaced it with some stooge and walked out. A lot less, significantly less people would be killed, significantly less things would be destroyed.
Sure.
Would that be the moral thing to do on that level? Or is living under a government you don't have control over worth fighting for and dying for?
I think that, I mean, to some extent, most of us don't really have much say in what government we exist under. Now, I'm like, we can change, we can move our country or whatever. We can, I guess, acquiesce to invaders when they come. And I mean, look, it's a strategy that's been used before. There are countries that, when it comes right down to it, if there's an invading force, their kind of attitude is like, I guess we're Russian now for a bit, guys.
Right.
So I don't know, but I think that kind of boils down to a personal choice at that instant.
Well, what do you think? Ukraine have taken that route to say, well, we'll just acquiesce?
I mean, I don't feel like I'm comfortable giving Ukraine advice on what they should have done in that situation.
Fair enough.
I believe, as far as what the U.S. should have done, I believe we should have drawn a much harder line in the sand much earlier to prevent the invasion.
How would we have accomplished that?
Just put it down to Russia, like, hey, you cross this line, and it's on.
Like, because they're not going to attack Russia. Like,
they're not going to trigger.
Military?
No, make it where here's the line. You cross it, we're at war. Russia's not going to cross that fucking line.
No, but what does that mean when we say we're at war?
I mean, like, we're at war. We are at war with Russia.
Yeah, like, so like our military will attack Russia if you invade Ukraine. Okay,
exactly. Wow.
Interesting.
I mean, like, because Russia's not going to cross that fucking line. There's no fucking way they'd cross it.
I mean,
but we're not willing to take that kind of bold action because we're terrified of that prospect, which, of course, they're terrified of that prospect too, which is exactly why it's a good tactic, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what if they did?
Then World War III.
Well, I think
that's a pretty good incentive not to cross that line, don't you think?
It is, but what if they did? What if they said, "Well, America's bluffing. Joe Biden's an old man. He's not going to do anything about it."
Then, I guess it was a miscalculation at that point, right?
Man.
Why? I don't think you can put down these lines that you're not willing to back up if people cross them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, Obama kind of did that in 2014, and I think that's part of what helped.
Well, yeah, he made a line in the sand, and it was like, fuck you. And they crossed it, and then...
He didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, just minor things. But nothing.
And it's like, oh, well, now we're going to sanction you. But they knew that was the line crossed. You know, like, because we're perfectly willing to do, like, economic sanctions and shit. And just like, oh, yeah, that's going to do something.
How about if we just tell them we're going to nuke them?
Yeah, like, it's going to be the end of the world if you cross this fucking line. So don't cross it. They're not going to be... Russia's not going to be like, wait, so, like, are you honestly thinking Russia's going to be sitting there like, you know what?
Are they going to nuke us?
We want Ukraine. We want Ukraine so fucking bad. Yeah, let's end the world. Let's end the world so we can get Ukraine. Like, they're not going to make that geopolitical chess move. It's like putting your queen right there.
Yeah, but
they will though. Yeah,
they won't.
Dude, no, they won't.
No, wait. They're not going to make the chess move where they say, let's end the world over Ukraine. What they might make, the chess move, is saying America is bluffing. And the problem, I guess, it's not
poker, it's chess. Remember that.
Chess has bluffs too, okay? But the problem with what my contention with what you're suggesting is that's essentially Russia made that decision. America and Europe, they didn't say we're going to go to war, but they said, hey, Russia, if you invade Ukraine, there's going to be massive consequences. And Russia's like,
they know
there's not going to be massive consequences.
Russia knows the massive consequences is just going to be like, we're going to economically sanction you, we're going to give weapons to the Ukrainians. They already knew.
Wait a minute. Do you think if Putin had a time machine and he could go back in time, do you think he still would have invaded knowing how it's going right now?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remotely think so. I think he definitely won't do that.
No.
Why do you think that, Sitch? I mean, I'm kind of agnostic on that question.
You think with all the so Russia right now, which is having massive demographic problems before the war, has lost hundreds of thousands of Russian men. And like, this is just bleeding the country dry of men and their military. It's making them their military look like a joke to the rest of the world. And you think that with this knowledge, they would still go through?
First of all, Russia,
because look what America did in Iraq. Like, we stayed there for fucking ever, and it was not.
I think that's a completely different situation.
But it's a different situation for sure.
Well, no, America's a democracy. Russia is an autocracy.
But here's the thing: we wanted. I mean, America was a democracy. Who was the anti-war vote in that fucking situation? Like, we didn't have any fucking electoral representation about whether or not to go to war with Iraq or
but whether or not Russia invades is based on Putin, not on his electorate. He's not worried about losing the next election.
At the end of the day, the people in power made a decision, and the rest of us are along for the ride.
No, I understand that, but if America,
but what I'm saying is, the important thing about this though is it really doesn't matter what the decision-making process is, because the point is this. When America fucking occupied Iraq for a long time, and it was like, we kept hearing we're losing, it's embarrassing, it's making our military look weak, all the same stuff you're saying right now. And then when we really wanted to get that shit under control, we just did like, all right, massive surge in troops. Boom. And we just fucking, it was basically like we tenderized it for a while. And it's like, America's really not doing that good, but we were just wearing it away. And then bam, massive troop infusion. And we fucking took the whole goddamn country basically in like a few months. And like, Russia could do that exact same shit.
No,
I mean, it's right there.
Russia's still in the game, Sitch. I don't think. I mean, they're committing like there's 150,000 troops being deployed in May.
Wait, this is so wrong. This is so wrong.
It's a long game, dude.
In the entirety of the Iraq War, 4,000 American soldiers died.
Sure, but there's
in like a year and a couple of months, over 100,000 Russians have died. The idea that they're like sitting back on their reserve forces and can just let them go to take over the country, that's not happening.
Look, they have 150,000 more coming to join the fight. So
right, and like, not only that, but Russia has not even used its air force to maximum effect.
This is a Russian way they do war. They throw bodies at it.
You're so wrong.
I'm telling you, dude, they're grinding the Ukraine down. You're gonna see in a
few
years.
Sitch didn't even think they were going to invade. So I mean, he's been wrong.
Right.
Before.
So he's already got a track record of wrong.
Okay, you got Adam. I don't even know how you're fucking saying. I don't even know how you're on on this track, Adam. Okay. TJ's crazy. We've already established this.
Well, no, for some reason,
crazy like a fox.
There you go.
No, TJ, you are crazy, but for some reason you're right on this.
No,
wait, Russia is rearming with more reinforcements. I think they have 150,000 troops that they're going to send in. They're waiting for winter to be over to really start fucking the battle. So I've heard I've heard various different political commentators say this. Like, it's in no way whatsoever over. Why do you think all of a sudden it's over? Yes, they performed.
I never said it was over. Wait.
Okay.
The original question.
They've underperformed.
Okay.
Your original question was, would Putin have invaded if he knew it was going to turn out like this? And I say, of course.
Okay. That to me is so. First of all, even if hypothetically, say winter ends and Russia manages to take over the country at the cost of basically, maybe another 100,000 fucking Russians' lives. Ukraine has been fucking destroyed. Everyone in the rest of the world, except for China and India, fucking hates Russia's guts. What do they really gain? What do they gain from that? That's worth the cost.
Putin stays in power and he keeps the port. He keeps the Crimea area.
Does he stay in power?
Plus, there's a bunch of crops that are grown in Ukraine too. So.
To me that is so completely not worth it. And I really don't
you're
think
not Putin.
If Putin had the crystal ball here and he saw the future, he only invaded because he didn't expect there to be this massive backlash.
I mean, if that were true, he would have pulled out by now. It would have just been
he can't pull out. What do you mean? He can't pull out.
Well,
there's no exit.
I mean, there are some people that think he's going to.
You just said it's an autocracy. Of course he can pull out if he wants to.
Wait. So autocracies only work because the people under you fear you and they, have belief in you. If he invades Ukraine, gets his military shit canned, and then runs away with his tail between his legs, he's going to get fucking deposed in a week.
You don't phrase it like that, though.
Well, obviously. But
yeah, I mean, like you say, like, look, we need to focus more on this other thing. And then it's like, we have accomplished our mission accomplished, hang up the banner. We did it. We got rid of the Nazis in Ukraine. We're going back.
I don't think that. Listen. I wish that was a viable strategy. I don't think it is.
And if you're really worried about too many of your guys fucking deciding you're fucking weak and trying to take over, just kill a good fucking healthy number of them as well. They were traitors. They betrayed us in Ukraine. They sabotaged our efforts. Kill them. And the rest are like, oh fuck.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ukraine
is overperformed, but I don't think. I mean, I've heard people say that Russia is going to still win, take over Ukraine, and actually invade other countries. As many as 3 countries.
Okay,
look, this is why I'm saying,
even if they win, who are they going to invade after that?
There's like a list of countries. Look, I've heard different diplomats talking about this shit, man.
Okay,
I have no idea about that, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get Ukraine in the long run.
I don't know. This is wild to me. Even if they eventually get Ukraine, the cost is going to be so significant. I think it'll end up destroying.
Everyone was super optimistic about Putin even invading. Now you're super optimistic that the Ukrainians are going to push him back.
That's my entire point, and that's my problem with the bluffing strategy, is because there was obviously a massive misunderstanding between the West and Putin. Putin didn't think the West would react the way it's doing to the invasion of Ukraine. He really probably thought, first of all, A, that their military was far more competent than it was, and B, that they were just going to walk in like they did with Crimea or Georgia. They didn't expect this response.
Well, there's no way to know what's going on in Putin's mind, but I'm pretty sure he expected exactly what's going on right now.
Okay, I don't know. This seems like they're.
Well, I'm glad to be getting all of this down.
Then he and the Russian military is just so beyond incompetence. I don't even know how he struggles to breathe and eat at the same time.
We need to timestamp this. We do, because when Russia invades, like crosses over Ukraine's other border and into Finland or something, then this will be a more interesting conversation.
Yeah, we'll know in 5 years who the fuck was right about this.
There you go. So you think he's going to invade a NATO country?
I don't know about all that.
This is why NATO is gearing up with all these weapons and stuff. All of these countries that border Ukraine are ready for a Russian invasion.
Wait, okay. If say they take Ukraine, I mean, their military, they're going to need years to rebuild their military. They're not going to just be able to turn around and invade some next country.
Man, I'm pretty sure countries play the long game usually.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially militarily.
But I'm just saying, You're saying like in 5 years, I don't think he's going to turn around and invade another country in 5
years.
I was
just saying in 5 years, you will see if he is able to successfully conquer Ukraine or not.
It's Belarus and Poland that are the.
Well, it's not going to be Poland because Poland.
That are
I don't think Putin's going to invade I don't think he's going to invade any NATO countries. I think that's probably far-fetched.
I think everyone hopes he's not going to invade any more NATO countries.
Because Ukraine was not in. I mean, they were in talks with NATO, which I think is why he felt pressured to do it in the first place. He's like, if we're going to act on this, we got to act now. If our ambitions include Ukraine, we got to get it now before NATO forces are there, which I think is kind of what forced his hand to do this.
Well, there weren't really any like recent talks. Like, it's not like, oh, we were talking about Ukraine joining NATO, in 2021 or 2022, and that's like, that was it. I don't really buy Putin saying that was the motivation. I think the motivation was he wanted Ukraine because of the demographics, because of the lithium, because of the natural resources, and COVID was over. And so now they finally could invade.
If you think about it, like in terms of like buying some, you can say like Ukraine's not worth it. Ukraine's not worth it. Over what time period is Ukraine not worth it? Because if you have Ukraine and you have the resources of Ukraine, that's going to pay dividends every year. So yeah, you might be paying a big initial price for it, but if ultimately it's going to deliver you these resources in this capital year by year by year, like how long does it take before it's paid for itself? 20 years, 30 years? A country like Russia can afford to make that sort of long-term calculation.
Sure, but I'm not, when you talk about like despots like Putin, I'm not sure he's thinking about like, well, what's better for my country in 20 years as opposed to like him personally.
I think he wants a legacy like most leaders do.
Yeah, well, but if his legacy is he basically lost hundreds of thousands of Russian lives to barely scrape by a victory for a country which will hate Russia forever and will be a constant source of civil war and strife, I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, I mean, that might be how it ends up.
Right.
Or maybe that, like the thing about it is, like, we could never conquer a country like Iraq or whatever and make it like a U.S. outpost out there in the Middle East, because
that was never really the goal. But
well, arguable, but. The idea.
Well, why do you say we can't? Because we won't, or because the people won't let us?
Well, I think more because it's not directly connected to us geographically. Because it's much harder to transport troops and forces.
Okay,
and tech
so the populace would force us out. But you're saying the American population would be fine with it.
Oh yeah, I don't think they would care. But
you really think so? You really think voters would be like, oh yeah, we've literally colonialized Iraq now.
It wouldn't be put to them like that. It'd be like, we liberated Iraq. So
yeah, but other people would put it as colonized.
Sure, but like they would just be called like libcuck fucking sissy bitches, crybabies. And
Sitch, I got the numbers wrong too. It's 500,000 troops that Vladimir Putin has in his second wave. So
right, so, I mean, that's going to be pretty devastating.
Well, I mean, it could be bullshit.
Even if it's 300,000, like whatever, even if it is 150,000, it's still pretty dramatic force. I mean, like pretty dramatic force. I don't know.
A bunch of people that don't want to be there, that have received little to no training, versus a bunch of people that are fighting for their freedom and their country and their lives.
I mean, passion will get you a long way, but like at the end of the day, war is kind of a numbers game a lot of the time.
Don't you remember Game of Thrones? 5 armies versus 1.
I'm not saying it's impossible for a smaller force to overcome a larger one, but like
I hear everything that you're saying. I wonder where you're getting it from, because I mean, I want to be optimistic about it too, but.
No, I'm not even listening. No, you're completely misunderstanding me. I'm not sitting here saying there's no way that Russia is going to conquer Ukraine. Well, my only point was that it sounds like you're saying, Adam, that this hasn't had some massive cost to Russia and the Russian military and the Russian people. And to me, that's completely not true.
Well, wait a second. It's had a hell of a lot of cost to Ukraine because it's been decimating their cities and infrastructure.
Yes, but it's had a massive. Obviously, no one's denying that.
Look, aside from the Russian troops that have died, what's the cost?
What do you? What do you mean? Okay, first of all, you can't just say besides the hundreds of thousands of people that died from a population. That's a massive loss. to a country that's fucking hemorrhaging in their demographics already. They just killed off about like 100,000 young men.
Well, and they're going to do another 500,000 here in May.
Yeah, so what? They're going to lose another 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 men.
Putin doesn't care if
demoralize their own population.
Putin doesn't care if
cut off all trade populations.
Putin doesn't care about any of this.
He has to care. What do you mean? Of course he cares about this.
He doesn't care. These aren't voters. He doesn't give a fuck.
If you successfully conquer the Ukraine, you're still going to have a net gain in population, no matter how many soldiers you sacrifice.
Yeah, because you're going to get all those
but not
people.
necessarily
Look at that.
growth.
TJ's thinking like a real autocrat here.
No, he's not. Because you'll gain a number.
He's like, look, I just
I'm
immigrated an entire country here, is what he's saying.
I'm happy that I've driven a wedge between the two of you. That's all I can say.
Thank you. No, but
this wedge has existed for a long time, TJ.
I didn't know you had this wacky take on this.
I created it.
You didn't know that I had this wacky take?
Yeah, this is really wacky.
What's wacky about it? Did you know that 300 to 500,000 troops are going to be deployed in a second wave in May?
That's irrelevant to my point.
How? Well, okay.
You keep thinking I'm arguing that there's no way Russia could take Ukraine. I've never said that.
Okay,
I've never said that at any point in any conversation we've ever had.
So you agree that this is not over and that Russia could?
I never said it was over. The original point was, would Putin, knowing the future, still invade? And I said no. He expected little to no resistance from both Ukraine and the West.
Hold on. What if we're talking?
And you said no. He would do it anyway. He doesn't care about any of the people that are dying. He doesn't care about making the Russian army look completely incompetent.
So take it further. Take it further. Let's say we're talking in May and Zelensky's dead and some, puppet dictator is placed in power by Putin. Then would Putin have done the same thing?
Yeah, but it's
now he's won everything.
Well, wait a minute. It's the Charlie Wilson's war problem. Wait, what happens then? Is Russia going to be able to survive? Is Russia just going to become a puppet state to China because they're the only people that'll do business with them?
Maybe that would work out great for China.
Is it worth it then?
This is a very strange argument because it kind of just involves going further and further into the
hypothetical
timeline. And then
I understand.
Would you have done that? Would you have done? What if you had done it then? What if we went?
That's why I was
years
only.
In the future, we're all slaves to a sentient race of seahorses.
Exactly.
Would you have still said it then?
Listen, when the aliens invade,
don't make fun of the seahorses.
What if Vladimir Putin is the only one that can save us from the aliens?
Sorry, seahorses. Sorry.
The sentient seahorses are coming.
That is what TJ said is true, and that's why I only limited it to what's happening now instead of the unforeseeable future where we keep going forever. Okay.
If that's the issue at hand, I think Putin in the long run probably will not regret the decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
The seahorses will thank him. That's for sure.
That's true. The Justice 35 for $20 says, Adam, Ukraine is getting Leopard 2A7s, M1 Abrams, Meyer HIMARS, MLRS systems. Ukraine is on the path to victory, and that's why Ukraine measures victory in miles while Russia can't cross the street without losing 10,000 troops.
Look, we can have that debate over and over and over again. It's going to play out, and we're going to discover how it turns out.
I feel like that commentary was colored by a lot of like weird jingoistic shit, but whatever.
That's not jingoistic. Well, I mean, he's saying that they're going to have a lot of high tech military versus the Russians who have. I mean, the Russians could have high tech military too if they're getting it from Iran
or China.
Yeah. So we can debate, and I understand. Like you're saying, oh, you're crazy. Obviously, Ukraine is going to win. And my card's on the table. I want Ukraine to win. I think Ukraine is moving towards a democracy. And obviously, there's nothing like a war to unite people as against a shared, for a shared goal, against a shared enemy. So I think, I'm rooting for Ukraine. But at the same time, I know a lot of people said, oh, Russia won't even invade. And next thing you know, they invaded.
Right. But there's a reason I've never, ever talked about the battle on the ground in terms of gains or losses, because I never trust any of that information, and I've never looked into any of it enough to make those
I've been looking into that information
whatsoever.
That's
and so it's weird to me that that's what some people in the chat think I'm like saying, oh, there's no way that Ukraine can lose or something, which is like, no, it's just, is Russia doing? Is this what Russia expected? I don't know. To me, it seems completely unlikely that this would be the expectation from Russia in terms of the way this fight is going so far.
I feel like maybe Russia, I mean, I can't really know. Maybe they underestimated to some degree, but
of course
I feel like most of this had to have been predictable because I mean, it's been kind of like standard issue how we've done things. Like we're not doing anything against Russia that's like particularly strange to our overarching strategy of dealing with these kind of like threats. Like we're doing a lot of the same stuff we've done to like Iran and other fucking enemy states that we don't have open war with. We do like economic warfare and we fund, groups that are fighting against them or give them weaponry.
I think we've had a different response every single time. Like Russia has took Crimea, took Georgia, I think. And we've had like a different response every single time.
And they just did it. Right. I mean, even in America, the American intelligence agencies and the people giving them weapons and money, they thought that this was going to be over in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
so,
and Russia was going to win.
To be drawn out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is kind of like this tendency towards like overly optimistic ideas about how easy it is to conquer a country. Yeah. I think we saw this like once again, Afghanistan, Iraq.
Yep.
Whatever our ambitions were there, we can agree that like an overly rosy picture was painted about how just easily we would just slice through those countries like a knife through warm butter. And it just, it doesn't necessarily manifest that way.
We didn't do this because it would be easy or we didn't. Now I can't think of the thing. Any super chats?
Yeah, Putin thought this was. I'm pretty sure that there was talks from Putin himself. They thought this was going to be over in a couple of weeks.
I remember.
At least they said they thought it was going to be over in a couple of weeks. So.
We didn't do this because it would be easy. We did this because we thought it would be easy. That's
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
If Don for $20 says attacking across the entire border from Belarus to Crimea with such few troops makes it obvious they were expecting to topple Ukraine quickly. The moment it became long-term war, it stopped being worth it, but Russia can't back out. See, that's what I think is going on. I think that's exactly it.
Yeah.
I don't really agree with that assessment, but I think we've already explored the reasons why.
We have, yes. Lucius Cornelius Solia for $20 says, TJ, do you acknowledge that by living in such a red district, it's more likely that extremists will live in that district, and therefore those comments you mentioned last time are underrepresentative of the average Republican?
Yeah, possibly. I don't exactly remember what exactly you're talking about.
You were on fire, TJ. Everyone got super pissed off because you were like, everyone in the South is racist. And we have a lot of people who listen who are in the South, and they're like, I'm not racist. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, I lived in the South, and there are people who, well, this was like 20 years ago.
There's like definitely way more open racism.
Well, there are people that are openly racist, but not every single person is openly racist. Yeah, they're just like people who are like, racist pieces of shit that feel they need to talk about it.
I just remember there being like a lot of times where people would be like, oh, well, you might not want to go into that area. I'm like, oh, why not? It's like, oh, well, there's a lot of Democrat voters over there. It gets dark over there a little earlier than it does other places, Like, okay, I gotcha. I see what's happening here. But whatever, I don't want to piss him off with the same take twice.
That's not where Scott Adams lives over there, right?
There you go.
What do you guys think of Scott Adams?
Did you cover Scott Adams? We never really talked about Scott Adams.
I did.
What do you mean? We had a whole conversation. Oh, you mean with TJ?
With TJ, yeah. We had a
whole conversation.
TJ, you're welcome to stay. You've been here for like almost 2 hours. You're welcome to duck out anytime, but.
I probably should get going in a minute, but
we're probably going to keep streaming it. Are we going to cover more Scott Adams, Sitch? I feel like we have like a video.
There was
or something.
A couple chunks of a debate, so we're going to watch the Jon Stewart talking, the Oklahoma State Senator guy that everyone's talking about. There was a couple chunks of the debate that I'm really important was in that we'll watch. So I really want to focus more on what Brianna Wu said, and there's some other clip that we could watch that's related to Scott Adams. So we'll talk about it then. Go ahead.
So did you have a take on Scott Adams, TJ?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think my take is all that different from what you're hearing from, I would assume, most people. Just like, the thing that is remarkable to me is just like thinking you're just going to say that and like your syndicated comic strip is just going to continue to run in like major newspapers and shit. Like,
look, you misunderstood him, TJ. He meant something completely different.
I really don't get the thing where he's like been on social media trying to do this campaign of like, no one even disagrees with me. No one even disagrees. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Yes, they do. A lot of people do. not everyone. There's people who do agree with you, but there's a lot of people who don't, and I don't understand this weird no one disagrees with me cope that's going on there.
Well, he's trying to do this, like, I don't know what you call it, argumentative jujitsu, where he's saying no one disagrees with the idea that, like, you know, you should live in an upper class, nice area. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, poor people do because they don't have the money.
That's not what he said.
I know, but that's what he's trying to say when he says, that's what he means when he says that, which I agree is not.
Because that's such a weird interpretation.
It is. I agree.
He didn't say, like, you want to live in a nice area with good amenities. Like, yes, an uncontroversial statement. Stay away from blacks. Like, controversial statement.
Sure. No, I agree. Mr. Anderson for $5 says, TJ, if you had the ultimate power, is there a group of people you would get rid of?
Oh, no.
Like I said earlier, I'm really not in favor of like bringing like death upon anybody.
That's good.
So, yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, like ideologically, there's some groups I want to stand by. Like saying I want to abolish religion is necessarily saying I want to abolish religious people, but I don't want to kill them. I just want to change their minds, or you know, maybe over time. So, I mean, like it's not really a same thing necessarily.
Well, but I think trans people think of their identity as being trans, and if you just wanted to, you know, change or talk them out of it, they would still say, you know, that's getting rid of trans people. That's still a trans genocide.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that could be like, that's probably one of the few the instances where I can actually see the comparison, I guess, because I see what you're trying to say with that. I would say that for me, like I said, when it comes down to like your personal level of like religiosity, I really don't care on that level. It's about groupthink to me. So in the same sense, I think like if a trans person feels like that's their identity, then I'm okay with that because you get to decide your identity inherently. Like we all get to, like, identity is a deeply personal thing. It's the most personal thing. So, I mean, like, yeah, I think that should be something you have absolute determination over. Now, obviously other people are going to have their own interpretations of your identity. But, you know, their interpretation of your identity is not your identity. Your identity is your identity.
Pintonium for $10 says, TJ, would you say there's a philosophical through line through your positions, like libertarians, maximum freedom, liberals, default to competition, Marxists, view things through struggle, etc.?
Yeah, I would say I'm the libertarian, maximum freedom, but without the hypocrisy that is attached to the people who identify as libertarian in this country.
What does that mean?
I'll leave it up to interpretation.
Okay. Fair enough. Rusty Cheese Knife for $5 says, TJ, you were spot on with your take on critical drinkers grifting. I disagree with about 99% of what you say regularly, but you do have your moments.
Thanks.
Yeah, you did a video recently where you were calling out, I think, critical drinker and neurotic. I didn't watch the video, so what was your take?
Go watch them.
Well, no, I planned to watch it. I just didn't have.
There you go.
I didn't have a chance to watch it before the show, but
well, if you've got to go, it's fine. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I just know we were kind of like trying to wind down, but I guess the
what's up to you?
Yeah, the gist of the take, I guess, is just that I feel like there's like a group of people that I feel like they have entered the space of media criticism from the dishonest perspective of they're not really there to criticize the media. They're there to push their own politics. And I feel like I see too much of that going on. And I don't think that this is not to say that criticism should be bereft of a political dimension. But when the politics overtake literally everything else, and what your content becomes is basically just like a nonstop screed against the concept of like wokeness or whatever, I think that's like really tedious content that's being made not out of any sort of like genuine passion about media, but out of an attempt to grift an audience for whom that message strongly resonates for political and social reasons.
Well, I couldn't disagree more, but I think, you know, maybe we can do a part 2 or something and talk about that. Because
if that's like a profound disagreement, I think we probably should save it for another time.
No, yeah. And I am curious. I definitely wanted to watch your video as soon as I saw it. I just didn't have time before the show. And, you know, we did a debate, I think maybe a couple weeks ago now, with a couple people who kind of have that perspective. And I do think I watch Critical Drinkers videos and I like him a lot. I think he's a really smart guy and he knows about film.
Did you
and
watch the?
I think the same of Nerdrotic. Just to finish up quick. So
I'm sorry. Did you watch the criticism of a Critical Drinker that was done of his Glass Onion review?
I didn't know, but if you send me any link, I'll
I'm gonna
check
send
it
you
out.
that link because I'd be interested to like at some point maybe in the future you and me could have a conversation about that.
Sure,
video.
yeah. Look, Sitch and I both have been on EFAP and we've argued with those guys about film criticism and stuff. I love talking about film and film criticism. So that's why I think when you say that Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker are not coming from like this honest perspective and they're just trying to grift an audience, I completely disagree. I think those guys are like media junkies. And
I'll just say before you go, because what you're saying is that they're inserting their politics into it, and from my understanding is that their major complaint is they feel like the left primarily is inserting politics in movies and in media in ways that didn't exist before, and that's what they're criticizing.
I feel like that's total bullshit. But I really don't want to get into it right now.
Yeah, let's do a part two.
I definitely want to do a follow up with you guys on this subject. But
let's do it.
I have to go now.
Let's do it in a few weeks.
All right.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming on. It's a lot of fun.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, stop being bad faith to our audience too. Jeez.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I want to apologize for all of my
No, we don't allow apologies on the show.
For all of my horrible strawmen and bad takes, I profoundly and sincerely apologize.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. It was my bad takes, my bad faith, my general badness.
You can.
Sorry about that.
You're just one good take away from turning your life around, TJ.
Exactly. So. I'm just waiting for it. I'm just always out there searching for that one good take that I'll eventually, hopefully have. Maybe
someday. I hope you have it on our show.
Murder. That's the good take.
All right. Have a good one, y'all.
Take care, man.
Take care. Later. So that's interesting because I looked up the video that he was talking about. Because I remember hearing Mahler talk about it, but I forgot who made it. It's a Critical Drinker Lied to You About Glass Onion by Pillar of Garbage. It's the YouTube channel. And I haven't seen it yet, but I did watch, and we're going to definitely cover this video probably in the future. Pillar of Garbage had a video recently that is like batshit crazy called The Woke Mind Virus Explain, the Superhero Diversity Problem. And it's basically them just going on and on about how, Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic and anyone who's complaining about wokeness in media is basically just, Nazi dog whistling fascist. So
yeah, I watched part of that video and it totally pissed me off.
Yes, it's an insane video. So like I am skeptical that his video complaint about Glass Onion is a good one. I mean, I saw Critical Drinker's Glass Onion video. And I've seen Glass Onion, so nothing about it stood out to me as particularly like crazy or bad or anything. So.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it's annoying because it feels like, and this is the way that I feel about it. I feel like there's a lot of political politicization. I can't speak. Politicization of media nowadays by the left, and then when people who are not on the super far left complain about it, they get slapped with the label, "Why are you adding politics to your media commentary?" And it's like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, you're the ones. I'm just responding. Yeah. I'm reacting to you.
Right.
So you're putting the politics in there.
And it becomes like this weird thing. Like with Glass Onion is a perfect example. Glass Onion has a very thin veneer of politics. Okay. Like, yes, it's a very thin veneer of complaining about rich people and Elon Musk, but it's like very surface level. Like it's only there, I think, in my opinion, they only have that there. They only made one of the protagonists black. They only did that to kind of trick stupid people on the left, I think, into thinking Glass Onion's a good movie when it's actually a bad movie.
Glass Onion is okay. Like it's not high art. It's
okay.
Not,
okay. It's
an adequate movie.
Well, let me qualify. It's a movie that is garbagely written, but has very good actors in it who carry the movie because they're very good actors.
Right.
Is that a fair assessment?
and at least there's like some quantifiable goal. Like my big breaking point for movies is when you walk in and like nobody wants anything or is doing anything or working to achieve.
Okay, well,
like,
you're right.
What the hell?
Okay. I agree with you that it functions. It has it's
It
a story.
functions as
there is
a movie.
conflict.
Yes.
Right. It functions as a movie. It is a story. It has conflict. There are characters that want goals, but is it a good one?
No.
Right.
It's not a good movie. Yeah.
Right. But it is a movie. I'll agree with you. But it's a bad. Movie.
But what calling it like, I mean, I reserve the bad movie. Well, I guess, obviously there are levels. Bad movie, terrible movie,
right.
Garbage movie. So I think it's an adequate movie.
I disagree. I think it's a bad movie, but I think you're defining adequate just differently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me read the $20 super chats, and then we're going to watch the Jon Stewart Senator thing first, probably, because that's what everyone was clamoring about.
Okay. You want to throw it into? Will you throw it into the watch together so I can bring up an image from it?
Okay, I should do that.
I guess I can look it up. You can read super chats.
Why don't you do it? Why do I get to do this?
You sent it to me, right? I mean, I think I sent it to you.
Well, you sent me a Twitter video. There's like a 10-minute version on YouTube. If you just
that's the one I sent to you.
Yeah. Okay. Astrospec for $20 says, I don't mean to derail anything, but I'm very curious as to what TJ's take on Kyle Rittenhouse was. Well, ask and you shall.
Yeah, I got that one for you. So you're welcome.
What can I say? But you're welcome. Thanks so much, our surrogate father J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yeah, so nice of you. And he upgraded to outside the simulation too. So.
Oh well, there you go. Thank
Sweet.
you. I hope you're recovering well from your surgery.
So many people. Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh
I'm a strong proponent of the Second Amendment.
Yeah, man.
Oh my goodness.
Mitchell Line for $20 says, reject capitalism and socialism, return to base serfdom.
No, please don't.
There you go. Afro Fry Cook for $20 says, socialism is the centralized control of the means of productions. The Nazi Party, which was effectively the state, did this. Kick History did the definitive video on this. Yeah, I mean, I think TJ, as we found out through the conversation, has a very unusual definition, I think, of both left, right, and of socialism and Marxism. That doesn't necessarily comport exactly with like the standard definition of these terms. So
yes. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's Good Faith Gary. Hey,
really? Gary. Oh my goodness.
For $20. We're actually adding we're gonna add a Bad Faith Barry and Good Faith Gary emoji. So
that's sweet. Isn't that mop and bucket? Oh, I guess it's different.
No, that's a little different. But Good Faith Gary for $20 says, hey TJ, it appears you're trying to obfuscate the argument so you can continue repeating the current leftist dogma. Do you need help reframing your arguments to not be awful? And it's a little clippy. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's pretty funny. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, TJ is using his own ambiguously defined terms to win his own made-up arguments. Oh, but that's not how I define socialism. Yeah, I mean, I'll extend TJ some more charity. I don't think he's doing it to win arguments. I think he just has his own unique perspectives on things that maybe are not communicated effectively on the onset or the offset of the conversation. You kind of have to tease him out to understand what he's talking about.
Well, I think he accepts the trans ideology.
Well, he has a very ultra libertarian position that, I mean, he has a super libertarian position that he thinks people should just be able to do whatever they want with their bodies once they turn 18, which I disagree with. But,
right. Yeah. I
mean, if that's your position, like I'm not really interested in arguing against, trying to argue that position away, but.
Right. But I was zeroing in on the people can be born in the wrong body thing. I don't necessarily know if I buy that. I haven't been shown enough evidence to believe that's true.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know. I mean, we could talk about offline, but I think that's a very bad framing of the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's too ambiguous as to what that means.
For them to frame it as being born in the wrong body?
No, for you to, when someone asks you what is the scientific failure, and to say people born in the wrong bodies.
Mm-hmm. Because
then they'll bring up brain scans, and then they'll bring up what it is for in the first place. And I think it's too ambiguous of a.
Yeah, but if it's cultural, if somebody, is very feminine, but they're in a masculine body, and we all agree that it's fine for them to have a feminine gender expression, but they're still a man, then they aren't born in the wrong body. Culturally, you're subscribing this born in the wrong body framework, which is causing the problem.
Right. Well, okay. Two things. First of all, I think that's a much better framing than what you said the first time, and I don't think you didn't make that clear to TJ. Okay. But secondly, that line of reasoning, which I agree with, and I think is a very good line of attack, is only effective if the person refuses to accept any biological basis for gender, which TJ wasn't doing.
Right.
So.
Well, I'm sure that you can do the brain scan and you can say, okay, well, this person has a very feminine personality style, but that's completely different than saying you were born in the wrong body.
Right. No, and that would have been an interesting thing to say. Yeah. What is the point? If TJ wants, well, I'm assuming his answer is this. He would say he would agree with you. But he would say he believes and this is what he said in the conversation, that he believes this will end up helping deconstruct gender entirely. And so he supports it. That's all he really cares about.
It's funny that TJ brought up the, post hoc rationalization accusation for us, like that we have some sort of disgust flare up about trans people and we're seeking for some sort of justification for why they shouldn't be allowed to transition. When, first of all, my position is like they should be allowed to transition. I feel like the gender dysphoria in a lot of ways is a post hoc rationalization for people who want to basically, this is a type of lifestyle that they want to pursue, and a lot of society is not in favor of it. And so therefore, they come up with this medical diagnosis as a rationalization, because a medical diagnosis is obviously far more convincing than, I just feel like this is a kind of life I'd like to lead. Right. That's not as good a justification. Well, not as convincing a justification for people. Right.
Someone said, what is the article about the female male brains? I don't remember what it was called exactly, but you can Google it. It's actually really funny. So there have been a lot of studies where they'll put, people in the MRI machine, or they'll do the PET scans or whatever, and they'll talk about differences in male and female brains. And then somebody, looked at some massive data set of brain scans, and they said, oh, there's no difference between male and female. I've debunked this. And then someone took their same models, or no, they took their same, what's it called? They took their same data set. Yeah, they took their same data set of brain scans and they put it through like a machine learning algorithm, and it totally very quickly figured out who was male and female, like instantly.
They've done that actually with the iris of the eye, just photographs of irises. For some reason, a computer can tell a male iris from a female iris.
Right, because that one's a little easier, because as you said, it's just cortical thickness, so they can very easily pick.
Well, no, it's not measuring it's measuring the pattern of the iris, the actual pattern of the iris. Yeah, they took photos of men and women's eyes, close-up photos, and basically used an algorithm for the algorithm to be able to determine a male or a female iris, and then they could show random and ask, well, is this a male or female, and it would get like 98% accuracy.
Right.
Which the iris, it's like just a tangle of like lines in there.
Yeah, sure.
How is it? What's the difference?
Well, men and women have different vision on average, so that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's pretty crazy. But I just, for me, so much the trans stuff is just a technological feasibility problem. I think when we do finally, figure out how to port our minds into different bodies, you're going to find out everybody was born in the wrong body. Oh, I was born in the wrong body too, right?
I mean,
I should have been a 200-foot robot.
7 foot tall,
Yeah, Adonis.
Adonis. Yeah, there you go. True.
People have their reasons for doing these things, and then they have their justifications for doing these things. But it's the trans ideology stuff bugs me when people won't even admit that it is an ideology.
Right. Well, there's a before I go back to Superchats for a second, there's an interesting study recently, which was they were able to, I didn't really understand how they were doing it. They were able to like put like little, electrodes on your brain, and you would, or like it would scan your brain when you like think about pictures, and the computer would be able to figure out what pictures you were thinking of.
No way.
Based on the brain scan. Yes, but there is a caveat here. The computer did know, like, I think there were like 20 choices, and it did know what the 20 choices are, so it had to pick out of the 20. But that's still fucking crazy that with that limitation, it was able to figure out what you were thinking about by just scanning your brain.
Yeah, no, that is kind of crazy. And once, I mean, that's like a training set, because once, it's giving you the 20 different images, but sooner or later it's going to be able to just perceive those, to create those images once it does enough brain scans.
Yeah, which I was just like, to me, that's wild.
Yeah.
Literally,
wow.
Like using machine learning to have people like, it's so funny. People are worried about, there's this amazing, so if you're familiar with Corridor Digital, who I followed them for years, because they used to do these, or they still do these like, funny,
they're great.
Really good, like graphically designed, funny short videos. And they kind of basically used a machine learning to fully animate a movie based off of, like, they would film it with themselves and then the computer would animate over it. And it's like people were like worried about, basically rotoscoping. And the people are worried about how that's going to like destroy, potentially destroy the career for artists. And I'm like, what is it going to be like when you can put the electrodes to your head and the computer just draws what you're fucking thinking?
Yeah.
Like oh my God, it's going to be so wild. But anyways.
Hell yeah.
Mitchell Line for $20 says, if TJ thinks religion makes people easily manipulated, then tell him to look at BreadTuber's cult-like chats. True. That is true.
Easily manipulated. I mean, that's just a difference of perspective, right? One person's, cult member is another person's educated member of society.
Sure. Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. It says, ask TJ if he understands the difference between private and public property. That would be interesting. I'll add that for next time.
I'm sure he knows.
Well, I forgot to ask him. I figured out the next question we ask people.
What's that?
Are sharks fish?
Yes.
That's the owl birds question. Are
sharks are fish? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like sort of like different.
Yeah, because you're like
fish.
Dolphins. You're
right?
Like, no, they're mammals.
Well, you're like,
wrong.
No, that's a dolphin. Right? Yeah.
You have failed.
Well, that's the next question. Are sharks fish?
Failed. You know that they're working on supposedly sharks have this micro texture on their skin that doesn't allow bacteria to adhere to it, and they're trying they're trying to like mimic it in settings that are like medical settings. They want to do like the countertop with this micro pattern.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. Yeah.
No bacteria can stick to it. That's so incredible.
That'd be very cool.
Yeah.
Give that to people. Give me a shark skin.
Yeah, no.
The Justice 35 for $20. Thanks so much. Says LMAO high tech quotes. Russia is bringing back takes that were outdated in the 1960s. T-62s and T-84s out of storage to fight in Ukraine. The Russians are losing the artillery duel and now face a shortage of equipment and ammo.
Yeah, no. I don't know.
There you go, Adam.
We do.
Fuck you.
No, we have a old, outdated army that's, it's like David and Goliath and a smaller, technically armed force going up against one another. So,
right.
I mean, I'm not sure how it shakes out.
Soldoge for $2 says, you guys are too binary on this. If Putin had a crystal ball, he would have done what he did in Crimea. Disrupt the border with SOF and force the Donbass region into a vote. It was a proven strategy. He knows that works. I agree with you 100%, Soldoge. Mm-hmm. That's what I think he would have done.
Yeah.
But it seemed like you said you don't think that's what he'd done, Adam. So.
No, he wants to invade Poland and Belarus.
Arithmas for $2 says, it's insane to equate the Iraq war to the war in Ukraine. We toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in just 3 weeks. What took so long was fighting the insurgency afterwards. More than a year in Ukraine, and Russia isn't even past first base. True and good point.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let me open up the watch together.
It's a good thing TJ wasn't here for that demoralizing super chat.
There you go. True. Let me open up the watch together. A lot of people wanted us to watch this. I think most people literally only saw the last minute of it.
Because that's what's floating around on.
Because that's what's floating around, where he brings up the trans issues. Because 99% of this is nothing about trans. It's all about gun control stuff. So, but this is Jon Stewart interviewing the Oklahoma State Senator Nathan Dahm. Let me bring up my notes because there's a bunch of. I looked up a bunch of crap for this interview. So.
You did?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because that's what I always do. What do you mean?
Because that's what I always do. I like that. A creature of habit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I listened to Trump's speech at CPAC, and he was using your internal, external framing. Everything is like.
What do you mean?
All these threats coming from outside when he was talking. All these external threats that we're facing in the world. And
you mean he was using my definition of right wing?
Yeah, your framing. Yes. Yeah.
He was told, Trump knows what's up. Yeah.
Every time I hear that, I notice it now.
Yep. The left says all the threats come from inside the house, and the right says they all come from outside. Well, to be clear, though, because they're saying, wokeness is an outside threat that is trying to subvert America. Obviously, they're Americans, but people are going to be like, what are you talking about? Anyway, let's jump into it.
I believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's the one right that's listed in the Constitution that uses that very specific affirmative language, shall not be infringed.
Well, it's also the one right that uses the phrase well-regulated.
Correct, when it's talking about the militia and the state.
By the way,
loser!
For clarity's sake, I'm not against the Second Amendment. I don't want to ban guns.
Bullshit.
But you're saying more guns makes us more safe.
Yes.
This guy's a gun grabber, Sitch.
When we got 400 million guns in the country, we had an increase and gun deaths went up. So when exactly does this curve hit that takes it down? Would 1 billion guns do it?
Let's just run those numbers, 400 million, 50,000. You're talking about less than a fraction of not even 1%, of 1/100%.
But it goes up, not down. So your argument is backwards.
But if you want, so let's come up with a solution. Okay, so one of the issues, a contributing factor, again, I believe it's the individual that is the problem.
So wait. There's a couple things. Because I was away, so.
You left? I was yelling the whole time, and I was like,
I know, I heard you. I heard.
Gun grabber!
I heard. Well, first of all, let me
Look at this old crust of a man here. Oh my God.
So,
look, retire already. What are you doing?
So Nathan said something that I think is kind of dumb, and then Jon Stewart said something that's kind of dumb. So Nathan, when he talks about the well-regulated only applying to the militia, first of all, even the most right-wing Supreme Court recently, everyone has affirmed that even under the Second Amendment, you can regulate guns. To an extent. Okay. The idea that the Second Amendment just means anyone can buy, tanks and, fully automatic weapons with no regulation. That's not true.
Right.
Now, he didn't quite say that, but I know it just annoys me when I hear someone make that kind of offhand remark. But then John says something that was pretty stupid too, which is he's saying, well, Nathan says, not Nathan. Yeah, Nathan says, the amount of gun crime is a fraction of the amount of guns that exist in the country, which is fair and true. And Jon Stewart's the one that brought up that framing in the first place. So I think it's fair to say that in response. But then John says, well, the number of gun crimes is increasing, as is the number of ownership of guns. And John is just making in my opinion, a very dumb classical correlation causation error here. Because it's like, well, the reason that gun crime has gone up is because all crime has gone up recently. as soon as you had a lull in crime during COVID, and then the lockdown starts winding down, crime spikes ahead. Mm-hmm. So that's why there's more gun deaths. That's why there's more more violence perpetuated with guns in the last year or two. It's not because more people are buying guns, and so that translates into more gun violence. That has never been borne out I don't believe that's ever been borne out. Yeah. At least in the way that John is using it, right?
Yeah. I don't. This whole. It is a classic correlation causation fallacy, right? Where it's like number of guns, more guns means more homicides. I mean, the culture is the deal. The culture is the problem. Yeah.
Now, obviously, if you live in a country where guns were just banned, there wouldn't be gun crime, right? But there is a saturation point. I think we're well past the saturation point.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe if we get to 1 billion guns, people will be too afraid to actually break into people's homes because they're like, man, I'm going to get killed.
Well, and the thing that's wild to me in this interview, now maybe because this is just a clip of an entire segment,
mm-hmm.
but the thing that's wild to me in this interview is that he spends this entire interview, it's obviously a hit piece against Nathan.
Right.
And Nathan just kind of bends over and takes it. He doesn't really do any sort of good fighting back, in my opinion.
Right.
For whatever reason. But in this entire conversation, John never explains to the audience what the legislation Nathan is even proposing does.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
So I'm watching this like, well, what is he even talking about? What is the legislation that's so problematic that John is yelling at him for? I don't even know. And yet people are watching this clip and seal clapping without any sort of context because it's just, guns bad, guns good.
Guns bad. Guns are awesome, man. Guns are great. People should shoot regularly.
The solution to that is give them more guns.
So I'm saying that because people are the problem, we need to look at the problems that those people are facing and how do we address it.
Totally correct.
You've removed the ability for the state to do that.
No, because you're...
You've removed the ability of the state to do that.
Yeah, but see, this would be
performance here. He's just like,
I know.
I am the serious journalist here. The comedian from 25, 30 years ago.
Right. Well, number one, and let me go back to the gun claim thing too. But number one, this would be the time for John to explain to the audience, what does that mean? What do you mean he removed the ability for the government to do that? How did he do that?
Right.
I don't know.
Do we ever know? Well, okay, so it's a mystery.
I mean, I looked into some of the laws he was proposing. I didn't see what John was talking about. I'm like, I mean, he was proposing laws that I don't agree with, which we'll talk about,
mm-hmm.
but I don't see this.
Oh, nice.
What I'm talking about here.
Nice.
Let me just circle back to the gun thing for a second. So if you're talking about a specific high crime area of the
mm-hmm.
country,
mm-hmm. Scott Adams neighborhood.
In Scott Adams neighborhood, right. And you're talking about yes, obviously as guns increase, the number of guns increase in that specific location,
right?
Gun violence will increase, obviously. No one would deny that. But if you're framing it the way John did, which is this I'm going to look at the broad number of guns that just exist in the entire country, right? That's a really stupid way of looking at it and framing the information. That doesn't really tell you what you want to know.
How about this?
Yeah.
If the Republican theory is correct and more guns equal more safety, mm-hmm. and we have these neighborhoods that are just high crime areas, what if we go in there with just crates that say free guns on them and we just leave them on each street corner?
I don't think that's going to work.
Now, why? But why? Listen, look, why won't that work? Why? What's the problem?
Well, first of all, you would have the gangs would just pick up the crate and kick it. They wouldn't just distribute them equally to everyone in the neighborhood.
Okay, so you present okay, this is good. You got some pushback here, okay? So you're saying the gangs would swoop in and they would take all the free guns. So
Yes.
okay, let's go around and let's
You can't
just
have a free sample tray like at like the
Look,
supermarket with just guns on it.
Look, we can fix
says
it.
take one.
Look, it's not a big deal.
The Halloween candy approach. You put the guns out and you say, take one, please.
Look, there have been studies that show when you do that, people actually, they follow the rules and they take one gun. So you could put
really for guns they've done that study.
Not for guns. They've done it for like pencils and stuff.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna work in this situation.
We could try it. I would try it. I don't know if this study could be approved. There might be some ethical issues. I would try it with the guns and say, just take one gun, please. Like, just one gun each or something like that. But let's say, we don't want to experiment. The ethics board has said no to our experiment. So we're just going to go house to house and we're going to give every, family a gun. Here, look, this is to protect your house. Here's a gun safe or whatever to put it in so your kid doesn't get it. Maybe even we give them a class on how to self-defense and how to use a firearm. And we go to every single house and we just, here's your American gun. We put American flags on the gun. USA. What do you think? Then people would know. They'd be like, oh, I don't want to break into that place. They just gave them a gun. They just gave them a free gun.
Right.
Do you think that would work?
I think we should try it.
Well, hold on. I
think we should do a double-blind study.
Look, all these Republicans they want to give rich people tax cuts. They don't want to give people free guns. Well, maybe they do. I don't know. This might be a winning issue for them. A gun in every household.
Here's what they're gonna do. They're gonna. You remember what was it? Operation. Remember
gun grabber?
No, remember how
Fast and the Furious?
Yes.
I knew I would get it.
That was it. Thank you. Yeah.
Eric Holder. The gun buyback.
So if you guys don't remember, there was something called Operation Fast and Furious, which was basically that the United States government allowed, I think, a bunch of criminals or Mexican drug cartels or something access to guns, but the guns were supposed to have some ability to be tracked.
Oh, really?
But it turned out that they fucked up and they weren't actually able to track them. So they basically just gave them a bunch of guns.
They forgot to put the microchip.
They forgot to put the microchip in, or it didn't work, or I don't know, something.
Oh my, that's so horrible.
Yeah, it was a big controversy, but a big scandal. But no, so that's going to be the move, is that they're going to create smart guns that will effectively be able to be tracked location and also like each bullet that is fired. And then the government will just leave them out for criminals to grab. Here's your free gun, but guess what? It tracks everything about you.
Oh, looking at films you as you commit the homicide.
Every time you shoot it, it takes a little picture of you. Yeah.
Oh man,
so there you go.
That would be great. That would actually that's a good solution to this.
There's your solution. Here. Every time you shoot your gun, it takes a picture of who's shooting it and what you're shooting at. That'd actually be an interesting technology. But
that might get rid of this problem. But do you think the free gun program that I just outlined would lower crime in these high crime neighborhoods?
I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. Probably not. I don't think it would have.
I don't know. This is we never talked about this with TJ, but this is another thing we were arguing about on Twitter. I was like, the reason why crime, he believes that the reason why there is crime is because of people not getting their basic necessities met. And I think
poverty creates crime, not crime creates poverty.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous to me. Right. Like so many people.
It's a common left-wing idea. So.
Look, all you have to do is watch Goodfellas, and like those guys aren't. They're not in crime to meet their basic necessities. They're in crime to because they want to be players.
The interesting thing about but he would say that's an issue of poverty, right? But you would say it's an issue of status.
Yes, yeah,
right. And I think there's a combination. And that's why Jordan Peterson always talks about it's not that poverty causes crime; it's that poverty next to not poverty causes crime. People seeing that there's a way to achieve status that they're missing out on.
Yeah, crime is a way to achieve status.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. I think Goodfellas is a good reference for that. It's the same thing with like The Godfather. When you see like a lot of the reason that these gangs pop up in the first place is because you have communities where there is not a system of justice and laws that is being enforced by the government. And so they need to turn to alternatives. And so you need to turn to the gang essentially to enforce the law, the law of the neighborhood or whatever.
Yeah.
If you don't have checks and you don't have
and how do we address it?
But you've removed the ability for the state to do that.
No, because you're.
If you don't have background checks and you don't have
This motherfucker interrupts more than Jordan Peterson. What the fuck?
Yeah, he interrupts so much because it's obvious this isn't about trying to obviously this is a hit piece because he interrupts every 2 seconds. Like the guy.
You didn't even let him finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish. I never do that.
registration and permitting, how do you know who has a problem in terms of the people who you're giving a gun to?
Do you want to talk about the background checks first, or do you want to talk about solutions first?
I want to talk about what you're doing is you're bringing chaos to order.
That's your subjective opinion that it's bringing chaos to order.
I want to
It's
talk.
not my subjective opinion.
You know.
I want to talk about what I want to talk about. He's so bad in this.
He's great at this. This is the problem. This is very good rhetoric from John's perspective. And I'm shocked that anyone on the right would take an interview with Jon Stewart.
Oh, I know.
And not expect this, essentially.
I hope he recorded it. Like, leak the recording.
Well, no, because what Nathan asked, he actually set this up perfectly. He said, well, do you want to talk about, one issue, or do you want to talk about this other issue? Right? He said, which one of these issues you want to talk about, like stopping gun violence in the first place or background checks? Which of these you want to talk about? Because you're conflating them. And then John, in the height of dishonesty, says, I don't want to talk about either of these. I want to talk about how you're a bad person.
A third thing, yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I want to talk about how you're evil. And so that is where you pause and say, well, wait a minute, John. Like, this is so bad faith here. You're being a total piece of shit. Like, you don't actually want to talk about anything. You just want to sit down and berate me for 10 minutes and then clip it on YouTube. If you don't want a conversation with me where you let me talk and we have it back and forth, I'll do that. But if you're just going to get a dunk clip, then, I'm out of here. I'm not going to give you what you want.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how anyone on the right can still fall into being interviewed by Jon Stewart after this many years and not expect this treatment, essentially, and not be prepared for it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the norm for him.
I want to talk about what you're...
Look at that. Those folded. Is Jon Stewart gay? I'm not sure.
No. Look at you.
Well, I'm just saying.
Look at you. He's folded his arms. He must be gay.
Well, I mean, he's doing it very effeminately. Not that that's a bad thing. Like, look, I'm a gender abolitionist too here. Guys should be able to act however they want.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he's very closed off. The body language expert would come in here and say, look, he's hiding something.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's in the middle of making a hit piece on this guy. Of course he's hiding something.
That's true.
What you're doing is you're bringing chaos to order.
That's your subjective opinion that it's bringing chaos to order.
It's not my subjective opinion. We have 50,000 gun-related deaths. That's not a subjective opinion.
Okay, so
that's dead people.
And they're all happening in the state of Oklahoma.
Oh, this law only affects Oklahoma? What a dick.
He's an Oklahoma state senator.
What a dick. Well, he's not even a congressional member. He's a state senator.
He's not a federal. He's part of the state Congress, not part of the federal.
Oh my
Congress.
God.
Right. But then, and again, so we still don't know.
That's
what
why he did it. He's trying to up his profile. But go ahead.
Of course.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine. But he still hasn't explained what the legislation is that he has a problem with.
Yeah. Come on, it's creating chaos. Let us know. Look,
there's a law that says, you know how the beginning of the laws, if you ever read a law, it's really boring. It's like an act relating to the improvement of the bridgeways. This one, it says an act related to the improvement of chaos in the state of Oklahoma.
Well, I'm wondering if he's going the free gun route. Maybe he is doing the chaos.
There you go. There you go.
Look, as long as you take one gun, please, everything will work out. I'm telling you.
Remember the original Batman movie with Jack Nicholson is the Joker? And he's on the parade and he's throwing the money. He's dancing and throwing the money to everyone in Gotham City.
Yeah.
That's what
he throw out guns?
That's what the senator wants to do, only with guns. He's just going to start throwing guns to people on the
guns.
street. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you. That's what you do. You give the guns away for free and then you sell the ammunition for big bucks.
There you go. Wow. There you go. There you go.
You're like,
That'd be a good way
give as much free ammo as you want, man.
No, here you go. I think, Adam, people are like, okay, we have too much. The United States has too much debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here you go.
Debt.
The government gives everyone free guns, but then they sell the ammunition.
Yeah. That's how you
pay
fill
off
the
the
treasury up.
There you go.
Look, we don't believe in debt on this show. I'm surprised Sitch even
Talk
said
about
that.
T-bills. Time to get out the lead bills, baby.
Oh, it is awesome that we call them T-bills because America's amazing. Yeah.
Back
Those
up
are
for a second. In
testosterone bills. Buy them up, boys.
every other place in your life, you want to bring order, but guns are the outlier for you. So let's start with
Guns bring order, you fucking moron. I'm sorry.
Well, that's how obviously how Nathan and the people on the right perceive it.
I just hate.
And
his
so it's
framing.
yeah, but from John's perspective, obviously he doesn't perceive it that way. But it's silly for him to just make this flat out statement.
Look, if he pulled a gun out and he pointed at John and said, "Are you going to do a hit piece on me?" All of a sudden, John is thinking, "Maybe I won't do a hit piece on you."
Well, okay. I don't know if that's order or chaos.
Is that what? Maybe you're right. Maybe that is chaos.
Yeah.
Is it chaos?
It's the eye of the beholder in that position. But.
I guess that's the problem because these defamation and these defamation laws have no teeth to them.
Yeah.
But this whole thing is designed to destroy his reputation.
Well,
in
I don't
kind
think
of a dishonest way. I don't even know if you can call it defamation.
I don't. Well, okay. I don't think anything John's doing here is defamation. I think it's just being shitty.
Right.
I think to me, defamation is like when journalists write articles where they clip things out of context, or they write articles where they remove context that they know is there. To me, that's defamation, not just like being an asshole in an interview.
Yeah. Well, what he's doing is dishonest, though. I don't like the clipping it up and stuff. There's certain amount of dishonesty that goes into an edit.
Sure.
Notice how they're clipping out all the parts where he's kind of fumbling over his words and stuff.
Maybe. I mean, I think this interview would only be. I think it's only dishonest if he told him it was going to be like a good conversation, or he won't hear what he had to say.
Right.
If he just said, "Do you want to be interviewed?" and said nothing, and then just goes and interviews him like an asshole.
He said, dishonest. "Hey, we're doing a hit piece on you. You want to come and participate?"
Like, yeah, it's like, okay. I mean, it's shitty, but I don't know if I'd call it dishonest.
Yeah, no, he might be. He might have signed up for this.
Right.
with immigration. You want registration, maybe a wall, maybe not a wall. Why do you want that?
Well, one of the reasons is because of the fentanyl crisis.
Right.
I mean, okay, but...
you don't know when it's coming across. So what do you do?
But the fentanyl crisis is twice what the gun death crisis is.
Okay, so until the gun crisis gets to the fentanyl level...
Not until it...
You don't want to bring order.
No, not until it. But
do you see my point?
If we're going to talk about protecting it...
God, he's so sanctimonious.
Well, so wait, I'm confused here.
But do you see my point?
It sounded like he said that Nathan wants to have a law where anyone... Well, first of all, I don't even know how this law would work, because he's saying like registration for immigration. Well, first of all, you already do register. If you're an immigrant to this country, you're going to be on a fucking list somewhere, obviously. But you can't have a registration for illegal immigration by its definition, right?
Yeah, because
that's the. I mean, you don't know that. Yeah,
illegally,
that's the whole point, right? So I'm not sure what that has to do with this situation or with fentanyl. This is why I wish he would actually explain whatever the legislation he has a problem with is. So, because I don't know what the context of this conversation is.
The context of the conversation is he wants to paint him as a chaos candidate.
As an evil right-winger. Yeah. I understand that.
The chaos candidate. Look, you're taking away order. Our idea of order is nobody can protect themselves.
Lives, that's a larger issue in America than guns is. If we're talking about individual lives of ways that they can be protected, loss of life in America, there's loss of life through fentanyl, there's loss of life through obesity. The obesity crisis in America costs 6 times the number of lives as guns.
Right, and so, you're the guy saying, you know what would help this? Ice cream.
No. So, you know what would help the problem that we're facing with firearms?
What?
The fatherlessness.
Hey, I'm wondering if this guy is doing the free gun thing. I mean, it really sounds like it, the way John Stewart is setting it up.
He's not. I did look at the 3 laws that I could find to see what they were about. He's not doing a free gun giveaway.
I primed everyone for the free gun giveaway.
Right.
Though. John Stewart is acting like that's what he's doing. I mean, what is he? Just like taking away some background check. What's the thing?
Okay, well.
Or you want to wait till we get to it, or?
Well, I just want to say before I'll say why I think Nathan's doing a really bad job here. Then I'll say what the things is that he's advocating for. He's doing a bad job here because the question isn't how many people die, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like, well, more people die by fentanyl than guns, so therefore don't do anything about guns, but do anything about fentanyl. That's a really bad argument.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Do something about both of them.
Right. The argument that I would make is I'd say, well, if we reduce the speed limit by 10 or 15 miles per hour across the board in the entire United States of America, thousands of people would be alive today and be saved every year that die otherwise. And yet, why don't we do that?
Because we got to get to work, motherfucker.
Well, that's exactly it. And that's why these conversations annoy me, because people have this very like one-sided view of it. It's like, well, what is the alternative? And so when you're talking about like fentanyl, usually when people die to fentanyl, it's because they're doing a drug that they don't realize is fentanyl that has fentanyl in it.
Oh yeah. It's so sad. I'm so glad that I have my drug doing days back before the fentanyl crisis.
Yeah, right. That's the problem. Fentanyl is very cheap. They'll spike a lot of drugs, that people don't realize with fentanyl. People do it by accident.
Yeah, you think you're doing ecstasy with your girlfriend. Next thing you know, you're both dead. It's insane.
Right. Or people will become addicted to it and overdose, or whatever, right? And so you say, well, okay, well, what's the upside to fentanyl being basically given to people legally? Well, there isn't an upside to it being given to people legally, right? There is no upside. This is something that is 100% downside, right? So to me, it's an easy issue to attack because it's like, well, everyone is against it. But when we talk about the gun issue, it's like, well, wait a minute. That's a little bit more complicated because it's like, well, he says, well, we need to reduce guns because there are too many gun deaths. And it's like, well, but what's the downside is people can't protect themselves. If you eliminate guns, right? Or it depends on what exactly, because here's another issue. John Stewart very easily doesn't actually take an affirmative stance on anything.
Right. Oh, he never does.
Well, I mean, he might, but he just kind of rattles them off. Like, what does he he needs to argue something specific. Like, what is the specific thing he's arguing for? Because if they're just making these broad claims, I don't know what is the upside to the non-legislation that John Stewart is arguing for? Is he arguing for gun registration? Is he arguing to eliminate assault rifles? Is he arguing to get rid of handguns? I don't know what is, because then we could talk about each one individually and say, well, what is the upside? What is the cost? What is the benefit? What is the possible downside of whatever he's advocating for? But by just having it exist in this kind of vague realm of rhetoric of like, you're a bad man who wants to eliminate order and you're a hypocrite because fentanyl, then it's like you're just shadow boxing. And that's why when Nathan asked John very specifically, well, do you want to talk about X or do you want to talk about Y? John just said, I don't want to talk about either of those things because you're a bad person.
Right. Yeah.
Which to me is the height of dishonesty in the conversation.
Sanctimonious.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. The gun thing is so complicated because you can imagine that certain amount of crime is prevented because the homeowner or individual has a gun and, they frighten off the criminal or something to that effect. I don't know how much of that is reported. I mean, and I think with our current laws, you're kind of incentivized not to report that because it's like, oh yeah, I had a gun and I chased off the criminal. Next thing you know, you're getting in trouble for your gun. What, you pointed the gun at him? You pointed a loaded gun at a human being?
Well, it depends. I think if it's just like generally, if it's just a person breaking your house, you're okay. But if it's like a political thing.
But what if you're being mugged out in the street? You still need to frighten the person away.
If you're being mugged and you pull a gun on someone, I'm sure there are cases where it happens, but most of the time you're not going to get in trouble for doing that.
Right. But would you, so you would call the police and report the incident then?
Well, I don't know if I would.
Yeah, see, maybe. I don't think I would. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to get in trouble. Look, I know that I'm not. What would be the point of doing it? Yeah, that's exactly the point. Right. What would be the point of doing it? But the greater understanding of the world would be amazing because we would know, okay, statistically, this is how many guns prevented a crime.
That's a good point.
If I'm walking to my car and somebody wants to carjack me, and I pull out my gun and say, hey, how about I blow your head off instead? And I get to my car safely and drive away, that's never reported. But that could those incidents could be astronomical by compared to these accidental gun deaths. And I would want to know that before I made a decision as a legislature. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great point. We have, and I never thought about that. There's a reverse survival bias.
Yes.
For guns being used to protect individual people.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
The last thing I'm going to do is go, 911. Yeah, I just pointed my gun at some guy that tried to carjack me. Maybe I would, but maybe I just drive home and say, I probably should have got gas in this bad neighborhood. I won't come back again.
So the laws I could find that this guy was authoring that relate to gun stuff. One was, to me, very silly and preposterous, which is that he wants to pass a law in Oklahoma that basically says Oklahoma doesn't have to abide by any federal gun regulations.
There's this thing called the Supreme Court. Somehow I don't think that's going to pass muster.
Well, so the way that they want to do it logistically is they basically want to say, well, if the gun is manufactured in Oklahoma and never leaves Oklahoma, it doesn't follow into the interstate commerce clause, and therefore there's no federal jurisdiction over it.
Wow.
To me, it seems like a silly argument, but
but I'm
interested
in it. I'm interested in it from an argument's perspective. I'm interested. I mean, I want to hear those Supreme Court hearings because they're going to be like,
Right. I don't agree with that. I think it's a preposterous law, but whatever. But then the second one is that I found was basically, now if John was actually being intelligent here, he could actually talk about this in terms of fighting against fentanyl. The second one was, if a federal law enforcement agency is going to arrest or go after someone, they have to do so in conjunction with working with the local sheriff's department. Mm-hmm. Now, if this guy is serious about cracking down fentanyl, John could have made an argument if he was being in good faith and say, well, wait a minute, aren't you kind of making it harder for the DEA and federal drug enforcement agencies to crack down on drugs in Oklahoma by basically, hamstringing them by making them have to coordinate everything with the local sheriff's department?
Yeah.
But instead, we just get bad faith Barry over here.
Yeah, you always have better arguments than Jon Stewart. It's amazing.
Well, because he's not. But that's the problem. What I said is a better argument. Now, I don't know if it's true because you have to really look through the law. But it's an argument based on what's happening. Yeah, but people don't care about that. No, people want the dunk clip. They want Jon Stewart sitting there moralizing, saying you're a bad man and you're a hypocrite. Mm-hmm. That's what they want. They don't actually care about an argument. Which is sad, but that's, yeah. They
want a lot of arm folding. They want that Aunt Marge posture.
Oh, and the third law, which is very silly and just a virtue signal, is that it gives the sheriff's department the authority to arrest any federal employee that is trying to, arrest someone for a federal gun crime that violates Oklahoma's state, gun law. So
okay.
But I don't know what any of this has to do with the issues that John's talking about in terms of registration or background checks or any of that stuff.
And I guess it's never explained.
It's never explained.
We're gonna fill in the missing detail here for John since he can't do it in his own video. We're gonna have to do some mind reading, boys.
Yeah.
Lives as guns.
Right. And so, you're the guy saying, what would help this? Ice cream.
No. So, what would help the problem that we're facing with firearms?
What?
The fatherlessness crisis that we have in America. If you look at the statistics.
Look at that he does that little, smirk thing.
I think that's a bad answer. I think it's a terrible answer.
No, I think it's a terrible answer too, yeah. But the little smirk thing was like, you could tell he's like, oh, I got him now. I got him on the hook here.
I mean, I think the answer is a lot stricter policing in high crime areas. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, fatherlessness is a problem, and he's obviously relating it to lower income Black communities, but the government can't, it's not a problem that government can fix. Right. So
Yeah, and a lot of these high crime areas, the population is just, I mean, they're bullied into silence because they're worried, and I completely understand it. You know, if you talk to the police or get involved in any kind of investigation, they're going to target your family. They're going to start dragging your family members into this shit.
Right.
So it's like you're cowed into silence, and then it's just you don't have the money to move out of the area. It's like it's a fucked up look.
But see, this is why Nathan should say, from a purely political perspective, say the answer is increased policing, because then he could attack the left, which generally they have the backwards notion that that more police causes more crime, when it's literally the reverse, and therefore you could make John look completely foolish.
Yeah, totally. No, I agree. That's the thing. You kind of have to get around the people can't talk because they've been intimidated into silence. And the only way that you can do that is more officers on the ground that are like obligated to talk because they're police. Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, also, Sean's done a lot of videos about this, a lot of, random checks, increased police stops and all this stuff.
Stop and frisk.
Right. And that's the problem. It's like, I get it. It's like, if you live in that area, that fucking sucks. It feels like you're being hassled for nothing. It feels racist. But if shit like that works, I don't know.
Nobody wants to live in a high crime area, even the people who are, the citizens in the high crime area most of all, right?
Right. But the problem is that they view the police as just another adversary, which is understandable to an
criminals
extent.
Do. I don't think most people do.
No, most people, I don't want to say most. A lot of people that live in communities that have a lot of policing, part of the whole, don't snitch, don't rat idea, it's not just a fear for their own life. It's they also do not trust the police themselves to be helpful.
Right.
They view the police as just another adversary. The police are racist, blah, 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 blah. And in some cases, they're right, but in some cases, they're not right.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I don't live in like a low-income, high-crime area, so I don't know. Maybe we should move to one for a while and just check it out, and then we could do some videos on it.
We'll ask I'm really important to move to one, and he can let us know.
Well, no, it'd be fun. You and me living together. Like, let's move to...
I'm going to pass.
Look, Compton is not too far away. We could move to Compton for a summer.
I'll pass.
Look, what do you guys think? Sitch and Adam in Compton. Look, we'll get a little dirtbag apartment in Compton. We'll go. Look, we'll find a place that's as close to the biggest, like, homeless encampment you can find. What do you think? And we'll just draw a line to the closest apartment complex. We'll see if we can get an apartment that charges by the week, that we actually pay by the week for our rent. This could be great content, Sitch.
You know what? You're right. Well, you know what? We'll do that. We'll set up like really nice, expensive, fancy lighting in our apartment.
It'll be great.
And we'll stream out of it every day, and we'll see how long,
before we get
what
jacked.
The experiences is, how long before we get jacked. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
I had a friend of mine who used to sell marijuana, and it was before marijuana became legal. I mean, it's basically legal here in California now. And he got jacked. They went to his apartment and broke in. Like, he basically knocked on the door. He didn't answer, and they kicked the door in. Like, somebody said, he had weed and money, and they went and took all his weed and money. I mean, that's pretty messed up. I imagine something like that happening to us, but if we could live stream it, I think.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We kind of want it to happen to us. That's the problem. We have perverse things.
Look,
because we want it to be streaming live.
Look, I'm saying, like, we'll probably lose. To make it worthwhile, we probably want to keep like 10 grand in the house, right? But if we could make the 10 grand back live streaming,
there you go. Yeah, right. Well, we'll
call the live stream. Come steal our 10 grand.
We would have our normal setup cameras and everything, but then we'd have hidden cameras that we could switch to once we're being jacked. So that we could still film and stream, the broadcast.
We got our body cams. We could get kidnapped. You never know.
There you go. Well, I don't mean that.
We're
not worth enough to be kidnapped. But maybe you're right.
Well, if we tell them we have more in the ATM.
Well, let's not say that. Let's not say that.
Oh man.
Well, say, listen, guys. See all that super chat donations? It takes YouTube a month to process those, so you'll have to wait a month.
You come back.
To come back in a month.
No, I don't know if I could last. I can't imagine like the first night. I lived in kind of a sketchy neighborhood for like a year.
Yeah.
And the thing that I noticed most of all is there are car alarms going off all the time. Yes. And I don't know if people have their car alarms set so where, you know, a light breeze blows, they go off, or if those cars are being broken into just again and again and again.
Both probably, yeah.
Which it's just, it's so uncomfortable to hear car alarms night and day.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
TT says that she'll steal 10K from us. We can do a whole Jesse Smollett thing.
No, look, come on. We don't want to get, we don't want to get Jesse Smollett in here.
There you go.
We need reality here.
The headstone was going to say J-Mac donated 50 memberships. That will be our headstone. Thanks to J-Mac for donating.
Look, if we die, we'll have died
making good content.
Making good content, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah. It's so weird. Didn't Mr. Important get in big trouble saying he would somebody clipped out a portion of the live stream we did on Tuesday where
what do you mean somebody? You know exactly who it was.
It was Tree of Logic, right?
Yeah. yeah. Don't say something.
It's Tree of Logic. I like her content. And
she hates you for some reason. It's very weird.
No, she loves me. What are you talking about?
I looked at the Twitter interactions. She hates your guts, and it feels like a one-sided hatred.
Look,
you're like, I don't know. You're like, I have no problem with you.
Look, you gotta understand how people, how people banter on Twitter. You just don't get it, Sitch.
Oh, you're right. I'm too autistic. I don't understand what's happening here.
Look, that's just all for show. Okay, we're thick as thieves.
It's all KFAB.
Yeah, me and Tree we're good. Okay,
like she's behind the scenes. You're like best buddies.
Tree's coming on the show. What are you talking about?
There you go. When is she coming on?
Tree of Logic coming on the show. Look, we haven't set a date. We're working on a date. Okay. Yeah, no, she's great. Look.
Okay. You guys can iron out your differences.
They
exist.
Oh my God, there are no differences.
Well, then okay, then I don't know.
Do you ever watch her content?
Yes. I've seen her content.
She does good content, man. She debates and stuff. She's a brawler. It's awesome. Yeah.
I know. I'm aware.
So, but she clipped out. Look, I just got caught in the crossfire because my job on the show is just to crack jokes and keep things moving. And
sure,
I am really important. So people are now, I called him Mr. Important because and now people are calling him Mr. Self-Important. Which I don't. I mean, okay. But Mr. Important is, as of now, a friend of the show, obviously. Like he seemed to, he came on the show and was good natured, and we've got him scheduled to actually come back in I think like 4 weeks to talk about the critical race theory stuff that you wanted to talk about. And
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, that too. But he went on this other show and was saying he basically said, I guess he did call out Scott Adams on our show, but on the other show he said like he thinks he has like Nazi paraphernalia in his closet.
He said it on our show.
Okay, well, so it's not that big.
We got him to walk back a little bit.
Right. The people on the other show were just like moving him along. They were up in the ante. They're like, "What? Just Nazi paraphernalia? I've heard him talking about this stuff since the 80s." But on our show, he said that he could go live in like South Central and everything would be fine because, your neighbors learn to get along with you and stuff like that.
Right.
And I kind of casually agreed because in Southern California, we are having this thing called what do they call it? It's like criminal tourism or something. Like they fly in a bunch of guys from Guatemala and they go stealing a bunch of shit and sending it back to their country or selling it and sending the money back to the country. It's like crazy. So obviously that's kind of got me primed to think, no, people commit crime in other people's neighborhoods. They don't
listen. You can just say you were wrong at. It's fine. Okay.
Well, no, look, I'm not wrong. Both.
You said something a little silly. It's fine. Listen, it's a little silly thing to say.
But both positions are correct. Look, some crime. Look, I immediately DM'd Sean because I was like, Sean,
what did Sean say?
Is this correct? Do people go? are criminals committing crimes in their own neighborhoods? And he said, yes. Well, he said most crime is committed by the perpetrator is committed close to their home or work. Well,
Right.
in Southern California, people work like 2 hours away. So,
right.
I mean,
well, okay, but let's be those that didn't see our conversation with Mr. Important. He said that people do not commit crimes in their own communities.
right.
Okay. And I said, that's not true.
Right.
That sounds crazy.
Right.
And you soft agreed with him.
Well, it depends, obviously.
Okay, but it's fine. Listen, it's fine. You
If you've
were
been
thinking
flown
about
in,
one specific type of crime, which I understand exists where you live.
if you've been flown in from Guatemala, you are literally not committing crime in
Obviously.
your own community. Yes.
Obviously, right. But I actually looked it up as I DM'd you. And I'm assuming this is what Sean is talking about. There's a concept called distance decay in criminal theory, which is that the idea that the further that it's basically what Sean said. People that commit crimes generally do them closer to where they live. And the further you get away from where they live, the less likely that they're going to perpetuate a crime against someone else.
Right.
Right. Now, there are, as you said, there are examples where that's not true, where someone from Guatemala or whatever is flown in.
But it's rare. It's an outlier.
Sure. And there are situations, and I wouldn't be surprised, where like there's a difference between, and it also depends on the crime, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about like breaking and entering, I'm sure that a lot of people that are doing B&Es, they're going to try to go to richer areas, right, to do their B&E. They're not necessarily going to want to do it where they live, assuming they live in a poor area, right?
Yeah. They're going to go to Beverly Hills because that's where the money is.
Right. Unless they know that that's where like the weed dealer is and they could, jack something specific. They're going to try to go to a richer area. Right. But for crime in general, it's generally close to where people live and exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And that's what people were contention with Mr. That's what Tree of Logic, and that's where other people were kind of thinking Mr. Important was crazy because he seemed to be saying the opposite of that.
Well, let's get him in on our Compton apartment.
There you go. Yeah.
He'll be our security guard.
You know what? That's a good idea.
I'll
do it if he does it. Three of us will.
He seems like a strong guy.
Three of us will do it together.
I mean, none of us really seem like. Okay. We need to get those Hodge twins.
There you go. We'll get the Hodge twins. Guy for $20. They're much bigger than us.
Yes, they can be our security.
Yeah, I trust them. I don't trust Mr. Important. Guy for $20 says, Sitch, the way the Oklahoma law is written wouldn't be completely insane if the Supreme Court interpreted the Commerce Clause in any way other than, quote, this clause provides justification for everything always. Well, I understand what you're saying, and that's fair-ish because the Commerce Clause is often basically interpreted in that way. However, to me, the concept that the federal government couldn't pass some sort of gun law that would affect the states seems preposterous to me. But I understand what you're saying. And that is kind of what the Oklahoma law is trying to do. They're trying to subvert that. And I mean, listen, with this very conservative Supreme Court, they might find success. That'd be very interesting if they do. They'll create a lot of crazy legal battles in the next 20, 30 years. Mithram 6 for 500. Kazark, thank you so much. Says more accessible guns means higher representation in the mix, but what is better? A country with 10 murders per 100,000 inhabitants and 2 are by gun, or 6 per 100,000 and 5 are by gun? If you count only gun violence, the second looks much worse, but it's not.
Is that saying there are murders taking place without guns?
More accessible guns mean higher representation in the mix, but what is better? A country with 10 murders per 100,000, or 2 are by gun, or 6 by 100,000. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, no, he's saying that. He's saying that.
Yeah, he's saying lower.
There'd be more
numbers.
Violence, just less gun violence. Yeah. I mean, I don't. If that's the case, obviously, I don't know if that is the case.
People are only obsessed with the guns because of the school shooting stuff, and the school shooting. I mean, it's minuscule by comparison to the other gun violence that takes place.
Yes, and I looked up I think he brings it up, and we'll talk about it then. But I looked up the gun statistics about kids dying in a gunfire, and I think it's it's not being discussed properly.
Nice.
Right. Yeah, they're dying from gun deaths.
80% of school shooters either came from
Wait, let me go back.
in America. If you look at the statistics.
Right. Yeah, they're dying from gun deaths.
80% of school shooters either came from a broken or fatherless home.
So you would say no guns for fatherless homes?
No, that's not what I would say. I would say that fathers need to be more engaged.
Great. So let's
crime with a firearm if they don't have a father in the home.
Let's put more resources into areas that are poverty-stricken. All for it.
And into fatherlessness, and that's something that we're doing.
But why, with guns, are you against bringing order?
I'm not against bringing order.
You are. You're also making it less safe for cops and for people. When the police go to a domestic call, it's the most dangerous call they can go on. In your world, if they knew that there were firearms in the house, that's a safer call. Is that what you're saying?
No, because police...
Because why?
Because police treat every situation as a potential...
But more guns makes us safer. So why don't, when the police go to a house filled with guns, why don't they breathe a sigh of relief? No.
This is... So again, Nathan does a really bad job, or maybe he did a great job and edited it all out. You know, who knows?
Probably.
But like when people talk about guns making you safer, it's because you can't, especially depending on where you live, you know, if someone's breaking your house, someone's attacking you, you can't be like, oh, I'm calling the police and they're going to be here instantaneously, right? You need the gun at that moment to protect yourself.
Yeah,
that's
not
how
if
the
you're
gun
in a
makes
bad
you safer.
neighborhood.
Right. It doesn't, like, to say, well, wait a minute, like, this is a complete logical fallacy to say, well, how can guns make you safer if police feel less safe when someone has a gun? Like, well, wait a minute. That has nothing to do with what anyone means when they say guns make you safer. It's not about whether the police officer feels safer when they're at a situation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also, it's weird too, because in the beginning of, this is why this is frustrating. In the beginning of this, Jon Stewart said he's not in favor of banning guns. But then what does he mean then when he's bringing up this example? Like, what do you mean if you don't mean to ban guns? What is the solution to make the police officer feel less apprehensive about, you know, getting a domestic abuse call from a house that they know the person has a gun inside?
The number of guns do make police more inclined to shoot first and ask questions later, because they just think, you know, whenever anyone's reaching for anything, they think they're reaching for a gun.
Right, but when you talk about gun deaths, the majority of those overwhelmingly are not from police shooting people.
Right, they're from other people They're from people shooting each other.
Right, they're from non-police officers committing violent crimes against other people, or themselves, or killing themselves, which is a huge number of the gun deaths. But
yeah, weren't you saying a lot of them are kids too?
Well, we'll talk about that when he brings up the number.
Okay.
Knowing that this Second Amendment that shall not be infringed is being exercised so fruitfully in this home.
Are you familiar with the 39-year-old woman in New Jersey?
I'm familiar with a ton of anecdotes. I'm asking you a simple question.
This is not an anecdote.
What a I can't stand this guy. This guy's the biggest fucking bitch in the world.
Well, it's frustrating because, like, you know, I believe I'm in favor of gun regulations and stuff, and I think you can argue that in a way that's not bad faith, and this is just incredibly bad faith.
Totally bad faith. Yeah. I don't want to hear your anecdote. Look, you don't even have a position. You haven't even articulated his position. Let him say his anecdote.
Well, and it's funny because he literally, before this, he brought up a hypothetical anecdote about the police responding to domestic crimes.
With a house full of guns. Yeah.
Right.
Huh. Okay.
When the police
actually
go to a house,
she had a restraining order on her ex-boyfriend.
Look, he's like, I don't want to hear your anecdote. Answer my anecdote. When the police go to a house.
Right, but that's through. But see, for Jon to say, I don't want to hear your anecdote, that's kind of bullshit, because he says, well, what happens when the police show up to a domestic violence call and the guy has a gun? They're going to be more afraid. And he's like, yeah, but wait a minute. In real life, there are situations where women are able to use a gun to stave off domestic violence on themselves. Yeah. You can't just hand wave that away and say, well, that's an anecdotal story. It's like, well, that's the whole point of protecting yourself.
Yeah. We don't know how many rapes a year, violent rapes, are prevented because the woman has a firearm. So,
well, and also, if Jon's not in favor of getting rid of guns, then she should say, that's great. I'm in favor of women carrying guns, you know, to protect themselves. This is the problem, is that I feel like John has a very intentionally vague and nebulous position, so he can just kind of sit on this mountaintop and moralize and not actually have to take a strong stance on anything. Like this is I feel like this is why I got so frustrated in our talk with Distributus, because and a lot of people do this. They'll kind of sit in a position, and this is kind of like the conversation we had with Organized Chaos and Actual Fandom, where it's like they won't stake out a position.
Right.
And so you're like, well, what are we arguing? And they just kind of sit in this nebulous realm of smoke, and they just attack you and they moralize towards you and they say you're wrong, but they don't really explain what they're ever for. And so for all the people that don't like TJ and we're criticizing him, you have to give TJ lots of credit. TJ is not a pussy. He will say, this is what I believe. He'll stake out he'll stand on a hilltop and plant his flag and say, this is what I believe in. And we can have a conversation about it.
Yeah. We asked TJ before he came on if there was anything he didn't want us to talk about. And he said, nah, you can ask me anything. That's fucking baller, man. That's great. So that's what we want to hear.
I will give people who, even if I disagree with them vehemently, if they'll have a conversation, they'll listen and they'll stake out clearly what they believe in, so they can have a conversation about it, I will respect those people infinitely more than the people like John Stewart and some of the other people that exist in this kind of nebulous smoke realm of what the fuck are you talking about exactly?
Yeah, these conversations take time. It can never happen really in one conversation. But I do feel like we got a little bit of movement on TJ in accepting the gender ideology, religion.
I don't agree with
framing.
You at all. There was zero movement on that.
I feel like we did. I feel like we did at the end. I saw even people in the chat mention it. Yeah. Okay. I feel like we got a little bit.
But maybe
we'll
I hope you're
right.
See.
Look, people don't change overnight.
Of course.
The brain is structured in a way that's literally impossible.
True.
So, and it's probably a good thing. I mean, I don't think society should just completely be wishy-washy, flip-flopper. Like
he's very conservative minded of him to not change his mind.
Something, yeah, exactly. I don't think society should people have radically different views when they go to bed at night and wake up in the morning. I think society would be very unstable if that was a lot of people. So, takes time. What's this John Stewart? Oh my God. John.
Yeah, that's a good screen grab right there. You like that?
That's John's. Look, he thinks he's Jesus. He's imagining himself as Jesus here. Look, I'm Jesus.
That's him
Jesus
holding
here.
up. That's him holding the corpse of a dead child, saying, "Look at what you've done."
Look at this. Look at what you've done. His blood is on your hands.
Like
I know we
hundreds. Oh, there it is. He's looking up to the Lord. He's
the Lord, why have you forsaken me? I'm your white savior. I'm here.
Yep.
There's hundreds of examples of women killed by their domestic partners by guns that were not taken away through the lessening of red flag laws. You're pivoting to anecdotes.
No, this is not anecdotes.
What the police say. If we had gun registration...
Oh, you say edit it. We don't know what he said. They edited out his response.
Of course, they edited out his response.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Because these are the bad faith berries.
Yep.
If we were able to track purchases, they have a technology that every bullet would be stamped with an individual like a fingerprint. If we had an ATF that wasn't defunded, we would be able to enforce gun laws more effectively, and we would be able to solve gun crimes more effectively. You're against all of that.
Because the person is the threat, not the firearm, not the knife.
I get it.
The person and the individual is the one that is the concern here.
But you don't want anything.
So, first of all,
look, he gets it, Sitch. He gets it.
Let me just say, gun registration wouldn't help domestic abuse situations unless what would help is if they had the law. What they do have in most states, and I think I'm fine with that. I think most people are fine with that. If someone is committing or someone has committed violent, been found guilty of committing abuse, domestic abuse, they shouldn't be able to own a gun, right? If you commit, violent crime, I don't think you should be able to own a gun. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But in the question of like the technology which I'm in favor of, I don't understand really. I don't think there's a good. Well, I understand it. I don't think you have to weigh the cost and the benefit. So if he talks about like if you had technology where you could trace every bullet or slug, so if you find it in a crime scene or you pull it out of someone's body, and you could trace it back to the gun and you could figure out who fired it, I think that would go a long way to helping solve gun crimes and would actually stamp down. I think something like that would significantly help put criminals away without penalizing law-abiding citizens. And that's what always annoys me about the gun conversation. It's because we have this weird position where the left hates like the concept of guns and the right is like orgasmically in love with the concept of guns. We can't have an actual like normal conversation about this tool, which is essentially how do you keep guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens for hunting, recreation, and protection, and yet penalize or keep them out of the hands of criminals. That's the goal here, right? Or that's what should be the goal here. And instead, we don't have that conversation. We have the conversation with, I'm so in love with guns or I so hate guns. And to me, if you could have this technology where you could figure out who fires what bullet when, that wouldn't penalize law-abiding citizens and would only penalize criminals. Right?
Yeah, no. Is that technology on the horizon?
Apparently it already exists. I've heard it already.
Really?
I've never looked into it deeply, but supposedly it does already exist.
Okay. I didn't know that. Jeez.
Now, the counter to that technology is, well, if we have lists of people, the government's going to have lists of people when the government becomes an authoritarian autocracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's not a good reason to
Wait
say,
a second here. Wait, what? I think that's the best reason. What are you talking about?
Well, no. If we lived in like a recently formed Soviet satellite state,
mm-hmm.
where it seemed like our country only existed for 20 years and it was an authoritarian government before then, and so you're kind of like shaky about it becoming authoritarian again, I would say yes. Don't have that sort of information available to the government or the police or whatever. But we don't. We live in a country that was founded on liberal principles and has existed as such for over 200 years. And to me, to basically handcap yourself to allow criminals basically carte blanche to commit crimes, all because of there's a fear that's never materialized for 200 plus years about an authoritarian left-wing government taking over, I don't think that's weighing the options properly in my mind.
Are you just talking? I mean, the list thing. I think the horse is already out of the barn on the list thing because of third parties have compiled these lists already. So those lists exist that the government can access at any time.
Well, that's a counter example, which I agree with, which is that if the government got taken over by an authoritarian regime and it wanted to clamp down, everyone had guns, all they would have to do was steal or take by force or hack the NRA.
Well, they just pay for
it. Or just buy it. You're right. Or just buy it. Right. So the whole concept is kind of moot from that level too, so that's a good point.
Yeah.
To an extent. Now, not everyone that owns a gun is on the NRA list, but a lot of people will get caught up in that.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think marketers, there are marketing lists, and I'm sure whether or not you're a firearm owner is enveloped in that marketing list. So I think these lists already exist. So when people go to the listing, but I thought you were disputing the fact that, the population should be armed in case.
No. That the population should be armed. The population should be armed to prevent, the government
tyranny
from taking over. Right.
Yeah.
The argument is we can't have bullets be registered to guns and guns be registered to people because then the government will have a list of people.
Too much power.
And then the government will be able to come and steal your guns when the authoritarian regime, takes over. Right. That's, I don't buy that argument. That to me, that argument's not persuasive. It's in the same realms of like, we can't have nuclear power because what if there's a meltdown and they blow up? Like you can't have everything be structured around like the catastrophe, right?
Well, they also have the idea that, the government is going to come around and round up the guns. I just like who's going to invoke that policy and get reelected in the next election? I mean, for all their bluster about guns, the Democrats, they don't want people getting rid of their guns. They know their constituents own guns and like their guns and like their safety. They're going to virtue signal about this. and go, oh my God, we couldn't pass anything because the Republicans, the mean old Republicans. But they don't want to pass anything.
Yeah.
Because they know it would be devastating for them when people say, you know, they're worried about the gun grabbers taking office and you know, some government employee is going to come around and round up all our guns. They're just gaslighting you. They want you to not be able to sleep at night. I don't think you should worry about that at all.
Well,
and even if they do, you're like, look, I lost that gun. We were out at the river and it fell out of the boat, right? Like, I don't have that gun anymore.
But no, and it was recent. I mean, recently the Supreme Court, you know, it said you can't have a flat ban on handguns.
Yeah. Well,
so
I'm just telling you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying. So the idea to me that we can't use the greatest tool we would use possible to round up criminals and protect law-abiding citizens' gun rights, but round up criminals that are using guns illegally. We can't use the greatest tool ever because of this possible hypothetical threat that's never materialized in our history. To me, that's just not a good way of thinking.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's like fear thinking. That's what bugs me more than anything. If we were writing the script of the guys that are going around, the government employees that are collecting everybody's gun, I would just do a shot of them with their form, and the lost gun section of the form would be just like completely filled with different excuses for how the gun was lost. Because suddenly everyone would have lost their gun camping. You know, lost their gun in their luggage. Like the amount of missing guns all of a sudden would just be epic. And what are they going to do? They're going to like tear apart your house and come on. That's ridiculous.
Well, it wouldn't even get, I mean, how would it get to that point in the first place? With the rights, and this is kind of the problem, with the right's love of guns so much as it is.
The left's secret love of guns.
How would that ever come to pass? I don't know. This doesn't seem realistic to me.
I swear to God, the left they're such virtue signalers on this too. Everyone I know who's like a big, you know, we need to do something about guns. They all own guns.
Well, the socialists.
It's ridiculous.
Guns now, but yeah.
Look, not all my friends are socialists.
There you go. Well, look, maybe. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
That could help law enforcement or society determine whether or not a person is a good guy with a gun or a bad guy with a gun.
Even
the registry would allow you to have much more effective background checks. So I don't understand why you won't just admit that you are making it harder for police to manage the streets by allowing all of these guns to go out without permits, without checks, and without background stuff. Why is that hard? Why can't you just stand by that?
Because that's not what I'm doing. I'm defending the individual's right to keep and bear arms.
That's a different argument.
Okay,
you may do. Here's what I'm saying. You want to say I'm a Second Amendment purist and I'm making it safer. You're not. You're making it more chaotic, and that's not a matter of opinion. That's the truth.
That is a matter of opinion, John.
But why take away their tools?
Because certain of their tools that they're using would be infringements upon the people's right to keep and bear arms, upon their constitutional rights, upon due process, upon other things.
That registering is an infringement?
Yes.
Okay. Is voting a right?
It's a right for citizens, yes.
Do you have to do anything to do it?
Yes.
What do you have to do?
It depends on the state.
What do you have to do?
Sometimes you have to be at least 18 years old.
What do you have to do?
And in some places you have to have a government-issued ID.
What do you have to? You have to
be on the voter rolls?
Register.
You have to register.
So what is that? That's so dumb. What does that have to do with anything? What is that?
So John's point is that how is having people register their firearm an infringement on their right to own a firearm when registering to vote isn't infringing upon your right to vote?
I don't get the connection. Like I understand why people don't want to register their firearms because they're worried about, they don't want people to know they have the firearms.
I understand. Right. But so as much as I don't like Jon Stewart, I think that's a solid argument in terms of if you're talking about Well, first of all, it's not really clear what Nathan's position is because John won't let him talk.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Because I would be curious to actually, I wish he would say, well, how, why are you against registration? How is registering your gun an infringement upon someone's Second Amendment rights? Like that's what you'd have to ask. Maybe he did ask that, and maybe Nathan explains it, and that's all edited out because this definitely seems heavily edited, this part. So, but we, the audience, don't know what the fuck Nathan's position is because he says barely 2 words in this conversation. But
unfortunately, yeah.
Right. But if someone does say blanketly with no explanation, having your gun be registered as a violation of your Second Amendment rights, and they give no explanation of beyond that, I think it's fair then to say, well, wait a minute, you have to register to vote. You support registering to vote. So just the concept of itself in a vacuum, the concept of registering to do something does not necessitate that it's a violation of your rights.
Well, and I think the Second Amendment law is actually on their side because it is like a well-regulated militia and whatnot.
Sure, but everyone quibbles about how to interpret that sentence,
Right, but I think if you actually look at I think if you're being honest and interpreting it from an originalist perspective, they did accept a lot more regulation back in the glorious old days of George Washington.
Well, I don't know if that's
Do you
accurate.
disagree?
I don't know if it's true. Because there wasn't a lot there. I don't know what the gun laws were for many years. I don't think there even were gun laws for many, many years. Anyway.
Why don't I mean I would have.
So I don't know the answer to that question. But
I'm confident that I'm correct, but I would have to obviously pull out the research and whatnot.
Because I looked this up a long time ago, so I don't remember. Because I thought some of the first gun laws weren't until, there were some towns, in the Wild West that would be like, you can't have a gun in this town, right?
Yeah.
You have to go to the sheriff's department and drop off your gun. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, but that was like 100 years, or 50, 60, 70 years after, the Second Amendment.
There were literally towns where there were no firearms allowed in the town itself.
Right, which would be a violation of your Second Amendment. Yes.
Right. But those laws were just fine and dandy back then.
True. They could be far more restrictive back then.
Yeah.
In that sense, I would agree with it. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Well, that's one of the data points that I would bring out.
Sure.
If you want to argue.
But I don't think in terms of the originalist, I don't know if those ever went to, I don't know if those cases, if anyone ever sued. So I don't know if that ever went to court and was challenged. Like, can you have these, back in the Wild West days? Because obviously they couldn't nowadays have that.
Yeah, but there's actually been some books written on it and stuff.
Right, but I'm saying like I don't know if you could then say, well, from the originalist perspective, that was the intention of the Second Amendment. I don't know if it was. I don't think it was, but
yeah, but
everyone gets into arguments. I've had this argument, in past. I think it's kind of one of those things. It's like a waste of time. Like, well, how do you interpret it? Do they talk about that only the militia is well regulated? Do they mean the gun ownership? Do they mean you have to be in the militia to own the gun? There's semicolons or there's colons instead of periods. You get this whole very pedantic, how exactly do we interpret the language of the sentence? When in reality, to me, it's all a waste of time because if you actually look at basically the creation of any law, including all the amendments, every single person involved had a different interpretation of what it meant in the first place at the time of its writing. So I don't believe there is really like an originalist context in that sense anyway. Because all the stuff is done by compromise. But
you don't buy into the originalists. I mean, it's a simple argument. Either, you're trying to find out what the intent was when the document was actually crafted versus whether or not you believe it's like a living document and the interpretation needs to fit the times.
Well, okay, let me use an example to explain what I mean. So like when they wrote the Civil Rights Act and they wrote protection on the basis of sex, obviously no one that wrote that had any intention of that including transgender people because that wasn't a thing that people even conceptualized back then, right? When they wrote like protection for sex, right? No one intended that when they wrote the law.
Right.
Right? Okay. But So I understand that, but at the same token, as in I've brought up this example a million times on stream, when the person, I forget the guy's name, when the person included sex into the law, sex protection under the Civil Rights Act, the reason he did it wasn't because he actually wanted to protect the rights of women. He did it because he thought it would sink the law, because no one would actually be on board with protecting the rights of women. And so what is the original intent of the law then at that point?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's kind of my problem with, so there's one aspect of original intent I accept, which is like, yeah, obviously there's some concept that no one possibly understands at the time. That's devoid of the original intent. But when you have these sort of laws driven up by committee and everyone arguing over how it should be worded, so much of it, and this is part of the problem with slavery, when you look at if you read the founding fathers documents, so much of like the problems of the Civil War were basically crafted in the founding of the country because they couldn't really agree on slavery and they kind of kicked the can down the road. And that's like 90% of these laws when you read them, like, well, it's just people arguing about what exactly these things mean and no one agrees. They kind of compromise on things in somewhat vague ways in order to, get everyone on board with it. So that's why I have a problem with the very strict and originalist interpretation of anything, because I don't think that exists to an extent. But
yeah. I've been looking for my notes on this because I read, people are always talking about guns in our chat and I know nothing about it. So I read a couple of books on guns. One of them was Gun Fight. And I think I talked to you about it after I read it. Gunfight, The Battle Over the Right to Bear Arms in America by Adam Winkler. And he talks about how, there was a case that this guy was involved with, a Second Amendment case, where they were arguing over the, literalist interpretation or the two various interpretations, though. And I remember, there was something that came out of it that was super ironic because the people who were arguing for the originalist interpretation were actually disagreeing with the historians on what the original interpretation was. So I was like, oh, that's some great irony. They're like, we need to use the originalist interpretation here, and here's what they originally meant when they originally meant something completely different. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, irony is like caviar for the mind. So I love that situation. And he even went through, because I think Scalia wrote the dissenting opinion and was just all over that. Scalia was big time into originalist interpretation. So, but his originalist interpretation was completely wrong. And he goes through in the book a bunch of historians and whatnot and the different. I think he even outlines that example that you brought up. It's funny that you just brought it up off the top of your head.
Oh, really? That's hilarious.
But in my notes, it's a great book. It's a fucking great read too. I recommend it. It's called Gunfight: The Battle Over America, over the Right to Bear Arms in America. Yeah, all of these attorneys, as an attorney, like it's just a giant feather in your cap to be at the Supreme Court, right? To argue a case in front of the Supreme Court. It's the biggest case in the land and all that. And he even structures it where, like he tells the backstory on how the case got in front of the Supreme Court. And that stuff is even super interesting because like there is a big libertarian guy that was pushing this case forever and ever and ever. And some other like young upstart pushed a different case and he ended up, subverting him and actually getting in front of the Supreme Court. And all the libertarians were completely upset. They were like, our guy should be arguing this case. Why is this guy? Nobody likes this guy. So it had the interpersonal drama stuff in it too, which I found fascinating as well. But yeah, guns are complete. They're just a fascinating culture. So I could find from my notes is self-defense, 100,000 to 250 million defenses a year of guns. And they say this is like a statistic that the gun lobby trots at all the time that is not really backed up by any sort of evidence. Because for the same reasons we talked about when I pulled out the examples. Like, how do you measure that? You got to guess, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, give me 1 second. Read a super chat. I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. super chat. But and I don't even this other note I have, I don't know. Look, I took really shitty notes when I read this book, and I feel I should take better notes for sure, but I don't know. If you guys want to check it out, you can. Stephen Michael Davis made the recommendation to me because you guys were constantly saying, you don't know enough about guns, Adam. You got to read some gun books. So I went and read a gun book for you guys. Look, all Vosh would do is read the Wikipedia. So does Destiny read books and stuff like that? I feel like he doesn't have time to read books because he's doing too much content. Let's see if I can find a super chat. Alex Stewart. Oh, wait. Alex Stewart super chat begins with, to follow up to my previous super chat. So maybe I should go up to his previous super chat here. Oh, look, there he is. Alex Stewart for $20. Guys, the ATF already has gun manufacturers make them tell when they've sold a gun and its serial number. You need to fill out an ATF 4473 that includes your social security number, a NICS background check, and usually a license to carry. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm like, you have to fill out a lot of shit in order just to be able to buy a gun. And people don't think that stuff's on the list. I guess maybe they want to close the gun show loophole, because I'm not sure if you have to give your social security number out to gun dealers at a trade show. So I know a lot of people talk about the gun show loophole, and I think he even outlines that in the book. So, but it's been a while since I read that book. Alex Stewart for $20 says, to follow up on my previous super chat, what more do you recommend? Some states only let you have 10 rounds in your mag. Some states don't let you have certain kinds of guns. What more regulation do you want? Well, I mean, I think Sitch is, I guess I understand where you're coming from. It seems like Sitch is kind of saying, what's the big deal about having a list? What's the big deal about having a registration list? Well, the big deal is people don't want to be on the list. They don't want to have a list. They're like, look, I don't want you to, you understand why people are against the list, right? Sounds like you don't have any problem with the list. I'm just a pragmatist here. I have problems with the list, but I think the list is already, that shit's already sailed. Like, they got the list. I don't think you can do anything about it. So making a big deal is only going to be performative in my eyes, because they got the list already. Yeah. So the Republicans can come out and go, we would never make a list of gun owners in America. Vote for us, even though they already have a list of gun owners in America, and it's in their, their Senate desk drawer.
Well, that's true. The Republican, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Their Republican government senators and reps already have the list.
Yeah, they know. They're like, Republican voter, gun owner.
Right.
So, but yeah, that's my take. So Sitch, I don't know. I think maybe the chat is on the verge of calling you a gun grabber. And yeah,
but see, that's because if someone thinks, me saying that there should be registration for guns and bullets, so that when someone commits a crime, you know who did it. How is that? That means that you're pro-crime at that point. If that makes you a gun grabber, where is that? Where am I ever saying that a specific type of gun should be illegal? That the government should come and take anyone's gun? I never said anything like that. Well, in fact, I think if you did have registration, you could have far laxer regulations on what kind of guns you could have.
Yeah, you sell them to everyone. You sell them at
because then you know, well, if you commit a crime, they're gonna fucking know who did it.
Yeah, you've set up a little kiosk in the supermarket. You just buy it at the
there you go
kiosk. Yeah.
So that's what this ridiculous. This is a problem, is that too many people have been basically haven't really thought about it, and they're basically controlled by their intuition.
No, don't do that. Not our.
No, but that's what's happening.
None of our audit. No.
Wait, that's literally what's happening.
Nope.
It's triggering your liberty. It's triggering your liberty elephant, saying, "Oh my God, my liberty elephant's going crazy."
Don't know. First of all, there are no elephants in our audience. Okay. Stoney says. Stoney makes a good comment here. He says, "Do you think a criminal will register their guns?" Now, Sitch, I think.
One.
What's that?
What do you mean? This is very simple. Okay. You basically have. So the only way to do it would be whenever a gun is sold, it would have to be tracked from the exact line of how it leaves the factory to wherever it gets to where it is. So the only way for criminals to get guns unregistered would be A, there would be a huge market for old unregistered guns, which I acknowledge, and that'd be a problem. And B would be to steal guns.
Well, this is the thing, though.
But this is the problem, because I actually fucking looked this shit up years ago. Do you know how the majority of people get guns for criminal use?
How?
Through A, straw purchases, where someone buys a gun.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say.
From a legal, a reputable source is the number one way in which guns are given to criminals.
Straw purchases, exactly.
So that would all completely fucking evaporate.
How?
Under registration. And number two, the second, you know what the second highest way that criminals get guns? A small amount, a tiny percentage of legal gun shops will intentionally sell guns to criminals, to the majority of criminals, a tiny percentage of them. Mm-hmm. So the number 1 and 2 ways in which guns are given, or criminals get guns, would evaporate under registration.
Interesting.
This is the problem. People don't actually know what they're talking about.
What's to prevent me, though, from buying a bunch of guns? And this is why people file the serial numbers off. I file the serial numbers off, and then I sell all those guns on the black market.
Obviously, it had to be registered. It had to be some way you can't file off, right?
Well, this is why the serial numbers always disappear.
No, I understand, but I understand that. But the technology would have to be integrated in some way. You can't remove it from the gun.
Right. Like you put
I don't know if that's possible.
Serial number inside the barrel.
Well, the serial number's inside the barrel, or it's, there's a microchip that you can't remove without destroying the gun or something,
Yeah.
I don't know. They've supposedly figured out ways to do it.
There's always ways around it.
Yeah, but you can't not do something because a criminal is going to figure out a way around it. It's a continual arms race.
We should just make, killing people legal, because people are going to do it anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We should.
People are going to commit murder even though it's against the law. It's like, well, okay. I don't know.
We should try to stifle people's urge to kill one another, and to buy a bunch of illegal guns and sell them to criminals. Like, what are you thinking?
Right. But this is the problem. It's all intuition. It's all liberty, which I get. But you got to be able to clamp down your elephant and say, well,
look at that.
Let's look at our writer for a second.
How'd you like when TJ was accusing us of being? You see trans? Look, Sitch sees a trans person. He's like,
it doesn't really bother me
hot.
because I think that's a lot of people are operating under that intuition. So it's like, okay. I'm not operating under it, but
right.
Well, fair enough. Anyway,
fair enough.
Let's continue.
Look, I only got to read 2 super chats. Why do you get to read all the super chats?
If you want to read all the super chats after this, be my guest.
I was amazed at how I did pretty good. I was like, oh my god.
I'm impressed.
Must be that new genius weed I'm smoking. Makes you smarter. The more you smoke, the smarter you get.
You have to register to a right. Is that an infringement?
Does the right to voting say shall not be infringed?
Oh, so this is just a semantic argument now.
No, it's not.
You believe voting rights.
He edited him, but that was a terrible response.
Well, it doesn't
say the right to not be infringed of voting. Like, wait a minute. Come on now.
Look, I don't get this whole. I don't think this is a good argument on either side. Like,
okay,
you have to register to vote because otherwise, we can't have like random people voting. I mean, it's part of the system. I don't understand. Like registering guns is not. Like you can go without registering guns, and the system of buying and selling guns doesn't completely evaporate.
I understand what you're trying to say is that you have to register to vote inherently in the process of voting because you can only vote once, and if there was no way of tracking it, you could vote infinite times.
Yeah, it's like system critical to actually conducting a competent vote.
And that's a fair counter to say, well, inherent in voting, you have to register. That's not true of gun ownership. And that's fair. That is fair, but I think it's fair to say, well, therefore, the concept of registration in and of itself is not necessarily on its own a violation of any right.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to tie it into this infringement argument, which I'm like,
right.
I don't know. Okay, whatever. It's just a weird gotcha and a weird.
Well, it's because this is why it's because so much of everyone that talks about guns, not everyone, almost everyone talks about guns talks about it in the dumbest fucking way possible. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have the left is like, oh, guns are evil. And the right's just like, oh, my Second Amendment. My Second Amendment. That's all it's just, oh, it's like, that's not an argument. Like, that's not an explanation for anything. It's just an easy way to just dismiss the topic entirely. So that's why it's talked about in these very dumb terms. But anyway.
It's fine.
Can be infringed because it doesn't say specifically shall not be infringed.
Is it an infringement upon a 17-year-old's right to vote, since they don't have that right to vote?
No.
Oh, it's not an infringement on them?
No. Okay.
Hell yeah, it is. Look at this fucking cuck here. Look at this Jon Stewart cuck.
Yeah, but see,
why can't 17-year-olds vote?
You forgetting your terrible 17-year-old vote. You came up with a far better counter argument than Nathan did.
It's my genius weed. I'm telling you,
this
man.
Is the genius, which is that it's inherent to voting. Well, you didn't phrase it exactly.
It's inherent
but
to
I
the system. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Inherent to the system.
It's system critical.
Right. Well, obviously, if the law says you have a right to vote, but that's only when you reach a certain age, it wouldn't be a violation to people below that age by definition. So
I'm just laughing at what a cuck he is on. Look, it's your own democratic platform that you want 16-year-olds to be able to vote. And he's like, no, no, I'm a cuck. No 16-year-olds get to vote.
Okay.
Look,
absolutely not. Why not? You're the.
Look, we have a lot of young people in our audience that are into politics and they want to vote, Sitch.
Okay, let's not combine my gun take with your terrible voting take.
Why?
Okay?
Why?
We keep lots of space between these two issues.
I don't understand why you can't be a little audience captured here.
Okay.
Actually, I think we have a bunch of older people that don't want our younger audience to vote.
There you go.
Actually, they don't want Bosch's younger audience to vote. That's what they're scared of.
Right.
The one making the argument, not me. I'm saying even rights have responsibilities, and that within those responsibilities are responsibilities and order. Otherwise, it's chaotic. I'll go you one further. You want to ban drag show readings to children?
To minors, yes.
Why?
Why?
What are you protecting?
Why can we prohibit children from voting, those under 18 from voting?
Why are you banning
also that?
Is that free speech? Are you infringing on that performer's free speech?
They can.
This guy's such a fucker. Yeah, I guess if you want. Look, why are we infringing on strippers' free speech?
What?
Right?
I feel like this conversation is so this is like the dumbest conversation.
This is so dumb.
It's like obviously things that are guaranteed rights of Americans in the the Bill of Rights have limitations. They're not infinite, right?
Of course.
You can't just walk around, naked and say, "Oh, so that's free speech."
Exactly. Look at my dog. It's free.
Well, I mean, you kind of can actually. We found out with the weird protest thing. There's some weird restriction there.
Oh, because someone wrote a law in
But like you couldn't, and this is where I always bring up this when people say they're free speech absolutists. I'm like, that's not a real position. Like you couldn't, erect a billboard of lolly porn and put it across the street from a school, and be like, oh, free speech, baby. It's like, wait a minute, that's not. No, there are limitations.
Oh my god.
Okay. Right.
That's horrible.
Yeah, of course it's horrible. Yeah, you can't just you can't just defame someone recklessly. You can't just steal.
I'm burning down that billboard. I am.
Of course.
I'm going out
as
there
you
with
should.
gasoline.
As you should.
I'm gonna
as
be.
You rightfully
I'm gonna
should,
be the one to do it.
Right. So.
I'm gonna wear a shirt that says American Hero on it.
Continue to exercise their free speech, just not in front of a child.
Why?
Because the government does have a responsibility to protect.
I'm sorry?
The government.
Wait a minute. Let me go back a second. I lost track of where we got off.
To minors, yes.
Responsibilities and order. Otherwise, it's chaotic. I'll go you one further. You want to ban drag show readings to children?
To minors, yes.
Why?
Why did he bring this up in the
Why
first
did he
place?
say to my knowledge?
Well, I guess he didn't know.
Why didn't he just say,
do you?
Hell yeah.
Why? What was the point of pivoting to this topic anyway?
Because he's trying to trap him. You didn't see what he's doing? He's like, look, it's the government's job to protect children. And then he's like, but we don't protect them on guns, do we?
Right.
Gotcha.
You're right, yep,
Dunk.
you're right.
Woo! Like
You're right.
dancing in the end zone.
No, you're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct. Yeah.
Look, but it's so weird because more people are being exposed to drag queen story time than actual school shootings.
Well, school shootings, yes. Yeah, definitely. But
yeah.
Maybe not overall gun violence.
What are you protecting?
Why can we prohibit children from voting, those under 18 from voting?
Why are you
but
banning
also that?
Is that free speech? Are you infringing on that performer's free speech?
They can continue to exercise their free speech, just not in front of a child.
Why?
Because the government does have a responsibility to protect.
I'm sorry?
The government does have a responsibility in certain instances to
What's
protect
the
children.
leading cause of death amongst children in this country? And I'm going to give you a hint. It's not drag show readings to children.
Correct, yes.
So what is it?
I'm presuming you're going to say it's firearms.
No, I'm not going to say it like it's an opinion. That's what it is. It's firearms.
So I looked into this because when I heard this, I was like, there's no way that's true. Right? I thought that's not possible. So I looked into it, and to my surprise, it was supposedly true. You hold ragamuffin.
Sorry.
It's okay. Everyone likes ragamuffin. So I looked it up because it's a lot of things were saying, oh, it's #1 leading cause of kids from ages 1 to 18. If you remove newborns dying, complications with birth, the #1 death cause of death for kids from 1 to 18 is firearms. And I was like, that can't be true. And I looked it up. Like, holy shit, it is true. I was shocked.
Really?
But the numbers do merit a further breakdown.
Uh-oh.
Because obviously, first of all, a significant amount of that numbers is suicide.
Right.
Which is bad, but that's not really, usually what we're talking about is like gun crime.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it is a crime to kill yourself, Sitch. Come on.
Well, okay. But there's a bigger issue, which is that, and it's funny because Nuance Bro came to the exact same conclusion. He probably did the exact same thing I did, which is we went to the CDC stats and we started playing around with them because you can start changing all the criteria
to
change a bunch of the numbers.
That's awesome.
And so what I did was I looked at the criteria by starting to select the age to see where the age group deaths were coming in from. And if you do it from 1 to 14, that's not where the gun deaths are. It's the 14 to 18-year-olds that are dying from guns. That's where all that big jump of like, so when I say like the majority of kids are dying from guns, really it's like the 14 to 18-year-olds are dying from guns. Before that point, it's unintentional accidents. That's the majority that's causing kids to die, not gun violence.
And those are all suicides?
No. Just any car accident, someone skating and they break their neck, any sort of unintentional accident. That's the highest rate of killing kids before the age of 15. But then that 14 to 18 range is where all the gun violence like rears up all of a sudden.
Yeah.
That becomes
That's
a big
like
issue.
you slept with my girlfriend. You looked at me funny.
Well, no, and then that's not it. And then if you break down the numbers even more so, and I hate to do this, but this would be contentious.
Don't lie. You love it.
But you can break the numbers down by ethnicity.
Gender. Oh. Even
Yes.
worse. Uh-oh.
Yes. And if you break down the numbers by ethnicity, it's primarily black kids that are getting killed by guns.
Gang violence.
Yes, gang violence, and that's the problem. So here's your.
I mean, we might have to join a gang if we move to Compton, Sitch. I hope you're ready. Are you partial to the Bloods or the Crips?
Well, I guess the Crips are blue, right? And the Bloods are red.
Well, it would be awfully ironic if it was the other way around.
Yeah, I know. So we'll have to determine what color we want. So maybe we should each be on a different team so we can like feud with each other. We can have like our room could be half blue and half red.
I mean, if they catch Bloods and Crips hanging out together, they usually just kill both of them, though.
Oh, maybe
we have to be sworn to kill each other on sight if we join
see.
different gangs.
Are you saying we can't be enlightened centrists in the Blood Crips feud war?
No, it's very, they don't allow that.
Okay. But anyway, so if I control by ethnicity, and this is so part of the thing that was annoying with the CDC data is it actually breaks up different types of gun deaths. But the top one, which is the top in all of the instances, is called assault by it's an assault by other and an unspecified firearm discharge. Now the stats they do break down like pistol, they'll like separate pistol or something, and other types of gun deaths. But this is the top one, so I'm just going to use this just for the sake of explaining the numbers. It's assault by other and unspecified firearm discharge. So if you're black, if you're 1 to 8, from the ages of 1 to 18, and you're black, the rate of getting killed by a gun is 12.6 out of 100,000. So out of 100,000 youths in the country, 12.6 black kids are dying per year from gun violence.
Okay.
If you control and just do it for white people of non-Hispanic origin, or I'm sorry, if you do, it was for whites and Asians, and I just removed Hispanic. That number drops all the way down to 0.6 out of 100,000. So it's primarily, and if you include Hispanic, it jumps to 1.1 per 100,000. So now the reason I bring this up is because this is kind of the problem I have with the way John and other people are talking about this. When they say, "Oh, the majority of deaths for kids is gun violence," because I think what that puts in people's minds is this idea that like, oh, all these kids are dying in mass shootings, all these people just randomly walking down the street and they're being assassinated, by guns and stuff, which happens, but that's not where the bulk of the statistic comes from. The bulk of the statistics comes from high crime area and gang violence. And I believe you could fashion legislation to specifically target gang violence, which is where the majority of this crime they're complaining about is coming from, without doing this whole like completely reforming all gun laws across the country or in a single state.
Yeah,
I think you can target gang violence.
If we target racism with things like hate crimes, like why can't we target gang violence?
Because when
that
they
seems
do
like
that,
a no-brainer.
Because they did that, and then when they did that, they got called racist.
Why?
Because you know how they talk about like there's prison disparities for black people and white people? And they talk about how certain crimes that black people would be more likely to commit would have strong, like higher sentencing. A lot of that was done
because of
gangs. To stamp down on gang violence. This is part of what annoys me when people talk about.
Oh man,
this is why
got totally red pilled.
Yeah, this is what annoys. Like when people complain about like the year disparity between crack and cocaine, and they say, "Well, this was done. It's racist." Crack and cocaine are like the same thing, but crack gets a higher sentence. And it's because black people do crack and white people do cocaine. It's like, no. That's not why that disparity happened. The disparity happened was because when they were trying to, one of the ways in which they stamped down on gang violence is to try to put gang members away in jail for as long as possible. Just get them off the street as long as possible.
Right. That's a good method.
This has proven to be an effective method. And part of the way they do that is that they'll try to give higher penalties for crimes that are related to gang violence. And when they were going into high crime gang areas, they were selling and doing crack, not cocaine. They're doing crack. And so that's why crack had a much higher prison time associated to it than cocaine didn't.
Right.
That's the actual reason why they did that. It wasn't because they were like, well, we need to put black people in jail.
Right.
It was to stamp down on gang violence.
Yeah.
And yet I never hear anyone ever, I think I heard Sean talk about this, but I never heard anyone who's complaining about the disparities. They never bring it up. They just say it's because of racism. Like that was, and this law was like in the 90s. Like, oh yeah, in the 90s, they were just sitting around like, let's be racist to black people and just give them more jail for the crack. Like, I don't know. It's just really annoying.
It's ironic that they were trying to be anti-racist to the black people because gang culture was destroying their communities. And I think a lot of black thought leaders were in favor of the disparities.
They were. See, but that's to me part of why I think so many of these political pundits and I don't know what you want to call them, like quote unquote black leaders. You know, I think they're just completely shallow. Well, I think it's true of all political leaders. It's not like black leaders, but I think a lot of them were just very shallow and just don't actually care about helping the community because just what you said in the 90s and the 80s, like in the 80s,
but you're talking about the current crop of race activists.
No,
because they don't seem to care about the fact that the black community was on board when they did it.
Yeah, well, I am talking about that, but I'm even talking about the ones that have survived.
Right.
You know, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, all these people that were around back then. Because crime was so bad in black lower income areas in the 80s, a lot of them, if not most of them, were on board with, like what you said, they were on board with these strict laws against this criminal activity.
Right. They want to clean up their own neighborhoods.
Right. But then you fast forward to today, and because of wokeness and like, oh, you know, you have to coddle criminals and you have to, you know,
they completely
the police are causing the crime, right? Then all of a sudden they magically forget their position from 30 years ago and they flip and they say, oh, these laws were all fucking racist. It's like, but the fuck, you guys were all in favor of this shit back then. And it helped, by the way. A lot of this laws helped, by the way.
It did, yeah. The crime dropped precipitously.
Yes.
They pulled a John Kerry. They were like, I was for that before I was against it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, total flip-flop. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Anyway, let's talk about Drag Queen Story Hour.
Oh, yeah. Let's change it. Look, he's got an incoming dunk.
Yep.
More than cancer, more than car accidents. And what you're telling me is you don't mind infringing free speech to protect children from this amorphous thing that you think of. But when it comes to children that have died, you don't give a flying fuck.
It's not about free speech. You're such a fucking idiot.
How can this is I don't know. On one hand, you generally want to keep your cool in these conversations, but optically, if you're a politician, even if you're not a politician, optically, if you're talking to someone like Jon Stewart and you know they're just going to clip you, you have to immediately interrupt them and be like, no, fuck you. I don't believe in this. Like, you're just way off here. Like, what he's saying is insane.
Why wish you would have taken it?
Children dying.
Can he take it down the gang violence route? I don't know that he can, because then they just tar him as a racist.
I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying when he goes off the tirade, like, you don't care about children dying, blah, blah, blah. Like, you just gotta immediately be like, bam, shut up. Like, fuck, this is like bullshit. Like, not saying you have to curse them, but you have to immediately cut them off and be like, you know, this is disgusting and you're lying and you're not letting me answer any question. You just want to sit here and moralize. You don't actually care about any of the things you're talking about, John. You just want to sit here from your bully pulpit and get views and clicks. Okay. You don't actually care about any of the issues. You don't actually know or understand any of the facts that you're talking about.
He did all of that, and they just clipped it out.
Well, no, you have to interrupt. You can't even. But that's what I'm saying. When you know it's going to be clipped, you have to interrupt. You can't let him. That's the problem. Like, normally, when we have our conversation, since I know it's not being clipped, I will let them go, and then be like, okay, wait, this is why what you said is wrong, right? But if you're talking to someone who you know is clipping you, you can't let them get the clip in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
To protect children from this amorphous thing that you think of. But when it comes to
this amorphous thing that you think of, that so infuriates me. It's like, we don't let, 10-year-olds go into strip clubs, John. Like,
that's amorphous, Adam. That's an amorphous thing.
Well, no, I don't understand. Like, the argument that he's making for free speech, it basically applies to a 10-year-old walking into a strip club. He's basically saying, that's like, you're taking away the stripper's free expression. Why are you doing that? It's like, no, fuck you.
Right.
You've created this weird idea of what free speech actually is. That's not what it is. And obviously, when we're talking about Drag Queen Story Hour, the kids are literally, by law, forced to be in school. So it's not like they can even leave. So it's kind of like, you know, forcing them to go to the strip club for the strippers' free speech. It's like, what are we even? What's going on here? When did I enter crazy world?
Children that have died, you don't give a flying fuck to stop that because that shall not be infringed. That is hypocrisy at its highest order.
The guy never even said.
I know he doesn't even. What is his answer? No one cares.
The guy, look. Oh my God! You should have just done the interview with a cardboard cutout, John. Why do you even have a live person sitting across from you?
Mm-hmm.
So ridiculous. This is a slop that left-wing media just gobbles up. Oh, please give me more. Oh, this is great.
I know.
Look at Jon Stewart yelling at this, berating. Look, he even looks like a Republican. He's probably got Nazi memorabilia in his closet.
Right. But see, it's so funny because, like, you know, Jon Stewart was all, you know, one of his big claim to fame was going on Crossfire and crapping all over Tucker Carlson and I forget whoever the other guy was on Tucker Carlson's show, and saying,
so sad.
You know, this is all theater, this is all games. And I'm like, this is all theater. Like, he sits this guy down, he doesn't let him speak, like, basically at all. And he's just moralizing for 10 minutes, and then they have this very obvious, completely ridiculous dunk at the end with, like, the rock music comes in. And you're like, oh, it's just so pathetically lame.
You're right. He totally got famous talking about how we need to have real policy discussions. And then this is his idea of a real policy discussion.
Right.
It's laughable. This is not a policy discussion.
I know, it's completely preposterous. But...
And it's just the complete straw manning of the conservative position.
Sure.
Straw manning drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The conservatives do their fair bit of straw manning as well.
Everyone does.
This is the
Grendel Vivat, is that it? Grendel Vivat purchased 20 gifted memberships for people.
Thank you so much.
Grendel, thanks. That's awesome.
Right.
That's very generous of you.
Okay, let me read the $20 and up super chats relating to this, and then we'll move on to the next video, which is about Chud Logic hosted a panel, or was on a panel. I think he hosted it. Called Panel in Flames After Denying Anti-White Hate Being Real.
Yeah, Chud recently followed me on Twitter, so maybe we'll be friends. I don't know.
Yeah, seems like
I like his content. He seems. I was listening to one of his videos, and he was talking about how he didn't want to do anything, fundraising for. He didn't want to do anything that was like perceived as good in the world, and I was like, well, I don't agree.
Who didn't want to do that?
Chud Logic.
Oh, why? What was weird?
I've like fundamentally disagree with that, but I think it's good that he's honest in saying it, right?
Okay, interesting.
He has a very unique perspective that I find fascinating. So, yeah.
Alex Stewart for $20 says, guys, the ATF already has gun manufacturers make them tell.
Those are the ones I read. But go ahead.
When they've sold a gun and its serial number, you need to fill out blah, blah, blah. Well, if they already do it all, then anyone complaining about it is full of shit then. Because I'm only suggesting that they do what you're saying they already do. So I don't.
People are probably trying to overturn that law. Why do I got to give my social security number to buy a gun? Like, what the fuck? I don't want to give that shit out. It's bad enough whenever you do anything medical. They're like, I want your social security number. Fuck.
To follow up on my previous super chat, what more do you recommend? Some states only let to have 10. Thank you for another $20, Alec. Some states only let you have 10 rounds in your mag. Some states don't let you have certain kinds of guns. What more regulations do you want? What? I don't know. What does that? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything that I said.
Sitch wants a list that with driving directions, how to go around the most efficient way and grab everybody's gun.
That's what I want. No,
he wants
a
gun grabber.
If someone commits a crime with a gun, like shoot somebody, right?
Right. Okay.
I want now. We'll talk about this in 1 second. I want it to be that when they pull the slug out of the person's body, or they find shells on the ground, that there's some way of saying, okay, we can match whose gun this came from. And we could type in the computer and it brings up the person that owns the gun. That's what I want. Okay. Now there's two things. You might say, Sitch, the technology doesn't exist yet. And if that's the case, then okay, then it doesn't matter. Then we don't do it till the technology exists.
But you said it does. You already said there's
I thought my understanding is that it does exist, right?
Wow.
But wait.
That's like some Minority Report shit. Here's
the problem. People conflate two different arguments. They say, one, that doesn't exist, which if it doesn't, then obviously I'm not in favor of some future technology that doesn't exist until it does. But then the person who's arguing with me has to say, well, wait a minute. Are you saying that once the technology exists, then you'll accept it? Because they never do. They're actually saying, no, even if that technology does exist, I don't want it to be implemented. So it's like, oh, okay, well, that's a completely different conversation. So let's actually have the conversation about what matters, right?
Yeah. That would be a good poll question if it wasn't so complicated.
So which, again, and we can have that, we could talk about it, but just don't, it's useless to kind of talk about like a secondary argument when even if the technology existed to your liking, you still wouldn't be in favor of it from an ideological position. Then just talk about the ideological position. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, I have info on the defensive firearm stat, but I can't get it now at work. Where can I send it? You can send it to me or Adam on Twitter in our DMs. I think we're both open.
Nice.
Obama actually requested the study be performed by the anti-gun lobby. He didn't like the info, so Obama blocked its release. Wow, that's horribly shitty if that's true. That's horribly
probably
shitty
because of the gang stuff. Obama was like, this is going to be perceived as racist.
A guy for $20 says, I don't want traceable bullets because someday if I blast holes into a tyrannical government figure, then I don't want to go to jail for an obvious criminal act. ATF, this is sarcasm. Don't put me in jail. Well, I have some bad news for you. I mean, to me, like, if we're gonna live in some sort of, like, I don't know how to tell you guys this. Like, no one's gonna have any privacy in the future. It's just not gonna happen.
What? We have privacy now?
We barely have privacy now, and we're not gonna have it in the future.
I'm like having sex with my wife, and I'm going, here, let me put the phone in the other room here.
Everyone's gonna give up their privacy. I hate to tell you this. Everyone's gonna give up their privacy for the sake of convenience. That's what's gonna happen. I don't know what to tell you. It's gonna happen.
You know, when you're banging your significant other, guys, just put the phone in the other room, just to be safe. Just so you know, just to be safe.
No, I just, you know, when to me, it's like, okay, to basically say we have to allow criminals to get away with crimes because of the hypothetical tyrannical government that's never materialized in America. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I think it's a bad argument. I think it's a terrible argument, and it's basically allowing your fears and your elephant to take over the rider at that point.
I just, in my estimation, the government is far more afraid of us than we should ever be of the government. I mean, our power is so decentralized in the American system that, and I kind of feel like January 6th was a moment of kind of proving this. Like, if somebody wanted to be that tyrannical government, and there are plenty of people that do, and wanted to implement this plan, you know, where they're going to come around and take everyone's guns and, you know, I don't make the populace, you know, clean the streets. I don't necessarily know what plan 2 or step 2 is on that plan. But if somebody wanted to do that, there's just so many different levers of power that they would have to be in control of that nobody can possibly do that. Mm-hmm. I mean, you agree with that, Sitch, right? Like, how does that materialize? Like, people don't even there's so much infighting on the left and so much infighting on the right. I don't even think.
That's my point. That's part of my point. Is like, and I hate when people
it never can materialize
this shit like the elites. And you know, TJ said something I want to talk about, but I had a revelation the other day, but maybe it will be a conversation for another day. Mm-hmm. When people talk about like the elites are using all these cultural issues to distract us from, like, you know, the real issue of we're all, you know, being attacked for our class. But just when people complain about like the elites are all doing X, Y, Z, it's like what are you talking about? Like, right now, this country is so incredibly divided. The elites hate each other's guts with a burning passion.
Yeah, okay? Look at Scott Adams is an elite. He just got his ass canceled by everyone, and they were loving it. They love going after one another. That's their
we
pleasure.
We live in a time where the politicians are at each other's throats, almost as much, like more than they've been in the last 30, 40, 50 freaking years. And the idea that they're all going to come together to allow, the government to just steal everyone's guns away. I'm like, I don't know what world, like it's a fucking fantasy. It's not real. That's not how any of this works.
It's doom and gloomerism.
Yeah.
But
I was saying if we lived in some country that was a former Soviet satellite where our institutions were really shaky, it's only been a country for 10, 20 years, I'd say okay. But we don't. We live in a country that's been around for hundreds of years and has, stood the test of time in these sorts of institutions. We haven't had an authoritarian government take over. And I'm not willing to allow the fear basically, override. I'm not allowing fear to make me soft on crime. Okay, that's how I'm going to phrase it.
Look at this.
I'm not going to
Sitch
allow
is
fear
tough
to
on
make me
crime.
soft on crime.
I like
that's
that.
like saying, to me, it's like basically saying, oh, well, we can't have nuclear power because the plants can blow up or melt down or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, but we do things to prevent that from happening, right? Or say, oh, we can't have nuclear power because a terrorist might run and blow up the facility, right? We can't have guns because bad people are going to go and they're going to use those guns to commit crimes. It's the same thought process. It's just, yeah, bad things always possible. We can't live in, we have to be practical, and we have to weigh the costs and the benefits. And we have to be realistic here.
There's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Alex Stewart for $20 says, to give Sitch more info, gun stores have to have a specific license in order to buy and sell guns. It's a lot of paperwork. Licenses given out to the ATF. A gun manufacturer cannot directly sell a gun to you. Yeah, I know. I know that. They have to sell it to the store.
Yeah.
Okay. So if what I'm suggesting basically already exists in every facet, the only thing that doesn't exist is that the part that the government can find, the police, I should say, can find the bullet and say, oh, we put this in the database and it tracks exactly back to you. So it seems like you're saying every other part of it exists except for that one part, the final puzzle piece. So people that are afraid of it, the fear is already, they shouldn't even materialize because what they're afraid of already exists essentially. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, look up Hayes versus United States. It is illegal for a felon to register their firearms. It is illegal for a felon to register their firearms because of their right to avoid self-incriminating themselves. Registry only affects the law-abiding.
Is that true?
First of all,
that's insane.
I'd have to look that lawsuit up because that sounds preposterous. But secondly, again, that only, as I said, what I'm talking about would only apply to new guns being made. So obviously, there's going to be a massive market for criminals wanting to buy previously made guns in the resale market, but that will be phased out over time as more guns break down, more guns fall into use, more guns are captured by the police, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my, this is great. Am I supposed to bring up Brianna Wu's tweet? Please tell me.
Well, we can bring it up in a bit.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, so on this panel, this is Chud Logic's on this panel. I'm Mr. Importance on this panel. Some other people are on this panel. Brianna Wu is on this panel, and they're basically talking about Scott Adams' cancelization and racism against white people. Now, most people focused on Mr. Important's statements, where he said what he said in our show, only I think we handled the situation better.
Oh, didn't we? But is it really handling the situation better? Because I feel like this shit show was like maybe more entertaining.
You're right. So in terms of entertainment value, when he said, Scott Adams has the Klan hood in his closet, if me and Adam exploded on him and call him fucking anti-white racist, that would probably get us better traction for clipping.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're the idiots here.
Well,
but in terms of like actually having a productive conversation, we handle it better and said, well, that's not really fair, XYZ, and then he agreed to that statement. So
well, he's going to come back on the show though, so it's like obviously people generally don't come back. I don't. Bob and Dane talked about coming back on the show at the end of our live stream with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's going to materialize, but
well, doors open if they want to come back. But yeah,
well, I might say, oh, you agreed to come back on the show, and put the thumbnails to him that way,
right,
and say, look, you made it. You said right here you'd come back. What the fuck?
Right.
That works actually, because then you're like, oh, so you're dishonest.
Right.
Well, you made a promise right here.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the reasons why we try to get those promises. There
you go. But in terms of like having a productive conversation, it makes it, I think we were a little bit more effective.
It seemed like he was more willing to walk back stuff with us. But then, I mean, this panel was just days later, and he's like, I mean, he basically... No, he did say Scott Adams has like Nazi paraphernalia in his closet somewhere.
Well, the problem is, so the problem is he says on our show, and we kind of get him to walk it back and change his mind. And then he says it again on this show. And you say, well, what's going on there? But if you actually listen to this entire conversation, he even says in this conversation when he was saying that he was just being hyperbolic. And I think part of the problem that arises in a lot of these communities is that it's like people are intentionally saying and wording things in like hyperbolic ways in order to get eyeballs. But to me, that basically makes the space horrible.
Right. Yeah.
Because people take the hyperbolic statements on their face value.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's an effective way to communicate or a productive way to communicate at all. So
so I guess maybe we'll watch a little bit of the clip and then I'll dive in. This is about Scott Adams, right? The topic here is Scott Adams.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh, but anyway, what I was gonna say is, so most people fixated on the Mr. Important stuff. I don't want to fixate on that because we literally talked to him about this exact issue. So we don't need to. What interested me in this is that this is the second time I've ever heard Brianna Wu on a panel. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're been in the space for a long time, you'll recall Brianna Wu was a prominent figure during Gamergate and basically attacking everyone that was pro Gamergate as being a horrible, sexist, racist, misogynistic transphobe. And she's been super duper hyper woke for a very long time. So I was very surprised to listen to this panel and the panel where she was on with Destiny, where she seemed to be very moderate in her positions. And I was like, wow, maybe she's changed, right? And I was ready to applaud and say, she's changed her opinion. Mm-hmm. Maybe she's clamped down on wokeness. She's become less woke over time. She's grown as a person.
She's a grown up now, Sitch. She's like a full-fledged adult.
Right. Yeah, because years have passed. Maybe she's matured. However, I found out that that's not true.
She's a partisan bigot.
It appears that she's just doing an optics thing.
Oh, I love this. Oh, God.
Which is that, and she talks about this, and we'll go to some clips in this debate. It appears that what's happening, from my opinion, is all she's doing is she's really fixated on like, how do we, or when I say we, I mean from her perspective, how do we win, Democrat votes? The Democrats are losing, so we need to start to do optic things to, appeal to white people. Like, it seems like a very cynical, pragmatic position as opposed to like an ideological, well, maybe my opinion about white people or Republicans or conservatives is wrong, right? It doesn't seem like that realization has ever kicked in yet. Yeah,
I love these streams that they do together, a bunch of left-wing Democrats who, I mean, they have these streams as if it's a private call or something, and they don't realize people are listening. But they basically say things like, oh, Republicans respond to this kind of messaging. So in order to gaslight the Republicans, we need to talk in this very specific way. As if Republicans are just the dumbest people in the world, that they're totally like going to fall for that. Like some NPC robot that, oh, look, they said the word that I agree with, so now I'm suddenly on their side. Mm-hmm. it's so far removed from human psychology. No, they're going to hate you even more because you're trying to manipulate them. And you've even admitted to it on a live stream here. Look, and these are the same people that constantly share that tweet of Christopher Rufo, where Christopher Rufo just comes out and says, look, here's my strategy. Here's what I'm doing. And look, it's working. They're like, oh my God, Christopher Rufo is trying to manipulate everyone. He's so lying and dishonest. Right. Well, you're basically saying to do the same thing.
Well, to be clear, she's not saying that directly, but that's how I'm interpreting what she's saying.
Okay. Well, there are plenty of live streams where they say it directly. And every time I nearly spit out my drink laughing so hard, like they feel like they understand the secret sauce of conservatives because they know the words that they use. It's like, isn't that completely stupid, Sitch?
It is.
Yeah. Like you can say a magic word and all of a sudden, look, now you're on my side because I use the proper word talking about pro-choice. Look, I reframed it as I totally reframed it as like an individual freedom thing.
Right.
Now you get it.
I know.
No, they don't. Like you literally don't understand their argument. And if you think reframing with some special words is going to change their opinion, you're just, as a political pundit, you're an utter failure.
The greatest thing a white
jump into it.
Okay.
person can do to help.
Which is why it's easy to read that he's got a lot of spite with the society and not necessarily blood.
Yeah, not to mention, I actually ran into a thread from Brianna Wu like 3 years ago where she was arguing with Scott Adams because he said that the only reason he got like fired was because he was white.
Right.
Wait, but
that was beautiful. It was a great 3-day feud that I had with him. He's been on this train since the 90s. So
she said this multiple times and it's untrue. She said that Scott Adams was against affirmative action back in the 80s. Right. That's not correct.
I've actually heard him be in favor of affirmative action.
Yes, he is in favor of affirmative action. At this point, I believe he's like, now's the time that we need to start considering that affirmative action has helped as much as it can and is now doing damage to us.
Right. So I guess I didn't have the time. I don't know where it is. But so in this conversation, she basically throughout it tries to take kind of this moderate position on what against Scott Adams, saying, well, I don't know if he's racist, but I didn't like what he said, blah, blah, blah. She's trying to have like a kind of moderate position about it, right? Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So then I check her Twitter, and you can bring up the tweet.
That's why I got the tweet.
You can bring up the tweet because I'm like, oh, I'm very surprised that like hyper woke partisan Brianna Wu has this kind of moderate position on Scott Adams. Or apparently what I would consider my position for someone from her political space. Mm-hmm. Right.
Right.
So I go by happenstance, I go look on her Twitter for a different reason. Because I was trying to find where she was talking about her Twitter feud with Scott Adams. And I stumble upon this tweet.
Right.
From this is when Scott Adams was canceled. Brianna Wu says, I wish Scott Adams had not blocked me for that 3-day viral Twitter feud we had 3 years ago, so I could say, ha 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 ha. Part 2. Ha 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 ha. Part 2 of 400,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So to me, this is horribly dishonest, horribly disingenuous that Brianna Wu goes on this panel. It's like, oh, I have this nuanced, moderate take on Scott Adams. And on Twitter, is just laughing in his fucking face that he got canceled from all publications. To me, it's disgusting that's her behavior.
Some people, Twitter does turn them into monsters. There's no way around it.
It does. It makes them. Yeah, but this is the problem. To me, I think that's true. I think Twitter does turn some people into monsters. But from the way she used to act, that was who she was. In the past, she was the more monstrous person.
Maybe we just never saw her on a panel, though.
Yeah, but that's what so it makes me think that the panel version of her is the fake version, and the Twitter version of her is real.
Ooh, that's an interesting dilemma there.
Right.
Because I wonder if the Twitter version is just the fake version.
I don't if this was just like a random person that didn't have a background, I would be more inclined to believe that, right? But since it's Brianna Wu and she has this reputation and that's who she used to be and write articles and talk to people about this shit, I'm like, oh, this seems to be more in line. The Twitter persona seems to be more in line with who she was in the past.
If she was at a very high-end, expensive restaurant and Scott Adams was sitting at a table alone and said, "Oh, Brianna, come over. Let me talk to you for a second." And Scott Adams was like very nice to her. Do you think she would suck up to him and think, "Oh,
of course she would.
Look, I can look, Scott Adams has a huge right-wing audience and I can reframe everything and he'll start reframing them for me and this is a great win. Democrat, all of Scott Adams' audience is going to be voting Democrat."
She would 100%
She
suck
would.
up to him.
She would. She'd be sucking up to him so fast.
She's very cognizant in this conversation, the last conversation that I watched with her in Destiny. She's very cognizant of like the trappings of power in politics.
Yeah.
And so since that's where her headspace is, she's trying to play nice in order to get political power, essentially. It comes so dishonest. It comes off very dishonest to me.
Now, if let's say we're in the fancy restaurant and Scott Adams says, "Oh, Sitch, Adam, look, come over here, come talk to us." We're talking to him about his like 5-day cope spiral. I mean, I can't not bring it up. What are you talking about? Do you disagree? I mean,
no, I agree. I mean, I would love to talk to Adams. I would love to talk to him in person, but
we're not going to try to manipulate him into getting like Democrat votes. We're going to be like, listen, this is a human interest story.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Continue.
Well, I was going to say, and then the second thing I wanted to bring up. So she said, I had this, viral tweet with Scott Adams. I had this viral tweet with Scott Adams about, him being against affirmative action, right? Which is a dishonest lie. This is very dishonest that she's saying it. Because I was listening to Scott Adams in 2020 when this tweet thread appeared. I've never heard him ever come out against affirmative action. I've heard him come out in favor of it. I've heard him come out in favor
a million times
of diversity. What he has said was that he himself was fired from 3 different jobs for being white.
Right. Yeah.
And those jobs were, let me be clear, not fired, but that he was denied promotions from 2 jobs and fired from 1 job for being white. And it was that he used to work in a bank and he was passed over for a managerial position because he was white and male. And claims he was told this directly by his boss.
Mm-hmm.
And so he quit that job. And the second job, I believe it was either at another bank or it was when he was working for one of the telecommunication companies he was working at. And he said literally the same thing the boss said, we can't promote you to the next position because you're a white male and we have too many white males and we need diversity. Mm-hmm. And so he left both these positions. Right. And then the third one he talks about is he lost basically, if you recall, many years ago, there was a Dilbert cartoon show.
Mm-hmm.
And he claims that the ratings were good. And the only reason the show was canceled was because it was around the time period that UPN, which the show was airing on, decided to go into a different direction, which if you remember, this was when UPN decided to become like the quote unquote black TV station at that time period. And obviously Dilbert doesn't have the appeal to the urban market that it would to the white community just by the happenstance.
Sounds kind of racist, but whatever.
I know, but that was the reality situation. And so Dilbert TV show was dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Scott has said this many times. He's repeated this story like for years and years.
Ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, right. And he said it on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
And so someone on Twitter, now I can't see the original tweet because whoever he was originally arguing with deleted all of either they deleted their responses or they've been removed from Twitter. So you can't see what Scott is referring to. But you can see Brianna Wu insert herself into the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And first of all, for her to call this a viral thread is kind of hilarious because it has 600 likes, which is a lot, but that's not like viral. Like 600
likes? What do you mean? That's like a regular tweet from me.
Okay. Well, So like 600 likes is in a viral thread. I don't know what the fuck Brianna was talking about. But so here's what Scott Adams said, and let me read the back and forth. Scott Adams says, I lost my TV show for being white when UPN decided it would focus on an African American audience. That was the third job I lost for being white. The other two were in corporate America. They told me directly. So Brianna responds by saying, maybe that's more on you than them for creating such an overwhelmingly white cast of characters. Which, first of all, is pretty racist that you're saying that black people won't like Dilbert because it's got white people in it.
Yeah, that is racist.
Which is pretty offensive.
I mean, nobody likes Dilbert. It's
Right.
beyond race.
So there you go. So Scott Adams said, do you know what happens when white cartoonists introduce black characters in comic strips? If you did, you'd be well informed. Some things are poorly received no matter how they are done. See Mount Rushmore. If you didn't know that, you might not be as experienced in this field as I am. Okay.
That's
so
pretty good.
A fairly
That's a good
polite response, right?
Yeah.
There are a bunch of deleted comments here, so I don't know if they're from Brianna or other people. It's hard to see. And I wish when you deleted something on Twitter, it would tell you who deleted it. So you just saw it and then say deleted.
Well, that's a good idea.
But anyway, Brianna Wu responded in a non-deleted comment where Scott Adams was accusing whoever he's talking to who deleted the comment, saying, reminder, sarcasm is not an argument. If all you have is sarcasm, I accept your intellectual surrender. So Brianna says, here's a comment not based on sarcasm. I read both of your books from the 90s, and your pity party about being a white guy isn't new. What is new are the standards the world expects of you. Until you choose to grow, your influence as a cartoonist will continue to shrink.
What?
It's kind of funny that Brianna Wu, who's essentially a fucking nobody,
Yeah.
who lost some race as she ran for office, is telling Scott Adams, how to grow his influence.
Yeah, talk about the ego on that.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Scott responds by saying, it would be useful for you to have some understanding of my opinions, which you mischaracterize here before criticizing them. Otherwise, you come off as an ignorant scold, not a beacon of moral clarity.
Well, that's a good response.
Good response. Brianna responds with, no, Scott. The problem is, I do understand your work. I used to be a massive fan of Dilbert, as Dilbert was hot as I was entering software engineering as a career in the late 90s. And just like Dennis the Menace cartoon, you are stuck in the past. You deserve the feedback you get.
That's not a great response.
No. To which Scott Adams responds, you know my cartoon work from the 90s. Do you know my writing and opinions on reparations, on urban blight, on bad urban schools, on offensive statues, on Colin Kaepernick's protest, which he supported, by the way, and police reform? Did you know I'm left of burning on social issues? Come to 2020, the 90s are over.
Ooh. Did he do a hashtag Gamergate?
He did not. But he should have.
Damn, that would have been awesome.
To which Brianna responds with her last response to Scott saying, yes, I'm familiar with the giant ass you've made of yourself publicly. It frequently makes the news. Some of your takes are good. I thought your statements on patient-assisted suicide was the most raw and genuine thing I've read on the subject, but your Hillary pity party less so.
Ooh, she called him Hillary. She went for the jugular.
You did. To which Scott says, name one opinion I hold that you can accurately describe in which you disagree with. Watch how hard it is. That's how you know your opinion is based on bigotry.
Trying to think if I could do that.
And do you know what Brianna's response to that was?
Zip, zero, zilch, nada.
Yep.
Wow. She bugged out.
Zero, zilch, nada.
Well, she mischaracterized his positions here. I know his positions because I listened to him a bunch. Like Sitch and I were regularly listening to him together. And, I mean, I thought his content was a lot better before Trump lost the election.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that caused his content to kind of deteriorate a bit. And I mean, I stopped watching him just forever. And then this happened, and I did watch his streams I don't know if I've seen every single one since the Wednesday canceling event, but I've seen maybe 4 or 5, maybe 3. I don't know. And I wanted to talk to you about this because, like, we talked a little bit about it, but we never really talked about his reaction. And his reaction seems to be, I mean, look, I don't think they should cancel Scott Adams. And I know a lot of people are defending Scott Adams. I'm not defending what he said. I think obviously what he said would get anyone in trouble. And if he was looking at this, you know, objectively, he would realize that. I feel like he's like kind of a little delusional over his response to all of this. What's your take?
Well, 2 things. I don't think it's delusional. I think he's trying to just do what's best persuasion-wise for the situation.
So that could be even worse because you're saying, and I was wondering that myself. Is he just delusional, or is he just trying to reframe this in a way that could be categorized as like manipulative? Like he knows. Like I don't buy into this whole thing was a plan on his part, and he's like the sacrificial Jesus to make this story so we can talk about anti-white racism.
So to be fair,
we talk about anti-white racism on the show like every week. Okay, so you don't need to cancel yourself to get to do that.
Right. So to be fair, he said that he didn't think he would lose Dilbert over this. He thought he might get canceled on YouTube. He didn't think he'd get canceled nationwide.
Well, that just goes more to the fact that he doesn't have a firm grasp and didn't do it deliberately.
Right.
Because if you sat down and thought about this, for 5 minutes, you'd go, okay, that will get me canceled nationwide. Like that's the thing. That's the thing that will.
No, I agree with you. But let me say this. So I do believe when Scott Adams the next day, and he said this subsequently then after, said, you know, when he said that black people were a hate group, he didn't mean like all black people were, you know, a hate group.
He just meant the people who answered in the poll.
Right. And he was just speaking hyperbolically. I believe that. I will accept that. And I believe that. I don't think Scott Adams is racist. And I don't think he should be canceled. And I think he was just angry and used a very poor choice of words in his conversation that he had. So I'm fine defending him on that level. Because I think that's fair and just and true. So I can defend him on that level. I feel like some people are trying to defend him on the version of what he said, which even he doesn't stand by. Which I'm not going to defend that. Because Scott is not even saying that he agrees with that or just even defending that himself.
Oh, the determination that he made with the poll. The hate group comments. You're saying people are trying to defend those comments.
Some people are right.
Yeah, obviously.
Now, in this conversation, Doobie, who is the little lizard guy, brings up what I brought up with Mr. Important too, which it's weird because I feel like most of the people that criticize Scott Adams, they're not talking about the hate group comment, which to me is the more egregious comment, which I accept his clarification of. They're focused on him saying white people should move away from black people.
Right.
Which to me, if the poll was true, or let's say this, if his interpretation of the poll was true, if theoretically, and this is what I brought with Mr. Important, if theoretically you took a poll and 50%, I know the poll was like 20%, but just say hypothetically, if 50% of some racial group didn't like
Cambodians,
right? If 30% of Albonians,
I said Cambodians, but
Albonians is the fictional group Scott Adams always uses in Dilbert. If 50%
way more racist than Cambodians, but
anyway. If 50% of Albonians consistently polled that they didn't like white people or Jews, they didn't think they should exist or live, or they're rigged against them.
Those Jew-hating Albonians.
Right. I would say, yes, obviously you're well within your right to move away from the Albonians.
Right.
Because you're not saying every single one of them is racist, but you're saying, fuck, 50%. Like, I'm not going to take my fucking chances at that point, right? Holy shit. And so I think, from that part, I don't really have so much of a problem with that side of the statement. I do have a problem with the statement, which is that, as people brought up, the poll literally only asked like 100-ish black people. And so like 20% of that is like 20 black people. So like are you going to really try to judge a national average of millions of people based on what 20 people said? You shouldn't probably do that, right?
Of course not.
So,
well, he did a kind of a monologue on, paying the price and how he did this deliberately.
Right.
And that was such epic levels of cringe for me. And I don't necessarily want to kick a guy when he's down, because I do feel like one of the interesting things about the story is, these cancel culture stories are just, people's lives are just in upheaval instantaneously in ways that just people can't often fathom.
Right.
And so how people deal with that, you're kind of looking at that as like a investigation into human nature. How honest can someone be with themselves in some kind of dire situation? And I do feel like we kind of got a window into this with Trump losing the election and all the January 6th stuff. Like, he just couldn't accept that this thing had happened. Like, he wasn't able to move on as kind of like a human being.
Right.
He kind of was frozen in this moment of loss. And I do feel like that's kind of happened a bit with Scott Adams. And the way that he's reframing it, maybe he's doing it because he's trying to hang on to the audience that he has. I know a lot of people have said, and this is a common pushback I get whenever I'm talking about Scott Adams, and I don't blame people for doing it. They're saying, Scott Adams did this deliberately, and this was something, that Scott Adams had planned to have a wider conversation about anti-white racism.
Well, he's already said that's not true. He didn't plan to get canceled from newspapers. He's already said that's not true.
Okay. But he did say that he planned. Well, when he's talking about, then why does he have the conversation where he talks about paying the price, and he paid the price, which is cancellation? Like,
well, two things. I think he thought he might get canceled from YouTube, which is what he said.
Okay.
But the second thing is, as I said, I think so much of his rhetoric, what he's talking about, is just him trying to turn this situation
around. Yeah. Yeah. In the minds of his audience? Okay.
I take everything he says about like his planning, I take all that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
It's all he's just trying to leverage this in some fashion, which, fine, whatever. It doesn't really bother me, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I don't, how do you respond to something like this?
What he's doing might be the best way to. Here's the problem. People on this panel were complaining. They're like, Scott Adams didn't apologize for what he said.
No, that's the wrong. I'm 100% sure that's the wrong advice.
Right. See, and that's the issue is, I wish we lived in a society where people could apologize for saying something that they either say, well, I shouldn't have said that, or I should have been more careful with my speech. I wish we lived in a society where people could apologize, say that, and then they'd say, okay, we accept your apology. Right. But we don't live in that society.
Right. Yeah.
You apologize. Scott Adams apologized the next day and said, I should have used more clear language. I shouldn't have based, I was angry. I shouldn't have based this off this little poll, blah, 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 blah. Like, it doesn't matter. He still would have got canceled. Nothing would change. I don't think for a second anything would have changed in terms of his cancellation, because they don't give a shit. Yep. These people who are so angry at you to want to extract the apology, they don't care. Most of them don't care. And the big corporations, which are all filled with the biggest spineless cowards imaginable, don't care either.
Yeah, the outcome of that would be, it would be good for Sitch and Adam. Like, Sitch and Adam would be the only ones who would like accept that apology. It would be like, yes, okay, right. You spoke inarticulately. My only disagreement is that I thought it was an irresponsible use of his platform. The Hodge twins called this out. They said, look, you're telling white people to stay away from us. Like, why are we caught in the crossfire here? Right. Which I agree with that perspective. That's the only problem that I really have with it. And I feel like I would like to live in a world where he could say, yeah, this was an irresponsible use of my platform, and, I shouldn't have done it. Give me the slap on the hand and Dilbert books can still come out. That's not the world we live in. No, like, nobody is going to accept that apology. And not only that, the only audience that Scott Adams has would dump him immediately for apologizing to the enemy. So
Yes.
like it's a lose-lose situation. The whole idea that people think an apology is the right course of action, just they don't understand reality.
Yeah, completely delusional. Right?
Yeah. So I do understand that Scott Adams is going out and saying, look, and people are telling me this. They're like, Adam, this was all planned by Scott Adams. Scott Adams meant to be canceled. He knew Dilbert was going to be canceled. This is the price he had to pay to have this conversation about anti-white racism. And I just feel like, I mean, is it really? I mean, that's the price we have to. We talk about anti-white racism on the show all the fucking time. And I don't feel like we need to be canceled to talk about it articulately and, you know, to spread the wider conversation, right?
Well, so to be fair, it definitely helps shine a light on anti-white racism.
It does, but I don't know that it's a good light.
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's the problem.
Yes.
Because on one hand, you have all these news stories talking about this poll supposedly where 25-ish% of black people are saying it's not okay to be white, whatever the fuck that means. Now it's a problematic. I hate to use that word. It's problematic in terms of shining a light on anti-white racism for two reasons. One is, what the fuck does it's okay to be white even mean? In the first place, it's a terrible question. It's, people say it's a dog whistle. People say it's a troll. No one can fucking agree on what it means, anyway. And everyone on the left will just dismiss it as, well, these people know that it's a 4chan hoax or troll, right? Like, whatever. So it's not going to really help in that issue. The second part is that then his comments, which come off as very racist, even if they're not, or he just misspoke, they come off as very racist to people. And so that's all they fixate on. They don't fixate on the anti-white racist part of it. They just fixate on the anti-black racist.
Well, not only that, it gives them a reason to be anti-white. It literally does. They say this is why there is so much anti-white racism, because look, you got this like skinhead going around like he's a millionaire and he's telling people to get away from black people. It's like, it does the opposite.
Right.
It makes people more
anti-white racism.
Yeah. It makes people more anti-white.
Right.
Oh God.
Here's what I would say. And I think we said this before, and then we'll move on to the clip because there's other things I want to watch. If his goal was to quote unquote be canceled over this blah, 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 he could have phrased what he was saying in a far more careful way, which could get him potentially in trouble, but would be like, oh, he's just saying this. Right? There's nothing actually wrong with what he said there.
Yeah, it'd be innocuous.
Yeah.
And true, obviously. Like the truth, what triggers me is there's no truth value to his statement.
Sure, but as I said, he's just trying to salvage something. Truth isn't.
I get it. I get it.
Anyway, so later in this conversation, the part I jumped forward to, they talk about anti-white racism, and whether that's actually a problem or not.
Now, we don't have to get canceled to talk about this, do we, Sitch?
Well, we don't. We don't know.
No one wants to cancel us. We're small potatoes. Yeah, exactly.
Stop doing that.
Wait, where's the problem with anti-white racism? I'm so confused.
I think you're confused about a lot of things. But
no, I actually want you to point to me where this anti-white racism, rather than just social media clips.
So this was like years ago, right?
I hate this performative ignorance. That's what we have to call it, performative ignorance.
Oh yeah, you know this.
Where's the wokeness, Sitch? Where's the anti-white racist? I don't see. Where is this? I don't see it. I'm sitting in my room, and I'm not. No one's attacking me for being white in my room here right now at this very location in time space. Where is it? I don't see it.
I know.
Point it out for me.
You go back to his timeline and he's retweeted like "kill all white people" 1,000 times. It's like, dude, you're not fooling anyone.
Right. It's like we're gonna pretend like, remember when BLM was at its height, and we had what were the two big books that came out?
Oh yeah, White Fragility. Oh yeah.
Right. We had White Fragility, which is literally fucking what's her face?
Yeah. Robin DiAngelo.
Robin DiAngelo saying all white people are racist.
Right. And fragile.
Okay. And
look,
fragile
I don't know about you, but if someone's calling me fragile, I'm like, fuck you. Like, prove that claim.
And speaking of too, and we can bring it up, it's funny. Carlin Borshenko, I couldn't find where she drew this from, but she has a clip of Robin DiAngelo literally saying the same thing Scott Adams saying, but about black people, saying that black people should get away from white people.
No way.
Yes. It's really funny.
Awesome.
We'll watch it. But so, or actually, let me just pop it in right now if I can, because we'll go back to this because it's so relevant. But
that's hilarious.
And then I'm a big believer in affinity space and affinity work. And I think people of color need to get away from white people and have some community with each other.
Oh my God. She's a total segregationist.
So thank you, Carlin, for bringing that clip up.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, I just hit back on the watch together.
Okay, here, let me back up.
Right. So yeah, so number one, we have Carl. So we have Robin DiAngelo, very saying all white people are racist, and then the other person was Ibram X. Kendi, who had the exact same position, saying, "Oh, you're either with us or against us."
Right. Yeah.
Right. And then you have CRT, which is saying all the anti-white racist shit that it's saying. And so like, oh, where's the where is it? Where is it? When like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, when Nick Cannon was canceled, it wasn't for all the anti-white racist shit he was saying. It was because he was saying anti-Semitic things. Literally, no one cared except for me.
Right.
And Adam.
I cared. Yeah.
Racist shit about white people.
We covered it.
Yes, but none of the newspapers really. If he just said what he said about white people, but not Jews, I don't think he would have gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
At all. You know.
White people are the whipping boy now.
Right.
We're the bad guys. We're the terrorists in all the movies and stuff.
Right. Or when you had the New York Times lady, whose name escapes me at the moment, who she had a bunch of anti-white racist comments that she made, and she didn't lose her job at the New York Times.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
No one cared. They just said, "Oh, whatever." No one cares.
If Star Wars came out today, Darth Vader would be white. He would be in a white suit.
There you go.
He'd be marching around as a colonialist.
Right. And then, and Doobie he brings up not Doobie, the other guy in the bottom right who's really good. I'm unfamiliar with him. S.I. Shunchained brings up that exact. He brings up, he's like, fucking in Black Panther, she calls a white person colonist.
Yeah.
We have in a mainstream Disney movie, a black character uses a racial epithet against a white character as a joke, and it's accepted.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so like, and then it's like, and then they say, "Oh, well, it's not a big deal." It's like, wait, you said, "Where's the anti-white racism?" And then you bring up, it's like, "Well, it's not a big deal." Like, what the fuck?
Is it?
Fuck you.
Is it that it's not anywhere, or it's everywhere and it's just not a big deal? What's your position?
Yes, exactly. Right.
Because I might differ on the fact that it's everywhere. Can it be everywhere and not a big deal? I would argue to differ.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they would say it's not a big deal. I'd say it's everywhere, and it's becoming a big deal, and it's making people racist against white people, which is making white people racist against black people, making everyone hate each other.
Right.
So.
Yeah, making huge declines in all the progress that we fought for. You got to indoctrinate people to this anti-racist shit, and in colorblindness. That's what you have to indoctrinate people to.
Of anti-white racism that's being normalized in the United States, and that we should stop doing that.
Wait, where's the problem of anti-white racism? I'm so confused.
I think you're confused about a lot of things. But
no, I actually want you to point to me where this anti-white racism, rather than just social media clips.
So this was like years ago, right? This was like the first time it was really apparent to me, as a brown person, was just after Bernie Sanders lost the primary the first time. And I think it was Simone Sanders, if I remember correctly. She was on CNN. I remember this. On like a panel with a bunch of people talking about the primary.
Yep.
And she said something like, this isn't an exact quote, it's off the top of my head. She said something like, "We don't need another white man running the Democrat Party, or another white person running the Democrat Party," something to that effect. And to me, that immediately
I believe she said, "We don't need no more white people," which was even further. I was like, "Oh my God,
that's even worse." Yeah.
What are you saying? Yep. I'm like, you are insane.
Struck me as racist. Like, why should their race matter? Like, why does it matter if it's a white man or white woman or a black person or Asian or whatever the fuck it is? Why is race a factor here? But for everybody else there was no pushback. It was totally fine for her to say that. Totally fine for her to just outright say, "Hey, we don't need this racial group at the top of the party." And that to me, that was the first time that I noticed in the mainstream someone being what I thought was pretty racist and getting zero pushback because of their skin color. And there's been many examples of this going forward. Like it's fucking everywhere these days.
I can give a way simpler example too. And this is something that has been in a Marvel movie, no less, is calling white people colonizers. Like we're reducing somebody down to their skin color because of something somebody else did hundreds of years ago. And then that's supposed to be like a character assassination of them. That's a very heavy anti-white sentiment to have.
Okay,
so I'm hearing
I don't think that there's a huge
word.
plague of anti-white racism because a Marvel movie used colonizer in a joking manner.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Look,
That's
downplay
so
it. Downplay it.
faith.
He immediately tries to downplay it. Look, you
Yes.
know, if they did the same thing, if a Marvel movie was calling black people the N-word, dude, this guy would be losing his shit. He would be on fucking social media raging for days.
They actually, the two of them combined, they actually gave the perfect answer.
They did, yeah.
Because one of them says, here this is in a political conversation.
Yep.
For affecting political parties, and here it is in a cultural conversation affecting the culture. Okay, we've hit both avenues in very big ways and very big mainstream ways.
Yeah,
and you were right. I looked it up. The quote. She said white people.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Right.
I was so enraged when I heard that clip.
Yes.
I think I might have been a Democrat at the time.
Yes.
I was like, oh, so I don't look. You don't need me. Okay, fuck off already.
Right.
Fuck off.
And
fuck away from me.
And then just be like, oh, well, yeah, it's in a Marvel movie. That's not a big deal. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here with this weak shit. It's so dishonest. And it's such a bullshit argument. And as you said, if fucking there was a scene in a Marvel movie where, like, I don't know, some white character walked up to an Asian person and was like, we don't need your kind, rail worker, or something. You know, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" I'd be like, "Whoa, wait, what the hell is going on here?" Like, wait a minute.
Oh my god,
it'd be crazy. It'd be totally crazy.
It would be.
Yeah,
why is it invisible when it's about white people? What
it's not
happened?
Invisible. It doesn't matter. Because P plus P equals R, Adam. They had white people have all the power. All the power of society. Now listen. Apparently that power doesn't manifest in any way because as I argued to Important when we were talking to him, wait a minute, how can you say that white people have the power when anti-white racism is tolerated, but all other forms of racism are not tolerated?
Well, it's worse than toleration. It's like they make excuses for it.
Yes, exactly. Then doesn't that show that white, quote unquote, the white identity doesn't have power in this country?
Yeah.
Under that framework? But no.
Yeah,
that's an argument that falls on deaf ears.
You're right.
Like, I'm sorry, Twitch is banning people for using the C slur, so I don't think anti-white racism is a huge issue in America right now.
Popular black commentators on YouTube use specifically colonizer to characterize white people, and they do not call them white. They will just say colonizers.
But do you think that hurts people in some way? How does that hurt white
absolutely.
people? How?
Yes,
How?
Absolutely.
How?
No. No.
What's happening here?
No.
Do we need to talk to Mr. Important about negative stereotypes? I feel like we do.
Come on. He's just debate brains.
Well, I mean, there's so many negative stereotypes about blacks. You would never say, oh, does that negative stereotype hurt? You know, just a negative stereotype that blacks are criminals. Does that hurt black people, do you think?
Yeah, I know.
Hell yeah, it does. Of course it does.
Of course.
Do you think a stereotype that all white people are racist? Do you think that would hurt people? Yeah.
Maybe here's the way we argue this. Okay. Because if you say that, you say what the question you said about does negative stereotypes hurt black people? They say yes, but that's because black people don't have societal power, right? So well, wait a minute. Is it not the left that continually argues that stereotypes about masculinity hurt men?
Oh, you're right. That's a great point. Yes.
Right.
And they have all the power.
Exactly. So yeah, how can you argue that there's this quote toxic masculinity stereotype that's hurting all white men?
Yes.
But being racist against white people and creating negative stereotypes that way doesn't hurt white people.
Yeah. Negative stereotypes hurt people, they do.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's just
how does it hurt white people?
Wait, hold on. So
how would you
I'm not a white person, right? I'm a brown person, but my ancestors were also rapists and slavers and imperialists, right? Just like everybody else's. So if I were judged in perpetuity,
I love how, like, there's 5 white people on this panel,
and there's a lizard who's supposedly not a white person,
right? And none of the white people have to hide their identity because they're progressive. They have the state-sanctioned religion on their side, so.
Right.
But the one person that's like, I'm a conservative, but I mean, I'm brown, but I would just prefer my.
Well, I don't know if Doobie's conservative because I've only heard him a couple of times.
Oh, really?
I don't know if he's conservative.
Oh,
but he's definitely more moderate.
Oh, gotcha. So he just speaks conservative then. He could be a liberal too. Interesting.
I don't know. I'm sure someone in the chat knows.
For the raping and the conquering and the murdering and enslaving that my ancestors did, and I were seen as somehow less than other people or somehow morally fucking tainted for shit that I didn't even do that happened hundreds of years ago, yeah, I'd absolutely feel a certain way about that. I'd feel bad about that. Why the fuck are you judging me because shit happened hundreds of years ago that I had nothing to do with?
That's exactly right. That should be on a t-shirt. Why are you judging me for shit that happened hundreds of years ago that I had nothing to do with?
Right.
Like, that should be... It should be on billboards and bumper stickers. Stop blaming me for fucking your qualms about history.
Okay,
I genuinely
you feel
hear,
bad.
I genuinely hear what you're saying there, and I think generally speaking, like painting white people with the broad brush as colonizers, I think that is messaging I personally don't agree with.
You see, she said as messaging.
I know it's so.
I mean, what about just like on an ideological level, right? It should be
on a moral level.
Right? Okay.
It's not good. Lying about people's not good either.
Right.
It's not just messaging. It's like savaging their reputation.
What I would urge you to consider here. So I've done a lot of work trying to get women better represented in the tech industry, right? Women leave tech at a rate 4 times that of men. We're barely represented in engineering positions. There's a ton of...
Is Brianna Wu trans?
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't know this? You're not familiar with her?
So she's a biological male to female trans person.
Yes.
Talking about the underrepresentation of women.
Of women in programming, yes.
I just want a moment of silence for that, okay?
I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't going to say.
The rule of thumb is men, things, women, people, right?
I know. Listen.
Okay. Let's continue. I don't. This is always the case, Sitch. This is always the case.
It's a comedy show. Life is a comedy show, Adam.
Why is this always the case?
I know.
Why is it always like a female to male transition is like a nurse?
Yeah. Well, not always.
And they're trying to get more male representation in nursing.
Right.
Can we look? If these people were real gender abolitionists, they'd have a completely different program. They would basically be in league with us. We're basically gender abolitionists.
Of just discrimination up and down the board. Look at the Activision lawsuit where a woman that died by suicide, her direct report passed around nudes of her to all the men on her team after she died. Right? There's a
That's fucking. If that's true,
fucked up. Yeah, fire.
I should have
all
looked
those.
that up. If that's true, that's like fucking insane.
Fire every single one of them.
Right.
Everyone that has a device with the dead girl's nudes on it, you're canned. You're shit canned.
Right.
Look,
yeah, that's
show some decency. Jeez.
Yes.
Oh, that's so bad.
If that's true, I don't know if that's true.
Well, Brianna Wu's had some bad takes already, so maybe it's false. Who knows?
A lot of really terrible stuff going on.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. One of the things I've run into, and I'm saying this very humbly, I don't have a great answer for this, is that when you're in a group and you're trying to say, we are hurting, things are stacked up against us, right? This is what we're generally facing from this other group. For whatever reason, it really triggers men. and y'all don't want to hear it. I have no idea on earth how you message this stuff that doesn't instantly get people on the defensive. And it's very challenging, because I think, like that Simone Sanders clip, there is a truth that, like, one of the reasons the DNC is failing is because we are not outreaching to communities of color in the ways that we need to. Look at the Latino turnout in the last election. We majorly failed at that. And I do think that is a perspective we increasingly need in leadership.
Okay, I looked up the story. I think she misspoke.
Oh,
she
really?
tweeted it too, but she tweeted it correctly. The claim wasn't they passed around nudes after she committed suicide. The claim was she was being subjected to harassment, including the passing around of her nudes, which is part of what led to her suicide.
Well, that's kind of even worse.
Which is yeah, that's not good. But well, I don't think it's worse, but it's not good. Obviously, it's really bad.
Look, Brianna Wu is admitting the Democratic Party did terrible with Latinos in the last election, because you slapped an X on the end of Latino and started telling them to use it.
Right,
of course
that's the
you're
problem.
gonna
Yeah, they talk about like, oh, the Democrats are doing bad in all these areas. It's like, yeah, but they're doing it bad because of wokeness, which you're promoting.
Yeah.
So
figure it out.
Know how you talk about that honestly, and don't also really upset like some white people where it's very triggering to hear that, because I really understand both sides.
That's delusional. She doesn't understand both sides, and
no,
her solution is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and I'm sure for a lot of men it sucks to be called a virgin incel. But if I go and say that we should get away from women, never interact with them again, I think I would rightfully be called like a fucking misogynist. And
we should be knowing that we're treating incels and virgins as insults differently, because those aren't like immutable characteristics. And to be
Great
fair,
point.
the reason, in response to Brianna, why I think men have such a vicious reaction to a lot of these things is they're not given proper outlets in society to actually take care of these emotions, where I think women are encouraged to.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about Black people being the victims of racism, it causes them to have a lot of very toxic opinions and toxic characterizations of those who would oppress them. I think we're seeing the effects of that in white people with Scott Adams rhetoric, and my issue is that it seems like we're not taking it seriously.
True.
I mean, I think taking what he says, when he I think he's only stirring up more racial tensions when he's advising people to get out of black neighborhoods. That's been a huge problem of systemic racism in the United States, where black people have kind of been segregated to their own neighborhoods, and it is really difficult for a lot of them to move to white neighborhoods as a result. That's why the education system is so fucked, because they're typically in poorer neighborhoods, and the school system is based off of was it property taxes? So yeah, I don't know. I feel like we can talk about those issues, but the prescriptions he's making are just hurting racial divisions across America. And I think that's a bad thing that should be called out for.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that was stupid. I think...
Okay. Anyway, so that was the clip I want to talk about. So you have a bunch of people, a bunch of woke people who don't give a shit about anti-white racism. So
yeah, of course they don't.
Terrible.
Because it's their electoral strategy. Look, this is the thing that really bugs me about Brianna Wu's response here, and her punditry, her commentary. Because the way that I see it, the Democratic Party is in this kind of weird situation where they're kind of enacting something similar to what people call the Southern strategy with the Republicans. They want to appeal to anti-white racists, and they want them to vote for Democrats in perpetuity. So they kind of have to walk this, line where, they placate those people. They let those people be as racist as they want to be. They come up with excuses like power plus privilege equals racism to kind of give them an out, because they want them to keep voting for them. They want them to keep voting for Democrats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
They profit politically off of the racial tension. And Brianna Wu is deluding herself if she doesn't think that that's the case. And she's the first person that would say, oh, the Republicans are the ones that are profiting off of racism. She'd probably tell you a story about how Trump came out and made a comment about Mexican immigrants, and that stoked up the anti-white racism in his base, and all these people, hate immigrants.
Yes.
And they're voting based strictly on white racism. She would make that argument. But she doesn't see, oh yeah, I guess we're kind of playing the racist angle as well.
It's pure gaslighting. And I've had this conversation. I mean, we've had this conversation with people, I think David Pakman has said this a bunch of times too. There's like this total gaslighting of like, oh, why is the right talking about all these issues? They're just trying to distract you. It's like, what? They're just literally responding to shit the left is doing in terms of all this race and culture issues. It's 100% gaslight.
Yeah, totally.
Andrew Clark sent me this clip.
We just want to have we're just trying to have a conversation.
Oh, I
here.
can't put the clip in. I have to actually start the whole.
If I hear that one more time, I'm just gonna.
I know.
I'm gonna Minecraft myself. I don't know. Like we talk between 10 and 20 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why are we waiting to have any of these conversations?
Sure.
Like what has to, I guess they're talking about having like a national conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Which
is,
I don't mean? Yeah, what does that mean?
Right.
I feel like you got to change minds as you can, kind of in your local community. Oh my God, no.
What? You don't want to?
No, I do. Is this this is where they go completely racist, right? This one guy is like, oh my God.
So Andrew Clark sent me this clip. Obviously, the two people at the top are the two people we had the conversation with on our stream.
Right.
So
Dane and Organized Chaos. I can't remember Organized Chaos's name.
Robert. Bob.
Yeah. Bad Faith Bob.
Yeah. So the guy at the bottom, who I assume is black, he's about to call Eric July an Uncle Tom.
Right. Ooh, that hurts.
You made it in a sleazy way,
Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Tom.
For real.
Ooh. Oh wait, no, the white guy called him.
I know. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean?
Okay, wait, I guess it is. So the white guy called him an Uncle Tom, but the black guy agreed.
Wait, I thought he was backing up. I knew the white guy because I only saw the clip where the white guy calls him that. Yeah.
Probably watching right now.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to make this guy's face big. Like we gotta read a super chat or something.
The guy who's like looks like a soy jack made flesh.
Oh that guy.
The soy jack made real.
Yeah, what happened there?
Mark Twain's Revenge for $100. Well, thank you so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. Says, I have much to say about this topic of anti-white racism. Just want to say that a lot of people say this stuff doesn't exist outside the internet. This is incorrect. I would say it's pretty localized, but where it exists, it's pretty hardcore and totally unchecked. And also, thank you for being 1 month saying, I also want to follow up on my super chat and say where I'm encountering this real life mentality is New Haven, Connecticut is very complicated.
Really? So you're experiencing anti-white racism in like a predominantly white area? New Haven, Connecticut.
I'm sure that's where most of it's happening, honestly.
I mean, I got to admit, I wouldn't like. I have felt I've experienced racism recently, like in the last 5 years, like anti-white racism, where people have said or done things that I thought they probably wouldn't be doing this to me if it wasn't like a white thing. But you never know if that's true or not. That's my problem. Right. And the fact that I'm in a situation where I'm thinking that, bugs me.
Oh, sorry, Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I missed GSBI's $20 super chat. Says, scarier than AI gender differences is there has been AI that can accurately predict the race of patients. Also, really? Are you guys familiar with the Hofstede's cultural dimensions? It's like social intuitions, but for whole cultures. I'm not familiar with that, no.
Sounds interesting. Was it Hofstede?
Hofstede's? I'll send it to you.
Hofstede. Cultural dimensions.
I wasn't familiar with the race thing. What are they looking at the brain, or what are they looking at to to dictate the. Actually, because I thought there was something where they were like looking at just a bunch of random. They look at like total biological data and they could predict the race. I don't think it was just. Oh, it was a skeleton. That's interesting. Well, I mean that makes sense. That actually, I mean, I don't think that's scary. That actually makes sense. There are, outward physical differences between people of different races and ethnicities, and that's definitely going to be reflected to some extent through skeletal structure. So, I think that does make sense. I don't think that's like a crazy thing. But
that darn kidda is in the chat. I see.
Hey, what's up?
She left a comment saying that she might map out the critical race conversation we had with Wicked Supreme, which I think would be totally cool.
Cool.
Because I'm not sure I really understand Wicked Supreme's argument.
I understand his argument. I think it's a terrible argument. I think it's a really bad argument. But...
Well, you didn't really jump in on that, so I mean.
What do you mean? What?
Maybe you did. Maybe I was so triggered I don't remember you jumping in. I was getting a little hot. I was like,
right. His argument was that we should ignore the origin point of the ideology and focus on how it's being taught
today.
To me, that's a terrible argument.
I mean, the lens is very basic. It's all white people are racist. That's just not a good lens for examining anything.
Right. But the problem I posed to him, which I don't think he had a good appreciation of or answer to, was, well, say there is some part of CRT that's good, right? That you want to salvage, right? Then, okay, salvage it, but then rename it and remove it from CRT. Because if you don't, then people are very easily, which is literally what's happening right now, going to use your good faith of thinking CRT means whatever thing you think it means to sneak in all the other pernicious shit that you agree is bad, which is literally what's happening. And so that's why you have to change the name if you have some other concept, or you have to, remove the concept you want to salvage and change the name if there's something specific. You can't just say, well, CRT means something. It's like, no, that's a bullshit argument. And it's an annoying argument because it's something that it's basically an argument that was fed to people via the mainstream media, because that was the argument they made for a very long time. So,
yeah, I mean, the lens that you need to examine those racial disparities is very simple. It's called science. Like, what the fuck?
Right. But anyway, let's watch this clip. I don't know what the context is here, but
yeah, man, sure, like and subscribe, man.
Yeah, he's been watching us a lot.
Wait a minute, is Eric in the chat?
Keep in mind, he's probably watching right now.
That's true.
He's probably watching.
Eric, make sure to like and subscribe, man.
Yeah,
he's been watching us a lot.
Nobody's fucking season right now.
Means.
It's like that Tupac song, bro. You made a G today, but you made it in a sleazy way,
Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Tom.
For real.
Ooh.
Yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
That's no, dude. I mean, look at how he look at the work he does for the Blaze. Yeah, totally.
Look, the I don't know if he's black or Mexican, but he tries to back him up, but even he knows he's gone too far. He's like trying to think, oh yeah, it's because you work for the Blaze.
Right.
Oh, that's so bad.
I didn't realize that working for the Blaze makes you an Uncle Tom.
Yeah, no, that's
you can't be black and be, conservative or religious or whatever.
Oh my God. That's legit racism.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's like if you don't have the same, it's so bizarre. It's like it totally breaks down along political lines. Like if you're not in my political tribe, I can be as racist as I want to be to you.
Yes.
And look, I'll even have, people of color next to
why?
me cheering me on.
You know why?
Why?
Because these people don't believe in fucking liberalism.
They don't,
believe in their
totally.
collectivist dog shit ideologies.
Yeah.
That's why CRT literally is on board with this. That's why, remember, like in that debate we had with Jangles a million fucking years ago, where I read that example about the black lawyer who's just participating in white society like he's not a real black guy, but the black musician with like
Right.
the dreadlocks wearing the African garb is really black. Like it's just fucking wild. It's because they have this collectivist ideology.
Well, it's even worse because it's like the white guy who, you know, likes Wakanda forever is actually a black dude.
Right. It's so the collectivist shit here is so despicable. And that's what it leads you down this path of like, well, it's okay to be racist against the collective that I don't like. Because they don't, and this is again, this is another problem with the whole why is it bad to be racist against white people? Because what that's people are not so nuanced. Okay, that's not the way the brain works. You know, so if you say it's okay to be racist against white people, that's literally 1/4 step away to be like, well, it's okay to be racist against anyone, you know, as long as they're the enemy, right?
Yeah, this is the thing. This is why, you know, the liberals, well, I guess I can't use the term liberal. The progressives.
Liberalism. Oh, okay. Yeah.
The care harm people, they always come
The
out and they'll,
leftists.
yeah. Well, they'll give you a long spiel about empathy. Oh,
right.
We just need to have more empathy. But all of that empathy software that we have inside is really designed towards an in-group.
Right.
Like as soon as you categorize someone as the out-group, like all the things that you would just, oh my God, you'd feel horrible about happening to them because they're in your in-group. Now all of a sudden, all those things like, oh yeah, let that guy lose his job and you got the Brianna Wu response here.
Right.
What happened to the empathy, Brianna? Haven't you ever lost a job?
Yeah.
Haven't you ever been publicly humiliated and canceled from life?
Right. And see, but that's another thing that's important too, is that so under the framework of liberalism, the idea is that even people in your outgroup should get
some level of
same,
empathy. Yes.
Not just empathy, but the same level of natural rights that you have.
Yes. Yes.
In these collectivist doctrines like socialism and fascism, that all goes out the window. It's all in group out group. That's all that matters. It's all in group out group.
Yeah.
We should treat the out group like dog shit.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yep.
Oh,
so
man.
well, anyway, Andrew gave us the clip.
That's it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how long this goes on for. But...
I don't give a shit. You call me what you want.
You know what? I would be curious, actually, sincerely want to kind of look back at some point at some recent, or not recent, even like months ago. That one, for example, like.
That's too far for Dane even. Dane's like, oh, shit.
Gotta change the subject.
Dane is like, this is going to be on the Sitch and Adam show. Why'd you have to say that? Why'd you do that? You know Sitch and Adam are going to play this on their show. And then Tree of Logic is going to clip it out.
There.
It's going to be all over the internet. Why you got to open your dumb mouth? Oh, my God.
How does he responded to criticism in the past? Like, has the criticism been really sharp? And did he?
Okay, we've moved on. Anyway, so there's one other.
Look, no, he's trying to change it to like whether or not. Look, I don't. It's so weird. It's like this weird struggle session. It's like how has your movie criticism been in the past?
Right.
Do you have consistent movie criticism? Like, why can't people just have movie criticism? I don't understand this.
Mm-hmm.
It's so ridiculous. People are this is the problem with ideologies like this. All of a sudden, it's like a brain virus on these people. All of a sudden, they're going in and evaluating how your criticism affects marginalized people.
Mm-hmm.
When your criticism should be about the art itself. It should be about how it moved you or didn't move you.
Right.
It bugs me.
True.
On that level. So what? Anything else? Or are we wrapping up?
Oh, there was another couple. So you sent me this video today.
Mm-hmm.
It's from The Hill.
Yeah, bring that up. Let me. I need to run to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be.
Okay, you run the bathroom. We're only gonna watch a couple of chunks of it. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. But I will read some super chats. Twitter sucks for $5 says, for some reason it won't let me DM you guys or post a link in the super chat. Can I just directly tweet at you? Yeah, just I don't know why my DMs are open. I'm assuming I don't know what is your Twitter name. I'm assuming I haven't blocked you or something. So yeah, just tweet it at me or something. You can't post, only people with wrenches can post links in the chat because that's the only way to prevent like the there's those bots that spam the porn links and everything. So, where's TJ? We already talked to TJ. We talked to him for about 2.5 hours in the beginning of the show. So we probably, we wouldn't have done the split up stream thing because we're kind of just talking about a bunch of eclectic things afterwards. But a guy for $20 says, I work in a company that's primarily made up of H-1B holders. All the DI crap, pronouns and emails, etc., comes primarily from white women in HR. True. Those women that won't be donating their job to an oppressed person of color anytime soon. Yeah. No, you're completely correct. That's where it's all coming from. Part of the big problem with all this stuff is it's a lot of the DI shit is just people trying to justify a paycheck, essentially, for doing nothing. That's really what's happening with a lot of this stuff.
Oh, that's great. I want a paycheck for doing. How do I do that?
There you go. Become a DI. Become a DEI person who's going to train people to not be racist.
Oh, do I get to come up with a curriculum on my own? Because I might sneak some shit in there.
There you go.
I might have my own curriculum.
Junebug for 2 hours says, can I DM you on Discord? Yeah. I might not reply to it, but you can DM me.
Sitch. You don't reply to all your DMs?
I get lots of DMs on Twitter and Discord that I don't reply to because I say, oh, I should reply to this, and then I forget.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I look at it and I say, oh, and then I forget that I had it. So, but you can do it. I'm not going to ban you to the Shadow Realm for doing so. I know that there's some people who are like, how dare you DM me on Discord? I'll never talk to you again. I don't care. If I don't want to talk to you, I'll just mute you or something. Cedar's Bucket of Gum, $20. Thank you so much. It says, Brittany Cooper, the professor, went on a racist rant on white people. No consequences. Racist, quote, everything will be all white documentary on MSM. That's true. And Dean Obadiah blamed white women as Karens for Youngkin win. No outrage. True. It's annoying to me that, I'm going to have to start compiling a list. I'm going to have to, compile a document, a WordPad or Notepad document of just, anti-white racisms that's happened in public that no one got in trouble for, or people that were canceled. Just that whenever we talk to, really bad faith people on the left.
Bring the clip up. That would be great. If we had a clip.
That just say this, I'll be like, I'm going to send you a 20-page Word document. That's a compilation of with names, with links.
Just start reading it off or even compile it in a clip and say, oh, let's watch the clip. Here we go.
Yeah. I'm going to have to start doing that. So it's to be like, here you go. I have a list.
You know who does that and is really effective at it? Larry Elder. Larry Elder, I don't know if you've ever listened to him talk or speak, but he always has facts, a bunch of facts that are just completely say, oh, wow, that seems like this guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, what we'll do, also I'll have a graphic that you can play that's like a graphic, the gif of the person unfurling the giant list.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's good.
You'll play that graphic and I'll go,
list.
Let me read from you from the tomb of anti-white racism.
Yeah.
Just start going through it all. So, okay. So they talk about the Dilbert stuff. Okay, here are the timestamps.
I almost read this woman's book, but I just haven't done it yet.
Batya Unger Sargon.
Batya. Is it Batya? I mean, he says her name in the beginning of this, and I thought, that's such a weird name. Here, let's listen.
Elon Musk accused the media.
Oh, I guess he doesn't in this clip. Yeah. I heard the other guy say her name, and
who cares?
Batya. It's like Batya. I'm like, what? Batya? I'm gonna bat you.
It's from the island of Nanya.
No.
Okay.
Batya. That sounds like she's going to be assaulted with a stick.
Pardon the pun, how they interpret what you're asking me.
Okay, so she's talking about, they're talking about the poll question that Scott Adams was referring to. And they're talking about what the whole controversy over what it's okay to be white means and how people are possibly interpreting it.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I do feel bad about this, but I got to ask you.
Yeah.
So did you see when Scott Adams was like yelling at his chat about how none of them knew that it was a 4chan meme, and his chat is basically saying, yeah, we all knew it was a 4chan meme.
So I didn't see him yelling at them. I saw him say, I didn't know that. How many of you knew that? And then he was surprised that a lot of people didn't know that.
Right. Yeah. But
he wasn't yelling at them. He wasn't like,
he did say like, no, you didn't know that. He did give one of those, nah, I don't.
He didn't
look.
believe it. Yeah. Yeah. He was very out of the loop on that one.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God.
Right.
That's another point against this wasn't planned in any way, shape, or form.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
Like, how can you call this planned when you don't even really know about the meme?
Right. Of course.
Yeah.
That depending on how a person understands what white is, will color, pardon the pun, how they interpret what you're asking me. So if I know that it's okay to be white is either classified as hate speech, or I read the articles about what happened on university campuses when people woke up the day after Halloween and saw all this, that will address it. If I think you're asking me, is it okay for people of European descent to exist? If that's what I think you mean white is, that's a different question. If I see white as an inherently political identity, so here I'm pulling in the typical anti-racism speak, then I respond differently about that. So,
well.
I know she totally outed the CRT context, didn't she?
Something that you always bring up, Adam. She said right there, the political identity that is common in anti-racist speech.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So whatever someone pretends like, oh, what? That's not what they mean when they say white guys. What are you talking about? What? That's not what they mean.
Oh, they know what they mean. They know exactly what they're doing.
They know what they mean, right?
Yeah. It's funny that she knows there's all those 3 different contexts and just points them out.
Well, I don't know who she is, but she's well informed. She's a smart lady.
Yeah, she gets it. Look, this is one of the things that's been a little disheartening is arguing with people who, look, we're trying to get all of you to see that there are 3 different ways to look at this. And just because you have a preference for one way and you think, well, the world should look at it that way and that's that, that doesn't negate the fact that other people do look at it in other ways.
Yes.
So it's just, you should at least be able to acknowledge that, yes, there are other people looking at it in those other ways. And those other ways have ramifications societally and whatever. Yeah,
but
obviously.
See, what she just said, where she went through like the 3 ways of conceptualizing the same sentence.
Yeah.
That's exactly the problem I was bringing up to Wicked Supreme about why you can't do this, where you say, well, there's some idea inherent in the sociological concept of whiteness that you find value in. It's like, okay, well, if that's the case, you got to change the name of it because otherwise no one knows what the fuck you're talking about. A, and then B, people who are bad actors are going to sneak a bunch of horrible shit in under that label, under the term of whiteness. So you just throw it out. Just throw it in the trash can. Get rid of it. It's a racist term.
There is some, manipulation too to get people to vote for things that are completely different than they think they're voting for. Yeah.
Right. And listen, I mean, I don't believe for a second, and I'll be honest, I've never read any academic literature that confirms this, but I don't believe for a second, and it's not a stretch, that they didn't use the term whiteness the way they did.
Purposefully.
Yeah, purposely.
Of course they did. They hate white people. All these people are anti-white, racist to the fucking gills, man.
They wouldn't use the term otherwise. Like, it's preposterous.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's critical revenge theory is what it really is.
Right. Right. We need to dismantle whiteness.
Yeah.
I don't remember what this.
Did you see my tweet on the master's tools, man? Oh man, that tweet was fire.
Did I see it? I don't know.
Sitch and I always.
Thank you. Loser of the Doberman.
Of Twitter.
Just sent me a DM of a cat that says, "Look at my balls."
Why would he do that? He's so mean.
Because I guess he wants me to block him on Twitter.
He responded to our
not looking at that
Tree of Logic too, wanting Tree of Logic to come on the show. I guess he's a Tree of Logic fan.
There you go. Thank you, Lucifer, for the cat testicles. I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, why? Come on. Be nice to my co-host, please.
Yeah, send those to Adam.
No, don't. Lucifer, look, Lucifer the Doberman's A team.
A betrayal. Next.
Lucifer the Doberman's A team. He's not going to send me. He knows. Look, he's a pal of mine. Come on, now. He's messing with you.
Oh, we should have talked on stream. I think we should have talked on stream about TJ's new book. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you haven't read it. What are you talking about?
He said he was writing a new book.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh god, the subject matter. I couldn't tell if he was trolling me or not. I was like, please no. Maybe we'll talk about it next time.
Probably.
I don't want to spoil anything.
White folk might issue, and this is an example.
Well, let's play Adam's response to his own cancellation. He said this on YouTube.
Including the cancellations, this was all predictable, and I knew it when I said it, and I was okay with it. I'm okay with it.
So, look, this is hard to...
Hold on. Notice, none of them believe him. None of these people believe him.
Right. Yeah.
Do you believe him, Sitch? I don't believe him.
Well, no, as again, he said he thought maybe he would get his YouTube canceled, not like Dober canceled. I believe that.
They're gonna take away his legacy. Oh, and it's so for something totally stupid.
Yep.
It's just this society. I mean, it's like, it's got a hold of society in the same way that, Christianity once had a hold of society. If someone said, took the Lord's name in vain in public, it's like caning. That's that. Like, the punishment does not fit the crime here. What he did, I feel what he did was completely irresponsible. I've said it a million different ways, but the punishment does not fit the crime here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you agree, right?
I agree. I don't, and I said, I don't think he should have been canceled at all.
Yeah.
But,
I suspect, I listen to Scott Adams every now and then. I see a lot of his tweets. He's very engaged on social media. He talks on YouTube for a long period of time. He does this he has coffee, takes audience questions. He's very engaged with the people listening to him.
Robbie knows Scott Adams more than anyone we've listened to.
There you go. He listens to it.
He totally knows
with the chat.
He totally knows the take. Yeah. This guy knows.
He strikes me as somewhat sensitive in terms of his engagement. I've seen him, get kind of light criticism and get very uncomfortable with it. I think he's someone who blocks maybe more easily, or even people who seem like they're otherwise sympathetic to him. On a lot of COVID stuff, I think he clashed with some of his viewers who were more anti-vaccine than he was, even though he was a contrarian on many COVID subjects.
Did you watch a debate with Robbie and Jonathan Haidt? This guy's debated Jonathan Haidt.
No, about what?
About social media. Yeah.
No.
You should check it out. It's pretty good. Yeah. Haidt always brings arguments that are just, they're logical and rational arguments that nobody else says. And I always think,
because he's a smart guy.
Yeah. He's like, because obviously social media is a new technology, and we've had a lot of new technologies that are great for us. But Jonathan Haidt pulls out like the 5 technologies that were not so great for us, which I thought, oh my God, this is like, why doesn't anyone else do that?
It's a long way of saying that. I don't think social media isn't good and healthy for everyone. Being too able to kind of have constant feedback and negative engagement with people all over Earth is not always healthy. And do you know what I'm getting at? And I wonder if that's kind of he worked himself. You talked about how it sounds emotional. He sounds like he's like reacting to something. I wonder if it's just, I'm not trying to like acquit him of racism or say, oh, well, you know, he was just having a bad day or something like that. But do you know what I'm getting at? That it's almost the circumstances that he's in that was forcing something ugly to the surface. And that should really be a cautionary tale for kind of like a lot of people who are too online.
Yeah, it's everywhere, Robbie. So I participate in a lot of different spaces. I get information from the left as much as I can, and from the right as much as I can, and then all of the spans in the middle. But there's a way that the pot has been stirred about anti-white racism that the DEIA conversation, as we tend to have it now, with CRT leading the way, the idea that America still has anti-Black racism and racism broadly baked into it, that tends to, in my observation of implementing this stuff and in watching how this plays out in social media, that tends to activate a certain reaction from folks who, various people, those who don't want to see race and want to operate at a colorblind level, as well as those who are against wokeness and wokeism and the idea that we need to have DEIA in the first place, and particularly take offense to the way that it's currently done. So yeah, there's a...
Well, I mean, the way it's currently done is basically sit everyone in a room and talk about how bad white people are and how privileged they are. So,
right.
I mean, that's got to be part of the context.
Right. But I mean, I'm only half listening because I'm reading something. So I hope I'm not misunderstanding what she's saying, but it sounds like, you know,
she's competent. She's totally competent.
Yeah, it seems like she's saying, yeah, there are people that, you know, think we should go back to colorblind approach. There are people that are anti-woke, and yeah, that's us. Yeah.
During that happens here that I think has people on edge.
You gotta, something like keep cutting you off. What's going on? What are you talking about?
I don't remember why I singled out this timestamp anyway, but.
Oh, okay. Should we move on or?
In the first place, and particularly take offense to the way that it's currently done. So yeah, there's a pot stirring that happens here that I think has people on edge, and particularly I think white people and white men in particular, because let's face it, a lot of the rhetoric about diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism now is that everybody is a minority except for straight white men, because they are the oppressors. And so there's some ways where we in the DEIA implementation community really need to look at our processes while at the same time recognizing we're not going to, like you say, we're not going to acquit Scott. And at the same time, what are the proper levels of consequences that should happen when people go out there and make a whole mess of themselves? Because while everybody has a race, not everybody is able to facilitate a well-run, well-facilitated conversation about racism. And when we mess it up, do we stay canceled forever? Like, what are the gradients? And right now I see on the far left, there's grab your stones, let's go get them. And on the far right, there's nothing to see here, just ignore it. So where's the midpoint? And I think heterodox thought leadership has a real role to play in this.
Oh, that's us. She's talking about us.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. The point you're making is that, it can both be the case that...
Oh, whatever. We can stop. But I think one of them says...
we're heterodox.
Yeah, that's true. But one of them says, I think, this is just going to breed more racism. You can't, if you say that you can use your race to gain political power, then everyone's going to do it. You can't just lock out certain people. So.
Yeah, of course.
So
can't say everyone can do this but you.
Right.
Yeah.
So perpetual pot stir.
Oh no, another clip.
Andrew Clark sent me another clip from the same stream.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this yet, so I don't know what is said. So let me go to the timestamp.
Oh no.
57:32.
Look, Andrew, you can't clip these out for us? What's going on?
No, he can, but it doesn't clip out in the watch together. Like he's sending me like the clip version, but
oh, I gotcha.
It was me that said Uncle Tom. Nobody else had anything to do with it.
Oh wait, let me go back.
Oh look, he's basically letting him off the hook now.
We question the fucking people that allow that to happen by protesting.
Hold on, look, we gotta draw attention to this guy who had to let us know that he's triggered. He's got to go.
Bye.
He's triggered him. Get your
these guys, they don't read the chat that they bring up, which I think is really, I mean, it's dumb because people listening don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what's that. Yeah, right.
But the chat is Ram says, "I'm out this stream. Y'all are whack." I think whack has a H in it, but
attention, buddy.
Ram, you were my favorite viewer.
Bye. Bye.
Remember, it was me that said Uncle Tom. Nobody else had anything to do with it. So when you go
I'm just so
labeling anybody else,
Well, I mean, I know. Look, Reggie's said it about Eric July before, so I mean, I wouldn't necessarily repeat it, but I don't think that it's necessarily going to get canceled.
Yeah, I don't think it's inaccurate. I don't think.
I just.
So I like that actual fandom throws Reggie under the bus, saying, "Well, he said it in the past," and then Bob is like, "I don't think it's inaccurate."
right. He's not going to say it, but he's saying, "Wow,
He's saying, "I don't disagree."
Well, I think he's saying he does agree, though.
Yeah, he said, "I agree. I don't disagree." Yeah.
I just want to make it clear that nobody here influenced me, or if you guys don't endorse it, I understand. I said it. Go ahead and.
Okay, so so everyone there is all in agreement. Calling Eric July an Uncle Tom.
Right, but everyone, but people in the chat are not cool with it, obviously.
No, apparently not. Yeah, I assume that's why they're responding to it.
Look, these guys get like 30 live viewers. I think and I think half of those are hate watch. Like sometimes I'm in their audience, and I like to wind them up as much as I can because it's fun.
Right. Well, that's why they had to. When that one guy left, this was like that was a third.
I know,
30th of their audience.
Yeah,
right
totally.
There, so. Right.
That's devastating. That's like 5%.
Yep.
Say whatever the fuck you want, but he fits the stereotype, and we all know how.
Oh no, he's talking about stereotypes.
Oh no!
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
No.
Stereotypes work.
Look, I'm just coming off the fucking heels of fucking Chunky Monkey right now. I don't need to be.
That's why. Yeah. It's me. It's me.
Okay.
Dane messaged the shit out of him. It's like, why would you say that?
Yes.
Don't you know about my Chunky Monkey comments? You fuck face.
There you go. Well, no, I mean, he didn't seem that worried. He said he agreed with the Uncle Tom comments, so. But see, this is annoying because it's like
so weird. You can agree with the comments, but you don't have, as long as you don't say them.
As long as you don't say it. It's annoying.
Still racist.
Because it's like, well, if we ever talk to them again, I have to bring up this Uncle Tom comment, and it's important. It's not a gotcha. It's important because I feel like, if they're gonna say that they think someone's an Uncle Tom, what do they mean by that?
They don't know what they mean by that. Look,
No, because I think I felt like in our conversation there was so much power level hiding going on.
Oh, do you?
And to me, this Uncle Tom comment is indicative of that, because essentially that's saying, well, Black people need to adhere to a specific ideology in order to be Black, and if they're not doing that, they're trying to obtain whiteness via whiteness as property, through politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to have that kind of understanding, assuming they have that kind of understanding, is, and then when we have the conversation, they'd have this kind of performative ignorance about, well, what is wokeness? What is cancel culture? What is gender ideology? What is CRT? I don't know what any of these terms mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just it doesn't seem like a real thing to me.
You think they really know? You think they're like, I know this stuff?
Yeah, I do.
I'm just trying to tease out of you what you think it means. Because I know what you think it means is there's too many Black people in movies now, which is so ridiculous because, look, in the 80s, there was no movies without Black people in them. What are you talking about?
Right. I think part of it's that, Adam. I think part of it is trying to tease out whether you're a racist.
Yeah, totally.
Part of it is also that a lot of people that talk about these issues, they have an intuition that something is wrong or racist, and maybe they don't know exactly how to word it out. So if you ask them, they'll stumble, and then they'll say, you can't even explain yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just a bigot,
Right.
So I think that's primarily what's happening. But it's like, you know what I'm talking about. Why do we have to go through, you could say like, listen, Sitch, I think I have a definition that describes that, but I want to make sure we're working from the same place. How are you defining that? Like that to me would be a much fairer way to ask these questions.
Do you think maybe like 80% of people in the YouTube environment are bad faith? They're just like political partisans,
Yes.
bad faith. Okay. Yes. So, I mean, it's logical then in that environment just to assume that we're bad faith. Like nobody's coming into these conversations and assuming, oh, whoever I'm talking to is good faith. And, people just don't assume that from the get-go. They just assume bad faith from the get-go.
Maybe, but I think if you're going to be a moral person,
yeah, you have to assume good faith. Yeah.
You have to assume good faith until the person shows you otherwise.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the way that I operate.
I agree, but most people do not do that. Well, I mean, I kind of watch from afar and make that assessment before people are really on the show. So, and if I've made the determination that you're bad faith and you're coming on the show, I'm going to say that. I'm basically trying to tease out whether or not I'm incorrect in my assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's read the rest of the super chats. Shall we?
Just $20 and ups and we're done, or
all of them?
You're going to do them all? Oh, okay.
All of them, Adam. All of them.
Oh, look. I see Tree of Logic is streaming. Like, if we cut out, we could do a raid on Tree of Logic, maybe.
There you go.
Look at that.
There you go.
But you have to tell him.
You can see if you can set that up. And you got to say.
You got to say, Adam.
Adam sent me here. He sent me to tell you that he hates your guts.
Sunday madness.
I saw somebody. There's a funny. Well, we'll get to it. There was a funny super chat. Texas SP12 for $5 says, is eradicating poverty a genocide of poor people? Okay. So.
That stings.
So. Obviously, this is a reference to. Oh, you should probably get that guy's face off the screen. Nobody wants to look at that guy.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Look, I think I even have like a super chat thing from way back when.
There you go. So obviously you're referencing Michael Knowles' comments. So Michael Knowles was at CPAC, and he said that we, being him, not me and Adam, he wants the Republican Party to advocate to eliminate transgenderism entirely from public life.
Mm-hmm. That's your position?
That is not my position. No.
That's so tricky.
That is Michael Knowles'
I noticed
position.
how you said the word Uncle Tom several times. And I was
there you go. I did say Uncle Tom several times. Yeah.
Right. Well, you
Michael
could say
Knowles is the Uncle Tom of the trans. No.
Oh my God.
It makes sense.
It does. It actually does. That's why it's funny.
No, wait, no, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
What do you
mean? If he was trans saying that, then you'd say he was Uncle Tom.
Oh, okay. I guess you're right.
If Blair White was saying we should eliminate trans from public spaces.
Michael Knowles is not trans?
Well, I don't know. He could be. I mean, look,
all this time I thought he was a trans man.
He has a feminine quality to him that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and maybe it's because he's trans.
Oh my God!
It's all making sense to me.
Look at you.
What are those people called? I forget what they're called. They're like the conspiracy theorists that think they think all Hollywood actors are trans. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking.
That's not called. Yeah.
That's not true.
No, it's not true.
That's the Raelians, right?
No, that's not the Raelians. Were the people that had the Nazi sign, the swastika inside the Jewish star. I don't. But anyway. So Michael Knowles had that comment about, he wants the Republican Party to advocate for the elimination of transgender from public spaces. And then so people obviously said people on the left are obviously saying, oh, he's literally talking about the genocide of trans people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, because Michael Knowles is an idiot and a piece of shit, Vosh gets to do the victory lap, saying, "I called it. I told you the trans genocide is here," and he gets to be I bet you he watched that clip and just masturbated to it for like an hour and
Thank
straight.
you, Michael Knowles.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this.
Right. So some people are trying to defend Michael Knowles, saying, "Well, he didn't mean to kill all trans people," which I assume is true. I don't think he meant to kill trans people. But what he was referring to was he doesn't think that gender dysphoria is real. He doesn't think that anyone should transition for any reason, and that the entirety of the concept should be completely eliminated from existing, is what he's saying. So obviously that's better than saying all trans people should be rounded up and killed, but it's also still pretty bad. It's anti-science, and it's pretty bad to just say there's no such to say, and he doesn't have any evidence or science on this to say there's no such thing as gender dysphoria, and it doesn't exist. He's not advocating for alternative treatments, nothing like that. And if you actually listen to, so I went and I actually found his actual entire speech from CPAC, and he's not just talking about transgenderism either. He completely gives the Curtis Yarwin speech about how the left will always win forever because all the right does is remain stationary. And he's against, in that speech, he's against gay marriage. He wants gay marriage to go away too. And he seemed to imply that and I wouldn't be surprised if he wants just like being gay to go away from public spaces as well, and the acceptance of gay people to go away.
He's fully going. He wants you back in the closet. He's like, get back in there.
He didn't specifically say that, but I don't see how what he's saying against gay marriage and what he's saying about transgenderism wouldn't also apply to just being gay. But then he also seemed to imply
such a bad look, man.
Because he said this all comes from, he basically said this all comes from the women's liberation movement is the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
So my question was, well, I'm guessing then he's also advocating that we need to go back to some sort of strict adherence of gender roles too. So
I can't wear dresses anymore, Sitch?
You can't wear dresses anymore.
Damn it.
And it's funny because it's actually super cowardly.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only reason he's saying this now, even though I think this is, and we've watched multiple Michael Knowles video, and I've always said, he's some kind of weirdo Christian nationalist. Even if he says something I agree with, he's like a weirdo Christian nationalist.
You think he's like Nick Fuentes hiding his power level?
Well, no, I don't think he's a white nationalist.
But he's not even white, but
I don't know what he is.
But Nick Fuentes is a Christian nationalist, though.
Well, Nick Fuentes is a finger quote Christian nationalist who is also a white nationalist, right?
Right.
I don't think Michael Knowles is racist, but I do think he wants to live under a Christian theocracy.
Right.
And he actually did say that in that speech. He was talking about, he's saying, well, the reason he said something like the way El Salvador cleaned up crime is like by bringing God back into the equation or something. So he definitely wants to live under a Christian theocracy in America. But no, what I was saying, the reason I said he was a coward is because the only reason he's now saying this publicly in the way that he was saying it was because he saw that, Matt Walsh said what Matt Walsh said about Dylan Mulvaney or whatever. And then Matt Walsh didn't back down. And so now Michael Knowles is like, oh shit, I got to get on I got to one up Matt Walsh here, right? He got a bunch of press, presumably positive right-wing press for what he said. So now Michael Knowles is like, I have to outshine Matt Walsh. So I have to say something even more like to the right than Matt Walsh said.
I mean, I'm getting a picture of the Daily Wire that they're just every conservative stereotype that the left is saying, which, puts me in a tough position because I'm constantly defending conservatives saying, no, they're not all homophobic. No, they're not all racist pieces of shit. Right.
Right. Well, they're not. I don't think that Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles speaks for every conservative.
Yeah, but they have huge conservative audiences, though, so they do speak for a large portion of them, obviously. They do, and the conservatives, I don't think most conservatives will push back on what he said. I haven't really been following it on Twitter, so I don't know if there has. I know the left has been going crazy what he said. I don't know if the right has been. Where's Peter Thiel? Isn't he like a gay conservative? Why can't he like slap Michael Knowles around a bit?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I think what Michael Knowles says is really shitty, and it's actually basically confirming everything the left says about the right.
Which that's the part that bugs me.
Yeah. Good job, Michael Knowles. You really helping the movement by sending it back, 30 years.
As soon as that's exactly what happens, though. Like we're here, people constantly give us a hard time. People from the left constantly give us a hard time, saying, "Look, I look at your videos. 90% of your videos are covering the left. 90% of your videos are covering, progressives." Yeah, that's because progressives have all the fucking power now. They have all the power. They have all the cultural power. They have all the political power. And that's the scary thing, the people that have all the power. But as soon as the right gains all this power, they're going to be pushing for shit that I don't want, because that's what people do. They gain power and they push for shit, that they want to push on you, on other people. That's the problem.
Michael Knowles has said stuff like that. I've heard him say stuff kind of like this, but this is the first time in the past, he said it more clearly. I could be wrong. Maybe you listen to him far more regularly than I do. But I've heard clips of him in the past being more specific about this. When I hear recent clips about him, he talks about it in a far more like implicit, like you kind of have to read into it a little bit than he did at CPAC. So the CPAC seemed to be his most explicit he's been about this stuff in a long time. But I could be wrong.
CPAC is complete mask off. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and also it's even worse because it's at CPAC, right? It's not just on his show. He's doing it he's doing it at CPAC. This was the day that Trump spoke too, by the way.
Shit. Sorry, go ahead.
What's wrong?
I just fucked up the background.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to bring in something to look at.
You're trying to bring up all your shooting gifts that nobody likes.
No, I was bringing up that picture that CT drew, but go ahead. CPAC, Michael Knowles.
But this is at CPAC. This is the day that Trump speaks.
Right.
So you have a person who now wasn't like right before Trump speaks, but so you have associated with Trump's brand and the Republican Party as a whole is this idea. It's not just him saying it on his show. So.
Well, but Trump, look, if Trump thought he could get a second term by banning all gay people, he would totally do it.
Of course. But
yeah.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Trump has a lot of principles that he's operating from. So.
Well, he does have one principle. I need to be president in a second term.
There you go.
I can't die a one-term president.
Now,
look, I can't be the Jimmy Carter of the Republican Party.
There you go. True.
He's terrified.
But I'll say this: if Trump or any Republican ran on the platform of wanting to outlaw gay marriage or like just being anti-gay in general, I think they would have no chance of winning.
You hope. Look,
I hope, but I'm pretty confident.
I hope and pray.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
but I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to look. People are very pragmatic. Look, the thing is, they have this idea, live and let live, right? If we accept gay marriage, gay people are just like normal people. They want to have a same-sex marriage and a family and a life and a job and all that stuff. That's the assumption, right? But then they pass gay marriage and all of this trans stuff comes up. You start getting trans ideology or gender ideology forced into public schools, and they start changing that calculation in terrifying ways. I know even the gay people are worried about this.
Sure. Okay, I don't know what's your point. I don't understand what your point was.
Well, look, you're making a case that if the Republican Party ran on outlawing gay marriage.
Oh, you think they would slippery slope fallacy associate them together?
I'm wondering what the poll numbers would be. Like, yes, I remember when gay marriage passed because, but it was contentious, right?
Yeah.
Now we've lived with gay marriage, and a lot of people associate a lot of the gender ideology in public schools, which they're legitimately worried that their kids are going to be misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria and sent down this terrifying path in life. And they feel powerless about it.
Well, I think so. Well, okay. I don't think the average person associates them. I think a lot of political pundits on the right who I don't like and think are acting in bad faith when they talk about this associate the acceptance of gay people as this slippery slope fallacy for everything else. But I don't think the average person associates that yet. Now, there is a concern because I do believe with certainty that if Tucker Carlson brought up this, and maybe he already has, but I don't watch him regularly to know, if Tucker Carlson starts to bring up this, starts saying this on his show, that he could definitely move the Republican Party to be at least a big swath of it to be anti-gay marriage or anti-gay in general.
Yes.
If he and Fox News pick up on this, I don't know if they will, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, I think they could and might, and that's what scares me.
I don't know if they will because they don't need to. You have to do the political calculation here, okay?
Tucker Carlson has talked openly about how liberals want to trans your kids.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. The trans issue is the perfect issue, an area of attack for the right to say, here's the left being crazy. They want to trans your kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they want to have, men be women and women be men. They want to cut off their dicks and their breasts, right? It's like it's already set up to be the perfect issue. Michael Knowles is actually a dumb fuck.
Totally.
For twisting gay marriage into the perfect issue, thus A, validating the people on the left's fears, but then B, complicating what is already a simple issue that not everyone, but people on the right at least were primarily on board with against. And now you're going to complicate that by throwing gay marriage into the whole thing because he has his bullshit religious, we need to live in a Christian theocracy idea.
That's what everyone does. They use every opportunity they can to force their fucking beliefs onto other people. And it's like, it's so old. It gets so tiresome.
Yep. True.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
But he believes in a world where if everyone was just a Christian nationalist, oh God, it would be hearts and unicorns and we would all live together in peace and harmony and everyone would just get along. It'd be amazing. We'd be back on the gold standard and it would just be fucking, we'd be in the Garden of Eden again.
We'd be back on the other G standard, Adam.
Mm-hmm. The gay standard? Oh.
The God standard.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Look, I don't see the world that way. I really don't.
So, but anyway, wait, to go back to what I was saying. So I could be wrong, but I wouldn't think like Tucker Carlson and the Republican Party wouldn't need to relitigate gay marriage again. And to me, I think it'd be incredibly fucking dumb for them to try to bring that shit up again. They're going to I feel like they would hurt their movement far more than they would help their movement. They don't need to do it because the trans stuff is already so powerful an issue. Like, why potentially weaken it by tying the gay stuff into it?
Here's what I think the miscommunication is. And this is where my thinking tends to lean more bottom up and your thinking leans slightly top down. Like when you say people are assign their opinions, you're saying the top down structure is more powerful than the bottom up structure. And when I'm saying no, people have certain intuitions and then they gravitate towards people that fulfill those intuitions. And if nobody fulfills those intuitions, then they're flustered, basically.
Right,
which is a bottom up way of looking at it.
Right. I agree with that, but I don't think the public is calling out to be anti-gay, or they think that all the trans stuff is the slippery slope gay fallacy stuff. I don't think that's the average normie right-wing opinion.
This is the moral intuition that I think could be in the populace for somebody to seize upon. A lot of people are looking at the trans stuff and it mortifies them, it terrifies them.
Right.
And they think this is what happens when it's part of the product of lumping LGBT together. This is what happens when LGBT has power. And we have to take the power away from LGBT. And that's a powerful intuition that people could be having. I don't know how many people. I don't know if it's half the country. I don't know if it's 3/4 of the country. But as soon as there's a taboo broken about talking about it or framing it in that way,
Right.
the floodgates could open. Next thing you know,
That's true.
Tucker Carlson's talking it openly every night. You know, all this. And look, this isn't my idea. Right wingers have come to me and articulated this argument. They say, listen,
I know. We've talked about it. We've debated them on stream about this.
Yeah, totally. So I don't know, because it's like a bottom up process. I don't feel that way. Like, my thing is, I think what the gender ideologues are doing to school children is evil, like evil as fuck. And I call it out on the show all the time. Why are you going to throw gay people under the bus? Because this other group, like that's just as bad as throwing all white people under the bus for something their ancestors did a million years ago, something everybody's ancestors did a million years ago. Like, it's the same thing. I see innocent people getting like caught in the crossfire, and it bugs the shit out of me. But sometimes a lot of people, they don't have that intuition. They're like, yeah, my gay neighbor, and his husband might get caught in the crossfire, but I'm more worried about my kids. So I just they do a much more pragmatic assessment, and it's not necessarily in the favor of the innocent people that are going to get caught in the crossfire.
Right. True.
Yeah.
No, I agree. So anyway, yeah, but I sincerely hope. I'm going to hope. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. I'm not even be cautiously. I'm going to be very optimistic. I'm going to give the Republican Party and the Republican voting base the benefit of the doubt until they prove me wrong and say they are not going to jump on the anti-gay train again.
Was the Michael Knowles advocating against gay marriage? Was he saying gay marriage should be illegal again?
Yeah, he sort of did. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't remember exactly. Well, I don't remember exactly what he said.
I'll listen to it. I'm curious about it anyway.
He did say something very specifically anti-gay marriage.
Okay.
Yeah. He said it was like, we need to go back to when we need to go back to when good marriage was between a man and a woman in our society, or something to that effect. He was testing the waters. Okay.
You hit Dave on the Distributors on Twitter with some good wants to go back to the Stone Age jokes, man. Those were hitting. Those were bombs.
I tried listening to. Oh my god! I tried listening to that book he was talking about. It was so garbage.
You know what garbage book I tried to listen to this week? That one that FD Signifier recommended. I realized that it was free for an Audible account, so I was like, okay, I don't have to pay. And first of all, it's so long-winded, so boring. Even the comments the reviews that praise the book say how boring it is. So it's terrible, but it's based on a study of college students. So survey responses and interviews from college students, and also from a study in Detroit from other people. So it's a giantly small, it's just like questionnaires and interviews. So it's like personal interviews with these people, and he uses some of the things that they say. And it's also from 1997. So all of these interviews took place in Detroit and college kids in 1997. We didn't even have social media then.
I thought the point of the book was supposed to be about how liberalism's co-opting performative wokeness or something. What does it have to do with?
Well, I'm not sure we're talking about the same book.
What's the book that?
Racism Without Racists: Colorblind Racism and the Persistence of Racial Inequality in America.
Wait, isn't that the fucking Bonita Silva book?
Yeah.
That guy sucks.
Yeah.
That guy's a fucking racist piece of shit. I thought you were talking about a different book.
No, this is the book that he's...
I read that. I read parts of that book. That book's awful.
It is awful. But
I read that...
it's ancient history, and it's such a small, very localized...
That guy is a racist piece of shit who, when you listen to him talk, it's very clear. When he talks about his personal background, he has a super thick accent, and it's hard to understand what he's saying half the time. And I got so annoyed.
He's got a narrator in this book that I read. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I was so annoyed because I forget he has super. I was like listening to all these videos of him. He's a very thick accent. You're like, what? I'm like, Jesus. I'm like struggling to hear what he's understand what he's saying. And he's like, it became very clear.
That's the microaggressions he's fighting against.
Well, no, because what pissed me off was because he was like bitching about how white people have a hard time understanding him. And he was making some joke about how like he intentionally like didn't try to Americanize his accent at all to like so that like the fuck with white people. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, well then fuck you. Like I'm not gonna try to like sit here and parse through what the fuck you're saying if like you're intentionally going out of your way to speak in a dialect that's like difficult to understand. Like Jesus. It's not intentional. I'm not sitting here like, as a racist, I'm not gonna try to understand what you're saying. I just like fuck, you're just pronouncing shit in like a fucking bad way. Like, damn.
Well, it's not. None of it is anything. I mean, maybe you could call it kind of science-y, science intended. I don't know.
Look, he's super. So everyone points to him because he's their token non-white guy, who was very big on shitting on color blindness.
Yeah, no, this whole book is basically an argument against color blindness.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why they always point to him. And his book is terrible. He hates liberalism. He doesn't like white people, I'd argue.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of interviews that he clips from that are just obviously dumb white people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I read some of his stuff when we were... when I was doing the P plus P equals R video a million years ago. That's when I was like,
really? Wow.
That's when I became aware of him. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember because I had it somewhere. Like I have a bunch of videos of his saved, but I don't have them timestamps. I don't remember what was the part that was like super egregious. But like I remember I was like listening to him, I'm like, wow, this guy's like super racist against white people. And then he 100% buys into P plus P equals R. He doesn't think you can be racist against white people, if I recall correctly. And I found out even shockingly, he was the head of the American Sociological Institute for a couple of years. And I was like, oh my God, this guy is so awful.
That's crazy sad.
I even remember I emailed them and I'm like, I don't know if you know this. This is before I knew that sociology was like totally corrupt by like woke shit. I was like, I don't know if you know this, but the current head of, your institution has said very racist things. And I like sent them like a clip.
No way. No way. Sitch. Look at you.
But,
look at you
so
changing minds. Well, FD Signifier did a talk with Not So Erudite, and he recommended the same book to us and to her too. So I was like,
no, oh my God. But I remember he said in our conversation, and I didn't say anything. I was like, oh fuck, I know that like fucking Solo, like fuck him. But yeah, he's definitely buys into like all the CRT like crazy shit. But
I liked what the Hodge twins said in their video response to Scott Adams, because Sam Adams, God, what would I give for Sam Adams right now? Oh, that'd be so tasty.
There you go.
You know Sam Adams is beer, right?
I know what Sam Adams is. Yeah.
Well, they said
your brother Sam.
They were when they were responding to Scott Adams, they were saying, a lot of black people have been taken in by this CRT stuff, and they're just, it's rotted their brains. And I was like, so true, man. So true. It really, it's like CRT is like the black KKK. That's the way that I see it. It's just
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. That's basically what it is.
It's basically designed to make you hate white people.
Well, it's funny because I had a long conversation on Twitter with John Masters and some other people about whether the Nazis should be considered left or right. And at some point he's like, well, under the way you're defining right, isn't CRT kind of like right wing? Like it's basically like Nazism, but with black people. And I'm like,
yep.
You're not wrong.
Yep.
You're not wrong. So definitely. But anyway.
Okay. Enough sadness.
So funny. I would have warned you not to read. His stuff is horribly boring.
Look, terrible. I knew it was going to be epic cringe. I only did it because it was free, and I was like going, when? All I wanted was like, what was the methodology here? Look, you're putting out this giant theory that, you know, color blindness has been terrible for society. Like, what's the methodology of your study? Did you do a study? It's just like a gut intuition.
And it turns out it was a study from the 70s.
No, it was from 1997, and it was
97.
Yeah, it was like 500 college students and maybe 500 people in Detroit.
Right.
Or no, it might have been like 2,000 people in Detroit. But I'm just like, one city.
I know.
Yeah.
Desert Runner, hey Desert Runner, for 11 months, thank you so much. Says, I'm here to show my video, please watch it. Thanks, Legends. Oh, awesome. I'll be honest, I haven't watched it yet, but I'll link it in the chat. Desert Runner, who we talked to, our friendly Australian police officer, we talked to him about the Tyree Nichols situation, did his first video. So I put in the chat. Check
that was
it
a
out.
great show too. Desert Runner was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Desert Runner, I think Connor Counterpoints came on for a while too.
He did.
We had like a total, it was like a cop a cop fest.
It's called Australia's Stonewall Scam. So there you go. I feel that has something to do with LGBT issues if you're talking about Stonewall. But
oh wow.
check it out.
Wow. Now, Desert Runner, you don't advocate against gay marriage in this video, do you?
No, he doesn't. I'm assuming he doesn't.
Okay.
Christian, oh, I read that one. Thank you, Christian, for upgrading, for getting, I forgot the huge raise.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Mr. Ubercross, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Yeah, that's awesome too.
Noel Campbell, hey Noel, for $2 says, why does the world suck now that atheists won the internet? There you go.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I thought we had a
Sebastian,
pretty good talk with TJ, though, to be honest
we did,
with you.
yeah. I mean,
Look,
I think
you got to
we
win
got
them over
to,
slowly, a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I think we got to, I mean, to me, his left-right definitions are like wild. But I'm glad we were able to tease that out. So
yeah.
Sebastian Amunez Ocho for 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says, AKA the dude who sounds like the Dostoevsky character, and I don't say that in a good way.
Wow.
Nice.
That's from Crime and Punishment, right?
Yep. PC for 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, PC. Stanislaw Kuletov, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. One horse-sized duck, thank you for being free here for 4 months, says TJ. Oh, this was TJ. Sitch has stated multiple times that you wear a fake beard and that your actual beard is patchy. He claims to have pics to prove it. Care to comment?
Ooh, ouch.
I should have asked TJ this. Yeah.
Do you really believe that?
Wholeheartedly, with all my
okay.
heart.
Wow.
Yeah. I've said it several times. Have you not heard me?
No, I missed that part.
On this stream to you, I said several times, I said, Adam, I think TJ is wearing a fake beard because he has a fetish for Amish people. And you said, I agree, Sitch.
Well, I mean, I technically want to, I totally want to believe that because I have beard envy. So like I could never grow that manly beard that TJ's sporting. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Christian Ball for $10 says, the concept of gender should just be abolished. You have your sex and then your sex-based behavior. I don't think the concept of gender has any usage. Imagine if we had a word for race behaviors. I have to think about that, Christian. You could be right. I have to think about that.
Yeah. I mean, I sometimes talk about birds having like a gender expression because obviously male birds are very colorful and female birds tend to be bland. But it's not really a good one-to-one comparison because humans have like societies and we had, gender division of labor, which the birds have never had that kind of thing though. So
I guess the issue is, so, and we've talked about this on stream before, there's kind of like a chicken and the egg phenomenon that feeds into each other, where like, because on average, males have certain pattern sets of behavior that I believe are biological, but not all of them, but it's on average, that then creates a cultural idea like this is what it means to be a man. And so then it becomes not just a biological behavior, but culturally enforced.
Totally.
For even people that don't necessarily have a biological predisposition to certain ways of behaving.
Right.
And I think calling that idea gender is useful. Now, maybe the problem is that the concept and the term gender is so fraught with dog shit that we have to throw the term away, which is possible. You know,
Yeah.
because obviously the origin point with John Money was awful. So,
ooh, that guy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Andrew Clark for $2 says, I'm loving this conversation with TJ so far. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, what did you think of Star Trek Deep Space Nine Season 7? And do you think it's as bad as Game of Thrones Season 8? So...
Yeah, you're a Deep Space Niner.
So...
Deep Space 69er.
Very few things could possibly be as bad as the last season of Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. I mean, I liked the chaos of the last season of Game of Thrones. It was just that last episode that was where it shit the bed.
No, you're wrong. But that's okay. You're wrong. You're so wrong about that. You're wrong about everything you just said was wrong.
So wrong.
No.
I mean, I like the Ice King just dying real quick. I don't know why they didn't. Why draw that out for a long time? That's
okay.
So
You're trolling me. Okay. Thank you.
No,
Thank you. I'm glad.
That's just stupid. No, I'm serious.
You're serious? You think it was? Listen, I'm glad that after an entire 8 years of buildup, the Ice King just walks into a comatose Brandon Stark and gets stabbed by Arya.
Look, some nights you want to go all night long, but some you just want to get a quickie in before bed. Okay. Sometimes
I see. There you go.
Sometimes you don't need to go all night.
Right.
You're just ready. You're done with this.
As someone who cares about like the structure of writing, there's nothing like going from the existential threat of the elimination of all humans to Cersei Lannister is being mean and she doesn't want to give up the crown.
Look, I'm just trolling you. It was a fucking shit show. Like it was the biggest mistake ever. Okay. Not only that, it was a short season. It only had like 8 episodes or something. It's like
6 episodes, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like oh man.
That was bad.
They could have drawn that out for like they already made all that shit. Like what the fuck? You did the hardest part. You made all of this amazing shit. You could have drawn that out for like 3 or 4 episodes. It would have been amazing.
I feel like the showrunners D&D, I feel like they were basically tapped out.
They were over it, yeah.
Done. Yeah. I think they just want to be over with it.
So sad.
Yep.
They should have handed it off and supervised.
You're right.
Whatever.
It seemed very clear from like as soon as they ran out of book material, it seemed very clear that they were really just focused on making like things that they thought looked cool visually, and they didn't really give a shit about like story and characters or anything like that. So
we should do our inaugural media show and watch the council meeting in the last episode of Game of Thrones.
They're trying to vote for who's to be president.
Just so we can just cringe our hearts out together.
Oh, God.
It's so, oh God.
I nominate Brandon Stark.
It's so ridiculous. Every single word of that meeting is like a dagger in my heart.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But to answer the question, so no, Star Trek, the last season of Deep Space Nine is nowhere in the fucking realm ballpark of that. I'll be honest, I don't remember every episode. I don't remember like each season to the extent. I remember there being episodes I liked in the last season. My only contention with the last season of Deep Space Nine is that is that the ending, like, so let me go on something that only 10 people will care about. Let me go on a little Star Trek.
Let's do it. Look, I'm one of those 10 people. I love Star Trek. What are you talking about?
It's hard to tell people to watch old Star Trek because
oh yeah, it is dated.
It's dated. Next Generation, which is the one with Patrick Stewart.
That's even dated.
Is very dated. It's very dated. I like it, but it's very dated. Yeah. It's episodic. It doesn't really have overarching stories. It feels very slow. There's like no character drama. And it's hard to tell people to watch it because the first season is really bad, like really fucking bad.
Tara Yars, you didn't like her?
Tasha Yar.
Tasha Yar, that's it.
Yeah.
It's not Tara.
No, it's not Tara.
Tasha Yar.
Tasha Yar.
She gets eaten by the oil slick.
Well, she gets killed by a sludge monster, like randomly.
Right.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. You didn't like the episode where like the black people kidnap her because they think she's so attractive?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, first episode has a lot of like really bizarre, cringy episodes. They're really bad. So it's hard to tell people to watch that because it's like, well, you should really like skip to season 2, sort of. But then even season 2 has some shitty episodes.
Right.
And it's the same thing with Voyager. Like I think Voyager gets good, but the first season I think is pretty lame, or not lame, but it's like I think it's the weakest, the first season. But Deep Space Nine, kind of the opposite. I think Deep Space Nine has the best introduction episode of any Star Trek series ever, which is very interesting. It's Captain or Commander Sisko at the time. Commander Sisko. There's a planet that no one gives a shit about, full with Bajorans who just basically were able to get out of the thumb of the imperialistic rule of an alien species. And they're like in this little area that no one gives a crap about, and they're kind of asking the Federation for help, and the Federation is going to manage this space station above their planet. And then a wormhole that leads to a stable wormhole, the first known stable wormhole, which means it will continually open, not disappear, that leads to a completely different part of the galaxy that was completely not accessible because it was way too far away, opens next to this planet, making it one of the most important spots in the galaxy all of a sudden. And inside the wormhole, they discover are aliens that live in the wormhole that perceive all time simultaneously. So they see the future and the present and the past at the same time.
Wow.
And
what happens when they do LSD?
Exactly. And it's interesting because in the first episode, they're at conflict with the humans because they don't understand, because that's how they perceive time. They've never interacted with a species that doesn't experience time that way. That experiences the way we do, linearly, that doesn't understand the repercussions of their actions.
Wow.
And so the first episode is this very interesting, like, cultural shock dilemma where humans are trying to explain to these aliens how they perceive time differently. And it's a very fascinating kind of like, to me, it's a very fascinating philosophical, psychological conversation of like, well, how the fuck, like, how do you explain to an alien that sees the future that you don't see the future? And that they shouldn't fear you because you don't understand the repercussions of your actions. And so to me, it's like, it's very interesting. But you find out later in the series, or I guess maybe it's probably in the first episode, that the aliens called the Bajorans who live on the planet, they believe that the wormhole aliens are gods. They have a whole religion based around the wormhole aliens. And this is kind of interesting because from a Star Trek perspective, Star Trek actually is super atheistic and hates the concept of gods and religion. But that was from like the original Star Trek. As the series progresses, and I think this is Rick Berman, and this is you see this a lot in current Star Trek with Star Trek Discovery. There's like this weird religious spiritual aspect that started to get infused with Star Trek. And it happened in Deep Space Nine, where as the series went and continued, the stuff with, so let me say, it was interesting too at first because it put the Star Trek Federation humans in a weird position because they're trying to make nice with the Bajorans to get the Bajorans to join the Federation, but they know that the aliens inside the wormhole are just aliens and are not gods. But they don't want to offend their religion and be like, look, idiots, those are just aliens. They're not like special magical deities, right? So it puts Sisko in kind of this very precarious political situation, which is interesting, which is fascinating. But as the series goes on, basically they throw out the aliens gods dilemma, and it's just like, no, they're magical, mystical creatures. And you're like, what? How is this in Star Trek? They're magical, mystical creatures? This is so the antithesis of Star Trek. And at the end of it, it gets the height of stupidity where like there's evil wormhole aliens they call, paw wraith demons that start fucking possessing people and making them demonic. And like one of the main villains, who one of the most interesting characters in the show, who he vacillates between being good and evil, they completely throw his character in the trash and he just becomes 100% evil again. And he's like trying to open a fucking portal to hell. And it's just like, it becomes so fucking, like the end of it just becomes so fucking stupid. You're like, they had all this interesting, like the character's name is Ducat, and he's like one of like everyone loves this villain, and he's a great character. The actor is fantastic, but they totally take this dog shit dump on his character by infusing all this dumb demonic religion gobbledygook garbage into the show for no reason. And it's baffling. It's baffling to me that they took all this religious stuff and shoved it in the Star Trek at the end of Deep Space Nine. Wow. But not as bad as Game of Thrones. So that being said, if you listen to our Letter Media talk about Star Trek and you were interested in watching all Star Trek, I would actually recommend before you watch Next Generation, if you want to watch Star Trek, I would recommend you watch Deep Space Nine. The last couple episodes are stupid, but it's worth the journey. Deep Space Nine is a good series, and if you want to watch Star Trek, that's where you should start, in my opinion.
Mystery guest is paying my mortgage again here. Look at this.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Mystery Guest, for the $500. It makes me, I hope you enjoyed me going off about Star Trek.
I brought up illustrations to go along. I bought your Ducat guy up.
Gold Ducat, yes.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Mystery Guest, for the $500. That's incredibly generous. Saying, just joining, hello to the best talking men on the internet. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great compliment and a very generous super chat.
It's incredibly generous. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mystery Guest.
Thank you.
Mystery Guest, our surrogate uncle.
Yes.
Dave L for $5 says, is TJ aware of the Tavistock Youth Clinic report? Results prove him wrong. I'm guessing he is not.
Have you read the new book? Danimal sent, there's like a new Tavistock book out. I haven't read it yet.
No.
I should have read that instead of that stupid CRT book.
You should have. Yeah. What's it called? Do you remember?
I can't remember now. Here, I'll look. I'll find it. Danimal is coming on Tuesday along with Edgy Boy, I think is the YouTube creator's name. And we're going to talk about, I think, more trans stuff. So,
who else is coming on? Edgy Boy?
Edgy Boy, yeah.
Who dat?
It's so we basically, I don't even remember what I tweeted out, but I think they are in the belief that there's a trans genocide coming, and that's they're closer to like the Vosh position on.
Well, see, now all I have to do is bring up the Michael Knowles clip,
which is sad, and I'm sure that Vosh, if he hasn't already covered the Michael Knowles clip, is covering the Michael Knowles clip.
Sure he did.
And he's going, look, everything I've been saying about all conservatives is this is the thing. It's like, it's so sad. It's so sad. Go ahead.
Lord McTheobald for 7 months. Thanks so much. Says, love you guys. Thank you. That transition video was absolute gold. Would love to see you look at the Swiss system as a remedy against political polarization.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I'm completely unfamiliar with it, but I'll look it up. The Swiss political position. Sorry, system. Whoops.
What's the I don't.
What?
Well, I have multiple DMs with Danimal. I don't know if you sent it in our group DM or not. I don't know.
Friday's Bookshelf for 10 R's says transitioning surgically someone without gender dysphoria would classify as causing harm, in my opinion. The justification for it not recognizing yourself and your body gender is damaging to your mental health. Yeah, no, I agree. And we kind of moved off the topic when we were talking to TJ, but I was going to say, you can't really compare that to LASIK because you're talking about cutting off healthy functioning tissue. And there has to be a medical reason generally for doctors to do something to that effect. It's a little bit different than getting like boob implants or whatever, or butt implants, or whatever cosmetic surgeries you're talking about. So
I understand the catch-22 that the person is going to pass better if they haven't passed through puberty.
Of course.
But they don't have enough information to make a decision until they go through puberty. That's the thing.
Exactly. That's the problem.
I think you can't ask someone who's never experienced an orgasm if, they will be fine not having one.
Sure. Right. But and also if the numbers are that the majority of people were desisting before when they go through puberty, and then the majority of people are not desisting when they go on puberty blockers, that would show that you're actually, if it's a trolley problem, you're deciding to run over the most amount of people.
Totally.
The least amount of people.
Yes. Yeah. That's a great point too. Well, I also think like sunk cost psychology totally kicks into place. And that's probably why the reason that the desistance drops so much. They're like, oh, look, I have this entire investment, my entire social circle
I think
based
that's
around this
a
thing.
huge part of it. But I also wouldn't be surprised if, like, when you get hormones coursing through your brain, it's going to change the way you think about things. So I think that's the big issue. But
I think I found it. Time to Think, the inside story of the collapse of the Tavistock Gender Service for Children by Hannah Barnes.
Check it out. Time to Think. PC for $5 says, TJ doesn't think society should protect people from themselves. Should society bear any cost from those choices? That's a good question. That's a great question. I would assume he would say no. I would assume. But that's a good question. Thunderstorm for $5 says, why is the consensus to go against the birth, sex, and treatment, especially with kids? Suspicious.
I 100% agree.
That's a good question.
Like if you're, it just seems so weird to me to say that the side of caution is to medically change your biological sex. That's like the cautious thing to do.
Right.
I'm like,
right.
It doesn't seem like the cautious thing to do is just to, maybe change your psychology a bit. It seems like psychology is changeable.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Or just to see whether that's something that will be persistent or not.
Oh, God.
Emerald for 10 Canadian says, an internal experience of gender implies no major external claims. Typically, we can believe I experienced X. The problem with religion is it adds, and therefore, a claim about wider reality. That's true. That's a good point.
But that's exactly the same with the trans stuff. That's why I brought it up.
Right.
I've experienced gender dysphoria, and therefore this is a real situation in the world.
Right.
Where people can be born in the wrong body, and society needs to be restructured to accommodate that. It's like, whoa, back up a second here.
Right. But the issue with TJ is that since he doesn't really seem to believe in that there's a high amount of regret or will be a high amount of regret, and therefore doesn't seem to believe in a big amount of social contagion. So that's why he was saying, he's just looking at if a person can do whatever they want to themselves, as long as they're not impacting someone else.
Yeah,
but the thing is, it is impacting other people.
Well, and also this engages the whole catch-22 around puberty thing.
Sure. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. Justin Hart for $2 says, you got to look at the Second Thought Groomer Panic video. I might have actually. I looked at a bunch of. I always look at his videos.
Oh wow!
Because he says he's like a constant source of someone. Like if there's ever a Sunday, and I'm like, I don't know what to cover, I open up Second Thoughts channel.
I gotta try to get that guy on. I wonder if he'd come on our show. Does he even live?
I would be shocked if he would, but
I mean, why not? We're nice people.
He's out of his fucking mind. That guy looks so crazy. He's so bad faith and he's so crazy.
Well, that's going to make it easy, but I like that you said it. Set the difficulty level high.
There you go. I mean, I would be definitely willing to talk to him. But I did watch his American. That was that's on my list of things to potentially cover too. He had a video called American Fascism and the Groomer Panic. And he basically says that everyone that's against wokeness is a fascist, That was basically his, his position. So.
God, I wish I would have bookmarked some of those Star Trek. I'm trying to do the chapters as we're going.
Right.
You are on fire with the Star Trek stuff, obviously. So,
thank you. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Madam and bitch is low key Adam and Sitch." Oh, fuck you, Andrew. See if I ever bring up your clips again. If you're gonna call me a bitch, I might as well act like it.
Madam and bitch is. I mean, I do think it would make our channel bigger. So
that's true. We should. Well, listen. It'll be easy for me. You can just put a wig on my avatar, right? You're gonna be the one that's gonna have to transition.
Well, I mean, I can get my dress collection out though. Be great.
There you go. Oh, you could just use the Instagram face filter, like the one that swaps you to a woman.
What am I thinking? I think I might have lost that one when the filters went away. Oh, look, Big Head. I got Big Head back again.
Nice.
Nice.
I mean, hydrosalphysis, whatever it's called.
Oh yeah. Cool.
I like that you brought up the women of Star Trek immediately.
I searched hot Bajoran girls.
I see. You didn't bring up the hottest woman in Star Trek?
Because I searched hot Bajoran girls.
So you can look up 7 of 9.
Yeah, but she's not Bajoran.
So?
We were talking about Bajorans.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Look, every Star Trek character has some unique characteristic. Bajorans have this like
the ridge,
facial scarification or something.
Yeah, the face ridge.
Yeah.
I like how 90% of aliens are just like humans with a little bit of weird shit on their face. Well, whatever, it's fine.
It's so true.
It's fine.
It's so true. Why is that the situation?
That's easy. It's just easy to do.
Look, Sonny, you showed up here early. We need to put your thing on. Oh, okay. Oh no, I put it on at home. Look, how'd I do?
Well, no, supposedly it took them a long time because I know like I think they were saying it took like Leonard Nimoy like an hour to put those fucking ears on, and you're like, well, I mean, that just why? But
Leonard Nimoy's getting like surgical enhancements so he just doesn't have to show up for work an hour early.
Yeah. Jackarama, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Saying Jackarama, who's rejoining, I guess, and they've lapsed. So they've been a Free Will Seeker for 7 months. Says, I finally broken J-Mac's iron grasp on my free will. One overbearing father figure down, one to go. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Thank you, Jack. Mega My Own for $5 says, okay, but there literally will never be a woman who will be in those professional leagues. The best women athletes in the world, there's a high school boy who's better. Yeah, I mean, I think TJ has a very, what's the word? Misanthropic, mythropic, nihilistic. He has a very
I don't
bleak
know if
view.
Misanthropic. I think he likes people.
Myopic, is that the word?
It is.
I don't know what word
anarchistic.
Well, whatever.
Chaos.
Whatever the word is.
Chaotic. That's the word.
He has a very
chaotic perspective on life.
Myopic is not the word I was looking for. Myopic, short-sighted. He's a very, I don't know. He's a very, I think it is missing. I think he's a very
misanthrope means someone who doesn't like people, though. And I feel
but that's the thing. He's a very kind of burn it down attitude, I feel like.
Yeah, but that's chaotic. It doesn't mean you don't like people.
Okay. Well, he's a very chaotic.
I mean, you can be very mean to people and still love them.
Well, maybe. I'm guessing he has a very misanthropic view of people. I don't know. It seems like he has a very bleak attitude on a lot of these systems, including sports. He doesn't really give a shit about those. So I agree with you, but he doesn't care.
People who devote their entire lives to these vocations and stuff, I figure, I try to have respect for that.
Right.
Look, it's empathy. You got to have empathy. But real empathy.
I think I read this one, but I don't remember. Afro Fry Cook for $20 says, socialism is decentralized control of the means of production. The Nazi Party, which was effectively the state, did this. Tick History did the definitive video on this.
Yeah, you read that one.
Yeah, I think Tick he's done very long videos. I can't watch them all because they're very boring. They seem to be good about the Nazis being socialist, or at least being, using socialist economic policies. However, I did see a video where his left-right dichotomy is like utter dog shit to the point that it's baffling.
Really?
He had a video, yeah, and he got a lot of pushback from it, even from his own audience. And he made like a response video where he's basically arguing with comments. And his argument was so bad. It was basically, I know history, fuck you. I was like, well, this is like dog shit. His left-right political spectrum was left is authoritarian and right is libertarian. I was like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Both sides have authoritarian elements. That's the thing. Like,
Does that mean Michael Knowles is a left winger if he wants Christian nationalism? Like, what kind of fucked up political spectrum is that? Are the Amish left wing? Like, what? It's just, I don't know. It's fucking bizarre. When people try to do the left as authoritarian, right's libertarian, single axis, it's like, it's absurd, because it means that all the people, or not all people, the majority of people in America that identify as right wing are suddenly left wingers all of a sudden.
I conceptualize authoritarianism as like people who want moral purity within their groups.
Yes.
And left-wing people want that moral purity just as much, and they're just as fucking ball busters to get it. They're like, listen, you say trans women are women, or we're gonna fucking beat your ass up.
Right.
Like, how's that not authoritarian?
Yeah, you can have authoritarians on the left and the right. It's not putting authoritarianism on one side of the political spectrum is really, to me, like very bad faith.
Yeah.
Essentially, because essentially it's you saying, well, one side of the political spectrum is the evil people, and the other side is the good freedom people.
Yeah.
And if that's his position, what's the point of putting it on the left?
Well, they do that
And you put on the right. Why does it matter if that's the way you're going to do?
This is my problem with the 4-quadrant one, because it has left and right, and it has authoritarianism on the top and libertarianism on the bottom. Which, I mean, what are they saying there? Do they really mean like collectivism on the top and individualism on the bottom? I don't necessarily know how. I guess, maybe libertarianism, they mean like individual freedom. I
mean, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's fine. I understand that, like, if you're trying to say that like libertarianism is not exactly the exact opposite of authoritarian, I kind of understand what you're saying, but I think it works well enough on a chart that you can do it that way.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with that 4-quadrant chart at all, or at least from the context that you're talking about.
Is authoritarianism collectivism?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it's not.
Right. But collectivism isn't really on the chart.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. You're saying that libertarianism is anti-collectivism. So you have a problem with putting libertarianism opposite authoritarianism.
Libertarianism is about individual freedom.
I understand what you're saying. Right.
Libertarianism for me is about maximizing individual freedom.
Right.
Yeah. And authoritarianism is about people who have a certain particular moral prescription for themselves and for life, and they want to put that moral prescription on everybody. They want society to conform to some moral prescription uniformly.
Right.
Yeah. Like no gay marriage.
Well, here's the thing. I would say that's not necessary, because inherently, if you have the 4-quadrant political spectrum, and maybe this is part of the problem, built into it, the further left you go, the more collectivist you go. The further right you go, the more collectivist you go.
Yeah, no, that's the way I look at it.
Right. So you don't need to so that's why you have authoritarian, libertarian the way it is. Because by the nature of like the left-right spectrum part is where the collectivist part
I
is,
got
even though it doesn't say it.
That makes sense. Well, people define left and right so differently. That's why I don't think that test is a very good test, but a lot of people will use it. So,
which test?
The 4-quadrant political compass test.
It's better than the one axis one. So
yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, it's funny. There's like the Michael Knowles of the world. They want gay marriage completely illegal, and the gender ideologists are like, we have to teach, gender ideology to 5-year-olds.
Did you know you've had the big head filter on the whole time?
I put it on.
Okay.
It looks funnier when I talk about this serious stuff, huh?
Right. It does. It does.
The gender, I understand the gender.
Right.
The big head
Right.
really kicks ass.
It does. It does.
I want to be able to put it on guests though, but so they don't know that it's on them. That's the ultimate troll.
That is the ultimate troll.
Yeah. So good.
It's probably a good thing you don't have that power.
I know. I would totally misuse it.
You would.
That's
Luigi.
Go ahead. We're talking
Luigi
too much.
Brother 77 for 100 sexy sexist says, "This is why you have to use the political triangle. Left wing is egalitarian, upward is libertarian, but you need to have laws to have egalitarianism. You can't have both, so it has to be a triangle." Well, I've seen the triangle.
I know.
Triangle's okay.
Every time I see that triangle, I'm like, oh, this is completely against everything I know and
I like the
understand.
quadrant better than the triangle. The triangle just looks kind of confusing.
Uh-huh.
The problem is you have to take the information and you have to put it in a visual format that, because the real problem is that libertarians shouldn't even be on the fucking quadrant because they're in their own fucking sport playing a different game than everyone else. There's three political parties, or there's three political intuitions. There's left-wing ones, right-wing ones, and there's libertarian ones. Okay, That's the problem. Libertarians are their own beast, right? But we have to incorporate them just to make the visual information make sense.
Well, but they're the ultimate individualist. I mean, they've kind of won. Society is basically structured towards the individual, even though
yes, American society.
Well, and Western modern
Things
societies
based off of American culture.
Yeah, capitalism is geared towards individualism
because it works. Yeah.
Well, nothing makes people work harder than when they think they're working for themselves.
True.
Yes,
that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But... Okay, Matthew. Oh, and thank you, Twitter Sucks. I didn't say this. This was your first super chat today. Well, thank you, Twitter Sucks. Matthew Titus for 4 months says you can't have a debate if you don't agree on definitions. TJ just makes up his own definitions and dismisses anything outside of them. It's pointless. It's definitely going to make it very difficult.
Yeah.
Twitter Sucks for $5 says, I forgot to say that S-Class is the best class.
You didn't forget to say that.
Thank you, Twitter Sucks. Oh, and I guess A-Team is okay, too.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Leo 90. You know the meme of like the guy in third place who's like with the champagne bottle who's celebrating?
Woo! Bronze! Yeah! What's wrong, man?
That's even better. Did you say the big head?
It's hard to run. It's hard to run with this brain. This giant brain here. This makes running even harder.
There you go. Twitter Sucks for $5. I read the one. Leo 901 for 4 months says, free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We're all pawns of something greater. Memes. The DNA of the soul. Their culture. Everything we pass on. There you go. It's true.
Yeah.
True,
memes. True. It's all about the memes.
It's all about the memes. It's all about the pennies, baby. Dave L for $5 says TJ not quote seeing gaslighting is a goat gaslighting move.
I saw that one when it came through.
There you go.
I think we're ultimately going to win on this argument because we're right.
True.
We're totally right.
Orca for $5. Thank you for the very, very first super chat, Orca. Says I just finished the Destiny Vosh debate featuring Moobsley and Froggle. We need another Avengers team up. AA could use some Rhino milk.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Is that Academic Agent or Amazing Atheist? I don't know. We have two AAs
Amazing
now.
Atheist.
Yeah.
Atheist. Moobsy and Froggle. So that's it. There you go. That's our good friends Moobsy and Froggle.
Nice.
The Mongos and the... Did we ever get a name for Fringy? I don't remember if we came up with a name for Fringy.
Oh, damn it.
A team name for Fringy.
Anyway. I don't remember. No.
Sir cerebral palsy for 4 months. Thank you so much. Cerebral palsy.
Cerebral palsy. Okay.
There you go. Says TJ equals balls plus boiling oil. Not surprised he failed the NPC test. Ouch. Big ouch.
Well, I mean, he didn't totally fail the NPC test.
No, he did not. But Ross and Ninja for 4 months says TJ. Here's all the reason I disagree. Also, TJ, I agree those reasons don't matter. Okay.
Oh, man.
David L. for $5 says, maybe the pedophile and 2 domestic abusers who attacked Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have been there. True.
Well, they'd probably be alive if they weren't. I mean, they could have gone and just not chased him.
That's true. Inverted Gentleman for 6 months says, the strongly opinionated person repeatedly states he's ignorant on subjects or appeals to anecdotes, head in the sand or in butt, pull it out. Not Gay Ben for 11 months. Not Gay Ben. How you doing? Says, I'm not gay.
Sure.
There you go. Thank you, Not Gay Ben.
Yeah.
Lord Sneed for £2 says, ask TJ what feels better, banana or
Oh my God, I see why you saved this one.
There you go. Actually, if you want to hear, we asked TJ about all of the contentious sexual things in our first conversation with him. So, and he was a good sport about it. He came on with his face paint because he was filming a video. He was a good sport about it. He talked about everything openly. So
Sean DM'd me. I guess he did some video where he unloads on TJ. Maybe he did a response video or something to TJ and crime or something. I haven't seen the video, but I'll watch it definitely. Sean's videos are great. He was like, are you going to ask TJ about my crime stuff? And I was like,
I didn't even know he did a video.
Yeah, I didn't know he did a video either. Well, I mean, we'll ask him next time he's on, definitely.
What's the video?
I don't know.
What's it called? So I can look it up.
Well, his name is Actual Justice Warrior. He said I know. I have like 10 million tabs open. Read super chats. Go move faster. Here, I'll look it up.
I just opened a YouTube tab and I want to watch this. It says Joe Rogan interviews Lord Frieza with AI voice. I'm going to check that out.
Oh yeah. That's must see TV right there.
It is Actual Justice Warrior. Amazing.
No, you're reading super chats. I'm looking up Actual Justice Warrior. What are you doing?
Oh, I forgot.
Police have to protect
I totally
you?
forgot. Sean and Mahler were in our original conversation with TJ.
Yes, they were. Yeah.
Okay.
Remember? I told him to shut up. I was like, shut up.
Yeah.
It became like all of a sudden it became like a 5-on-1 thing. I was like, look, the guy's nice enough to come on the stream. We don't have to like dog.
I forgot about that element. Yes.
As our nation.
So yeah, you gotta give TJ credit for coming into a 4v1 situation.
Well, it's kind of 2v1 today. I said, listen, if you want to bring a friend.
Originally, but
well, we try to. I try to be conscious of it now because now I realize, oh my God, Sitch and I have such an amazing advantage here because like my brain rests while he takes over.
Exactly. It's the rope-a-dope.
Right, but TJ is like 2 hours nonstop trying to come up with answers to our questions. So
true.
That's why it's good to have. Well, I told him if you want to bring a friend, you can. So, but we try to be cool with people, so we're not trying to dunk on them.
Andrew Clark for $2 wanted us to ask TJ if he prefers Sitch and Adam or Adam and Sitch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we should have asked that.
There you go.
Yeah.
JD Bachant for $5 says, wouldn't it be putting a label on religion if they're all inherently the same?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? To clarify for another $10, say JD Bachant. I wouldn't understand what he said. I believe that every atheist and theist has a responsibility to recognize the differing doctrines of religion instead of saying they're all the same. It goes against rationality otherwise. I see what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I try to be respectful of all the different doctrines of religion. Right. This is why what I'm really talking about is ideology, because like communism is an ideology and it's not necessarily like a theistic type of religion, but if you've talked to some of these online communists, That it's like their whole being is wrapped up in this shit. It's their identity. It's their entire friend circle. It's like their motivating thing in life. And when you start hitting all those, ticking off all those boxes, you start thinking, oh, wow, this kind of resembles something that we would call a religion.
Mm-hmm. That was the birth of the mop and bucket emoji.
I was you're right. It was. I was very religious when I was younger, and I do realize how motivating that is for people. People do get a lot of meaning out of it and a lot of motivation. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But, if their religion is, we need to trans all the school children, then that motivation might be working against you a little bit. Right. You're like, can you imagine just lining up the school kids? How many of you feel like you're born in the wrong body? Why the fuck would you do that?
Okay.
Look, but we have to find out before puberty. There's this catch-22, Sitch, you don't understand. The sooner we can find out if a person is born in the wrong body, the more we can start, working on that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Gene, the Angry Penguin for $5 says TJ is really good at convincing. Mm-hmm. TJ, things are true. There you go.
Oh wait. Oh my. This is what we were fighting. I found Actual Justice Warriors video. It's do police have to protect you?
And this is the latest video.
Yeah, it came out 1 day ago. But we were arguing. TJ, I responded to his tweet on this, to Sean's tweet on this, and TJ responded to me, basically sticking up for all the gangsters in El Salvador that are like, I mean, these people are vicious, the things that they do. So, but I actually responded to TJ and was like, this is, this was a back and forth that inspired.
I saw you guys arguing about that video. I was thinking about bringing it up, but I didn't.
Yeah.
There's a video, if you guys saw, that was like all the prisoners in El Salvador, had their, running to be transferred to some other prison or whatever. And a bunch of people were like, this is horrible. And I'm just like, why? I didn't understand what was so bad about it. But
the tweet I had that TJ never responded to, and it's funny we had him on and I didn't even ask him. Mm-hmm. His response to Sean basically implied that there would be no crime if people had some minimal level of resources at their disposal.
Right.
We talked about this on this show, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
that's not true. Yeah.
But we didn't talk about it when TJ was here, right? Obviously not. No. Because Goodfellas came up when we talked about it.
You guys should watch the Michael Knowles video on them destroying the gravestone of MS-13 members. That's the one that got me a little That's weird. I don't even know what that story is about.
I gotta watch this video.
But Soldoge, Angela Davis must now pay my reparations for $2. Says that's one of the most military illiterate takes ever. There you go. I don't know what you were talking about, but I'm assuming it's
no,
Adam
Sitch.
Or TJ was.
No, it was Sitch.
So
it was Sitch's take. We know Sitch doesn't understand.
That must be.
He doesn't look. He doesn't empathize. You just gotta Sitch. You gotta stop. Putin is an evil. You gotta think of it from his perspective.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Carl.
Look, I'm just trying to give you a better understanding of the world.
Thank you.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. The Justice 35 for 6 months says, I might have to defect back to S-Class with Adam's Ukraine takes. Russia has been in a war-ending offensive for 3 months and hasn't taken Bakhmut yet.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Well, they're getting their reinforcements, man. They have all these conscripts that they've recruited, that they've trained for a week. You don't know how. You don't know how that's going to go.
Yes.
Oh my God! If the Ukrainians just were like offered them immigration to Ukraine, half of them would probably just take that.
Genie Penguin for $2 says, "Do we know if any of these numbers are true?" Well, that's a good point. I think the Russians, I don't know if they agreed to the 100,000 deaths. They agreed to some incredibly high number. That's way fucking more than anything we sustain in Iraq, which is why it's like crazy when people, in my opinion, compare it to Iraq. It's like, whoa, no. But yeah, the number. Who knows if we don't know if the death numbers are exactly right. We don't know if Russia claiming they have 500,000 troops or whatever the fuck the number is true. I mean, the whole thing is fucking war right now. So
yeah, everyone's lying.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I don't really care enough to do the deep dive to dig into it.
Well, you don't know if Putin's people are lying to him. Oh, yeah, we got 500,000 troops, all trained, ready to go.
Yeah, of course they're lying to him. That's why I think that's the only reason I think they got in the war in the first place. His people, who were horribly corrupt, and they were supposed to be spending all this time building their military up, were obviously just fucking embezzling the money.
Yeah.
And their military sucked. Burger Dan for $10 says, "Hey guys, I gotta say the numbers are against Ukraine here, but it could be an Iran-Iraq war here. It's a tough call. Don't plan the victory parade yet. Anyway, A team is baiting."
See, someone agrees with me, and they're A team. It's cool how that works. Huh?
Weird how that works, right?
No, that's cool. It's not weird.
Okay. Dimitri Charlemagne for 2 months. Thanks so much. Says, "Check out the YouTube channel Per Run, where excellent breakdowns on Ukraine and Russian military logistics, tactics, and goals. Today's video is on the Wagner group." Yeah.
What's the channel? Because I will check it out.
Per Run, Perun.
Perun.
I think that's the channel.
Oh, I'm subscribed. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the channel I was talking about a while ago. They are pretty good from what I've seen. He was the one that was talking about how the Russian military had the culture of lying, essentially.
Oh yeah, that was a great video.
Yeah, he's good. So yeah, I'll check it. I'll see if he had a Wagner, because I know, like, I always hear Scott Adams talking about how, he thinks the Wagner group guy is going to try to basically take over Russia and kick Putin out of office and stuff. So I think we'll talk about that.
I listen to Task and Purpose. That's one of the channels I listen to.
Yeah, Task and Purpose is pretty good too.
Peter Zahan has talked about this stuff a bunch. Yeah. So
Wagner, whatever. Fucking Russians, Germans.
Scott Adams was saying that guy is going to take over, and Dylan Burns said the opposite. Only one can be right.
The Russians lost more troops in one siege than America lost in the entire war in World War II. Is that true? Jesus.
This is a chief difference between autocracies and democracies. In democracies, people are really stressed out about troop losses because those people have families and they vote. So Democrats really try to minimize troop losses. Autocracies, it's a completely different game. Nobody's voting. Nobody cares. Well, people care. Obviously, they don't want to lose their family, but they don't have any recourse. These people have, like, they didn't enlist. They're conscripts. They basically put a gun to their head and said, "Look, you're signing up. You're next. You're in the next wave." That's just a completely different culture. So they can lose. Putin doesn't care if he loses 100,000 men. He's like, "Get me Kiev or don't come back." That's the culture of the autocracy.
In the Battle of Stalingrad, the Russians were estimated to lose over 1 million people. What the fuck? Wait a minute.
That's what Zahan always says. Zahan all the time is like, "This is the way Russians do war. Like, they throw bodies.
They just suck at it. Like, what the fuck?"
No, it's brute force. It's just a different.
Yeah, that means they suck at it.
I mean, it's
the
way
that
they
totally suck at war.
Look, it's the way it's always been done. You line up the cannon fodder and you send them in to die.
Oh my god! Why is Russia
it's total Game of Thrones style? What are you talking about?
But why are they so dog shit at fucking war? What's up with that? I thought there's supposed to be some good empire.
I mean, I've heard they're just like a gas station masquerading as a country.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know. Whatever. Someone said it's not the Battle of Stalingrad. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Russia sucks. They suck at war.
The Russian people are great, obviously.
They only Zerg rush. True.
Look.
They only Zerg rush.
The Russian people are awesome. We love you.
Yeah, but your military sucks.
Oh my God, it's so painful. It can only be as good as the training and leadership that
Their
they have.
tactics are awful. They're like, let's just throw bodies at them till they give up. Okay.
Those are Putin's tactics, though.
I guess.
Do you
but
think
it seems
that
like
you think
that seems to be that was the tactics in World War II. This is like a Russian like idea from like decades past. To just we're gonna throw so many bodies at you that we're gonna grind up your war machine with our blood. It's like, can we not, please? Can we
Well, in this day and age of social media, though, obviously, a bunch of the story's going to be totally leaked. We're in the fog of war right now, but it's going to be crystal clear pretty soon here. Well, once it's over, it's going to be crystal clear.
Right. Whatever. America's the best. That cringe for $2 says TJ EFAP literally destroyed that pillar of garbage video. Yeah, I'll check after I watch the pillar of garbage video. I'll check that out.
I know. I have like 20 videos to watch after this
I
live
know.
stream.
I know. It's just Abby for $5. Aussie Buck says Russia does suck at war. It's canon. Check out the Russian-Japanese war. It's hilarious.
Oh no!
I know.
Holy shit! The tiny island of Japan kicked their butts.
They did. That was actually because I had to read Nicholas and Alexandra in high school for some bizarre reason, which was the last Roman Tsar ship before the commies took over. And that loss was like a huge part of helping the communists take over. It was like the embarrassment of Russia losing to Japan.
Oh, that's so sad.
So,
that's what Putin is worried. He's like,
yes,
the embarrassment of losing to Ukraine.
It was literally the same situation. Everyone's like, Russia's going to go walk into this weaker country and just going to be a fucking joke. And then, whoops, turns out Russia sucks at war.
I mean, it's even worse if you think about it, because think how Putin characterized the war. He's like, we're going up against the Nazis. Now he's got to come home and say, oh, we lost to the Nazis.
We lost.
Like, that's so fucking...
Not good.
Like, how do you do that?
Right.
Look, the Nazis lost in World War II, but unfortunately this time around... Oh, my... it's...
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
Not good. JMac for $10. Thank you, our surrogate father. JMac says EFAP eviscerated that video. Was worth the watch. Definitely check it out.
Someone in the chat said I had ass cancer. What?
It's cancer? What is that?
I thought the show got canceled after Adam got ass cancer.
Oh, no.
I mean, God. Look, nothing can be secret here.
There you go. It's because of that chair. Adam wanted me to buy the chair that gave him ass cancer.
I know.
He's trying to spread the ass cancer to me.
Look, everyone needs a little ass cancer.
No. Joe the Mig for 11 months says, what's up, guys? S-Team is A-class. EFAP utterly destroyed that pillar of garbage video on Drinker's Glass Opinion Review. Awesome. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I got to watch that one.
Mr. Anderson for Joe says, did you guys see Eric July versus Organized Chaos? Well, I saw the first one. Was there a second one? We saw the first one before we talked to Organized Chaos.
Yes.
But I didn't see it. There's a second one. I didn't see it.
Darth Kidda mapped it out on her channel, too.
Right. Sketch for 7 months says, Rian Johnson is a pretentious director and Critical Drinker did nothing wrong. True.
I like Critical Drinker, actually.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a clip where one of you guys were super chatting him, trying to get him to come on our show.
Thank you.
And he said that he loved us to death, and this was one of his favorite shows. He watches all the time.
Oh
No, he did. He said I never heard of those guys, and I don't know what.
Oh.
Like can't really comment because I don't.
Look at you getting my hopes up.
That's what he. Look,
piece of shit.
Look, that's what he really said. I don't want to lie to you.
Wow.
It's
Adam just.
It's the truth.
He just elevated me to like a high level
Look,
and then stabbed me in the chest.
This is professional negging.
God.
Okay, to only use
this
guy.
this.
Only use these tactics on girls that you really, really want to have sex with.
This is the
okay?
professional negging that's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, he was in love with you. Look, critical drinker. He was
That's
like,
not how negging works, Adam. I'm skeptical now of your ability to neg.
oh, am I getting it wrong?
You're supposed to insult the person so that they feel that they have to show you that they're like worth.
I thought it was like I shower you with praise and then I completely pull the rug out from under you. I thought that's what negging
No, that's
was.
a different thing. That's just being a psychopath.
Oh, okay.
That's being bipolar.
I mean, I did that. I did that expertly.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
You're like, he's coming on the show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we'll get critical drinker on the show sooner or later. I just gotta. Like people are already agitating for it, so.
Thank you. Nicholas Van Neal for 10 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says Pillar of Garbage video on Drinker was garbage. Refer to EFAP on it. Pillar of Garbage routinely got basic facts of the movie wrong and misrepresented Drinker constantly. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking happened.
Frozen Gale for $5 says, in regards to discrepancies in hiring, as a man who's been told in an interview, I will not be hired because I am male. I prefer Sitch's ideas over TJ's. True.
Nice.
Hittech Alchemy for 4 months says, I was a member. Neat. Well, there you go. He didn't even know.
Sweet.
Moondoggy for $5 says, 2 spirits was added to the LGBT plus, and that's in itself a faith-based view of gender, and yet they don't understand the irony. That's a good point.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to press that point.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, Pillar of Garbage didn't understand Critical Drinker's points. Mahler complained Drinker's video was too short, but all points are reasonable. It's just Abby for 5 Aussie bucks says, I recently watched the Viva Fry versus Constantine debate. I blame Sitch. When did Viva become so dumb or audience captured? I don't know. I think I saw part of that conversation. I don't remember seeing the whole thing. I can't remember what they talked about at all.
I honestly think it's just confirmation bias. And
right.
If they come to their Ukraine take and start talking about it in public, they're like married to that take.
Viva's so weird because he like started so moderate and I just feel like he became radicalized. Like I blinked and all of a sudden like, what the fuck's happening? Like, a couple months go by.
Maybe the COVID got him.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that was actually. I think a lot of the COVID lockdown stuff maybe triggered him. I don't know.
We lasted great because we don't leave the house anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly. This was like a dream. I never. Now I have an excuse for not having to interact with people. Yes.
I know. Secretly, I was like, yes, full lockdown. Remember when the freeway was like, there was no traffic empty, on the freeway in Los Angeles?
It's like a zombie movie, yeah.
Heaven.
Rico Zoro for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, some say you plateau post 6 months of free will. But like the universe, I'm growing at an accelerated rate. My elephant riding improves leaps and bounds. True. Very true, Rico. Very true.
Yeah. Once you start noticing it, it becomes a lot easier.
Right. Calvin Pafford for $5 says, if I had hours, I would explain as a libertarian how libertarians are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
Oh, man.
Interesting. June Bud for $2 says, you don't see high crime in legal owner town. There you go. We'll have the gun giveaway. I like the box of free guns. Smithy Buttons for the $5. Thanks so much, Smithy Buttons. Very Dead Horse for 6 months says, way behind watching on 2x speed. Have you guys seen the study that says most trans people are actually just misdiagnosed people on the autism spectrum? I have not seen that.
I have heard that, though. Yeah.
I've heard things related to that, but I haven't seen that study. Send it to me or Adam. I'm curious to see it.
I got that book, the one book I just downloaded it on Audible, the Tavistock book. So I'll listen to that this week.
Craig Steinkamp for $5 says the anti-gun lobby worked to remove the stats about defensive gun use from the FBI stats because those numbers are inconvenient to their narrative.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, send it to me. I'm super curious to see that. It's interesting.
Very sad.
Mr. Warlight for $10 says, from experience, Vosh's Discord is a cult that polices thought. Oh, first of all, thank you for the first super chat. But Vosh's Discord is a cult that polices thought and requires all to believe exactly what Vosh believes. Failure to adhere to those beliefs results in being banned from Vosh's Discord. Wow.
That is a perfect example of authoritarianism.
There you go.
Like authoritarianism is when these are the community rules.
Right.
We will purity spiral at any turn.
Mm-hmm. Smithy Buns for $10 says, well-regulated didn't mean what it means today. In the 1700s, it meant well-trained and well-operating. John is being dishonest. Also, arms is general for a reason. Cameron Strife for 2 months says, thanks, J-Mac. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Twitter Sucks for $5 says, I don't know how they tracked them, but the DOJ and Homeland Security basically gave the cartel 3,300 firearms and subsequently lost track of 1,800 of them. Yeah, that was the Operation Fast and Furious debacle.
I mean, it's a good idea in theory, right?
Maybe not in practice.
They shouldn't have told him where the chip was hidden.
There you go. Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, voter registration is needed to participate in the election process. Gun ownership is not a process that needs registration to function. Yeah, that was your point.
Yep. Great minds.
Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, I think the main issue in dealing with Jon Stewart is they don't realize he's a bad faith actor, but has a friendly demeanor. I mean, I guess I feel like nowadays, I don't know how people don't understand that. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the guy was in a bubble, but he's firing whoever his person is that manages his schedule. That guy's getting fired, or gal is getting fired after that interview. How could you let me walk into that? Let's see. Read this one. JD Bachamp for $5 says, unfortunately, even if you banned guns, people would continue to find ways to kill one another, but I'm not saying we should have zero regulations. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not in favor of banning guns. I think people do have a right to protect themselves. And I think it's crazy to tell someone who is weaker or, small or female that they don't have a right to protect themselves over a larger aggressor via a gun. They have to rely on like a knife or mace or something. Like, fuck that. No, just shoot them. I totally am in favor of people having a right to bear and own a gun.
Yeah.
100%.
Go feminism.
Right. Jack H for $2 says, quote, bring order. I don't know, Jon Stewart. That sounds fashy to me. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm assuming that because John has like an hour-long episode, but you have to be a freaking like, I don't know, it's like on Apple Podcasts or something. You have to sign up and do all this crap to watch it, which I don't care to do.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he had some clips of that guy talking about order beforehand, which is why he kept saying it. Like, I'm assuming he didn't just keep bringing up order for no reason, but it was weird because in the context of the clip, you don't know why he keeps bringing it up. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, Grendel Vivat. Thank you. Mr. Anderson for $5 says, Sitch, how do you stay so calm during contentious debates? I'm not talking about TJ. I mean, in general, does it come naturally or is it fentanyl? Well, first of all, thank you. I often don't remain calm in contentious debates. But no, it's not natural at all. It's you have to make a conscious decision to do it and to be detached. I think my best performance of remaining calm for most of it was the no bullshit conversation.
Yeah.
So,
that was early on too.
Yeah. It's just, you just have to practice. You have to make a conscious decision in practice. And and I'm not like that. I don't even think I'm that great at it, but thank you for the compliment. Grendel Vivat for $10 says, no need to rent. Just walk around a sketchy neighborhood and ask very loudly if anyone has change for 100. You guys can take turns and whoever gets mugged the fastest wins.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. How is that not? How has some streamer not already done that? That feels like something. Who was that guy?
I thought one guy did. Remember when he put the car with all the Trump stuff on it?
Yeah, but that turned out to be fake.
It was totally fake. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that guy's name? Joey? Is that Joey Salads?
It was Joey Salads.
Yeah. How has Joey
Good
Salads not done
memory.
this? Is he still around? Is Joey Salad still around? How has he not walked around in like a lower income
Blair White
neighborhood?
did this too. I mean, she wore the Trump hat out. Remember,
Right.
she got the drink thrown in her face.
Right. But how has Joey Sal's not walked around in like a poor area, like asking people for change for 100, and then showing himself getting mugged and being like, "This was a social experiment to show about, like whatever bullshit."
I think we have better social experiments than Joey Salads. We just need to execute them.
Right.
Look, how much is a box of guns? Look, let's do it.
Can we ban Vinny for a week or two? No, just listen. Vinny is obviously likes to be domed, okay? So you just send him the timeout. Vinny likes to be domed, okay? You just send him the timeout.
Doesn't he really only start doing this stuff towards the end of the stream anyway? Or is it like all
I don't
stream
know.
long?
I notice it towards the end because I'm looking at the chat more. So.
Right.
But we love Vinny. Well, maybe love is a strong word. We like
love
Vinny.
is a strong word. Yeah,
love is a strong word. We like Vinny.
Normally,
imagine for
you time
$5.
people out so they stop that behavior. But if the timing out is like the reward for the behavior,
Right, Vinny gets off on being timed out.
yeah, you got a whole problem. You got a much different problem.
Well, no, I mean listen. Vinny is like a mascot of the show. Okay.
Okay.
Majin for $5 says, Sitch, how do you register a fragmenting object that sometimes almost atomizes on contact? Or do you want ineffective guns? I'm just saying listen, I'm just explaining what I've seen people claim exists. If technology doesn't exist, then obviously what I'm saying is irrelevant to the conversation, right? JD Bachamp for $5 says, Sitch, do you believe all types of criminals should not be allowed to have guns? For example, someone who's arrested for selling weed? Thoughts?
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think it should primarily be for people. Well, it depends, obviously. It should be for, obviously, if you've committed a violent crime, I don't think you should be able to have a gun. If you've committed a crime with a gun, you shouldn't be able to have a gun, right? So I'd say those two offhand. I'm sure there are other categories that someone can bring up that say, yeah, you probably shouldn't have a gun.
What if you've just like robbed a 7-Eleven?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to own a gun for robbing.
Even for that?
Yeah, even for that.
Even if no one was hurt?
Right. But obviously,
what
yeah,
if
I don't think
robbed a 7-Eleven with like a toy gun. I mean,
yeah,
you didn't even have a real gun.
No gun, Adam.
Oh, okay.
No gun.
Well, if you can rob a 7-Eleven with a toy gun, why do you even need to get a gun?
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think if you rob a 7-Eleven with a toy gun, you should not only be banned from owning a gun, but banned from owning Nerf guns and toy guns.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
all
my thought
toys.
Yeah, no toys of any kind, really.
Why don't we just ban, these criminals from being able to buy like an Xbox or a
I know.
PlayStation or-
Okay. I have a solution for people that are like robbing people with guns and fake guns. Why don't you just ban them from life?
Mm-hmm.
That will solve the problem, right?
Well, it
mandatory death penalty for all crime.
For resisting arrest, yes, but not
okay.
for all crime. Obviously,
They had a Star Trek episode about that. It worked great.
Oh,
It's
I
a
remember
society where
that.
everyone had lots of sex, and every crime was punishable by death.
remember
Even stepping on grass that said "Don't step on grass."
Oh my god,
the episode was ridiculous. I know, but no, obviously there are crimes, like selling weed, non-violent crimes that you should be able to own a gun. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Bank this for $10 says, I think they're talking about microstamping. The firing pin imprints a unique pattern in the primer of a fired round. It can easily be sanded off or worn off with use. Well, if that's the case, then obviously none of this really matters. If the technology doesn't work, then it doesn't matter in the first place. So fair enough. Genie European for $5 says, it's a terrible argument. The purchase of the gun does not directly involve the government. Voting requires government participation in the process. Well, I think the point about that Adam brought up and that the other person brought up about registration being inherent to voting is a better argument. I don't think the argument of whether it involves the government directly or not has any, I don't see how that matters in terms of the registration requirement. Like just because it's something that directly involves the government, why would that necessitate or not necessitate registration or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I follow the logic exactly in that argument.
Well, I think it's another data point though that's cool to bring up. It's just fine, right? I mean, obviously, if you buy a gun from a private individual, you're like the government's not involved in that exchange. I guess maybe they are to the
Yeah, but
point
what would
that
that have
there's
to
like
do with?
sales
Well, why
tax
would
or
that?
something.
Yeah, but just because voting has something to do with government, that doesn't. Just because something has to do with government doesn't necessitate registration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm not sure I understand the logic there. But.
Yeah.
Daniel Irish for $5 says registering your firearm is an infringement to right to privacy. Why?
Because people don't want people to know that they have the gun. I mean, it's so simple.
I don't see why. I don't see why that would be an infringement on the right to privacy.
You might disagree, but you at least understand where they're coming from, right?
Drew Dogman says, Sitch, I robbed a I can't tell, are you being real? I robbed a 7-Eleven when I was 20 years old, and now I'm 50 with no further problem. Should I be banned from owning a gun? Wow, really? Drew, geez, lived quite the life. I think
Sitch, you've never robbed a 7-Eleven? I can't believe it. It's like, live a little, for heaven's sake.
Stick in the mud, Sitch. Jeez. Boy Scout Sitch.
I know.
Never robbed a 7-Eleven. Nanny.
Never lived in your car. Never robbed a 7-Eleven.
What a loser. Never robbed a 7-Eleven. Wow.
Never went touristing around the crack house. What? Sitch. Right. Look, we gotta do some things. Look, I got a bucket list for you. We got some things we gotta take care of.
But no, I mean, listen, I'm fine if you want to have, if there wants to be some, and I think there is in a lot of states, there's some period, like if you, depending on what you do, if you don't commit a crime for like 20 years or whatever, you're able to own a gun again. So I don't know what that exact date, that time should be. I would say minimum 10 years, but I would maybe want to push up 15, 20 year penalty before you're even considered to be able to own a gun again. And then it's like, you have to go through some process where they determine whether it's safe for you to own a gun.
Did you get away with
that would be my
how did the robbery go? Did you get away with that? I mean,
did you get away with it, Drew? Well,
I'm curious.
Well, I guess, yeah, Drew, did you get arrested? What happened?
Yeah. Did you serve your time, or are you just like confessing here?
Right. But wait, let me go back to Irish's question because I didn't really answer it. I wouldn't say, I mean, I don't see how that's an infringement of the right to privacy the way registering for anything is. I mean, is having to register your car an infringement on your right to privacy?
Yes, it is. It's telling the state that you have a car.
Okay,
it's
well,
like
but
it
so,
is.
but why? So okay, but so
Look,
why did we put up with that?
It's a different look. The argument that you want to make is
wait.
It doesn't
Why do we
matter
put up with that?
Why do we put up with that?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people do because they want to drive a car, and it's
okay.
They would not put up with it if it wasn't the law.
Great infringement on the right to privacy. You have to register your fucking car.
Look, you can acknowledge that it is an infringement on the right to privacy and think the privacy
you're right.
is not really that big a deal.
It's not an infringement in any way that's meaningful, in my opinion.
Right. That's a different argument.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point, Adam. Yes, it is an infringement on the right to privacy, but in a way that to me is basically
superficial, and he doesn't care
superficial.
About. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What if on the registration you had to put down like how many girls you banged? Would that be an infringement of your privacy?
I mean, it depends. If you have a high number, wouldn't you be proud to brag about it? You'd want to do that, right? You'd be like,
what if you had to put the names and addresses?
Everyone would lie about it though.
Look, what if you had to put the names and addresses of all the girls you
They'd
banged?
add like 3 to 5 digits on that number.
They'd be like, "Oh my,
got to boost up the number a little."
Sir, you've put your sister on this form.
Well, that's a problem.
Look, I was trying to boost my numbers. I couldn't think of anyone.
Right.
Yeah, no. I think that would be clearly an invasion of privacy. So.
You don't want to get into an Ilad Omar situation.
Look, just you saying that you committed a racism and a sexism.
Well, how is it a racism or sexism? That's she pretended she was married to her brother so he could get a green card.
Allegedly. Look.
Oh, okay.
We all know the implication there.
Allegedly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Allegedly did that. I don't think she never actually.
You're implying that all Congress people marry their siblings.
That's exactly that's what I meant. Yes. All Congress people are way into incest. I don't know if you know this. Like you cannot listen. If you go to like the congressional building and you get stuck in a staircase or washing machine, you're done. Okay?
It's over. Yeah.
You gotta be real careful. Right?
Yes. Capitol Police are not going to help you out of that one.
No. Do not go to Capitol Hill and do anyone's laundry. Okay. Just don't do it. Do not bend into any sinks, any stairwells at any point. Under any beds in Capitol Hill. Any place you could get potentially stuck. Okay. Just don't do it. That's what people don't understand. When AOC was having a panic attack because she was afraid that you thought she was afraid the Capitol rioters were gonna like bust in and kill her. That's why she was afraid when she was hiding in the bathroom. She was like, "Oh shit, I'm hiding in the bathroom. This is a perfect place for Onichan to come when I get stuck in the bathroom." That's what she was really worried about.
She's like, "I got to get to Elon Omar's office or I'm dead."
No, what was her name? She didn't go. She went to.
I know she went to her other friends. I don't remember her name though.
The woman that was reading The Art of Not Giving a Fuck to performatively signal how cool she was.
I mean, that is cool though.
That's not cool. That's lame.
Look, I've discovered I thought I was good at answering DMs, and I've discovered a bunch of unanswered DMs.
There you go. Bilbo Balboa says, "Quote AOC, I'm stuck in these shoes. Help." Katie Porter, thank you.
Are we done? Really?
No, we're not done.
Oh, you said anyway. That's the sign.
I say anyway a lot.
That's the bat signal.
Yeah, but I have to say it. I have to say it like this. I say,
"Oh my god."
I always say the same way, Adam. I say,
"You're nagging me now."
No, wait.
You're totally doing it.
I'm nagging you. Yes, I always say, anyways. I have a very specific tone of voice.
But you
when I do
just
it.
said anyways.
I know, but if I just say anyways, that doesn't. Anyways is a verbal tick. I say. And it actually has bothered people.
I don't have any verbal tics. Okay.
So, look, yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Okay,
Why do you say anyway, Sitch? Are you saying that what I'm saying is not important? It's not what I meant, honey.
Look, who's stretching this live stream out longer than need be? I want it to be known that it's Sitch, not me.
Okay. Look. Majin for $5 says, Second Amendment is not about guns. You could own boats with cannons that could wipe out whole towns. There you go. I've seen the Will Smith movie. You could own spiders with guns that could wipe out whole towns back in those days. It was crazy.
Loved it.
Stug for 11 months says, quote, it's good when the government decides every law means whatever is convenient at the present time actually. Quote, everyone who's anti-originalist. Thank you, Stug. That is definitely not a straw man, and definitely what I believe. Yes, thank you.
Great.
Stug for $2 says debate noir or homage Tor or both. Well, I don't know who any of those people are, but maybe we will talk to them at some point.
We'll hook it up, man. We love doing debates.
Michael for $2 says 1+ for noir. He's great. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, oh, I read that one. That was about having defensive firearm stats info. And you said you were going to send it to us. Well, thank you. Blaine the Skateboarder for $5 says, the list of gun owners is de facto. If the ATF wants to trace a gun, they go to the manufacturer and ask what shop they sent the gun to, etc. Well, there you go. So what's people complaining about if they can already do this? What are they complaining about?
Yeah, then they know the general area and all the laws about crossing state lines and stuff kick in.
There you go. Stug for $5 says, I wasn't, quote, quite claiming that's what you believe, Sitch, LOL. Thank you, Stug. Thank you. Thoth for 1 month. Thank you, Thoth, for joining. says, Sitch, what you are doing. This is literally the plot to Metal Gear Solid 4. I don't want Liquid Ocelot and Old Snake to fight. Man, don't put trackers on guns. There you go. There you go. I'm not talking about nanomachines.
Thoth is Cullivar, everyone. Just so you know, he's trying to be incognito.
Thoth isn't Cullivar. What are you talking about?
I thought Thoth was Cullivar.
No, what? Thoth is Thoth.
Oh my god.
Thrall. Okay, that's right. Thrall is Cullivar.
Damn
Thoth
you.
Thoth is who talked to us. He came on when we were talking to Aiden about monarchy. Remember?
That's not Cullivar.
No, that's Thoth.
You're right. Wait, is Thoth's apprentice and Thoth the same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
What?
I said Thoth. I didn't say Thoth's apprentice. Yes. Gotcha. With extra pickles for 14 Canadian. Thank you. Says Sitch. They already do this in Canada and it doesn't work. Canada still gets guns that are not traceable. Canada stopped registration programs because it was too expensive. A gun, a grab, slippery slope is real in this case. Well, first of all, whether it works or not, if it doesn't work, then obviously it'd be a waste of time to do it. And I'm not sure. I would like. How was the people in Canada not getting the guns otherwise? Were they getting them from America? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. But that doesn't really have anything to do with the slippery slope. So argument, but yeah, if they did this and it didn't work for whatever reason, then get rid of it. I'm only suggesting. I don't have an ideology. This is my thing that annoys me about the gun debate. I don't have an ideological position on it. I just want to do what works to stop crime and to help law.
That is an ideology.
That's an ideology. Okay.
Yeah, it is. You want low crime. Look, you
know,
could
you're
have
right.
an ideology that might makes
You're
right,
right.
and I want guns all over the streets.
You're right, Adam. My ideology is I don't want crime. You're right.
Yeah, but it's
okay. Got me.
Yeah.
Hands up here.
It's a slave
I'm
idea.
having it.
It's a slave morality. Is that
There
your
you go.
ideology, basically?
There you go.
Look, there's something to be said.
Nietzsche was right.
For the master idea.
There you go.
No, wait.
Escape Court.
I want this to be.
Plains Escape Quarter for $5 says the problem with more gun laws is how it makes more criminals for people who aren't bad actors. The more laws, the more mistakes people make. It's not. I don't care. I don't find that persuasive, Blaine.
I found it. It's Thal. Thal is Cullivar.
That's what I said. Thal or Thrall or whatever his name is.
Thal and Thoth. Okay. Look, you guys continue to change your name.
Well, Thoth hasn't changed his name ever,
but Thal has.
That's true.
Okay.
Crack Rocksteady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. Thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 11 months. Says, I haven't been able to catch the episode live today since I was busy with work and other stuff. Just want to show some love to my favorite centrist. Monthly reminder that S-Class is the best class. Thank you.
Thankfully, we don't need a reminder, okay? I'm trying to forget that.
We need to retitle the stream for the other topics we talked about.
I don't do retitling, okay? Look.
Okay, I will retitle the
My
stream.
work here is done.
Okay.
So we can do that.
Because if someone's like, oh, I don't give a shit about TJ, and I was like, well, we talk about other stuff. We talk about other things. You might want to kick that out. Okay.
Should have just started a new stream, but whatever.
Yeah, we didn't do that. But Twitter Sucks for $20 says, look up Hayes versus United States. Oh, I read this one. It's illegal for felons to register the gun. Yes. I'll check that out. That sounds weird. Metalworks for $11.90 for 11 months says, I bet if we had some form of healthcare and a better standard of living like UBI, we would have less gun violence, suicide, and shootings. Well, I mean, I think we'd have less suicide. I'm not sure if we'd have less shootings. Like, we'd have less mass shootings, maybe, but I don't know if we'd have less like just criminal activity shootings. I'm not sure. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, let us reenact the Event Horizon massacre orgy scene in front of your kids, or you're a ransphobe that supports gun violence. There you go. True. Metalworks for $11.90 for $5 says, at what point has Sitch said he wants to ban or take any guns away? Because I've been listening since the beginning and I haven't heard it. Thank you, Metalworks. I didn't. But, people hear what they want to hear.
Gun grabber.
There you go. Thank you. Stuck for $5 says, if you insist on the super traceable bullet policy, how do you deal with the cases of guns stolen from their owners and guns you build yourself? Well, obviously people can steal guns, right? And there's going to be ways to get around it. You'd have to report that your gun was stolen so that when someone commits a crime with it, you don't get in trouble, obviously. And that's just the reality of the world you have to live in. People are going to steal shit. It's going to happen. As for guns you build yourself, it would basically be a policy of, well, you're allowed to build a gun, but you have to build in a little traceable thing into it. And if you don't, then it's an illegal gun and you would get in trouble if the government finds out you have that. Just like anything else that you could build yourself in theory, but you're not allowed to own. Or grow yourself, I should say. Andrew Clark for $5 says, guys on Bob's group stream called Eric July and Uncle Tom, and everyone signed off on it. Later, they doubled down on it, and they're all horrible racists. Well, thank you for sending us the clips, Andrew. Daniel Irish for $5 says, what is Sitch's stance on stop and frisk? My stance is, if it worked, do it. If it worked to reduce crime, then do it. If it didn't work, then don't do it. That's my stance.
What if you were the one getting frisked?
I mean, if I'm living in a high crime area and I'm being stopped and frisked, I'd be like, listen, is there at least a female cop that can do this for me?
Ouch. Have you seen Super Jail? They bring the female cop out for you.
Okay, listen. A cis female cop. Okay.
What do you mean?
Or at least a trans female cop that passes a little bit better than the one in Super Jail. Okay.
Look, we're very highly understaffed here. You get what you get.
Okay. WT1A1A for $5 says, day 2 of kindly asking you guys to get in touch with Foamy the Squirrel. He could use your help. Also, Foamy is a true god, so why not show him off? He can use our help. What's wrong with him?
What if I already have a squirrel friend?
I see you're not familiar with Foamy the Squirrel at all, I imagine. But
no, what's that?
it was this like Flash cartoon from like 2 decades ago. That was very popular. I didn't even know he was still around. But I'll check it. I forgot. I was gonna check it. I'll check out his channel. I'm not super interested offhand, but I'll check it out. See what he's doing nowadays. Majin for $5 says, the dismissal they have to be anti-white behavior is ironic. If they darken the shade, you're labeled self-hating like OC did to Eric July. True. Asmi for 15MYR says, if the white people call black people criminals in the whole movie, I probably have no problem with them calling white people colonizer. Right, in Black Panther, yeah. Yeah, no. It's rules for thee, but not me. And Asmi for another 6MYR says, racism minus racism equals no racism at all. There you go.
Not true.
Twitter Sucks for $5 says, I can't DM you. Yeah, just tweet to us directly. I think you did. I think I saw it. I didn't respond to it, but I think I saw it. Coco Beans for $2 says, first super chat. Well, thank you, Coco Beans. I don't know why I didn't give you a little banner that this is your first super chat. But it says, S-Class, the best class.
I wonder if that is the first super chat on our channel or just anywhere on YouTube.
Oh, I assumed it was per channel, but you're right. Maybe it's just in YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Cedar's Bucket of Gum for $10 says, and numerous Eli Mistel racist rants. He's never gotten pushback or been canceled. True. Eli Mistel says tons of crazy racist shit. I follow him on Twitter, and he tweets a lot of racist shit.
Who, is it Tiffany that got fired from MSNBC because she was going on the major racist rants? They fired one of their hosts because they were just like a bridge too far.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Tiffany?
can't remember her name, though.
A racist against white people rant?
Yeah, she's a black announcer on MSNBC, and she was like majorly racist, constantly doing racist tirades. I think we were going to cover one of her racist tirades.
Tiffany Cross?
Is that it? Yeah.
What Tiffany Cross's firing from MSNBC tells us about who and what news organization will defend.
That's totally her.
I don't remember this at all.
Big
Nothing.
time racist.
This is a Salon article. Nothing former MSNBC host Tiffany Cross said is incorrect.
Yeah, see, they're racist too.
Right.
You know, obviously.
What did she say?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember, but
when she is quoted saying, quote, they've never had a problem replacing the people who stand in their way. What is that? Why?
ousted MSNBC host Tiffany Cross
Mm-hmm.
becoming inherently more dangerous to speak the truth. Yeah. Her truth is like white people are racist. Her truth is I'm serious. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, figure out what she said.
No, who cares?
I'll
figure it out later.
I'll figure it out later.
Put that in your bonnet and smoke it.
There you go. Jispy 1005 for $5 says I was wrong. The AI looked at their chest, limb, and spine x-rays, chest CTs, and mammograms. And all there was no difference that humans could detect, but the AI could figure out their race. Fascinating. I bet they didn't want to do the brain scan one because that would be very fucking contentious. Right.
Yeah.
Mal Luke for $5 says Sean made a response video to PragerU video on fatherhood. You guys should check it out. Oh God.
Is Sean a father now or?
No, not Sean and Jen Sean.
Oh no. Is he?
His videos make me want to like Minecraft myself.
Yeah, no, they're bad.
They're so boring. I literally will never understand. I will go through life as a fucking mystery, never understanding how the fuck he gets so many views. His videos are so horrendously boring and even informative. They're so bad. I don't get it.
People love sucking up that slop, man.
I guess. Like, damn.
Look, everyone, they're like, this person's on the left. We're on the left. We have to watch these videos. It's like a job for them.
I guess. Moondoggy for $10. Oh, and thank you, Mal Luke. That was your first super chat. Moondoggy for $10 says it makes sense now. Blair had a speech in her hour show, The Blair White Project, that she may be conservative, but a lot of people on the right don't like her as much as the left. There you go.
The host, this is from Fox News. On her Saturday morning show, Cross routinely made inflammatory comments. She insisted that Trump supporters have started the second American Civil War. The host called Kyle Rittenhouse, who was acquitted in the shooting deaths of Kenosha, Wisconsin rioters, a little murderous white supremacist, and claimed that black Senator Tim Scott, South Carolina, is thirsty for white approval because he's a Republican.
None of this would get her kicked off MSNBC, though. I feel like. So.
Well, the headline for this story is racism to blame for firing of liberal MSNBC host Tiffany Cross, claims Washington Post columnist. So I was just looking for some juicy tidbits to satiate your anti-white racism need.
Brian Townsend for $10 says, okay, Sitch, here's the 2024 scenario. Vegeta with Colonel Mustang or Goku with Fuhrer Bradley. Oh my God.
That's a tough call.
Listen, you got to go. Oh my God. What a fucking Jesus. You got to go with Vegeta and Colonel Mustang. Listen, I'm hoping that we're getting old Vegeta, who's reformed, who's basically been cucked by his wife, okay, and his children. You know, he's mellowed out in his age. So I'm gonna go with you know, old Vegeta, and hopefully Colonel Mustang can keep him in line. You don't. Fuhrer Bradley's just fucking evil. We can't. And Goku's gonna be MIA president, so he's a non-issue. So yeah, you got to go with that. Vegeta, Mustang. Adam, I liked how you dealt with OC and AF in the debate.
Thank you.
But like always, S class is best class.
I mean, okay.
That was for the critical drinker comment from earlier.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
There you go. There you go.
Well,
revenge.
You got me. I deserved it. I had it coming.
Majin for $5. That's my last super chat until I stop being homeless. First of all, thank you, Majin.
Why are you doing that?
Don't send us any money if you have money problems. Please, we appreciate it. Please don't send us any money if you have money issues. Please, please, much. But thank you. Any more media stuff down the pipeline? I hear Picard season 3 is where the show finally gets good. I didn't watch any of Picard because I don't want to pay for ABC, NBC All Access or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh my God, it's another service. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I just watched Red Letter Media talk about it because I love them and I love their content where they talk about Star Trek, including Picard. It was great. So I'll see what they say about season 3, but I'm obviously highly skeptical that Picard season 3 will be good.
But once we launch our media show, just to like fuck with Doomer, I mean, we're gonna have to watch all that shit, right?
Yeah, but then I could take it off my taxes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, we technically just talked about it now, so you could take it off your taxes.
There you go. Let me call it my tax account. I'm getting NBC All Access. Take it off my taxes.
Take it off, bitch.
I had to say it like as Jewy as possible when I call him too. So
wait, isn't your tax person isn't Jewish?
I don't know. I assume so.
Okay. I'm like, wouldn't they be offended by that?
No, because he knows that he knows I'm a fellow tribesman. So, so it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, look, the murder face. The murder face.
Hey, everybody. It's me, Doomer. Why you guys... Sitch, why are you so mean to me? I hate you, Sitch.
Oh, my God.
That was your best invention, is pegging Doomer to murder face.
I know. I felt a little bad doing it, but it was just it was too funny to pass up.
Too good. It's too good.
Look, everyone loves the murder face joke. It's impossible not to.
Everybody's so mean to me. Yeah, fuck you, Chad. I don't want your love. I don't need it.
God, you do a good murder face impersonation.
I know. I've never even tried in my entire life to do murder face until this very moment.
He does have that
last week.
That.
He does.
That's the sound right there.
You guys. Yes. It's so in the mouth.
Oh my God. No.
Actually, you know, it's funny. Have you ever heard like Brendan Smalls? I think he does. Does he do
with that voice?
I don't know. I think he does.
He does a bunch of them.
What's the main guy's name? I'm blanking here on. I want to say
Nathan Explosion.
Nathan Explosion. Yeah, I think he does. Nathan. I don't know if he does all the voices, but
yeah, this is great.
Hey guys, and you got to go even deeper than that. I can't doing his without like killing her. I don't know how he would do that voice without fucking like killing his voice. But
murder face voice. Let's see if he looks really like murder face. Tommy Blanca is the voice.
Oh yeah,
of
Brandon
William.
Smalls does he does all of them. He does Nathan, Squizgar, Pickles, Charles. Oh, he doesn't do Murderface.
No, some other does.
Who does Murderface?
Tommy Blanca.
Oh, Tommy Blanca. Oh, Tom. He does a bunch of the voices too. He does Toki, Dr. Roxo,
and Dr. Roxo.
It's fun now you say that. I can hear the Dr. Roxo in Murderface.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hey. Anyway, Andrew Clark for 2 hours says hashtag make Tuesdays long again. I mean, it's gonna happen. It's already happened.
Not. No, Tuesday's like 2 hours. Look,
Yeah,
I got to
okay.
work on the comic. I got to.
Okay. Hennessy for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says thoughts on Stargate, Sitch and Adam. I'm craving for more, but scared since Amazon bought MGM. A team is first alphabetically, so S class is second class.
Oh, nice. I lost my harmonica.
I'm assuming Adam has never seen the Stargate television show.
I mean, I've seen a couple of them.
No, okay.
My wife watches. My wife and I both love sci-fi, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Something we have in common.
I have a friend who is fucking super big in the Stargate, the TV show. I like the movie, obviously, but into the TV show. And he tried to get me into it. I watched the first season and it was okay. It never quite clicked with me.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll give it another shot if I'm looking for something to watch again. But never quite clicked.
Stargate
SG-1.
I feel like I had the same kind of response.
Yeah. Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Twitter giving us a bunch of money today. Says, I don't know if my last super chat went through, but I tweeted that video regarding Obama blocking the firearm defensive use study to you, Sitch. Well, thank you. I did see it. Yeah. Don't forget Haynes versus U.S. in relation to the self-incrimination. S-class is the best class. Thank you. I'll check it out.
Woo! Yes.
Adam Unfriended for $5 says, can we get a quote, I hate snakes. Jock, I hate them. Emoji when someone gets slimy or says something bad faith. Maybe. I think it'll be better because we have a bad faith Barry clip, and we'll have a good faith Gary clippy clip. I think we'll do that instead of the snake one, but that's a good idea. Ken Y for $5 says, when it comes to the false choice of being S-class or A-team, I'm non-binary. Just kidding.
Nice.
I was assigned S-class at birth.
Oh my God, for real?
There you go. Gotcha. Doug for $5 says, basically, I'm very critical of the, quote, living document stuff because it is absolutely just a way for the judiciary to step on the legislature's toes. I mean, it can be. It can be, obviously, to an extent. There is some extent of malleability I agree with, and there's some extent that I don't agree with. But I understand what your position is. I understand what you're saying. JD Bachamp for $2 says, giving you money because I can. Well, thank you, JD. Thank you. It's a very CT attitude.
Hell yeah.
Like, don't do something. Does it. Magor for $2 says, Adam, you need to shill the price we pay more frequently. It's a solid read, easy to understand, should be required reading in financial literacy. A-team reigns supreme. Sitch, be quiet for 5 seconds while Adam spams a soundbar.
Nice. That's the A-train coming home there.
There you go.
The Price We Pay is a great book. Yeah.
Which book is
highly
that?
recommend it. The book that Sitch hasn't read because he doesn't read
about?
anything.
Yeah.
It's about the cost of healthcare. It's the one that has a study where, they go to like church youth groups and convince people to get this procedure that they don't need on Medicare.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
That book will scare the shit out of you. Yeah.
Right.
Every time I bring that up, though, you're like, that's not happening. I think, it probably is.
I say it very effeminately, too, just like that.
That's probably not happening, Adam. Why are you talking like? Why are you saying that?
Okay.
You read it in a book, but it's not true.
Well, we all know when anything you read in a book, you're inclined to believe.
What? Oh God, that's such a horrible mischaracterization of my position. Look, I am highly skeptical of many books that I read. Look, I just talked about one that I was like, this is full of shit. I wanted to get the methodology.
Okay, fair enough.
But when this doctor literally has seen these things with his own eyes and is like talking about them, it's hard to deny, right?
Dotems for $6 says, TJ seems to be implying social constructions are inherently arbitrary. Social constructions are inherently arbitrary, and there is no Cherston's fence type consideration in their abolishment at scale. Exceptions alone don't disprove general utility of social conventions. I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah.
The most dope for $2 says TJ, life over property is such a reductive binary take for someone who sees spectrums everywhere else. That's a good point. If material conditions can lead to widespread societal harm, why should that family harm themselves for criminal scum? That's a great point. That's a good point. Yeah. That's why I don't hold that position. I think it's very too simplistic to be like life over property. It's like, well, sometimes not.
Sometimes property over life. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have your tricycle in one hand and Adolf Hitler in the other. I'm taking the tricycle. What are you talking about?
We got the clip. Okay. TJ does not want to kill Adolf Hitler.
That's all we need right now. We got to bury him.
Got him.
Look, she thinks he's some sort of Teflon Don, but that's what Scott Adams thought too.
True.
Yeah.
Arithmus for $2 says it's insane to equate the Iraq war to the war in Ukraine. We toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in just 3 weeks. What took so long was fighting the insurgency afterwards. More than a year in, and Russia isn't even past first base. True.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking at him over here.
Look, I'm not rooting for. Look, that's why these things are. I mean, I don't want Russia to win either, so I don't like to get my hopes up.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, do yourself a favor and look up hashtag AI waifus on Twitter and tell us what you think. Adam, look at the clip I DM'd you on Twitter. What is the clip that Andrew sent you?
Who knows?
Well, I look up hashtag AI waifus. Wow, I mean, these are definitely waifus that are AI generated, and I'm a big supporter. I like it.
I don't
like them all.
Look,
they're good.
I don't want to see the clip. I'm just gonna look up AI waifus too and check it out.
Mm-hmm.
AI waifu.
That's not a clip. You look up the clip. I look up the hot waifus. You look up the clip.
AI
okay.
Waifu. What? I must have got the wrong hashtag.
Anyway, Adam's across the room looking up waifus with Jack.
I don't like to. I'm munching on some peanuts, and I don't like to do it in the.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair
People
enough.
don't like it when I talk. Oh, wait.
Oh, just kidding.
Shit.
Andrew Clark for another $2 says, Oregon decriminalized drugs by removing penalties so cops can't do anything against people with personal size amounts. By criminalizing illegal immigration, it empowers state and local police to act, not just ICE.
Yeah, didn't they legalize all drugs? Like you can have crystal meth on you in Oregon now?
That's wild.
Maybe we should do our experiment in Oregon.
There you go. Maybe we should. Dodoms for $2 says the gun deaths or knife crime type argument feels like a sleight of hand. The tool obviously correlates with crime and defined by that tool. The gun/knife crime could go to zero without the murder rate budging, going up or down. That's true. That's true. I mean, I would guess, deaths, murder rate would, like, if guns, like if you snapped your fingers and guns disappeared from existence, I would imagine murder rate would go down. Just because it's harder to kill people with other objects. Obviously, murder would still exist, but
now I remember Kurt Wilcox shared a chart on Twitter because everyone is saying that gun deaths are higher than car accidents now, and you look at the chart, and it's because cars have become so safe that the car deaths is like plummeting.
Oh, that's interesting.
But
the gun deaths are the same or going up a little bit?
Yeah, the gun deaths are like, steady.
Right.
So the car deaths have actually dipped below the gun deaths. Everyone's talking like it's the other way around. Like gun deaths are skyrocketing. Oh my God, they're above cars now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a big crime spike after COVID. So obviously when there's a big crime spike, there's going to be a big spike in, murder, gun deaths. So. Arithmus for $2 says the issue with smart gun or micro-stamping technologies is that they would only work if they were retrofitted on all existing firearms, which is completely infeasible. Mandating them now on new firearms would effectively do nothing. Wrong. You are incorrect, sir. It wouldn't effectively do nothing. It would there would be a large market for secondhand guns to be sold in illegal markets, sure, but it would definitely stem the tide. It definitely would have an impact. It would make it much harder for criminals to get guns. Adding, Scott Adams always talks about this. Adding friction creates friction. That's how all laws work. All laws work by adding friction. People will still try to get around it. They'll still find ways to get around it, but adding friction adds friction and does slow things. And eventually those guns will be phased out. So it'll be less and less and less. It'll be harder and harder and harder.
You can't do that anymore. You
do
can't
what? Quote Scott Adams?
Yeah, you can't do the Scott Adams thing anymore.
I see. Right.
Look, them's the rules, okay? He's been canceled.
Solo for 2 hours says, Sitch and Adam have perfectly demonstrated. What Solo? Why do you got to be a dick?
Yeah, what?
I'm not even going to read it. I'm not even going to read it, even though you're a longtime fan. Like, you can make a point without being an asshole, especially because you're strawmanning me in the actual thing that you're talking about. And actually, what you're saying is even dumber, because I actually do know, and I've actually had conversations with people that have bought guns in my state that completely contradict what you're saying.
Well, now, okay. I mean, I kind of want to hear it.
If you buy a gun in the state of Florida, you're not on a government registry, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're literally just spouting bullshit. What are you talking about?
First of all, let's calm our elephants here.
Okay. I don't like being gaslit by someone supposed to be a friend of the show.
Well,
or insulted by someone supposed to be a friend of the show.
Look, he's also been on the show a couple times, but maybe he's just like, maybe there's some sarcasm
you don't know. So
in there or whatever.
You don't know what you're talking about. In Florida, if you go and buy a gun, you're not on there's no register. You're not registered with the government if you buy a gun in Florida. Okay. I don't know what state you live in, but it's not how it works in Florida.
When you buy a gun in California, they basically make you do a DNA test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but do they put you on a list? There's a difference between you having to do a background check and the government keeping that information, saying, oh, well, like if you have to do a background check or something, that's different than the government saying, we're going to keep the information that you've purchased this specific gun at this specific time forever. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
And I think people are conflating this.
That's interesting.
So,
I mean, I bought all my guns online and from just.
Not only is there is no registration in Florida, it's actually a law in Florida that makes it illegal for there to be a registry of gun ownership in Florida. Okay. So please, Solodoge, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's interesting.
Yes. Florida prohibits the knowing or willful keeping of a list, record, or registry of privately owned firearms or their owners. Okay. So please, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when you don't know what you're talking about.
But he paid to tell us that we don't know what we're talking about.
Well,
so
he paid to be wrong. Okay. Arithmus for $2 says, Sitch, a registration doesn't solve the straw purchase issue at all. See, look, you can disagree with me without being an asshole. Federal law requires purchasers to fill out a 4473, and has all their info on it. Police already have the tools to track down the original buyer. Well, they don't in Florida, so I don't know. It's different per state. So maybe in whatever state you guys are in, this information exists. It doesn't exist in Florida. So you're saying this is a federal law, but I don't know. As I just read, may bring up the actual statute that they're talking about in Florida. So. Because this is saying that it's against the law to do so in Florida.
This is why they brought this up. I sent you the Kyran from CNN. But did you see the American Idol clip where the American Idol contestant describes surviving a school shooting and Katy Perry is like, our country has failed us?
No. What? What is the Chiron that you're talking about?
The Chiron that I brought up is
firearms
the
leading
firearms.
cause of death for children and teens.
Yeah, you can see the thing where as kids stop driving and start Ubering everywhere.
Sure. I mean, the gun deaths have gone up for kids, but as I said, that's mostly it's all 14 to 18-year-olds, and it's unfortunately mostly
boys. Yeah.
Well, boys, but also mostly black boys. So.
Oh.
Which is unfortunate, but.
Gangs.
Okay, here's the statute. In Florida, 790.335. Prohibition of registration of firearms, electronic records. The rights of individuals to keep and bear arms is guaranteed under both the Second Amendment and the United States Constitution. Number 2, a list, record, or registry of legally owned firearms of law-abiding firearm owners is not a law enforcement tool and can become an instrument of profiling, harassment, or abusing law-abiding citizens based on their choice to own a firearm and exercise their Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms is guaranteed under the United States Constitution. Further, such a list, record, or registry has the potential to fall into the wrong hands and become a shopping list for thieves.
Putin. Yep.
There you go.
He could get that list.
A list, record, or registry of legally owned firearms or law-abiding firearms owners is not a tool to fight terrorism, but rather is an instrument that can be used as a means to profile innocent, it's like, oh my God, profile innocent citizens and harass and abuse American citizens based solely on their choice to own firearms and exercise their Second Amendment rights to keep and bear firearms. Law-abiding firearm owners whose names have been illegally recorded in a list. Law-abiding firearm owners whose names have been illegally recorded in a list, record, or registry are entitled to redress.
Yeah, those
legislation
list makers should be castrated.
Right. This legislation intends, through the provision of the section, to protect the rights of individuals to keep and bear arms, to protect the privacy rights of law-abiding firearm owners. Prohibition. No state, government, agency, or local government, special district, or other political subdivision or official, agent, or employee, or such state of other governmental entity, or any other person, public or private, shall knowingly and willfully keep or cause to be kept any list, record, or registry of privately owned firearms, or any list, record, or registry of the owners of those firearms. Okay.
Yeah, what does all that mean?
It means that there's no list. I don't know what people are talking about. So.
People don't like lists, man. I don't blame them.
Let me see.
I always make my grocery list in my head.
Mm-hmm. So unless what the people or Superchats are talking about something completely different than what this is talking about, which is possible. I don't know what they're referring to.
What if we make a list of the list makers?
There you go.
Like a long list.
But that's a state law. And I think Arithmus, or who sent that? Arithmus said, no. Yeah, Arithmus said it was a federal law. So maybe there's a federal law that would but this is new. So I'm curious as to how this would supersede it. But you have to look up 4473 forms. But anyway, I'll look it up after the stream.
No, let's look it up now and make the stream go longer so I can blame you.
There you go. Arithmus for 2. Well, I'll look it up myself, but you actually have to entertain the chat and do something, Adam.
I mean, I could do Big Head. I got tricks up my sleeve. Look, I got some deal with it sunglasses here. Wait, I had something else.
Okay.
I had something else planned for the stream, but I can't remember what it was. I had some entertaining thing, but I forgot. Damn it. Do you really want to look it up? I mean,
Form 4473, which I remember because I know someone that bought a gun and I had a conversation with them about this, contains the purchaser's name, address, date of birth, government issued photo ID for the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, and a short affidavit stating the purchaser is eligible to purchase firearms under federal law. It also contains the make, model, serial number, blah, blah, blah. Lying on the form is a felony punishable by 5 years.
Not castration. Damn.
Not castration.
These laws are too weak.
Soft person purchases a firearm from a private individual who's not a FFL licensed dealer. The purchase is not required in most states to compile the form. Blah, blah, blah. These forms are given the same status as tax returns under the Privacy Act of 1974 and cannot be disclosed by the government to private parties or other government officials except in accordance with the Privacy Act. Well, that's interesting. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, we are almost done here, Sitch. I'm looking at...
Yeah, we're almost done.
Look, I was like, Sitch is fucking with me here. We got to be close to the end.
The firearm dealer is required to record some information from Form 4473 in a bound book called an acquisition and disposition log. The dealer must keep the form on file for the lifetime of the FFL and is required to surrender the logbook to the ATF upon retirement for the firearms business. The ATF is allowed to inspect as well as request a copy of the form from the dealer during the course of a criminal investigation. In addition, the sale of 2 or more handguns to a person in a 5-day period must be reported to the ATF on a different form. So this only applies to the ATF, though, if there's a federal crime that the ATF is looking into. Right? So in the majority of crime that we're talking about...
Talking to me or Soldados?
I'm talking to you and just the hypothetical whoever's listening in chat.
Yeah.
Right. So this only applies to the ATF. Now, maybe in some states, there are laws where they say, well, the local government can do this. But in Florida, they apparently can't do this. And so since most crimes are committed...
In Florida.
In Florida, that's true. Since most crimes are committed and are investigated, locally through local police, this isn't going to be typically very helpful for them in doing such a thing. But so I'm not sure this is a counterpoint to what I was suggesting. Earthness for $2 says all registration does is hassle law-abiding citizens when they gift guns to family members or sell guns secondhand. It also creates a scenario where lost or stolen guns become a serious legal liability for the owner. Well, in my opinion, in terms of that creating a liability, it depends. If the person was negligent, I think you should be liable to some extent. If the person wasn't negligent, someone breaks into your house and steals it, then that'd be preposterous that you'd be held liable for it. And I don't think, to me, that's not a persuasive reason not to have registration. So.
Sitch seems obviously in favor of registration.
Yeah, I literally said I was. Yeah. What do you mean?
Well, you think it can bring down crime?
Yeah.
In a pragmatic kind of way.
Yes.
So what Sitch is doing is Sitch is saying, look, we have your privacy needs in one hand and people's lives in the other hand. And he's saying, I want to default to the people's lives.
We do that with this is what annoys me when people have these conversations. We do that with literally everything. Everything is, there's a benefit to something and a cost to something. And we figure out which one is more important.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Look,
I think the amount of privacy that some individuals would lose because the government has their name on another list that the government already has your fucking name on a million lists. Now they have a list that says that you own a gun and says what kind of gun it is. And the police can easily look on a compiled list at a crime scene, assuming the technology fucking exists in the first place. To do so, to me, seems to be the right way of trying to stamp down on crime.
I agree. And just from a pragmatic perspective.
Right.
I mean, I do understand, though. People are like, it could be 10,000 lives and they don't care. They're like, I care about my privacy.
Right.
People are selfish that way. I don't.
Sure.
You shouldn't get triggered about it, though.
I'm not triggered about that.
Soldos has a vote.
Wait a minute.
He can vote.
Arithmus disagrees with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not triggered by it. Lots of people disagree with me in Superchats and in the radio chat.
Yeah.
What triggers me is someone doing the snarky, oh, well, you're fucking stupid. It's no, what? Fuck you. You can disagree with me.
What was the argument without the snark?
You just said that I don't know what I'm talking about because I've never actually bought a gun or interacted with anyone that's bought a gun before. And it turned out he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, I usually just get guns from my drug dealer, so it's like very no mess, no no fuss.
And that's another reason why it feels like it's like because you're triggered by your elephant solo doge, you're like end up gaslighting because you're talking about a completely different issue than what I'm talking about. And you may not even realize it.
Well, is Solodoge saying like it's a big pain in the ass to buy a firearm? Because it is kind of a big pain in the ass, but it is what it is.
He didn't say that. That wasn't even part of what he said.
Look, buying a car is a big pain in the ass.
He's just,
too.
listen, Solodoge is a nice guy, but he's completely libertarian brained on some issues.
Mhm.
And he just goes government bad. All I care about is my liberties.
How does he feel about MMT?
Well, we talked to him about it, and I remember him saying he was very down on the whole subject. So
Right. He seemed very nice on stream.
yeah, but see that well, he should be nice. He should be nice in the chat, okay, in the super chats.
I mean, I like it when people are nice to me.
Okay.
Just wins me over. A lot of people try this maneuver though, where they're like, "I love you, Adam, but here, suck my dick." It's like I kind of don't believe. It feels like you're just buttering me up because you want to insult me or something.
Right. I mean, that does happen.
It happens a lot.
Right.
Yeah. Couldn't you just edit it? I love you, Adam.
He could have.
You just leave. Look, just put a period at the end of that.
Listen, I understand what happens here, and this happens not just for solos, for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Solos got triggered as fuck
Mm-hmm.
because if I start talking about like gun registration, he's like, "Oh my god, this is like a fucking personal threat on my liberty," right? And so he gets all snarky because he feels personally offended. So here's what I'll say to Solos people listening: if I or Adam or anyone has a different political opinion than you do, you shouldn't take it personally. Okay, it's not a personal affront on you. It's just a difference of political opinion.
Well, I want him to take it personally. I want him to lose his liberty.
Well, there you go.
Like,
there you go.
Look, I want Solodoge to be on every list now.
Yeah. Well, he is. He works for the military, so he's already on a million lists.
I know. What the heck? People know that. Look, marketers compile a profile of you just based on your life. They know you're in the military. They know you own guns. You're on the gun list already.
Right.
They do know you own guns.
Stock for $2 says, to be clear, I'm suggesting your tracing policy creates a massive incentive to steal other people's guns and bullets. It would become a major piece of evidence in every crime trial involved. Well, that's a fair point, and that definitely would happen. But I think you still have to do it anyway.
I was reading the chat. I wish I would have been listening to you.
He was saying the tracing policy would massively incentivize people to steal other people's guns and ammunition. More so than now, which is true, but I still think that you still have to do it anyway.
Well, that could be a bad unintended side effect.
It would, no, that would definitely happen, but I still think the benefit. Now, again, we'd have to actually do it to see, or you'd have to do it small scale to see.
But then you might change your position if that happened, right?
Yeah, like
if they did it in one state and all of a sudden people were getting their guns stolen right and left, you might change your mind.
Well, the problem is, I wanted to say you should try it in one state, but I don't know if you even like something like this. I don't even know if you could try it in one state. It'd have to be done through the entire country. Because if you do it in one state, so what? It's so very easy for someone to get guns from a different state, right?
I don't know. Solodoge and you are the experts. I'm just here to make jokes and like have some fun.
There you go. But no, if it didn't work, if hypothetically you could look in a world where they did the registration and it didn't work, they had perfect magic technology, right? To register the guns and the ammunition to every single person that bought it, didn't work, then don't fucking do it. I don't have a strong ideological disposition on this one way or the other. I'm not fucking Jon Stewart like, you're killing children. Okay. I don't give a shit about kids. I care about crime though.
Yeah.
I care about crime.
We're tough on crime.
Yeah, I'm not one of these pussies on crime, which apparently some people are.
We're tough on crime liberals, which a lot of people don't understand. Look, I think resisting arrest should be a capital offense. So
there you go. Not Free Will Addict for $2 says, this is my last $2 until I find a buyer for my other kidney. Oh no.
What the?
My wife and 17 dogs will go hungry this week, but it's worth it for a taste of that sweet, sweet free will. Well, there you go. True.
That's
you know what?
amazing.
Free will, $2 worth of free will is worth far more than your kidney or your wife's loves or even your dogs. So, you know what? I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know. The dogs is a bridge too far for me, but
thank you.
Feed the dogs. At least let the dogs feast on your dying body.
There you go. Brian Townsend for $5 says, I'm 6 hours behind, but if TJ was talking about Pillar of Garbage's video on critical drinkers, Glass Onion, that's a bad take, and EFAP destroyed it.
Oh,
That
that's
is what he was
another
talking about.
one.
Yes.
I have to watch TJ's video on.
Right.
On Glass Onion or the woke stuff. God, I have so many videos to watch.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, I sent you the clip I sent Adam. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Here's the clip Adam didn't want to look at. What is this
Blah,
clip?
blah, woke Hollywood, blah, ugh. That's amazing atheist video.
Good thing because
Why is everyone's jealous of Gary? They're totally going after Gary. I like Gary.
Because
Gary's
he's
amazing.
big. That's why. He's big and popular.
Gary's awesome, man.
Just be 1005 for $5 says, risk of making the stream even longer since you're reading laws. Have you have any plans to talk about the anti-drag laws in Tennessee or Oklahoma? I mean, maybe I could look at them at some point. I haven't thought about looking at now, but
Who's saying make Tuesday long again? Even though, like, we're not even done with Sunday yet. They're already talking
know.
about can you make Tuesday
It was An-
10
it was
hours?
Andrew.
Can you
Andrew
make?
Clark said that.
Look, we're going on hour.
I know.
We're going on hour 9 here.
Tennessee passed the nation's first law limiting drag shows. Bum, bum, bum.
Caffeinated tweaker, I love you too.
What'd she say?
She said, caffeinated tweaker for 2 Canadians says, I love you, Adam, period. Did I do it right? Yes, you did perfect. You did
There you go.
perfectly. Thank you so much. I feel so much better now.
That's good. That's good. I don't feel better. CT, stop giving us money.
Nah, that's fine. Look, it's Canadian money is only like 10 cents on the dollar for American money.
The Canadian loony.
That's like 20 cents. She just
right there. You go. I don't think that's how it works.
I don't know what the exchange is here. I'll look it up.
Tennessee will officially begin restricting drag shows after Republican Governor Bill Lee signed a bill restricting adult cabaret performances, which includes defining topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, and male or female impersonators. The law was signed Thursday, bans performance on public property, as well as in locations where the adult performance can be viewed by a person who is not an adult.
Adam
does not.
Go ahead.
Told CNN does not ban drag shows in public. It simply puts age restrictions in places to ensure children are not present at sexually explicit performances. Okay.
Wow, the Canadian dollar is really hanging in there.
Yep.
Not as strong as the U.S. dollar, but
Well, come on, nothing is, right?
I know.
The bill specifically protects children from obscene, sexualized entertainment, and any attempt to conflate the serious issue with lighthearted school traditions is dishonest and disrespectful to Tennessee families.
Oh man,
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Don't seem it. Let me actually read the law. It's very short. Adult cabaret performance means a performance location other than an adult cabaret that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, zag dancers, strippers, male, female impersonators, who provide entertainment that appeals to a truant interest or similar entertainers, regardless of whether or not they perform for the consideration. It is an offense for a person to engage in adult cabaret performance on public property or, well, it says on public property, so I don't know what the other guy was talking about, or in a location where the adult performance can be viewed by a person who is not an adult. Well, okay, here's the question, though. Does that include drag queen story time? Because it's just a person in drag reading. They're not doing a performance. Does that include that?
I don't know.
Would that be considered an adult cabaret performance?
Look, I've never met a stripper who can read, so I think it's highly unusual.
I like that they use the word prurient. Prurient? Prurient. Prurient? Prurient? I can't. Prurient. Have you even heard that word? I've seen that word in text. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say it. Do you know what that means?
No. What's it mean?
Having or encouraging an excessive interest in sexual matters.
Oh yeah, that's the Church of Woke right there.
See, but actually, so I guess that this wouldn't apply to Drag Queen Story Hour because it says male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest. So only if it's sexualized. So, which I mean, so wait, what's the what's the problem with this law then? Well, I don't even understand what the concern is.
Do you know what the exchange rate is for the Chinese yuan?
Seems totally good and fine to me.
The Chinese yuan, one Chinese yuan is 14 cents.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, remember the catch-up stream and you were 7 hours in and Adam realized you hadn't actually even started reading Sunday Super Chats? It was hilarious.
I remember that, and I remember it from a completely different perspective. It was not hilarious.
Oh, not hilarious? Okay. Blaine's the Skatecarder for $2 says, explain how a registry saves lives. Well, it would save lives if it actually stops or significantly lowers gun crime, because it'd be so difficult to commit a crime with a gun without being caught. That's how it would save lives. If it didn't do that, then I wouldn't be in favor of it.
Well, and you could catch the criminals and incarcerate them, and then they're not going to commit crimes again. So,
and they wouldn't be able to commit more crimes, right? Yeah.
We got to get these dangerous criminals off the street.
Right. You want to create an environment where people are afraid to commit crimes with a gun, essentially, would be the issue.
Yeah.
Rin Evangel for $5 says, longtime fan, always listening to you guys while I'm at work, slaving away for Daddy Bezos. Sitch, keep your work wife on a leash. S-Class is the best class.
Well,
thank you, Rin.
Okay. Thanks. I mean, thanks. I don't know what to say. Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, does Bob sound familiar in that clip? I didn't listen to what was it in the clip? Did you listen to it?
I didn't listen to any clip. I mean, I listened to the clip that we listened to on the show.
Okay. Oh, wait, where is it?
Bob's
I have like
Burgers?
1,000 tabs open.
I know. I have 1 million tabs open because I have 1 million videos to watch, but
I'm pulling an Adam here. It's a big problem.
I'm like exhausted. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a little nap here real quick on my desk. I'm just chilling, guys. Look, I'm still in the game. Don't end the party without me.
Okay.
Wake me up before. Look, I don't even have that thing up.
Adam doesn't have it up. You don't need to see what's going on. Just the stuff.
Okay. Good.
Let's do it real quick. See what's going on here.
No. Well, the fact is, and I will go ahead and say this, the left has actually done a pretty bad job of doing outreach to young men, and that is partially an issue with the fact that, we're dealing with toxic masculinity, which is an issue, but the problem is, one thing that we have a tendency to kind of ignore, and we should be addressing it better, is the fact that toxic masculinity is negative towards men, not just women, but also to men as well.
Did he just say toxic bestiality?
We have to deal with and address.
He tried to say masculinity, but he tripped over his words. Okay.
He said toxic bestiality.
He did not say toxic bestiality.
He did. Look, that was a Freudian slip.
Okay.
Fairly, because I feel like the right has taken it and said, no, toxic masculinity is good. You're vilifying men being men, and that's not it. That is, quite frankly, defending bad behavior. That is all that is.
Okay. Soy take, that's fine. Thank you, Andrew. That darn Kenneth. Hey, Kenneth. Edith for 35 Zardoses. Says, dance for us puppets, 9 hours. That's right. We streamed today for 9 hours. So there you go.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Look, I'm still fit as a fiddle here.
Right.
Sitch is like lying down in his bed the whole time. I know how you do these streams.
That's true. You actually, since that's the real reason I don't want to do a face reveal. You all see that I'm actually spending the entire stream lying down.
Look, he's basically in bed. He's like snuggled up with the covers around his
No,
chin.
see, I'm like one of those, like the really fat people that like get like stuck to like the couch.
Oh yeah.
That's me. I just have like the headphones and the microphone permanently like on the couch with me, so I can always just. Oh, it's time to stream. Mom! Mom, get me the bucket. That's Adam's wife. Like, what the fuck? Can you stop streaming, please?
That's to remind me to like turn the heater off before I go to bed. So.
Oh, that's right. Is it cold where you are? There's like some crazy blizzard still happening in California.
Yeah, like snowed and shit.
What the fuck? Where you live, it snowed?
Yeah, snowed.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Dan Irish was giving me a hard time on Twitter saying it was like shorts weather in Michigan.
Does it normally snow?
No, look, I don't want snow in my backyard.
Has it ever snowed where you live before?
Yeah, it snowed like in 2011.
Oh,
we went out and none of it stuck this time, but I did take some film of it.
Right.
Because it was crazy. Look, it was sunny. It was sunny out and snowing at the same time.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
Yeah. I was like, it was insane.
Earthness for Chud says, Sitch, look into the ATF e-trace system. It uses information collected from FFL bound books, 4473s, and many other sources to track farms based on serial numbers. That system is available to local law enforcement. Well, I'll look into it.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Because that would seem to violate the Florida law. So I don't understand how that works. Unless it's just the Florida law is a new law and it hasn't actually been tested for constitutionality. So maybe that's the issue. I don't. Anyways.
No, I'm not falling for it this time.
Andrew Clark for Twitter says he's making Vosh's argument. Ah, yes. Well, that makes sense.
The organized chaos is?
Right. Yes.
The toxic masculinity. See, that's the real problem here.
Listen.
It's
JD
toxic. It's bad for you.
Don't make fun of his terrible voice. Okay. JD Bachamp for $2 says, organized chaos voice makes me depressed. There you go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly, very generous donations today. Everyone. Especially mystery guests. Thank you for the $500. It's incredibly generous. And thank you all for your incredibly generous time and donations that you've continually given to us throughout the years. Thank you, TJ, for coming on and having an interesting conversation with us. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes, the true free will seekers, the true wizards of enlightenment. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
For the shortest stream yet. Woo! Bye-bye!
I'll believe it when it